Zhang Fan felt an unbearable hunger, his stomach acid stabbing his insides like an awl, waves of cramps assaulting him. Today marked the 6th day since the apocalypse began, and the last pack of instant noodles was already gone. What could he eat next? Could it be that he would have to eat zombies? Outside, hordes of zombies roamed about, in the hallways, in the neighborhood. Everywhere were those creatures with white eyes, pale skin, rotting bodies, blood-stained mouths, stiff movements, and a crazed drive to chase and bite any human they saw. Unfortunately, these zombies were inedible, and Zhang Fan dared not even try. Thinking back on the nightmare of the past 6 days, Zhang Fan shivered all over, his heart filled with despair. 6 mornings ago, he had woken up to find zombies suddenly appearing. These zombies bit anyone they saw, chased anyone they encountered, violent, bloodthirsty, insane, twisted, fearless, and always in packs. They attacked all living things, and in just a few days, countless people had fallen victim to their jaws. The entire city, perhaps even the whole world, had descended into chaos, car crashes, plane crashes, raging fires, power and water outages, food shortages, gas leaks. Order had collapsed, society had crumbled. The apocalypse had truly arrived. For the past few days, Zhang Fan had been curled up in his tiny rented apartment, not daring to step outside. The unfortunate thing was, he usually didn't cook, so he hadn't stocked up much food, just a big pack of instant noodles, 3 pounds of apples, and a case of bottled water. Relying on these supplies, he had barely managed to survive for 6 days. But yesterday, he finally ran out of food. By now, Zhang Fan hadn't eaten anything for over 10 hours, his stomach growling incessantly, the pain in his belly becoming unbearable. I can't keep hiding like this anymore, he thought to himself. I have to go out and find something to eat. Otherwise, he'd starve to death before the zombies even got to him. When people are pushed to the brink of starvation, they're capable of anything. If it had been before today, Zhang Fan would have refused to go out looking for food, no matter what. He would rather starve than take such a risk. But now, the gnawing hunger was something he could no longer endure, he had to eat. He put on his clothes, slung a backpack over his shoulders, and picked up a fire axe, quietly moving to the door. Zhang Fan's movements were as light as a cat's, terrified of making any noise that might attract the zombies. Online, some experts had shared their findings. Zombies moved slowly, slower than normal humans. Their vision and sense of smell were severely degraded, but their hearing was extraordinarily sharp. Even the slightest sound could draw them in, so Zhang Fan was extremely cautious, trying his best not to make a sound. Listening carefully, he heard no noise outside. Gently, he opened the door. Zhang Fan, now in his junior year of college, was dating his girlfriend and had rented this basement near the school for convenience. In a city like Modu, this shabby basement cost 2,000 yuan a month. It was precisely because he stayed in the basement that Zhang Fan managed to get through the past 6 days without incident. There was no noise outside, so there probably weren't any zombies. Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief and cautiously climbed the stairs. As soon as he reached the first floor, Zhang Fan's expression changed instantly. The hallway was covered in bloodstains and severed limbs, and several rotting, foul-smelling corpses lay in the lobby. Flies buzzed around the bodies, and white maggots crawled all over them. One corpse had its stomach slit open, with intestines spilling onto the floor, a scene so nauseating it was hard to bear. Zhang Fan felt his stomach churn violently, almost vomiting the instant noodles he had eaten the day before. He had seen countless pictures online without feeling much, but seeing real corpses now made him sick to his stomach. He forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit, shifted his gaze with effort, and headed toward room 101 on his right. Zhang Fan had no intention of leaving the building. It was unsafe outside, so he decided to look for food inside. After all, this was a residential building, and the people living here must have had food in their homes. The door to room 101 wasn't locked and opened with a gentle push. Zhang Fan cautiously stepped inside. The room was a mess, with items strewn everywhere, clearly having been ransacked. Zhang Fan felt a bit disappointed but still searched every room one by one. As expected, he found nothing. Rooms 102 and 103 were also empty. The entire first floor had been looted. There wasn't even a trace of food, not to mention oil, salt, soy sauce, or tea. Everything was gone. Despite being mentally prepared, Zhang Fan still felt a pang of disappointment. There was no choice but to keep searching. The power was out, and the elevator was unusable, so he had no option but to take the stairs. Zhang Fan stepped out of room 103, looked around, and saw no sign of zombies. He then quietly ascended the stairs. At the stairwell landing, a corpse lay on the ground. This corpse was missing an arm, and its neck had several large bite marks from a zombie. The blood had long since dried, and the flesh was partially decayed, emitting a suffocating stench. Zhang Fan covered his nose and mouth, carefully stepped around the corpse, and continued climbing the stairs. Roar! Just as Zhang Fan turned around, the corpse on the ground wobbled and stood up, lunging toward him. Zombie! Zhang Fan's entire body trembled, his face instantly turning pale, and his legs involuntarily shook. Roar! The zombie bared its sharp teeth, like a beast that had lost all reason, clawing and lunging at him. Since the apocalypse descended 6 days ago, Zhang Fan had encountered encountered zombies online many times, but this was his first face-to-face encounter, leaving him so terrified his legs went weak. At this moment, the zombie was already upon him. In a panic, Zhang Fan frantically swung the fire axe in his hand, striking hard at the zombie's head. Crack! The zombie's head was instantly sliced off, and foul-smelling blood splattered everywhere, covering Zhang Fan. The zombie fell straight to the ground, lifeless. As it hit the ground, a golden orb of light dropped from its body and landed on the floor. Zhang Fan collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. That was close. After resting for a moment, Zhang Fan calmed himself down slightly and couldn't help but glance at the golden orb of light lying on the ground. What is this thing? He hesitated for a moment, then walked up to the golden orb and bent down to examine it closely. It was about the size of an apple, radiating golden light, resembling the sunlight from the game Plants vs. Zombies. There's never been any mention online of zombies dropping something like this. Zhang Fan lightly touched the golden orb with his fire axe, but the axe went straight through it, as if it were just a projection of light. Fake? He touched it again with his hand, and as a result, the golden light sphere suddenly drilled into his palm. Zhang Fan was so startled that he hurriedly slapped his palm. But where was the golden light sphere now? Where did it go? Zhang Fan was shocked. At that moment, he suddenly felt a warm current explode within his body, instantly rushing to every corner of his being. His whole body immediately felt warm, and an inexplicable power continuously surged into him. Is this? Zhang Fan widened his eyes in astonishment. Suddenly, a virtual light screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 1 Esper. Physique, level 1, 1.5 out of 10. Spirit, level 1, 1 out of 10. Ability, infinite ability pickup. Note, the average attributes for an adult male are all 1. Is this a game panel? Zhang Fan stared blankly for a long while, and suddenly a surge of excitement rose in his heart. He realized he had found hope to survive. Roar! A low growl suddenly came from the second floor, sending a shiver through Zhang Fan's entire body. He immediately grabbed the fire axe. At the stairway on the second floor, a zombie appeared. Its mouth was covered in sticky blood, its eyes white and lifeless like those of a dead fish. The skin on its body was deathly pale, resembling a corpse that had been soaking in water for days. A beast-like growl emanated from its throat, and its grayish-white eyes locked onto Zhang Fan as it staggered toward him. Although Zhang Fan still felt fear, it was far less intense than when he had faced the previous zombie. He realized that this zombie was much weaker than he had imagined and not as terrifying. Screw you! Suppressing the fear in his heart, Zhang Fan swung the fire axe with all his might. The zombie was slow and had no ability to dodge, and the fire axe struck it squarely on the forehead. Crack! The zombie's head was split in half, falling straight to the ground. After twitching a few times, it became motionless. At the moment the zombie fell, another golden orb of light dropped from its body and landed on the ground. Zhang Fan reached out and grabbed it, and the golden orb indeed entered his body once again. A warm current spread throughout his body. He felt the fatigue quickly dissipate, and his strength seemed to be continuously increasing. Even his growling stomach no longer felt as hungry. Zhang Fan looked at the attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 1 ability user. Physique, level 1, 2 out of 10. Spirit, level 1, 1 out of 10. Ability, infinite ability pickup. Physique, increased from 1.5 to 2. Zhang Fan was thrilled. After absorbing that golden light orb, my physique has really improved. He pinched his arm. Hiss, it hurt. This was no illusion. It was indeed an improvement in his physique. And this ability, infinite pickup ability? I awakened an ability? And it's the infinite pickup ability? Does the golden light orb represent physical attributes? Zhang Fan felt as if he had discovered a treasure trove. Now he just needed to develop it slowly. Gurgle. The stomach started growling again. Forget it. Let's find something to eat first. He cautiously went upstairs. The hallway on the second floor was very quiet. Although there was still trash, debris, and corpses, it was much less compared to the first floor. 201, 202. Just like the first floor, 201 and 202 had also been looted, leaving them completely empty. The door to 203 was tightly shut. Zhang Fan smashed the door open with an axe, and as soon as he stepped inside, a golden retriever lunged at him. This golden retriever was covered in blood, its fangs bared, sharp teeth still holding a piece of intestine. A zombie golden retriever. Woof! The zombie golden retriever roared and lunged at Zhang Fan. Compared to human zombies, its speed was noticeably faster, and its mobility was far superior. Zhang Fan raised his axe and swung it down with much greater strength than before, splitting the zombie golden retriever's head in half with a single blow. Blood splattered everywhere as the zombie golden retriever was sent flying backward, landing 3 to 4 meters away. A golden orb of light fell from its body. Zhang Fan cautiously walked over, picked up the orb, and absorbed it into his body. Checking the virtual panel again, the physique stat had increased from 2 to 2.2. Clearly, this zombie golden retriever had provided him with 0.2 physique attribute points. Awesome! At this rate, I'll keep getting stronger. Zhang Fan was thrilled but dared not let his guard guard down. He carefully searched room 203. Room 203 was a 4-bedroom, 2-living room apartment. To the left of the door was an empty study, and to the right was the living room. On the floor lay the corpse of a man, with a large hole gnawed into his abdomen, exposing his intestines. Ahead were 3 bedrooms, 2 of which were completely empty. On the bed in the 3rd room lay the body of a woman. She was wearing a lace nightgown, her neck bitten through, and the entire bed was stained red with blood. Tragic. Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh, then walked into the kitchen. There's food. Zhang Fan's heart leaped with joy. On the storage cabinet in the kitchen were 2 10-kilogram bags of rice, 1 bag of golden dragonfish rice and 1 bag of wuchang rice. The golden dragonfish rice had already been opened, with only half remaining, while the wuchang rice was still intact. Take it. Zhang Fan took out his backpack and packed the unopened wuchang rice into it. Although the water and electricity were out, cooking raw rice into a meal was challenging but not impossible. Fire could be used. Besides the rice, Zhang Fan also found 6 potatoes and some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Opening the refrigerator, he found a row of wangzai milk, a large bottle of pulpy orange juice, and an unopened pack of sausages. There were also a few sausages and several pounds of pork in the fridge, but unfortunately, the power outage had caused everything to spoil. Spoiled meat was, of course, inedible, but all the packaged food could be taken. In these times, having food at all was already a blessing. Zhang Fan dared not be picky, nor did he have the luxury to be. Being picky meant going hungry. Potatoes, seasonings, wangzai milk, pulpy orange juice, sausages, all of it was taken. With just these items, his backpack was already full. Zhang Fan didn't get greedy. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and quietly left room 203. After a nerve-wracking journey, he finally returned to the basement. Clack! Zhang Fan closed the heavy iron door of the basement and eagerly took out a sausage to start eating. It was a pork sausage, which Zhang Fan usually didn't like much. He preferred chicken sausages or starch sausages. But, now, starving as he was, everything tasted delicious. He devoured 5 sausages in one go and drank 2 cans of milk, letting out a satisfied sigh. I never realized before that being full is a kind of happiness, Zhang Fan said, burping contentedly. After resting for a while, he got up, carefully stored the food he had just found, and headed out again. This small amount of food wasn't enough to fill his stomach. He needed to find more to stockpile. Only then would he feel secure. Moreover, the experience of hunting zombies earlier had given Zhang Fan a taste of success, and he hoped to collect more light orbs to grow stronger. Leaving the basement, Zhang Fan went upstairs again. He didn't plan to leave the building. There were too many zombies outside, and being surrounded would mean certain death. It was better to scrape by inside the building. At least he wouldn't go out until his food ran out. The 3rd floor had noticeably less trash and fewer corpses compared to the 2nd floor. The doors of all 3 apartments were tightly shut, which indicated that they were less likely to have been visited by other survivors, increasing the chances of finding supplies. However, this also meant a higher probability of encountering zombies or survivors inside. Zhang Fan approached apartment 301, gently tapped the door with his fire axe, and lowered his voice to ask, "Is anyone there?" He first needed to confirm if there was anyone inside. If there was, were they survivors or zombies? If they were survivors, there was nothing more to say. He would turn around and leave. If they were zombies, then sorry, but his fire axe was already itching for action. He listened quietly but heard no sound from inside. Gripping the fire axe tightly, Zhang Fan broke the lock and kicked the door open, stepping inside. The apartment had the same layout as the others, 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. In fact, all the 01 and 03 units in the building had this layout, while the 02 units in the middle were smaller. The room was silent. Zhang Fan cautiously inspected every corner. He didn't see anyone, didn't find any corpses, nor did he encounter any zombies. He also didn't find any food. However, in the kitchen, he discovered a barrel of water, a 5-gallon one, still sealed. Finally, I found water. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. Water was a critical resource. A person could survive 2 days without food, but 2 days without water was unbearable. Especially Zhang Fan. He didn't like drinking milk or beverages, only preferring plain boiled water. These past few days, he had to make do with 2 bottles of mineral water, drinking only a little each day, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. With this bucket of water, if he rationed it, he could last at least half a month. Zhang Fan immediately hoisted the bucket and prepared to head out. Bang! At that moment, the door was violently pushed open, producing a loud noise. Who was it? Zhang Fan's body tensed as he quickly looked toward the door, seeing a burly man in a tank top walk in. The man was nearly 1.9 meters tall, muscular, with a buzz cut and a robust build. He carried a backpack, held a fully packed woven bag in his left hand, and gripped a bone cleaver stained with dried blood in his right. It's him! Zhang Fan recognized this man. He was the coach at the neighborhood gym, named Xiaozhan. He was an extremely despicable person, often harassing women. At the gym, a complete scumbag. Don't ask how Zhang Fan knew, just know that his girlfriend had once been harassed by this guy. Is anyone here? Xiaozhan walked into into the room and saw Zhang Fan carrying a water bucket, pausing slightly in surprise. But when he noticed the purified water on Zhang Fan's shoulder, his face immediately lit up with excitement. "Brother, give me the water, and I'll trade you some instant noodles for it," Xiao Zhan said eagerly. The water supply in this area had been cut off 3 days ago, and he didn't dare drink tap water for fear of getting sick. After going 2 days without water, he couldn't take it anymore and came out to search for supplies. Seeing such a large bucket of purified water, how could Xiao Zhan let it go so easily? This bucket of water would last him several days. Zhang Fan refused without hesitation. "No deal." "What a joke. A few packs of instant noodles for a bucket of water? Are your instant noodles made of gold?" Xiao Zhan immediately felt displeased, sizing Zhang Fan up and thinking to himself that he was only about 1.8 meters tall and thinner than himself. So what if he's good looking? Can that fill your stomach? In this world, only those with strong fists get to eat. "Brother, haven't you realized the situation we're in now? The world's turned upside down, and you still want to act tough with me?" Xiao Zhan sneered and said, "Let me tell you, even if I cripple or kill you, I won't bear any legal responsibility. Be smart and hand over that bucket of water immediately, or else." As he spoke, Xiao Zhan threw down the snakeskin bag and cracked his knuckles, producing crisp snapping sounds. "You can try." Zhang Fan gripped the fire axe in his hand tightly, with not a trace of fear in his eyes. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have been a match for Xiao Zhan. The two weren't even in the same league. But now, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Xiao Zhan spat on the ground, brandishing the bone cleaver in his hand, and charged forward fiercely. His movements were agile, truly living up to his fitness training, and his burly figure exuded an overwhelming aura. He swung the bone cleaver viciously toward Zhang Fan's head, intending to end him directly. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Zhan naturally wouldn't dare to act so recklessly, but now, with flesh-eating zombies everywhere outside, what was there to fear? Xiao Zhan's speed was incredibly fast, but in Zhang Fan's eyes, it seemed like slow motion. Zhang Fan slightly shifted his body, easily dodging Xiao Zhan's attack, while his fire axe in hand swung upward in one smooth motion. Then, with force, squelch, Xiao Zhan's throat was instantly slit, and scalding blood gushed out like a fountain. Clang! The bone cleaver fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Zhan clutched his throat with his hands, trying to stop the gushing blood, but it was all in vain. Plop. Xiao Zhan fell straight to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay motionless. Swish! 2 orbs of light fell from his body, one golden, and one silver. Zhang Fan didn't recognize the silver orb, but the golden orb was twice the size of those dropped by. Zombies. Zhang Fan didn't collect the orbs immediately but instead stared blankly at Xiao Zhan's corpse. He had killed someone, a living, breathing person. Roar! At that moment, a low growl suddenly came from outside. Zombies were coming. Zhang Fan quickly collected the 2 orbs. The golden orb entered his body, and a familiar warmth surged through him, with a continuous flow of power coursing inside. His physique stat increased from 2.2 to 3.2. The silver orb also entered his body, forming a cool energy that rushed into his brain. Zhang Fan felt his mind become exceptionally clear, his thoughts sharper, and his spirit more energized. Looking at the mental stat, it had increased from 1 to 2, gaining 1 point. So the silver orb represented mental attributes, Zhang Fan thought to himself. Drip, clack. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and Zhang Fan saw a disheveled female zombie staggering into the room. She seemed to have been a middle-aged woman who used to dance in public squares, as she was still wearing a square dance outfit. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly, her mouth full of blood, and her jaw stretched wide open. It seemed she had caught the scent of blood on the ground, and like a fly drawn to decay, the zombie woman lunged forward immediately. Unfortunately for her, her body was extremely clumsy and slow. With a swift backhand swing, Zhang Fan struck with his fire axe. The zombie woman's head flew off instantly, followed by a drop of golden light. Zhang Fan kicked the zombie woman aside, picked up the golden orb, and his physical attributes increased by 0.5. Ignoring the zombie woman, he walked over to the snakeskin bag left behind by Xiao Zhan to inspect its contents. Wow, there was quite a lot. A bag of whole wheat bread, 2 large packs of white elephant instant noodles, 2 bottles of Laoganma chili sauce for sausages, 3 bags of salt, an unopened box of condoms, and a few hangers. What do I need condoms for? Zhang Fan hoisted the water bucket, slung his bag over his back, picked up Xiao Zhan's snakeskin bag, and left. He first returned to the basement and brought back the collected supplies. Then he continued to scour the floors. Zhang Fan had tasted success and gradually stopped fearing the zombies, planning to seize the opportunity to bring back all the supplies from the entire building in one go. After all, the more supplies, the better. Floor by floor, as he swept through, the higher he went, the fewer rooms had been visited, the richer the supplies became, and the fewer zombies there were. Let's take a look at Zhang Fan's attributes. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 1 ability user. Physique, level 1, 7.7 out of 10. Spirit, level 1, 2 out of 10. Ability, infinite ability pickup. The physique attribute reached 7.7. Compared to the initial value of 1, it had increased by a full 6.7 points. points. Zhang Fan's most direct feeling was that his strength, speed, and neural responses had all become much stronger than before, almost like a superhero. The dramatic surge in power filled Zhang Fan with confidence. He was no longer afraid of zombies, instead, he looked forward to encountering them. Sweeping through the area, he unknowingly arrived at the 13th floor. Zhang Fan kicked the door of room 1301. The poor wooden door, as fragile as a watermelon, was instantly shattered into pieces by his kick. A beast-like roar suddenly erupted, and 3 zombies with blood-stained faces staggered toward him. It seemed to be a family of 3. The 2 adult zombies were around 30 years old, while the child zombie had just started middle school. What was once a happy family had all turned into zombies after the apocalypse struck. This goddamn apocalypse. In the next life, be born into a better family. Zhang Fan swung his axe, and the heads of 3 zombies flew off one after another, dropping 3 golden orbs. After collecting them all, his physique increased by 1.2, reaching 8.9, and his strength also improved slightly. The significant boost in physique meant an all-around enhancement of his physical attributes, including hearing, vision, and sense of smell. Zhang Fan continued to sweep through each room. As he passed the master bedroom, he heard the sound of chattering teeth. Zhang Fan listened carefully and discovered that the sound was coming from the cabinet in the corner, specifically the bottom layer of the wardrobe. He crouched down, hooked the cabinet handle with a fire axe, and pulled it open. Inside the bottom compartment of the cabinet was a curled-up, half-grown little yellow dog. This little yellow dog was still a puppy, about 4 or 5 months old, a Chinese rural dog. The puppy was clearly terrified, its body trembling uncontrollably, and its eyes filled with fear. A live dog. Zhang Fan's heart leaped with joy. Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't seen any living creatures. The only person he'd encountered was Xiao Zhen. Now, seeing a live dog naturally brought him happiness. With this dog, at least he would have some companionship and wouldn't feel so lonely. Moreover, dogs are excellent at guarding homes. Sleeping with it at night would mean no more worries, allowing him to sleep soundly. Besides, if hard times came, wouldn't this be a source of food? Ahem, Amitba, mercy, mercy. Zhang Fan reached out to pet the little yellow dog, but the puppy, possibly too frightened, bared its teeth and growled a warning. Wow, quite fierce. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, took a sausage out of the snakeskin bag, unwrapped it, and handed it over. The little yellow dog was starving. It gave Zhang Fan a wary glance, then devoured the sausage ravenously. The hostility in the little yellow dog's eyes immediately diminished by more than half. Zhang Fan reached out his hand, attempting to stroke its neck. The little dog hesitated for a moment but didn't bite again. Seeing this, Zhang Fan was overjoyed. This dog was definitely his now. Zhang Fan scratched its neck with his hand. The little yellow dog obediently lifted its head, squinting its eyes in a look of pure enjoyment. Zhang Fan then patted the little yellow dog's head and gently smoothed its back, and the little dog was completely compliant. Good dog. Crunch. Zhang Fan picked up the little yellow dog, put it into a snakeskin bag, and swept through the building one last time before heading home. The sky had already darkened, and the surroundings were pitch black. The hallway, in particular, was shrouded in complete darkness, instinctively evoking a sense of fear. Roar. Zhang Fan knew it was time to go back. Passing by a window, he glanced outside. The entire city was completely enveloped in darkness, without a single glimmer of light. In the pitch-black night, only the intermittent roars of zombies and the screams of survivors could be heard. Looking up at the sky, he noticed how, without light pollution, it had become incredibly bright. The stars sparkled brilliantly across the heavens, and the long-lost Milky Way reappeared in the night sky, beautiful and dazzling. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan couldn't help but recall a post that had circulated online after the apocalypse began. The end of the world. Perhaps it was Earth's ecological system undergoing self-purification and restoration. He had once dismissed this idea, but now he believed that the apocalypse and the emergence of zombies might truly be nature's way of cleansing itself. After all, humanity's destruction of nature had been far too severe. Back in the basement, Zhang Fan turned on his flashlight. It was one of the supplies he had deliberately collected, battery-powered, requiring no charging, and capable of lasting for a while. The beam of light dispelled the darkness in the room. Looking at the 40-square-meter rental space, packed to the brim with various supplies, Zhang Fan felt a surge of accomplishment. These were his spoils for the day: food, drinks, clothing, and daily necessities, even items like small umbrellas. With these supplies, I can live comfortably for the next half-month, he thought to himself. It's a pity the basement is so small, with limited space, and can't hold more supplies. Zhang Fan sighed. I need to organize everything properly. For the next hour or so, he busied himself sorting the collected supplies into categories: milk, beverages, and bottled water in one group, fruits, bread, and instant noodles in another, underwear, jackets, and pants together. After over an hour of effort, everything was finally organized, freeing up quite a bit of space. Though he was usually exhausted from his daily struggles, at this moment he felt no fatigue at all but was instead brimming with energy. I've really become a superhero now, Zhang Fan thought cheerfully, filled with hope for the future. Before today, he had lived in this tiny basement, constantly anxious, starving, and utterly hopeless about what lay ahead. But now, he was full of optimism. Zhang Fan didn't know how strong he would become if he continued to enhance himself, but he was certain he would be very strong. The future was something to look forward to. It's 10 o'clock, time to rest. He ate a little, took out his toothbrush and cup, and planned to use bottled water to brush his teeth. A 5-gallon container of water would last him several days, but it would spoil over time, so he decided to use it up quickly. Bottled mineral water had a longer shelf life and could be saved for later. After brushing his teeth, he washed his face and used the leftover water to clean the fire axe briefly. Then, Zhang Fan prepared to go to bed. He placed a dog bed he had picked up next to his bed and put the little yellow dog inside. "Good night, Da Huang." Zhang Fan gently patted the little yellow dog's head before climbing into bed. Da Huang, that was the name he had given the little yellow dog. Although it was a bit plain, he liked it very much. That night was very peaceful. Of course, the peace was relative. The howling cries of zombies and the occasional sound of explosions never ceased. The howls came from the zombies, while the explosions were caused by natural gas pipelines and gas stations. However, Zhang Fan's small room was exceptionally quiet. At 7 a.m., the alarm clock rang on time. Zhang Fan got up as usual, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and had breakfast. Breakfast consisted of a few slices of whole wheat bread, a tomato, 2 bananas, and 2 sausages. Zhang Fan habitually ate the food that were more perishable first, saving the longer-lasting ones for later. The days ahead were still long, and he had to learn to be frugal to make his supplies last. De Huang's breakfast was 2 sausages. Watching De Huang devour them ravenously, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a bit distressed. This was his food, now wasted on a dog. "Looks like I'll have to find some dog food for it today," he muttered to himself. After all, dogs should eat dog food. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Fan prepared to head out. "Stay home and behave. Don't make noise, don't bark, and keep a low profile. Don't attract zombies or other survivors." He patted De Huang's head, not caring whether the dog understood, and then grabbed his gear and left. Today's mission was the same as yesterday's: continue clearing out this building, scavenging supplies, and finding some dog food for De Huang. The first 13 floors had already been cleared, so there was no need to check them again. Zhang Fan went straight to the 14th floor. He climbed to the 14th floor in one go without even panting, which made him realize just how good his physical condition had become. Ding dong, ding dong. He rang the doorbell of Unit 1401 and waited quietly. There was no response. Wait, there was movement, although the sound was faint. Through the door, Zhang Fan still caught the subtle sound of voices. Were there people inside? He turned and left without hesitation. In the absence of a conflict of interest, Zhang Fan had no desire to clash with other survivors. Life was hard enough, no need to make it harder. The less trouble, the better. 15th floor, 16th floor, 21st floor, 22nd floor, sweeping all the way, collecting supplies while clearing zombies, and picking up the attribute light orbs dropped by the zombies along the way. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top floor. Zhang Fan had already killed several zombies and collected a whole bag of supplies. At this moment, Zhang Fan's attribute panel updated again. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 2 Esper. Physique, level 2, 1/100. Spirit, level 1, 3 out of 10. Ability, infinite ability pickup. Level 2 ability user. Finally reached level 2. Zhang Fan revealed a satisfied smile. He could deeply feel how powerful he had become. With one punch, he could smash a hole in the wall. With a light leap, he could easily cross 13 stair steps. This feeling was simply like being Superman. Keep it up. Zhang Fan really enjoyed the feeling of constantly growing stronger, but the snakeskin bag was already full, so it was time to head back. Returning to the basement rental room, Zhang Fan was warmly welcomed by De Huang. The little yellow dog wagged its tail, stuck out its small tongue, and licked Zhang Fan's hand, its enthusiasm warming his heart. "Big Yellow, look what I've brought you." Zhang Fan gently stroked Big Yellow's head and took a bag out of the snakeskin sack. It was a 40-pound bag of dog food. "Starting today, you have to eat dog food." Zhang Fan smiled as he took out a plastic container and filled it with dog food. Big Yellow just sniffed it and quickly lost interest, wagging his tail as he continued to look at Zhang Fan. "What's wrong, don't like it?" Zhang Fan had long anticipated this outcome. Most dogs prefer food with a stronger flavor, while dog food generally tastes bland, neither fishy nor salty. Even if you don't like it, you have to eat it. Dog food is a must. Zhang Fan put down the bag of dog food, washed his hands, and began preparing his own lunch. Luck was on his side today. He had found a gas cylinder in one of the rooms and carried it back, even taking the stove along. For lunch, he planned to steam some rice and make 3 hot dishes to treat himself well. An hour later, the food was ready and served: stir-fried shredded potatoes, stir-fried green peppers with cured meat, and stir-fried eggs with tomatoes. All 3 dishes were simple home-cooked meals, yet they made Zhang Fan's mouth water. Paired with fragrant white rice, he couldn't help but want to dig in heartily. You don't realize the value of food until you're in charge of it. After experiencing days of hunger, even the simplest home-cooked dishes now seemed extraordinarily delicious. Zhang Fan ate 3 large bowls of rice before letting out a satisfied burp. Being full is also a kind of happiness. He stroked his round, full belly, lay comfortably on the bed, and lazily stretched. Before long, drowsiness overtook him, and Zhang Fan fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 3 p.m. After a quick face wash, Zhang Fan picked up his fire axe and headed out. Today's task wasn't to gather supplies but to go to the school and search for his missing girlfriend, Molly. Zhang Fan and Molly were both students at the University of Science and Technology. Zhang Fan was a junior, and Molly was a sophomore. Ever since the apocalypse struck 7 days ago, Zhang Fan had lost contact with Molly. She disappeared the moment the apocalypse began, and there was a high chance she had already turned into a zombie. But if she was alive, he wanted to see her. If she was dead, he wanted to see her body. Without seeing her corpse, Zhang Fan refused to give up. Previously, it had been hard enough just to survive on his own, and he lacked the strength to search for Molly, but now he wanted to give it a try. Besides, the residential area where he lived was not far from the school, only about 300 meters in a straight line. If he was careful, it should be fine. Even if he were surrounded by zombies, Zhang Fan wasn't afraid. He was much faster than those slow-moving zombies. De Huang, stay home and wait for me. He gently patted the little yellow dog's head and then went out. The neighborhood was eerily quiet, deathly still. Before his eyes were corpses, severed arms, mangled limbs, and dried bloodstains. Flies and mosquitoes buzzed incessantly, maggots crawled over the bodies, and the entire neighborhood reeked of decay. 3 or 4 zombies wandered aimlessly, like headless flies drifting about. What is hell on earth? This is it. Not just this neighborhood, but the entire city of Modu, the entire country, and even the whole world had become like this. The entire world had turned into hell. Before the internet went down, Zhang Fan had seen a post speculating that after the apocalypse, over 90% of the global population had turned into zombies. Among the remaining 10%, 60% had died at the hands of zombies, leaving less than 40% of the survivors alive. In other words, out of the 7 billion people worldwide, fewer than 28 million survivors remained. However, this was not the end, but the beginning of a new chapter. The remaining 28 million people not only have to face the endless hordes of zombies but also endure hunger, disease, loneliness, fear, and the treachery of other survivors. Being alive does not mean victory. Perhaps death might be easier. Zhang Fan cautiously followed the planned route toward the east gate of the residential area, as the east gate was closest to the school. As soon as he moved, he immediately caught the attention of several zombies, who staggered toward him like flies drawn to decay. Zhang Fan showed no fear, swinging his fire axe as he charged forward. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the heads of 5 zombies were severed and fell to the ground, motionless. 5 glowing orbs dropped, and Zhang Fan picked them up, one by one, instantly feeling a warm current surge through his body, further enhancing his physical strength. Physical strength, level 2, 3.5/100. Keep moving. Over the next 2 minutes, Zhang Fan encountered 6 zombies one after another. After dealing with them all, he finally arrived at the east gate. Constitution, level 2, 6.5/100. The neighborhood where Zhang Fan lived was separated from the school by just one street. The once tidy main road was now filled with randomly parked vehicles, with several cars even crashed into each other. The ground was littered with car parts and shattered glass. It was easy to imagine that many accidents had occurred here when the apocalypse struck. Apart from the vehicles, the most common sight was corpses. Bodies were scattered everywhere, lying in disarray, turning the entire city into what seemed like a ghost town. Although he had anticipated such a scene, witnessing it with his own eyes still weighed heavily on Zhang Fan's heart. It was only 3 in the afternoon. At this time on a normal day, the streets would be bustling with activity, people taking walks, walking their dogs, or even showing off their affection. And now, silence, deathly silence. Not a single living person, not even a stray dog, could be seen. Apart from the corpses, there were only zombies. The apocalypse. This was the true apocalypse. I usually complain about the crowds, grumble about the square dancing ladies being too noisy, and criticize the old men walking their dogs for not picking up after them. Now that I suddenly can't see any of this, my heart, sigh. Perhaps, the entire society will never return to its former bustling glory. With a heavy heart, Zhang Fan crossed the street clogged with vehicles and arrived outside the wall of the University of Science and Technology. The west gate of the university was still over 100 meters away, but Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered to walk. With a leap, he jumped over 3 meters high and directly vaulted over the university's wall. After landing inside the wall, Zhang Fan was taken aback. In front of him, dozens of zombie-like figures dressed as students were wandering aimlessly around the campus, like headless flies. This wasn't surprising. The street was close to the teaching buildings, and the zombie outbreak had occurred in the morning when classes were in session. The students attending class had turned into zombies, rushed out of the teaching buildings, and roamed the campus, which explained why there were so so many zombies here. So many zombies. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly rushed forward. He wanted to turn all these creatures into golden orbs. The nearest zombie charged at him, growling as it tried to take a bite. What greeted it was the powerful swing of a fire axe. The zombie's head exploded instantly, and a golden orb dropped from its body. Zhang Fan picked up the golden orb, and a warm current surged through him again, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Zombies are fearless of life and death. The second zombie stepped on its companion's corpse and continued to pounce forward. Crack, the second zombie fell dead on the spot. Then came the third, the fourth. Zhang Fan was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, slaying zombies one by one, with golden light clusters dropping from their bodies. He kept picking up the fallen light clusters, his physique growing stronger and his fighting spirit surging. In just 2 minutes, more than 20 zombies had perished at his hands, and his physique had skyrocketed by over 10 points. Physique, level 2, 22.5/100. The average physique of an adult male is 1, but Zhang Fan had now reached 22.5, meaning his physical fitness was 32.5 times that of an ordinary adult male. The rapid improvement in physique made Zhang Fan even more formidable. The fire axe in his hand felt lighter than a bamboo stick, and the power he unleashed was unstoppable, crushing everything in his path. With a single swing of the axe, 4 or 5 zombies surrounding him were decapitated, completely no match for Zhang Fan. 5 minutes later, a pile of corpses as tall as a small hill lay before him, with foul-smelling blood splattering everywhere. Looking around, not a single zombie remained alive. In the distance, some zombies were still staggering toward him, but within a 100-meter radius, no living zombies could be seen. All the nearby zombies had been slaughtered by Zhang Fan. After such an intense battle, anyone else would have been exhausted, but Zhang Fan felt full of energy, as if an endless stream of power was surging within him, with no trace of fatigue. He glanced again at the attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 2 ability user. Physique, level 2, 43/100. Spirit, level 1, 3 out of 10. Superpower, infinite ability pickup. Mass killing of zombies is indeed the best shortcut for me to quickly grow stronger, Zhang Fan thought to himself with satisfaction. He then flicked the blood off the fire axe and strode toward his girlfriend's dormitory building. Along the way, he encountered more than a dozen zombies, effortlessly cutting them down, and finally arrived at the base of Ma Li's dormitory building. As a student residential area, the number of zombies here was no less than near the teaching buildings. Zhang Fan showed no fear, swinging the fire axe as he charged forward, with only one thought in his mind: just do it. Slash, slash, slash. He pushed forward relentlessly, heads rolling and zombies falling one after another. Armed with just a fire axe, Zhang Fan fought his way from the first floor to the 8th floor, carving out a bloody path. Finally, standing in front of dorm room 818, Zhang Fan felt an inexplicable tension. He and Ma Li had been together for over a year and shared a deep bond. He didn't want anything bad to happen to her. However, things did not go as he wished. Zhang Fan kicked open the dorm room door, and 2 zombies immediately roared and lunged at him. One of them, about 1.7 meters tall with a round face and double eyelids, was unmistakably Molly. Molly! Zhang Fan's eyes instantly turned red. Roar Mary had already turned into a zombie and couldn't respond to him, lunging forward with a snarl. Sorry. A trace of pain flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes as the fire axe in his hand swung almost instinctively. Splat! A golden orb of light fell. Another zombie lunged at him, and Zhang Fan casually killed it with another swing of the axe before slowly walking toward Mary. Mary! Memories of the past surfaced in his mind, his throat tightened, and his heart was filled with suffocating sorrow. On the day the apocalypse began, Mary had gone missing. Although there was no power outage, no internet disruption, and her phone still had power, she had vanished without a trace. This undoubtedly indicated that Mary had already turned into a zombie when the apocalypse struck. Even though he had suspected it in his heart, seeing it with his own eyes now, Zhang Fan still couldn't suppress the sadness within him. Damn it! Zhang Fan punched the wall, causing the concrete to shake violently. Who's there? A low voice came from the next room. This is... Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, Jingya? Bang! The door of dorm 819 was suddenly flung open, and a tall, stunning figure rushed out. She stood about 1.78 meters tall. With supermodel-like long legs, a slender waist, and a full chest, her figure was absolutely outstanding. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, easily scoring a 9 out of 10. This woman was none other than Jingya, the campus belle of the University of Science and Technology, and also Ma Li's roommate. The two shared a close relationship, being good friends and confidants. Although Zhang Fan and Jingya weren't particularly close, they had shared meals and traveled together before, maintaining a good rapport. At this moment, Jingya appeared disheveled, her face pale, covered in bloodstains, and her hair a complete mess, clearly in bad shape. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, tears streamed down her face in excitement. Thank goodness! Finally, I've found a living person. Zhang Fan, has the rescue team arrived? Rescue? Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned before understanding. After the apocalypse descended, many people placed their last hopes in the government government and military, struggling desperately and longing for the army to dispatch forces to clear the zombies and restore order to the city. But this was clearly a pipe dream. Sorry, there's no rescue. I came here alone. Zhang Fan sighed. The sparkle in Jingya's beautiful eyes instantly dimmed, her face full of disappointment. I should have known, with the apocalypse here, how could there be any rescue? Saying this, she looked at Zhang Fan again. By the way, are you here to find Molly? Zhang Fan nodded. Molly has turned into a zombie. His voice was low, revealing endless sorrow. I know. A trace of sorrow flashed in Jingya's eyes. I'm leaving. What are your plans next? Zhang Fan asked. Leaving? Jingya's voice was filled with despair. I want to leave too, but the campus is crawling with zombies. How can I go? That's not a problem, Zhang Fan said. Wherever you want to go, I can take you. The school is not a place to stay for long. Roar. She certainly understood that staying at the school was impossible, firstly because of the rampant zombies, and secondly due to the lack of supplies. Even if she wasn't killed by zombies, she would eventually starve or die of thirst. It was simply unsustainable. If she had the chance to leave, Jingya would have done so long ago, but unfortunately, she lacked the ability. Can you really take me away? A glimmer of hope ignited in Jingya's beautiful eyes. I want to go to Tea Mountain Manor. My parents are there. Tea Mountain Manor? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. Tea Mountain Manor is located in the Tea Mountain National Forest Park Resort area. The entire estate consists of only 72 villas, with each villa averaging 6 acres of land and the largest reaching up to 40 acres, spread across nearly 20 islands, true island villas. The greenery rate is as high as 84.7%, while the floor area ratio is only 0.1. The average price of each villa is in the tens of millions. Jingya's parents actually live there? Could Jingya be a second-generation rich kid? Zhang Fan had previously heard from Molly that Jingya's clothing and accessories were all designer brands, but she was always low-key and had never revealed her family background. No one knew her true identity. Now it seemed she was undoubtedly a wealthy and beautiful heiress. However, asking Zhang Fan to take her to Tea Mountain Manor was absolutely impossible, as the distance was simply too far. Jingya, Tea Mountain Manor, is 50 to 60 kilometers away from here. There's no way we can get there, Zhang Fan said helplessly. Why don't you suggest somewhere closer? Sorry, I was too naive. A trace of disappointment flashed in Jingya's eyes. She had lost contact with her parents for several days and just wanted to find them as soon as possible, neglecting the difficulties of reality. Returning to the Tea Mountain estate before the apocalypse would take at least over an hour, and if there was traffic, it could take 2 hours. Now, with zombies everywhere outside and the roads completely blocked by vehicles, how could they possibly get there? Then let's go to Huadingyayuan. My family has an apartment there, and the environment is much better than the school, Jingya suggested again. Huadingyayuan. Zhang Fan couldn't help but click his tongue. What a second-generation rich kid. Huadingyayuan was also a high-end villa community, with only 21 villas in total. Each villa was worth over 100 million, even more expensive than the ones in the Tea Mountain estate. Zhang Fan thought about how he had to scrimp and save, even take on part-time jobs, just to rent a 40-square-meter basement. Meanwhile, others could easily afford villas worth billions. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. They had all grown up under the same red flag, enjoyed the same spring breeze, eaten the same grains, and received the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why was there such a huge gap between people? What do you think? Seeing Zhang Fan remain silent, Jingya quickly asked. Roar. Huadingyayuan is a little over 8 kilometers from here. It's worth a try. Zhang Fan nodded in response. Jingya bowed deeply. I'm counting on you. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Hurry up and pack your things. Come with me. Okay. Jingya immediately returned to the dormitory to pack her luggage. Before long, she came out carrying a suitcase. Zhang Fan was helpless. He'd heard that girls' suitcases were always big and heavy, and today he finally witnessed it firsthand. But this was the apocalypse. Carrying such a large suitcase, was that really a good idea? Just as Zhang Fan was about to persuade her to bring fewer things, he suddenly saw Jingya extend her slender fingers and gently swipe across the surface of the suitcase. To his astonishment, the suitcase mysteriously disappeared. Crack. Disappeared? Zhang Fan thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes, but the suitcase was indeed gone. Jingya, how did you do that? Zhang Fan asked in surprise. That's my special ability, Jingya said softly. Zhang Fan, since you managed to come here alone, you must have awakened a special ability too, right? I've indeed awakened a superpower. Zhang Fan quickly nodded. My superpower is strength-based, but it's rather mediocre. The infinite pickup ability was his greatest trump card, and Zhang Fan decided to keep it a secret for now. Just as I suspected. Hearing that Zhang Fan had also awakened a superpower, Jingya breathed a sigh of relief. My superpower is a portable space. Through Jingya's explanation, Zhang Fan gradually understood the concept of the portable space. As the name suggests, a portable space is an alternate dimension that one can carry around, similar to a space ring, a space bag, or Doraemon ferryman's anywhere. Door-like dimensional pocket. Since Jingya's current level was relatively low, the space she had created wasn't very large, only 1,000 cubic meters. This was equivalent to the volume of a box with a length, width, and height of 10 meters each. A portable space. Zhang Fan's eyes flickered. This superpower is seriously a bit of a cheat. Is it a bug? Jingya said with a bitter smile. I think this ability is too useless. Apart from storing things, it's almost completely useless. Compared to this useless ability, I'd much rather awaken some combat-related abilities. For example, controlling water or fire. That way, I could easily slaughter zombies and search for my parents. No, Zhang Fan shook his head. This ability is extremely useful. The biggest function I can think of is collecting supplies. Over the past 2 days, while gathering supplies, Zhang Fan could only carry a burlap sack around, but the sack's capacity was limited. It would fill up quickly, forcing him to return to the rental apartment to unload it, then go back upstairs again. The constant back and forth was truly troublesome. If one had a portable space, the situation would be vastly different. After finding supplies, they could be directly stored in the space, simple, convenient, and efficient. Moreover, a space of 1,000 cubic meters is incredibly spacious, capable of holding a lot of items. Even emptying out a supermarket wouldn't be an issue. Really? Jingya blinked. Of course. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and half-jokingly said, if you don't mind, we can team up. Together, we can definitely live quite comfortably. Sure. Jingya agreed almost without hesitation. She knew Zhang Fan's character and trusted him. Besides, after hiding in the dormitory for days, constantly on edge, she finally encountered a living person like Zhang Fan. Naturally, she wanted to seize the opportunity. Then it's settled. Zhang Fan picked up a fire axe. Stay close to me. Let's move out. Okay. Arriving at dorm room 818, Zhang Fan picked up Ma Li's corpse, intending to take it down for burial. Having been together for over a year, Zhang Fan couldn't bear to leave Ma Li's body exposed in the wilderness and decided to give her a proper resting place. Seeing this, Jingya stored Ma Li's body in her portable space, making it easier to move. The two went downstairs, encountering no zombies along the way but instead coming across countless corpses. These corpses had their heads severed by sharp blades, with fresh cuts that were clearly recent. Zhang Fan, did you kill all these zombies? Jingya asked in surprise. Zhang Fan nodded. You're this skilled? Jingya seemed a bit incredulous. Just as Zhang Fan was about to explain, a beast-like roar suddenly echoed. From the stairwell corner, a zombie staggered toward them. It wore a t-shirt on its upper body and shorts on its lower body, a buzzcut young male zombie with a relatively slim build. Without a word, Zhang Fan swung his axe, cleanly severing the buzzcut zombie's head. His movements were swift, precise, and ruthless. Jingya stared unblinkingly. My ability is strength-based, so being strong is normal, Zhang Fan explained, with a smile while picking up a golden orb that had fallen to the ground, increasing his strength by another 0.5. You're amazing, Jingya exclaimed. This is nothing. The two exited the dormitory building and encountered more corpses, almost everywhere. Did you kill all these too? More or less. You killed so many zombies all by yourself? Yep. Impressive, right? Since most of the zombies had already been dealt with when they arrived, they encountered very few on their way out, making the journey relatively uneventful. Exiting the university gates, they found the streets completely blocked by vehicles. Walking 8 kilometers to Wooding Garden would not only take a long time but also be very dangerous. The roads are all blocked. How do we get there? Jingya frowned, looking troubled. Simple. Zhang Fan walked to the roadside, picked up an electric scooter, and smiled. We'll ride this over. The streets were cluttered with vehicles parked haphazardly, making driving impossible without clearing the way. Naturally, if they had a heavy-duty truck or similar large vehicle, they could simply crush their way through. But unfortunately, they didn't. In such circumstances, electric scooters and motorcycles were undoubtedly the most convenient and flexible options. Zhang Fan found an electric scooter and carried Jingya as they weaved through the gaps between vehicles. Zhang Fan, is this really okay? Jingya felt a bit nervous, her heart racing. The streets were filled with zombies, and riding an electric scooter? This was no joke. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Zhang Fan reassured her with a smile. Roar on the street, a few zombies were wandering around in small groups. The noise from the electric scooter immediately caught their attention. They charged forward, roaring, like flies drawn to a foul smell. 4 were ahead, and 3 were behind, completely blocking the way. Zhang Fan, zombies are coming. Jingya's face turned pale with fear. Watch me. Zhang Fan stopped the electric scooter, grabbed the fire axe from the basket, and stepped forward. Thud, thud, thud. Before the 7 zombies could get close, their heads flew high into the air, and they staggered before collapsing, motionless. Jingya was stunned. Amazing. Piece of cake. Zhang Fan tossed the fire axe back into the basket at the front of the scooter, got back on, and continued forward. To avoid being surrounded by large groups of zombies, Zhang Fan deliberately avoided particularly crowded and bustling places, such as hospitals, subway stations, stations, and residential entrances. Even so, as they passed a supermarket, they still encountered more than 20 zombies. Roar roar, the 20-some zombies, initially wandering aimlessly like headless flies, immediately rushed over from all directions upon hearing the sound of the scooter, surrounding it completely. Jingya had never seen so many zombies before. Terrified, she clung tightly to Zhang Fan's waist, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. Jingya, don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhang Fan gently patted her hand and smiled to comfort her. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed the fire axe and charged out. The fire axe in his hand was like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting the zombies' heads. In less than half a minute, all 20-some zombies had fallen. Jingya was stunned. Zhang Fan, you're so amazing. It's not that I'm amazing, it's that these zombies are too weak. Zhang Fan chuckled. Don't be fooled by how scary they look. They're actually not even as capable as normal people. Their movements are stiff, their speed is far slower than that of normal people, and as for flexibility, forget about it. Their minds are pitifully simple, with no intelligence at all, they don't even know fear. As long as we can overcome the fear in our hearts, zombies are far less terrifying than we imagine. That's true. Jingya seemed to have an epiphany. Let's go, keep moving. The two continued their journey. Although there were some tense moments along the way, they arrived at Huatang, Yeyuan after half an hour. This was a high-end villa district, and compared to the streets filled with wandering zombies and scattered corpses, Huatang Yeyuan had far fewer zombies and was much cleaner. Upon entering the community, they were greeted by rows of stand-alone villas spaced far apart, resembling palatial castles. Between the villas were vast green lawns, dense woods, and expansive gardens. I've long heard that Huading Yenyuan is the most luxurious villa district in the Magic City, and it truly lives up to its reputation. Zhang Fan marveled inwardly, then asked, Jingya, which villa is yours? Building 9. Jingya was a bit excited. After so much effort, she had finally returned. Although her personality was usually serene, she couldn't hide her excitement at this moment. You lead the way. Alright. Under Jingya's guidance, the two quickly arrived in front of Building 9. Before them stood a villa resembling a European palace. This is truly extravagant, Zhang Fan exclaimed in awe. Not much use, Jingya sighed. Before the apocalypse, it might have been valuable, but now, even the fire axe in your hand gives more of a sense of security. You can't say that. The villa was equipped with a smart home system, so there was no need to unlock the door manually. Facial recognition was enough to open it. Unfortunately, there was a power outage, and relying on the villa to open the door automatically became a luxury. Luckily, Jingya had a key with her. She opened the door. The foyer was larger than the living room of an ordinary mansion, and 2 Roman columns made the space appear particularly dignified. The 8-meter-high ceiling gave the living room an imposing grandeur. A classical fireplace, wooden wall panels, crystal chandeliers, hand-painted silk wallpaper, and exquisitely classical furniture filled the entire space with a noble, palace-like atmosphere. There was also a European aristocratic dining room that seemed straight out of a movie, a crystal bathroom fit only for a princess, and a bedroom so luxurious that simply lying in it made one feel overwhelmed by opulence. Zhang Fan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. The villa's level of refinement and splendor was even more extravagant than a palace. Compared to this, his own humble rental apartment was simply incomparable. Jingya, just how big is your house? Zhang Fan asked in disbelief. About 2,000 square meters. Jingya took a deep breath. Make yourself comfortable, I'll go upstairs to wash my face. Alright, Zhang Fan nodded. Jingya went upstairs alone, but just as she reached the staircase, the sound of footsteps echoed. Zhang Fan turned around in confusion, only to see a man and a woman coming down from upstairs, both with wary expressions. The man was wearing a white bathrobe, standing about 1.8 meters tall, and had a refined and gentle appearance. The woman, on the other hand, was dressed in a silk nightgown, standing just over 1.6 meters tall. The nightgown was clearly ill-fitting, appearing somewhat loose on her. Who are you, and why did you break into my house? The woman asked angrily. Who let you in? Get out of my house immediately. The man also glared at Zhang Fan and Jingya with fury. What was going on? Wasn't this Jingya's home? Zhang Fan was completely confused. Your house? Jingya's expression changed slightly. Building 9 of Huading Yenyuan, is this your home? What's wrong? Is there a problem? The woman asked coldly. Jingya couldn't be bothered to say more. She raised her right hand, took out a document folder, and pulled out the property deed. Opening the door, she pointed to the ownership certificate and said firmly, word by word, take a good look. The owner of this house is named Jingya, and I am Jingya. Now it was the couple's turn to feel awkward. They were certainly not the owners of the house. In fact, they were real estate agents from the neighborhood. The man was named Yang Jialong, and the woman was Guipan. On the day the apocalypse struck, they had been showing a client around the community. When the disaster hit, they fled into this villa, broke open a window, and took over the place. Since then, they had been living there. Although it had only been a few days, they had already grown deeply attached to the villa, treating it entirely as their own home. In their view, the villa's owner hadn't shown up for so so long, likely because they had turned into a zombie or been killed by one. Surely, the villa had become an ownerless property. If that was the case, why should they care? After all, it was the apocalypse. Who cared about property ownership anymore? Naturally, whoever occupied the place first had the right to claim it as their own. However, they hadn't expected the original owner to return. Yang Jialong and Guipan felt awkward for a moment, but their expressions quickly returned to normal, becoming arrogant once more. Guipan placed her hands on her hips, like a shrew ready to argue, and said, "So what if you're the original owner? Do me a favor and go outside to see what kind of world it is now. You're still bothering me with this nonsense? Now it's already the apocalypse, almost everyone outside is dead, let alone a shabby house? I'm telling you, we were the first to seize this house, so it rightfully belongs to us." Guipan pushed Jingya and pointed outside the door, shouting loudly, "Now, I demand you get out of my house immediately. You are not welcome here." Jingya's face turned pale with anger. "What do you mean what? If you know what's good for you, get out of here." Yang Jialong casually gestured, and a kitchen knife suddenly flew out of nowhere, aiming straight at Jingya. Yang Jialong sneered maliciously, "Stupid woman, it's the apocalypse now. Even if I kill you, it would just be a meaningless death. If you want to survive, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you come in upright and leave lying down." TSK, what a pair of filthy lovers. Although Zhang Fan understood that after the apocalypse descended, the constraints of law and morality had vanished, and all the suppressed desires and darkness within people would be completely unleashed and erupt, he still hadn't expected that those who once appeared upright and proper could change so quickly and so thoroughly, to the point of openly seizing someone else's house, and doing so with such self-righteousness and arrogance. Truly, Zhang Fan couldn't find the words to judge them and could only sigh, realizing he was truly a good person. Why didn't I think of taking over a villa myself? The thought of still being stuck in that 40-square-meter basement filled his heart with a wave of disappointment. He really wasn't bad enough. Though his mind was filled with countless emotions, Zhang Fan wouldn't just stand by and watch the shameless couple bully Jingya. After all, she was his friend. Zhang Fan stepped forward a few paces, shielding Jingya behind him, and glared disapprovingly at Yang Jialong and Guipan. "I'll give you one chance, leave here immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." "Oh, really? You're going to be rude? Do you think I scare easily?" Yang Jialong waved his hand slightly, and the kitchen knife floating in midair immediately pressed against Zhang Fan's throat. Yang Jialong looked smug. "Today, I want to see exactly how you're going to be impolite. Let me tell you, my husband can control metal, he's an ability user, a superhuman." Guipan shouted arrogantly, "You're not even worthy to carry his shoes. If you don't want to die, get lost immediately." Ha! Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with these two idiots. He suddenly grabbed the kitchen knife pressed against his neck and casually slashed. Squelch! The sharp kitchen knife easily sliced through Yang Jialong and Guipan's throats, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Their eyes widened in shock as they desperately tried to cover their throats, but it was futile. Blood flowed through their fingers, quickly soaking their clothes. Thud! The two fell backward, and 5 light orbs dropped from their bodies. Yang Jialong's body released 3 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white. Guipan's body released 2 1 gold and 1 silver. Zhang Fan stepped forward calmly, picked up the 5 light orbs, then lifted their corpses and walked out. "You rest for a bit. I'll take care of these 2 bodies," Zhang Fan said to Jingya. Thank you." Jingya repeatedly expressed her gratitude. She did not blame Zhang Fan for killing Yang Jialong and Guipan. She was no saint. These two had occupied her house, so it was only right. Dragging their corpses far from the villa, Zhang Fan casually threw them to the ground and couldn't be bothered to deal with them further. A sharp pain suddenly surged through his body, crashing into his nerves like a raging storm. "What's happening?" Zhang Fan hunched over in pain. "What's wrong with me?" Fortunately, the pain came quickly and left just as fast. In just half a minute, the intense pain vanished without a trace, leaving Zhang Fan utterly stunned. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 2 Esper. Physique, level 2, 53/100. Spirit, level 1, 6 out of 10. Ability, infinite ability pickup, metal manipulation ability. Physique increased by 6 points. Spirit increased by 3 points. Metal manipulation ability? I've gained the ability to manipulate metal? Zhang Fan was stunned. He suddenly thought of Yang Jialong's superpower and recalled the white light that had fallen from Yang Jialong. Could that white light represent Yang Jialong's superpower? My superpower can actually pick up other superpowers? This is amazing. Let's try out this new superpower. Zhang Fan focused intently, sensing a subtle change occurring within his body. He couldn't quite describe the specific transformation. It was an indescribable feeling. With a thought, a section of water pipe in the distance suddenly lifted off the ground and hovered in midair. "Go!" Zhang Fan pointed into the void. Whoosh! The quietly floating water pipe shot out like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, piercing fiercely into a nearby mycelia tree, leaving only the tail end exposed. Disintegrate! Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, and the water pipe embedded in the tree trunk instantly crumbled, turning into a pile of metallic powder. Condense! The metal powder quickly gathered, shattered, and before long, it formed a sharp steel cone. Then, the steel cone turned into a curved blade, then into a disc, and then into a knife and fork. The metal powder kept changing shapes, and Zhang Fan played with it as if he had discovered a new toy, thoroughly enjoying himself. It wasn't until Jingya called him that he stopped and returned to the villa. Jingya washed her face, changed into loose-fitting pajamas, and tied her hair up with a headband, giving her a lazy yet lively appearance, with less of her usual cold elegance and sensuality. She poured a glass of milk for herself and Zhang Fan, handing one to him. "There's not much to eat at home. The only thing I could find to serve you is milk," Jingya said with a wry smile. "Sorry." Zhang Fan took a sip of milk and let out a sigh of relief. Jingya gently sipped her milk before slowly asking, "Zhang Fan, do you have any plans next?" "Plans?" Zhang Fan spoke honestly. "What plans?" "Hunting zombies and collecting supplies." Hunting zombies could enhance his strength, and Zhang Fan wouldn't slack off. He was eager to become stronger. Collecting supplies was even more critical. Food, drink, and daily needs all depended on resources. "That's too vague." Jingya frowned. "I think we should come up with a detailed plan, one with goals, structure, and scientific efficiency, and then strictly follow the plan to survive better." Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and humbly asked, "What suggestions do you have? Tell me quickly." Jingya thought for a moment before slowly asking, "Which basement have you been staying in these past few days?" Zhang Fan did not deny it. Mary and Jingya talked about everything, so Jingya knew he had rented a basement off campus. "Move in," Jingya said, "starting today, move here and live with me." "Live with you?" Zhang Fan was stunned. "Don't get the wrong idea." Jingya's face turned red, and she quickly explained, "Your basement is too small to store much supplies. Besides, it's dark and damp there, very uncomfortable to live in. The environment can't compare to mine. My place has a lot of space. The basement alone is 800 square meters, and with the 2,000 square meters of rooms, it's enough to store plenty of supplies. Besides, there are fewer zombies, the environment is better, and it's much more comfortable to live here than where you are. What's more, it's not safe for me to live alone in such a big house. Just like today, whether it's other survivors or zombies, I can't fend them off. So, I need you." "Alright." Zhang Fan didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "Are you kidding? Only a fool would choose to live in a basement when they could stay in such a big villa, and he was no fool. Secondly," Jingya continued, "we need to purposefully gather supplies, food, drinking water, clothes, and shoes, the more, the better. Gas cylinders, stoves, pots, pans, and dishes. If possible, it would be best to get a few generators too. Didn't those two guys just say it? It's the apocalypse now, and everything has become ownerless. Since it is ownerless, we can naturally take it as we please without worrying about anyone." "You make a very good point." Zhang Fan nodded repeatedly. "In that case, create a detailed inventory of supplies, and we'll strictly follow it to collect all the necessary materials as much as possible." "I'm good at this, I can have it done by tonight." Jingya immediately nodded. Although she was still in college, she had already taken over the family business, managing some affairs. Creating a small supply list was a piece of cake for her. "Thank you for the trouble." That night, Zhang Fan stayed at Jingya's house. This luxurious standalone villa with 5 bedrooms, 5 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms was more than enough for 2 people. To ensure safety, Zhang Fan chose to stay in the room next to Jingya's. Don't get the wrong idea, this was Jingya's own suggestion. Staying in such a large villa with the campus beauty next door, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a bit restless. Coupled with his unsettled thoughts, he suffered from insomnia until 2 a.m. before finally drifting off to sleep. At 8 a.m. the next morning, Zhang Fan groggily heard a knock on the door. It was Jingya calling him. Not only had she prepared a supply collection plan, but she had also thoughtfully made breakfast. The breakfast was simple: a slice of bread, a sausage, and a carton of milk for each of them. Jingya felt a bit embarrassed about it. "Sorry, supplies are limited, so please make do with this." These ingredients were all collected by Yang Jialong and Guipan. Without them, these things wouldn't be here. "That's enough." Zhang Fan nodded while checking the supply collection list and leisurely enjoying his breakfast. The supply list made by Jingya was very detailed, but overall, it mainly included several aspects. First, collecting various foods, especially those with a long shelf life and easy to store. Second, collecting beverages, including bottled water and water in large containers. Third, collecting clothing, toilet paper, and other daily necessities. Fourth, collect freezers, generators, and diesel. Fifth, to sum it up, everything needed for daily life must be collected. After finishing breakfast, they locked the villa's main door and set off. They planned to first check out the nearby Gwaha Mall. Gwaha Mall was the largest shopping center in the area, with 6 floors, each selling different types of goods. If Gwaha Mall hadn't been looted yet, the supplies inside would be enough to last them a long time. Riding the electric scooter out of the villa and along the main street leading to Gwaha Mall, Zhang Fan spotted a heavy truck. He stopped the scooter in front of the truck and said with a smile, "Jingya, let's switch vehicles." "Alright." Jingya's face lit up with joy. Compared to the nerve-wracking electric scooter, the heavy truck felt much safer. The truck's driver was nowhere to be seen, and Zhang Fan easily opened the door and got in with Jingya. "Zhang Fan, do you know how to drive a heavy truck?" Jingya asked with some concern. Never driven one, but it should be fine. Zhang Fan twisted his neck and said, the whole street is clear now, no need to worry about hitting anyone. True enough, Jingya nodded. Zhang Fan turned the key and started the truck. The heavy-duty vehicle rumbled forward. Not long after, they encountered a Havel H5 ahead. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan drove straight over it. Rumble, the Havel H5 was pushed along for a short distance before instantly being flattened, and the truck roared away. Zhang Fan felt an unparalleled thrill. He'd never done anything like this before. When riding a shared bike, he had to be extremely cautious, afraid of bumping into someone else's vehicle. But now, the streets were full of cars, including luxury ones worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, and he could drive and crash into them as he pleased. No need to worry about owners coming to demand compensation, nor about being stopped by traffic police. After all, there wasn't a single living person visible on the streets. Zhang Fan drove the heavy truck recklessly, smashing through luxury cars one after another, and couldn't help but cheer inwardly. It's just a few cars, why are you so excited? Jingya asked, somewhat puzzled. Don't you think it's thrilling? Zhang Fan asked with a grin. Exciting? Of course, exciting. Men. A man's happiness is just that simple. Zhang Fan drove the heavy truck, rampaging all the way, crushing everything in his path, whether cars or zombies. 20 minutes later, they finally arrived at Gwaha Mall. The scene in front of the mall was like hell on earth. Corpses, zombies, and severed limbs scattered everywhere. The bodies had already decayed, crawling with maggots and flies, emitting a nauseating stench. Over 20 zombies swayed in front of the mall, either silent or growling, completely like headless flies. Seeing these zombies, Zhang Fan actually felt a sense of relief. The zombies gathered here conveniently provided them with protection, indicating that the Gwaha Mall had likely not been visited by other survivors yet, and the supplies inside should still be intact. From this perspective, zombies could be considered somewhat useful, at least for safeguarding resources. Stay in the car. Wait until I deal with these zombies, then you can come down, Zhang Fan instructed, parking the car by the roadside. Make sure to stay safe, Jingya said with concern. Don't worry. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, opened the car door, jumped out, and closed the door behind him. Roar, the 20 or so zombies in front of the mall had already heard the commotion and staggered toward him. Zhang Fan carried a satchel, opened it, and a streak of light flew out from inside. What is that? Jingya focused intently on Zhang Fan's actions and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the streak of light. It wasn't a streak of light but a metal disc about the size of a plate. The center of the disc was solid, while the edges were as thin as paper, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Whoosh! The metal disc transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight toward the fastest-running zombie. Accompanied by a squelch, it effortlessly sliced through the neck of the first zombie before continuing its flight toward the second one. A bright red line appeared on the neck of the first zombie. Immediately after, its head slid off, completely severed from its body. Thud! The zombie collapsed to the ground, motionless. This is... Jingya's beautiful eyes widened as she immediately turned her gaze to the metal disc. After severing the first zombie's head, the metal disc flew toward the second zombie. Swoosh! The head of the second zombie also fell, followed by the third, the fourth. The small metal disc was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, slicing through the zombies' necks one after another, severing their heads. In the blink of an eye, the 20-some zombies in front of the mall had all been decapitated and collapsed to the ground. The metal disc spun in the air once before returning to Zhang Fan, floating quietly in front of him. Metal manipulation ability. Jingya was utterly shocked. Isn't Zhang Fan's ability supposed to be strength-based? How did it turn into metal manipulation? Or could it be that Zhang Fan has awakened two abilities? Due to the short time since the emergence of superpowers, Jingya's understanding of them was very limited. She didn't know whether each person could only awaken one superpower, nor could she explain why Zhang Fan possessed two. However, none of that mattered. The stronger Zhang Fan was, the higher their team's chances of survival, which filled Jingya's heart with joy. Get out of the car. Zhang Fan turned around and said. Jingya opened the car door and got out, her face full of excitement as she looked at Zhang Fan. You have the ability to control metal? Didn't you see it for yourself? Zhang Fan shrugged, not hiding anything. I just awakened it last night. So, how is it? Cool, right? Handsome. Absolutely stunning. Jingya nodded with a smile. The efficiency of this ability in hunting zombies is incredible, truly amazing. I think it's amazing too. Flattered by the school beauty's praise, Zhang Fan's heart fluttered with excitement, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. He called out and took the lead in heading toward the mall. On the way to the mall, Zhang Fan collected the golden light clusters dropped by the zombies one by one. Over 20 golden light clusters provided him with 13 physique attribute points, further enhancing his physique. Physique, level 2, 66/100. The first floor of the mall is a supermarket, with shelves in disarray and goods scattered all over the floor. From a distance, zombies could be seen wandering aimlessly in the supermarket. There are quite a few zombies in the supermarket, so the goods probably haven't been looted. This trip won't be in vain. Zhang Fan lowered his voice and said, I'll clear out the the zombies first, then you can collect the supplies. You all. Jingya nodded repeatedly, be careful. Don't worry. Yang Xiaomei, Shenwen, Duinghe, and Xiao Jia were cashiers at the supermarket on the first floor of Gua Mall. After the apocalypse broke out, they hid in the storage room in the corner of the supermarket and managed to survive until now. The storage room was only about 30 square meters, packed with goods, leaving just enough space for them to sit or lie down. The four of them squeezed into this cramped, foul-smelling space, too afraid to go outside because of the overwhelming number of zombies. Others had tried to escape before, but unfortunately, they all ended up as meals for the zombies. For a full 8 days, Xiao Jia and the others huddled in the tiny storage room, surviving on instant noodles and snacks when hungry, and drinking cola or beer when thirsty, barely clinging to life. Unfortunately, their supplies wouldn't last much longer. The storage room was mostly stocked with cigarettes and alcohol, with very little food. After several days of consumption, only 2 boxes of instant noodles remained. With zombies surrounding them outside and no rescue in sight, the dwindling food supply caused the four of them to break down emotionally, leading to conflict. In the end, Yang Xiaomei, Xianwen, and Duinghe banded together to take control of the remaining instant noodles. The three of them were older, all in their 40s, and locals of the city, having worked at the supermarket for many years. Naturally, they formed a clique. In contrast, Xiao Jia, the youngest at just over 20 years old and an outsider from another region, was ostracized. Sister Yang, could you spare me some food? Xiao Jia leaned weakly against the corner of the wall. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. There were several scratch marks on her face and neck, and bruises on her hands and arms. These were from the day before yesterday when she fought over instant noodles with Yang Xiaomei, Xianwen, and Duinghe. Although she usually appeared delicate, once she started fighting, she was like a tigress. Especially the middle-aged women in their 40s and 50s, each as fierce as a tiger, leaving Xiao Jia, a young girl, no match for them. There are only 2 boxes of instant noodles left. If you eat them, what are we supposed to eat? Yang Xiaomei, who had a black mole at the corner of her mouth, glared at her angrily, cursing, isn't there beer next to you? If you're hungry, drink some beer to fill your stomach. Exactly. You outsider, what are you even eating for? Be grateful you can drink beer. Xianwen chimed in with mocking sarcasm. Shen Jia, have you all forgotten that I was the one who let you in? Xiao Jia felt deeply disappointed. Ask yourselves honestly, if it weren't for me, would you still be alive? So what if you saved us? Do you expect us to be eternally grateful or worship you like a deity? Duinghe snorted coldly. We don't even have food for ourselves, so how could we have anything to give you? Exactly. You're just an outsider, a worthless life. Even if you die, you're not worth much. Yang Xiaomei cursed. Stop arguing. At that moment, Xianwen suddenly whispered sharply, it sounds like there's something going on outside. Yang Xiaomei and Duinghe immediately quieted down. The three of them gathered by the door, peering outside through the gap. Then, they witnessed an incredible scene. A silver metallic disc was spinning up and down in the air, slicing through the necks of zombies, one after another. The once ferocious zombies appeared so fragile in front of this metallic disc, their heads severed with a mere swipe. The zombies in the supermarket fell to the ground one after another, like stalks of chives being cut down. Even the zombies charging from afar were decapitated in turn, meeting their end. In just 2 minutes, all 30-some zombies wandering inside the supermarket were dead. This, Yang Xiaomei and the others were dumbfounded. At that moment, they saw a tall and handsome young man appear not far away. The metallic disc, which had been slaughtering zombies like pigs and dogs, returned to the side of the handsome young man, hovering quietly. Drip, tick-tock. The metallic disc dripped blood bit by bit, as if suspended in mid-air, without falling to the ground. This, Yang Xiaomei and the other two exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, Xianwen suddenly remembered something. On the second day of being trapped in the storage room, her entire body inexplicably ached for half a minute. Afterward, she discovered she had awakened a certain ability. She had secretly tested it while the others were asleep. She had actually turned a sausage into metal. A sausage? Turned into metal? It was real. However, using this supernatural ability consumed a tremendous amount of energy. After using it several times in a row, Xianwen felt completely drained. Due to the food shortage, she no longer dared to use it, fearing she might starve to death while trapped here. Still, Xianwen understood deep down that she had awakened a special power. She named this ability Touch to Gold. Here, gold didn't refer to gold or gold bullion but rather to metal and alloys. So I'm not the only one who awakened a superpower. Xianwen stared at the handsome young man in the supermarket. He also awakened a superpower, and it's controlling metal. A living person. Yang Xiaomei suddenly shouted. A living person came. Could he be the rescue we've been waiting for? It must be the rescue. Didn't you see him kill all the zombies in the supermarket? Duinghe said excitedly. Let's go. Hurry up. Let him take us out of this hellish place. Yes. The 3 middle-aged women, already driven mad with desperation, didn't care about anything else and quickly pushed open the storage room door, rushing out. Young man, save us. Young man, Why did you take so long to come? Sniff, sniff, we're saved. Seeing 3 elderly women suddenly rush out, Zhang Fan was startled and almost controlled the metal disc to attack. Once he realized they were 3 living people, he quickly stopped, though the vigilance and caution in his eyes did not diminish. Who are you? Zhang Fan shouted. The 3 middle-aged women were extremely excited, and Yang Xiaomei hurriedly replied, Young man, we are the cashiers here. We've been trapped in the supermarket storage room and managed to hold out until now. Young man, are you part of the rescue team? Xianwen quickly asked, or has the government already sent rescue personnel to save us? After speaking, Xianwen looked at Zhang Fan eagerly, hoping to get a positive answer from him. Sorry, I'm not part of the rescue team. Like you, I'm just a survivor from nearby, Zhang Fan said truthfully. Hearing this, the 3 elderly women were utterly disappointed. Yang Xiaomei asked again, Young man, you seem very capable. Could you take us home? Xianwen and Duinghe also looked at Zhang Fan. Where do you live? Zhang Fan asked. If it was nearby, he wouldn't mind giving the 3 elderly women a ride home. I live at 670 Yingxian Road. I live at. The 3 of them simultaneously reported their addresses. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately refused. Sorry, you live too far away. I can't take you back. What a joke. Even the closest, Duinghe's home, is over 20 kilometers away. How could it be possible to deliver them there? Besides, what's the point of going home? Once back, they'd still have to face endless zombies. What's the difference between home and here? The 3 middle-aged women looked anxious. Yang Xiaomei pleaded repeatedly, Young man, you can't do this. We're trapped here, unable to eat or sleep properly. You can't just leave us to die. You're so amazing. Killing zombies is like chopping vegetables for you. You can't just ignore us. No problem. Xianwen chimed in, Young man, please help this old lady get home. At worst, I'll pay you. Just tell me, how much do you want? Is 100 enough? Pay me? Zhang Fan was amused. Not enough? Then how about 200? If that's still not enough, I can give you 500. Xianwen said, 500 is the most I can give. I usually take the bus to work and it costs me at most 5 yuan. Zhang Fan said with a smile, Ladies, you should keep this money for your own retirement. After saying that, Zhang Fan ignored them and called Jingya to come in and collect the supplies here. Money? In this era, what uses money? It's not even comfortable enough to use as toilet paper. Young man, you can't do this. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young are traditional virtues of the Chinese nation. As a young person, you have the responsibility to take us home. Yes. Young man, you can't just ignore us. Otherwise, how are we supposed to survive? Young man, do you believe that if I lie on the ground, I'll cling to you for the rest of my life? The 3 middle-aged women became anxious and quickly caught up with Zhang Fan, surrounding him. One grabbed his arm, another tugged at his collar, completely preventing him from leaving. Despite their frail appearance, they were surprisingly strong, making it impossible for anyone to escape. When facing zombies, they appeared timid, but when dealing with humans, they showed no fear. Zhang Fan felt a surge of anger, his face instantly darkening as he coldly said, Let go. Not letting go. Yang Xiaomei retorted loudly, If I let you go, you'll just leave on your own. Who's going to take care of us then? I'm telling you, young man, you can't do this. They say the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. You're so capable, you have an obligation to escort us home. Xianwen grabbed Zhang Fan's collar. It's the end of the world, most of humanity is already dead. You can't just ignore us. Otherwise, how are we supposed to survive? Young man, you can't be too selfish. We've all agreed to pay you. If 500 isn't enough, we can add more money. As long as you escort us home, the payment is negotiable. Duinghe grabbed Zhang Fan's arm forcefully, leaving several red marks on it. At this moment, Zhang Fan was completely enraged, his eyes blazing with anger. I'll say it one last time, let go. Not letting go. Absolutely not. Xianwen shouted, If you run off, what are we supposed to do? Young man, I'm telling you, if you don't want us to accuse you of something, you'd better obediently take us home, or else. Poof, poof, poof. A streak of light flashed by, and 3 heads slid off their shoulders, thudding heavily onto the ground. The 3 pairs of eyes were wide open in utter terror, filled with shock, confusion, and even unwillingness to accept their fate. Yes, they died with unresolved grievances. They never dreamed that Zhang Fan would actually be ruthless enough to do it. How could he dare? How could he not dare? Zhang Fan cast a cold glance at them. In the apocalypse, still trying to rely on seniority and morally coerce him? They had picked the wrong person. Jingya witnessed the entire scene without saying a word. She simply gave Zhang Fan a deep look, then walked to the side and began collecting the scattered supplies on the ground. The 3 middle-aged women had dropped a total of 7 light orbs, 3 golden, 3 silver, and 1 white. A white light orb? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, and he picked up the white light orb first. A white light orb represented a superpower, which meant that one of the 3 women had awakened an ability. As the green light orb merged into his body, a wave of icy energy surged through him. Immediately after, a familiar, excruciating pain swept over his entire body. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and endured it. Half a minute later, the pain completely subsided. Zhang Fan Fan let out a long breath and quickly checked his attribute panel. Abilities: Infinite Ability Collection, Metal Manipulation, Transmutation of Stone to Gold. Turning stone into gold? Zhang Fan was stunned. What kind of superpower is this? Turning stones into gold? If it really was about turning stones into gold, this superpower would be somewhat useless. Before the apocalypse, it might have been a great ability to get rich, but now that the apocalypse has come, what use is gold? Can it be exchanged for a few packs of spicy strips? Zhang Fan felt it was unlikely. Then, he picked up the other 6 light orbs. His physique increased by 6 points, and his spirit increased by 3 points. Name: Zhang Fan. Level: Level 2 Ability User. Physique: Level 2, 86/100. Spirit: Level 1, 9 out of 10. Abilities: Infinite Ability Pickup, Metal Manipulation, Turning Stone into Gold. The mental increase is a bit slow. Zhang Fan was somewhat dissatisfied but helpless. Hunting zombies only drops physical light clusters, while mental light clusters don't drop at all. To increase mental value, he must kill humans. Unless he goes on a killing spree specifically targeting survivors, the growth of his mental value will stagnate. Let's try the new ability. Zhang Fan carefully felt it, then picked up a dropped pack of instant noodles and activated the new ability. The plastic bag outside the instant noodles instantly seemed to be coated with a layer of golden paint, quietly turning golden. Did this really turn into gold? Zhang Fan was stunned and lightly weighted with his hand. Yes, it was indeed heavy. Not only the outer bag but also the noodles inside had turned into gold. In other words, the entire pack of instant noodles, from inside to outside, had completely transformed into gold. Is this really gold? Zhang Fan felt something was off with the texture, so he manipulated the golden instant noodles in his hand, transforming them into a dagger. Go! With a wave of his hand, the golden dagger shot through the air and embedded itself fiercely into the wall ahead. Thud! The golden dagger pierced deeply into the wall, leaving only a small portion of the handle visible, emitting a continuous buzzing sound. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan immediately understood that this golden metal was not gold at all. Gold is soft, especially pure gold, which can even be dented by teeth, making it unsuitable for crafting weapons. Those so-called gold weapons are merely coated with a layer of gold on the surface. This dagger could slice through iron like mud, and the crisp buzzing sound it made was more akin to steel than gold. Zhang Fan examined the dagger closely and found it to be extremely sharp, far sharper than the metal disc he had crafted, using a kitchen knife capable of easily cutting the disc in half. This further confirmed that the metal created by the transmutation process was not gold but an unknown metal. Weapons made from this metal were exceptionally sharp. A divine weapon. Zhang Fan picked up a few more items, casually transmuted them into metal, and crafted several new weapons. A golden disc for long-range attacks to hunt zombies, and a large machete over a meter long for close combat. These two weapons were far sharper than the previous metal disc, and Zhang Fan couldn't wait to test them out on zombies. However, the zombies on the first floor had already been thoroughly cleared by him, so he could only wait to check the second floor later. Meanwhile, Jingya moved through the supermarket, causing items to vanish one by one, leaving the area behind her spotless. In just over 10 minutes, she had collected nearly half of the supermarket's supplies, leaving behind only rotten or spoiled food and useless items. In no time, Jingya arrived at the storage room, only to find a young woman lying inside. "Are you okay?" Jingya asked from outside the door. Out of caution, she did not enter the storage room. Moreover, the room reeked of a pungent stench, so strong it made her instinctively step back. "Can you give me something to eat?" A weak woman's voice came from the storage room. Jingya hesitated for a moment but eventually took out a bottle of milk, preparing to bring it in. "Let me do it." Zhang Fan happened to walk over, reached out to take the milk, and handed it to Chao Jia. As soon as Chao Jia got the milk, she immediately inserted a straw and drank it down in one go. After finishing the carton of milk in one breath, she let out a long sigh of relief. Then she looked at Zhang Fan and Jingya with a face full of gratitude and said, "Thank you." She was very beautiful, with fair skin, delicate features, a curvaceous figure, and flawless looks. However, at this moment, she appeared weak, her face pale, clearly having gone without food for a long time. Beautiful people always seem to receive preferential treatment, at least in Zhang Fan's case. After all, he was a sucker for good looks. "You're welcome." Zhang Fan gave a kind smile and asked curiously, "The four of you should be together, right? Why are the other three so energetic, while you're so weak?" Those three middle-aged women were quite strong. Zhang Fan had experienced it firsthand. They clearly hadn't gone hungry. Chao Jia gave a bitter smile and recounted her ordeal. After hearing her story, Zhang Fan shook his head. Although he despised the actions of those three women, he could somewhat understand. In this world, even good people could be driven mad, let alone those who were inherently malicious. After a while, Chao Jia regained some strength. Through their earlier conversation, she had learned that Zhang Fan and Jingya were survivors from the nearby area who had come here to gather supplies. Chao Jia immediately requested, "Can you take me with you? I want to go with you." She was well aware of the situation outside. In such circumstances, staying staying here alone would undoubtedly lead to a miserable death. Following Zhang Fan and the others was her only chance of survival, and it was also her only option at the moment. Zhang Fan hesitated, although it was difficult to refuse a beautiful woman's request. Having one more person meant consuming more food and resources. In this situation, Zhang Fan didn't want to support idle people, nor did he want a mere vase to become a burden. Seeing Zhang Fan's hesitation, Xiao Jia quickly pleaded, "Don't worry, I won't just eat and do nothing. I can help. I can cook, and I'm very skilled. I used to run a restaurant and was the head chef." She could cook. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. This was definitely a bonus. His own cooking skills were limited. While he could stir-fry a few simple dishes, they were far from delicious. Jingya, being a pampered young lady, completely relied on others, and expecting her to cook was clearly unrealistic. In such circumstances, the team indeed needed a chef. Zhang Fan couldn't help but look at Jingya. "Take her with us," Jingya suggested. "We collect supplies every day and need someone to help organize them. This sister is a good choice, and she can cook, which is rare." Jingya could foresee that as they continued to gather supplies, the stockpile at home would become increasingly abundant. Supplies couldn't just be piled up randomly after being brought back. They needed to be organized and categorized. In such a situation, having Xiao Jia would undoubtedly add a helping hand. Zhang Fan nodded. "Welcome to our team. I'm Zhang Fan, and this is Jingya." Thank you so much. My name is Xiao Jia." Xiao Jia immediately expressed her gratitude. "You must be older than us, right? From now on, we'll call you Sister Xiao." Zhang Fan smiled and said, "Sister Xiao, hello, you can call me Xiao Zhang, and call her Xiaoya." "Hello." The three of them exchanged simple greetings, considering themselves acquainted. "Sister Xiao, have some more food to regain your strength. Jingya and I will go organize the supplies on the first floor." A dozen minutes later, all the supplies on the first floor were taken away by Jingya, leaving the vast supermarket empty. Only rotten vegetables and fruits, spoiled meat, and some useless junk remained. Seeing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but marvel at how convenient Jingya's portable space ability was. In just half an hour, such a large supermarket had been cleaned out completely, like a mobile warehouse. If he were to clear out the supermarket himself, he would have to slowly pack everything into burlap sacks, which would take who knows how long. Not to mention the wasted time, it would also be extremely troublesome and, more importantly, unsafe. How could it compare to Jingya's convenience? "Jingya, is your portable space full?" Zhang Fan asked with a smile. "The space is still quite ample." Jingya gently shook her head. "The goods in this supermarket may seem like a lot, but they actually don't take up much space." "Alright, then let's go check the second floor." Zhang Fan looked at Xiao Jia and asked, "Sister Xiao, what is sold on the second floor?" "Clothes," Xiao Jia replied. After drinking some milk, eating a piece of bread, and a sausage, she had regained quite a bit of energy. Jingya's eyes lit up. "Are there women's clothes?" "Both men's and women's clothing are available." Xiao Jia nodded. "Shall we check out the second floor?" Jingya looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan waved his hand. "Follow me." Zhang Fan walked in front, Jingya in the middle, and Xiao Jia at the back. The three cautiously climbed the stairs. Since the elevator was broken, they had no choice but to use the stairs, which inevitably made noise. As soon as they reached the floor, a zombie lunged at them. It was a female zombie, dressed in designer clothes and adorned with luxurious accessories, looking glamorous. Unfortunately, after turning into a zombie, she was no different from the others, rushing toward Zhang Fan and the group as soon as she saw them. Xiao Jia turned pale with fright and quickly called out a warning. Poof! A golden disc sliced through the zombie's neck, and as filthy blood splattered, its head separated from its body. A golden light orb dropped. Zhang Fan lifted his foot, and the golden orb drilled into his body. A warm current surged through him, and his physique increased by another 0.5. Zhang Fan smiled and said to Xiao Jia, "Sister Xiao, don't worry, these zombies aren't that scary." Xiao Jia stared blankly at the golden disc that returned to Zhang Fan's side. "Is this an ability?" "Yes, an ability." Zhang Fan nodded. After the apocalypse descended, many of the survivors awakened abilities. "Go! Xiaoya has awakened too?" "Alright." Xiao Jia looked at Jingya again. Jingya nodded slightly. "Watch out." Receiving a positive response, Xiao Jia let out a long sigh of relief. "Then, it seems I have awakened too." Zhang Fan and Jingya simultaneously turned their gaze to Xiao Jia, their eyes full of curiosity. "Sister Xiao, what is your ability?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Jia had also awakened an ability. This surprised the two of them. She and Yang Xiaomei had been squeezed into a cramped storage room with two others, ostracized by the other three, and nearly starved to death. If she had truly awakened an ability and her combat power increased, she wouldn't have to endure their bullying anymore, right? Therefore, Zhang Fan and Jingya instinctively assumed that Xiao Jia hadn't awakened an ability. Although awakening an ability was considered normal, as many survivors had developed abilities. Xiao Jia blushed slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. "My ability is rather useless. I can detect zombies nearby." "Detect zombies?" Zhang Fan and Jingya looked at each other and said in surprise, "This superpower is no small thing." "Really?" Xiao Jia responded a bit shyly. "I don't think it's very useful. not much of a big deal. It's incredibly useful. Zhang Fan said with a smile, Sister Chow, I heard that over 90% of the global population has turned into zombies. Alright, this means the world we live in has almost become a realm ruled by zombies. We are surrounded by zombies. If you can detect them, it means we can know in advance where the zombies are, allowing us to prepare and avoid them. At critical moments, this is a life-saving skill. Really? Chao Jia blinked. Of course. Zhang Fan said with a smile, Sister Chow, give it a try. How many zombies are on the second floor of the mall? Jingya also looked at Chao Jia expectantly. I'll give it a try. Chao Jia nodded and slowly closed her eyes. 1, 2. A dozen seconds later, Chao Jia opened her eyes. There are 17 zombies on the second floor of the mall, and 11 on the third floor. You can even detect the third floor? Zhang Fan was somewhat surprised. The Guaha Mall was very large, with a single floor covering at least 4,000 square meters. The second and third floors combined exceeded 8,000 square meters, and with a ceiling height of over 6 meters, it was truly unexpected that Chao Jia could detect zombies within such a vast area. Chao Jia focused intently and sensed for a moment, I can detect zombies within a 1 kilometer radius centered on me. A 1 kilometer radius? That's incredible. Zhang Fan and Jingya were both amazed and secretly delighted. They had truly found a treasure. A 1 kilometer radius was no small range, and Chao Jia's ability to detect that far meant that if zombies approached within 1 kilometer in the future, they would know in advance. In this way, they could prepare countermeasures in advance, greatly reducing the danger and increasing their chances of survival. It's practically a humanoid radar. Originally, they thought they had hired a cook and a handyman, but unexpectedly, they ended up with a humanoid detector. What a pleasant surprise. Let's go. Let's deal with the zombies on the second floor first. We need to collect some new clothes. We haven't had anything to wear lately. The second floor of the mall indeed sold clothes, with a wide variety of men's and women's apparel, and plenty of brands. Men's clothing included Septwolves and HLA, while women's clothing featured Peacebird and Uniqlo, among others. After Zhang Fan cleared out 17 zombies, the three of them entered the clothing store on the second floor and began collecting clothes one by one. Watching Jingya and Chao Jia pack up outfits one after another, Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh and say, back in the day, whenever I went into a clothing store, I'd spend ages picking and choosing. When I finally found an outfit I liked, I'd look at the price and leave dejectedly. I just couldn't afford it. Back then, I often thought, if only clothing stores didn't charge money, I could take whatever I wanted. Who would have thought that one day in the future, such an absurd wish of mine, born out of self-indulgent imagination, would actually come true? Yeah, who would have thought? Chao Jia sighed. Not to mention clothes and shoes, the streets are full of luxury cars and mansions. As long as you're willing, you can drive any luxury car, live in any mansion, and have whatever you want. The world is indeed vastly different from before. But I don't like this kind of world. I still wish I could go back to the past. Although I earned a meager salary every day and work was exhausting, at least it was safe and life held hope. But now, Chao Jia sighed, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Living day to day, with no hope for the future at all. Zhang Fan and Jingya nodded silently. If there was one word to describe their strongest feeling now, it would be chaos. Disorder. Extreme chaos. The advent of the apocalypse had completely shattered the order of society and the world. Civilization had entirely vanished, and the laws that upheld social order were gone without a trace. Today's society is like a scene of chaos. Coupled with the threat of zombies and food shortages, people's hearts have become extremely disordered, and the dark sides and repressed desires deep within humanity have been completely unleashed. When the world is in turmoil and people's hearts are in disarray, the future becomes entirely shrouded in mist. No one can predict what will happen in the future, how long they can survive, whether they will be killed by zombies or starve to death. Everything has spiraled out of control. Life always has its storms, but time forever moves forward. Zhang Fan sighed and said, we cannot foresee the future, we can only stay grounded and strive to live each day to the fullest. Chao Jia nodded repeatedly, as long as we stand united, we can overcome any difficulty. We not only need to overcome difficulties but also live better than before. Jingya's gaze was firm, her eyes shining brightly. People often say that heroes emerge in turbulent times. This era is full of crises and chaos, but it might also be an opportunity. The original order has been completely shattered, and the inherent social hierarchy is in utter chaos. Survivors are now all on the same starting line. If we can seize the opportunity and push forward against the current, we might just carve out a new world and rewrite our destinies. Zhang Fan couldn't help but glance at Jingya, feeling a bit surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so ambitious, but he had to admit, Jingya's words made a lot of sense. The world today is indeed one of broken order and chaotic structure. Everything is being reorganized, returning to the same starting line. If one can truly grasp the opportunity, it might be possible to defy fate and achieve something extraordinary. Seeing Zhang Fan staring at her in shock, Jingya gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. What? Scared? Not really, I just think what you said makes a lot of sense. Zhang Fan smiled and sighed. According according to my previous trajectory, I would most likely graduate from college, find an ordinary job, earn an ordinary salary, live an ordinary life, make a down payment on an ordinary house, find an ordinary wife, and live an unremarkable life. It's different now. The world has changed. Exactly. We've all awakened superpowers, and wanting to be an ordinary person, living an ordinary life, is no longer possible. If we want to survive, or even live better, we have to fight, compete, and seize. Zhang Fan looked at the two women. Since we're destined to fight, compete, and seize, why not fight harder, compete fiercer, and seize more aggressively to live an even better life? Well said. Jingya looked at Zhang Fan, her eyes sparkling. Since we refuse to be ordinary, then let's fight for it. There is nothing difficult in the world, as long as one is determined. If we have the will, we might just succeed. Chao Jie was also moved. Whatever you guys do, just don't leave me behind. Haha, how could that be? Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Come on, our first goal, empty out the small. What followed naturally needed no further words. Jackets, t-shirts, shirts, trench coats, hoodies, sportswear, pants, down jackets. From inside to out, take everything that fits. The entire second floor was ransacked by the three of them, looting nearly over 100 sets of clothes. With these clothes, we'll have enough to wear for years. Chao Jie's face was flushed, her brows and eyes filled with joy. I've never had so many clothes before. As a woman, she had always loved all kinds of beautiful clothes, but due to supporting her family, she didn't have many. This time, they had looted so many clothes, and most of them were even brand names. How could she not be happy? Jingya, on the other hand, appeared relatively calm. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she had always been low-key, but her home was full of clothes. However, buying so many clothes at once still brought her joy. In the post-apocalyptic world, all resources would become non-renewable for a long time. Every bit used would mean less, and there wouldn't be new clothes on the market for a long time. With these clothes as reserves, there would be no worry about having nothing to wear for the next few years, which was worth celebrating. Jingya, is there still enough space in your portable storage? Zhang Fan asked. Plenty, Jingya replied. Zhang Fan nodded and then looked at Chao Jie. Sister Chao, what is mainly sold on the third floor? Appliances. Chao Jie immediately said. Go to the third floor. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately led the two women to the third floor. With Chao Jie acting as a living radar, they could detect zombies in advance. Under Chao Jie's guidance, Zhang Fan quickly cleared the third floor of 11 zombies. Afterward, the three of them began to wander around the third floor. The third floor offers a dazzling array of appliances, almost everything you could think of: air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, range hoods, rice cookers, ovens, gas stoves. Is it necessary to collect appliances? Chao Jie furrowed her delicate brows. The power is out now. These things are completely useless. That's simple. Zhang Fan explained. We'll get a few generators later and install them in the villa. With generators, there will be electricity, and these household appliances can be used. Great idea. That's good. Chao Jie's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Having electricity is so convenient. Without it, being in the dark is really too inconvenient. Jingya nodded slightly. As a modern person, living in a world without electricity would definitely be a nightmare. A generator must be collected. Next, the three began selecting some essential electrical appliances, storing them all in the portable space. A refrigerator was indispensable for preserving food. An oven was also necessary for grilling. A rice cooker was a must-have for cooking rice. Washing machines, air conditioners, electric fans, water dispensers, vacuum cleaners, induction cookers, juicers, soy milk makers, shavers, hair clippers, hair dryers, and, of course, a water heater. After scavenging a large pile of appliances on the third floor, Jingya's portable space still had room to spare. The three continued to the fourth floor. There were only 9 zombies on the fourth floor, which Zhang Fan easily dealt with before they began collecting supplies. This floor sold digital products, including computers, laptops, mobile phones, cameras, tablets, televisions. The three walked into a Huawei phone store. Zhang Fan rummaged through the counters and pulled out a Huawei Mate XS2, exclaiming excitedly, "This is the latest foldable phone that just launched this year." Previously, he had been using a Huawei Nova 9 that cost 2,000 yuan and had been using it for 3 years. It was unbearably slow. This year, he had planned to replace it with a new one, but due to financial constraints, his budget could only stretch to around 3,000 yuan for a domestic phone. Even for 3,000 yuan, he didn't have the money and had planned to use installment payments on JD.com. Unexpectedly, before he could buy the phone, the apocalypse struck, and now the latest Huawei foldable phone was right in front of him. It was truly fate playing tricks. Jingya couldn't help but remark, "Brother, the network is down. Even the best phone is just a useless gadget now." Zhang Fan nodded and said dejectedly, "Yeah, with the network down, the phone is practically useless. However, you can still use it to watch movies, play offline games, or check the time." After saying this, Zhang Fan directly stuffed the Huawei Mate XS2 into his bag. But he didn't stop there. He also packed the other Huawei Mate XS2 phones in the store into his bag. Seeing this, Jingya and Chao Jie couldn't help but smile and shake their heads as they each each picked out a few phones. Although they couldn't go online, Zhang Fan wasn't wrong. Watching movies, binge-watching shows, or playing offline games was still possible. At the very least, it could even be used as a flashlight. The three of them scavenged all the way, not sparing the latest models of mobile phones, tablets, laptops, desktop computers, and digital cameras. Zhang Fan even took the USB drives and external hard drives of the store owner who sold computers. Chao Jia looked puzzled. Xiao Fan, aren't there plenty of new USB drives here? Why are you taking the used ones from the owner? Chao Jia, you just don't get it, do you? Zhang Fan said with a smug smile. Usually, the USB drives of computer store owners are packed with resources. Songs, TV series, movies, games, these owners basically have them all. With these USB drives and external hard drives, we can copy the resources onto our phones. Otherwise, with just a phone, it would be completely empty and could at most be used as a flashlight. Zhang Fan said this while packing the USB drives and external hard drives into the bag. It's not like before now. We can't go online or download resources from the internet. We can only use the ready-made resources from USB drives, external hard drives, and CDs. Chao Jia suddenly understood and couldn't help but laugh. You college students really know a lot. It's just that we pay attention to different things. Zhang Fan waved his hand. By the way, Sister Chao, do you know where I can buy game discs? The 5th floor is the arcade. They should sell game discs there, right? Chao Jia said uncertainly. They definitely will. I'll go check it out later. Zhang Fan responded excitedly. After scavenging the 4th floor, the three of them went up to the 5th floor. The 5th floor housed an arcade and a cinema. Zhang Fan scavenged quite a few gaming consoles and game discs from the arcade, which delighted him. He thought to himself that with these game discs and consoles, he could pass the time when bored in the future. Since there was no internet access now and no need to work or study, there should be plenty of free time, right? Of course, whether they would actually be useful later was another matter, but it was better to take them just in case. The 6th floor was for bedding supplies, quilts, duvet covers, bed sheets, bedspreads, mattress protectors, pillowcases, pillows, blankets, bamboo mats, and mosquito nets. These were all daily necessities, so it was a no-brainer to take them. By the time they finished scavenging the 6th floor, Jingya's portable space was almost full. The three of them finally walked out of Guaha Mall and drove away in the heavy truck. Zhang Fan, this road doesn't seem to lead back to Huading Yenyuan, does it? Jingya asked suspiciously. We're stopping by my rental apartment first, Zhang Fan explained. I've stored some supplies there, and there's also a little yellow dog. Driving the heavy truck recklessly all the way, every vehicle encountered was crushed to pieces. The massive commotion naturally attracted a lot of zombies. In front, to the sides, behind, zombies were chasing from all directions. Zhang Fan was powerless against the zombies on the sides and behind, but the ones in front were violently crushed by him, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. Zhang Fan, you're too violent. Violent? Ha ha ha, absolutely violent. Sis, it's the apocalypse anyway. No one is restraining us, so we can live however we want. That's too reckless. Do you like it? It's okay. It seems you have a violent streak in your bones too. Zhang Fan drove while casually chatting with Jingya and Chao Jia, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. He realized that he seemed to enjoy this kind of life. No classes, no worries about tuition or rent, and no stress about finding an internship. Free and unrestrained, with no pressure, possessing supernatural abilities, and constantly growing stronger, and accompanied by beauties. What's not to like about such a life? Charging forward recklessly, the heavy truck finally arrived at the Huafu community near the University of Science and Technology. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan drove the heavy truck through the community's wall, barging straight into its interior. Eventually, they arrived at Building 14, where the rental apartment was located. Here we are, get out. Zhang Fan opened the car door and jumped out, followed by Jingya and Chao Jia in turn. The zombies in the neighborhood had almost been cleared out by Zhang Fan, and the three of them easily made their way to the basement rental room. Just as they reached the door, Zhang Fan's expression changed. The door was wide open, and a choking thick smoke rushed out to greet them. Something's wrong. Alright, Zhang Fan exchanged a glance with Jingya and Chao Jia before rushing inside. Sure enough, something had happened. The rental room had already been destroyed by fire. The bed, bedding, and all the supplies collected inside had been reduced to ashes. On the floor lay two charred remains resembling corpses, but there was no sign of Di Huang. What on earth happened here? Zhang Fan's face was ashen. At this moment, a low growl was heard. Zhang Fan turned his head and saw De Huang poking its head out from a pile of flying ash under the bedboard. De Huang? Zhang Fan called out. De Huang immediately dashed out of the ash, wagging its tail enthusiastically as it leapt into Zhang Fan's arms. Surprisingly, apart from being covered in some ash, it showed no signs of burns. Zhang Fan couldn't care less about that and excitedly petted De Huang's head. De Huang, you're okay? That's great. What an adorable little yellow dog. Seeing De Huang, Chao Jia beamed with delight. Zhang Fan, let me hold it. Careful, it might bite. Zhang Fan handed De Huang over. Chao Jia quickly reached out, eager to hold it. Big Yellow bared its teeth, letting out a low growl. At At the same time, black flames suddenly erupted from the top of its head. Once, twice, the black flames instantly ignited, rapidly spreading across Big Yellow's entire body, enveloping it in fire. Zhang Fan felt a sharp pain in his hands and instinctively let go of Big Yellow, allowing it to fall to the ground. When Zhang Fan looked down, he saw that his hands had been scorched, the burning pain excruciating. Zhang Fan took a sharp breath and immediately looked at Big Yellow. After landing on the ground, the black flames on Big Yellow's body not only didn't extinguish but burned even more fiercely. It glared angrily at Chao Jia, letting out low growls, its fur standing on end. Surprisingly, the black flames covering its body didn't damage its fur at all. These black flames were completely harmless to it. Zhang Fan and the other two were stunned. Jingya exclaimed, "Zhang Fan, has your pet dog awakened an ability too?" "It seems like it has," Zhang Fan said in a daze, "and it's even a strange black flame type ability." "Even a dog has awakened an ability?" Chao Jia exclaimed, her mouth wide open. "Yeah, even a dog has awakened an ability." Jingya shook her head with a bitter smile. This world. Zhang Fan didn't mind these things. Since humans can awaken supernatural abilities, why not dogs? "De Huang, don't get excited. They're all my friends and won't hurt you." Although Zhang Fan wasn't sure if De Huang could understand, he still tried to comfort it. Unexpectedly, De Huang seemed to really understand. The hostility in its eyes instantly disappeared, and De Huang stopped growling softly. The black flames on its body gradually extinguished. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from the divine dog engulfed in flames back into a gentle and adorable little yellow dog. Zhang Fan was stunned, his voice even stuttering. "De Huang, can you understand what I'm saying?" Jingya and Chao Jia also stared intently at De Huang, their faces filled with shock. But what happened next was even more astonishing. After hearing Zhang Fan's words, De Huang actually nodded its furry head in a human-like manner and then blinked its eyes. Holy crap, it's really become a spirit. Whether De Huang has truly become a spirit is still up for debate, but it can indeed understand human language. If you tell it to squat, it will never stand. If you tell it to stand, it won't squat. If you command it to unleash a flame attack on zombies, it doesn't hesitate, immediately opening its mouth to spit out a black fireball. It follows orders to the letter, incredibly obedient. Zhang Fan, amidst his shock and amazement, also felt immense joy. Initially, he took in De Huang just to have some company, never expecting it to be so capable. Not only did it awaken a superpower, but it also suddenly became intelligent, turning into his most reliable helper. What a huge gain! The three of them, along with De Huang, drove the heavy truck back to the villa at Huadingyaju. On the way, Jingya suddenly asked, "Zhang Fan, De Huang has suddenly become so smart. Do you think this might have something to do with its awakened superpower?" I think it's related." Zhang Fan nodded. "De Huang wasn't this smart before. Now it's suddenly so intelligent. It must be due to the influence of its superpower." Jingya nodded slightly. "I'm wondering, since De Huang can awaken a superpower and become intelligent, could other surviving animals also awaken superpowers and become intelligent?" Zhang Fan was startled for a moment, then slowly nodded. "I think this possibility is very high." "What about zombies?" Jingya suddenly asked. "Could zombies also awaken abilities and become intelligent?" Zhang Fan was stunned. He had never considered this question before, but upon careful thought, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, if humans can awaken abilities, and even dogs can, why not zombies? Essentially, there doesn't seem to be much difference between humans and zombies, since they were all humans. However, if zombies also awakened abilities and became intelligent, then survivors, like them, would be in grave danger. After all, the number of zombies is enormous. 90% of the global population has already turned into zombies, and the entire world has almost become a realm of the undead. In contrast, survivors like them have become the minority. If zombies remain mindless, they are manageable, but once they become intelligent and powerful, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jingya had clearly thought of this as well. She exchanged a glance with Zhang Fan, and both of their eyes revealed a look of horror. "Let's hope we're just overthinking it." Half an hour later, the three of them returned to the villa. This was also the first time Chao Jia had seen such a luxurious villa, and she was so stunned that she couldn't speak for a while. Afterwards, Jingya led Zhang Fan and Chao Jia to the basement. The 800 square meter basement had been converted into a gym, equipped with various fitness equipment, rowing machines, exercise bikes, treadmills, running machines, waist trainers, spinning bikes, and more. What a waste of all this fitness equipment. Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh. There's no other choice. Jingya shrugged. To stockpile supplies, we had to sacrifice these things. That's true. Zhang Fan nodded. This is actually not too bad. Jingya said with a smile, my dad's villa in the Tea Mountain estate has a basement that was converted into a collection room. It houses antique calligraphy and paintings, ceramic and jade artifacts, which are priceless. But, she continued, if we were living in the Tea Mountain estate now and needed to stockpile supplies, those things would have to make way. Well, would you be willing to part with them? Zhang Fan teased. What's there to be reluctant about? Jingya smiled faintly. It's the apocalypse already. What's the use of keeping those those things. That's true, but after all, those are priceless antiques. Who would be willing to throw them away? Zhang Fan replied with a laugh. Those who can't bear to part with things have never gone hungry. Jingya chuckled, said no more, and walked to an open area to release some supplies. As her portable space freed up some room, she began to store the gym equipment from the basement one by one. The basement instantly became empty, with nothing left except the mirrors on the walls. At this point, Jingya started releasing supplies on a large scale, while Zhang Fan and Chao Jie were in charge of organizing them. Jingya, being meticulous, had already divided the basement into several zones, such as a food area, a clothing area, and so on. Following her instructions, Zhang Fan and Chao Jie sorted the various supplies into their respective zones for easier access later. Since they had looted an entire mall, the amount of supplies collected was overwhelming, and it was impossible to organize everything in just a few moves. Zhang Fan's physical stamina was astonishing. He showed no signs of fatigue. In contrast, Chao Jie was panting heavily from exhaustion. She was already physically weak and couldn't handle such intense labor. Zhang Fan then told her to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while he stayed in the basement with Jingya to continue organizing the supplies. We really are a bit short on manpower, Zhang Fan complained while organizing supplies. At this rate, the speed of organizing supplies is too slow. I think so too, Jingya agreed. Having more people not only speeds up the process of organizing supplies but also makes it safer. So if there's a chance, let's recruit more people. The more, the merrier, and many hands make light work. Zhang Fan nodded. But we can't just recruit anyone. At the very least, their character must be trustworthy. Of course, Jingya deeply understood this. More people mean greater strength, but it's better to have fewer than to compromise on quality. If unsuitable individuals are brought into the team, it would not only be unhelpful but could also bring trouble. In the future, when collecting supplies, we can pay special attention. If we encounter suitable survivors, we can recruit them into our team to strengthen our forces. Busy until 6 in the evening, only a small portion of the supplies had been sorted when Zhang Fan stopped working because Chao Jie was calling them to eat. As he walked to the first floor, he could smell a tempting aroma from afar. When he reached the dining table, he saw the noble dining table covered with a feast of delicious dishes. Sister Chao, dinner is so lavish tonight, Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Dinner was indeed a feast for the eyes, consisting of 6 dishes and 1 soup, with 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetarian dishes. The meat dishes were stir-fried pork with green peppers, spicy crayfish, and chilled pig head meat, while the vegetarian dishes included garlic cucumber, stir-fried romaine lettuce, and sour and spicy shredded potatoes. The soup was radish meatball soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup, all perfectly balanced in color, aroma, and taste. There was also fragrant white rice, and just the smell alone completely whetted Zhang Fan's appetite. Usually gentle and serene, Jingya was now staring intently at the dining table, her throat involuntarily moving as she swallowed, clearly unable to resist her cravings. It was no surprise, considering today marked the 9th day since the apocalypse began. For a long time, she hadn't had a proper meal and had been enduring hunger daily. Seeing the table full of food now, the fact that she didn't immediately rush forward was already a great display of restraint. Didn't you say you hadn't had a decent meal in days? So I made a few extra dishes. Chao Jie, wearing an apron and holding 3 pairs of chopsticks, walked out of the kitchen with a slightly embarrassed look on her face. I hope you won't blame me for wasting food. How could we? Zhang Fan quickly waved his hand. If we run out of food, we can always find more. Anyway, we're well off now. Sure enough, Chao Jie's cooking skills were impeccable. The dishes she stir-fried were not only visually appealing but also tasted absolutely amazing. As Zhang Fan ate, he felt the flavor was no less than that of a high-end restaurant chef. Although Jingya didn't say anything, she completely forgot about her image, grabbing food non-stop and eating until her mouth was glistening with oil. Sister Chao, your cooking is incredible. Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up. Whoever marries you is truly blessed for 10 lifetimes. Chao Jie's cheeks flushed slightly as she rolled her eyes at Zhang Fan. I'm not as good as you say. After eating, Chao Jie went to wash the dishes, while Zhang Fan lay on the sofa for a while before starting to tinker with the laptops. Today, he had scavenged over 100 laptops, 90% of which were brand new and unopened. The remaining dozen or so were display models that shop owners had placed on the counters, and they had already been charged. Among them, for laptops still had power and could be turned on, though not for long. Zhang Fan powered on these laptops one by one. They were very clean inside, with almost no content. He didn't mind, as his goal wasn't to check the laptops themselves but to use them to examine the USB drives and external hard drives. Zhang Fan wanted to figure out what resources were stored on the USB drives and external hard drives he had scavenged today. After all, in the future, there would be no internet access, let alone the ability to download any resources. The network resources stored on these USB drives and external hard drives would become the last hope. As he opened these USB drives one by one, he indeed found many valuable items. Various essential software, such as Word and Master Lu, didn't need much mention as they weren't particularly particularly useful. What Zhang Fan valued more were TV series, movies, songs, online novels, and documentaries. Of course, if there were any good romantic action movies, that would be the icing on the cake. After checking over a dozen USB drives and external hard drives, Zhang Fan discovered hundreds of TV series, thousands of movies, thousands of songs, and several terabytes of romantic action movies. He was overjoyed. With these, he could binge-watch shows and movies during his free time and never feel bored again. Next, Zhang Fan took out a brand new external hard drive, created several folders for categorization, and neatly copied all the resources onto it. While waiting for the files to transfer, Zhang Fan pulled out the scavenged game discs and gaming consoles. There were a total of 32 gaming consoles, covering 9 brands, but they could only play offline games. The game discs were the same. Zhang Fan had only scavenged discs for offline games, leaving behind all the online game discs as they were useless. It's a pity there's no electricity, so I can't power them on or play. Zhang Fan felt a bit disappointed. Tomorrow, I must scavenge a few generators to get electricity running in the villa. Without electricity, nothing could be used. Phones, laptops, gaming, consoles, TVs, and other electronic devices were all just decorations. Ironically, the electronic products scavenged this time were all the latest models, with the best configurations. For example, the TCL 85x12 TV, 8K, 88 inches, 198 centimeters long, 113 centimeters wide, with excellent viewing effects, but without electricity, it was completely unusable. The feeling of only being able to look but not use was truly frustrating. Electricity was a must. Electricity was a must. Zhang Fan studied the equipment piece by piece. Unknowingly, the sun had already set, and darkness enveloped the land. The entire city quickly sank into the night. Tonight's sky was somewhat gloomy, with thick clouds covering it, not a single star visible. The entire neighborhood was surrounded by darkness, and the villas were all immersed in silent darkness. The darkness completely swallowed the surrounding world, with only a faint glimmer of light flickering in the living room of Villa Number 9. Zhang Fan, Jingya, and Xiaojia were not sleepy, sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting. On the table was a flashlight, the kind that uses batteries and doesn't require charging to provide light. Although the light was barely sufficient, it was still usable. Jingya and Xiaojia were munching on sunflower seeds, the light reflecting on their faces, their eyes sparkling with liveliness. Although it was already dark, it was still early, and the three were not accustomed to sleeping early, feeling no trace of drowsiness. Moreover, without phones, there was nothing else to do, so they could only gather and chat. It's really hard to adapt to this pitch-black darkness. It feels like we've returned to the primitive era. Zhang Fan chewed on a spicy strip, thinking to himself, tomorrow, I must get a few generators to power the villa. Yeah, we need electricity. My clothes have been piling up for days, Jingya said while munching on sunflower seeds. There's a farm machinery store on Birch Road. We can check it out tomorrow. If that doesn't work, we can only go to the electrical supply store on Huayang Road. They definitely have generators. Zhang Fan pondered, the shortest distance to Birch Road from here is at least 13 kilometers, but luckily, we have a heavy truck, so it shouldn't be a problem. He took a deep breath, and the burning sensation in his mouth eased slightly. Besides generators, we also need to get some diesel and gasoline, otherwise, we still won't be able to generate electricity. Xiaojia, while munching on sunflower seeds, said, can't we just get fuel from a gas station? Jingya nodded, there's a gas station near the neighborhood, we can check it out. After we return tomorrow, it would be best to get a tanker truck and stock up on a whole tank of fuel, that way, it can last longer. Zhang Fan grabbed another spicy strip and stuffed it into his mouth. Tanker trucks are hard to find, right? Xiaojia asked with a frown. They are hard to find, but we can take our time looking, Jingya said with a smile. Tomorrow, let's just get a few barrels of fuel to use for now, and we can look for a tanker truck later when we have time. Yeah, Xiaojia nodded repeatedly. Zhang Fan, actually, I've always had an idea, Jingya suddenly said. What idea? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Don't you have the ability to control metal? Jingya said with a bright smile. Why not create a layer of protective netting or a metal wall to surround our villa? Wouldn't that be safer? Despite having Zhang Fan, a skilled expert, by her side, Jingya still felt insecure when sleeping at night. She often thought about setting up a protective net or metal wall to encircle the entire villa, which would give her peace of mind. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. Surround the entire villa? I hadn't thought of that. But your idea is completely feasible. It just takes time and consumes a lot of metal. It's a big project. We can take our time doing it later. It's not like it has to be completed right now. While chatting, they unknowingly talked until it was past 10 p.m., and only then did the three of them return to their rooms to rest. They discussed many things, reminisced about the past, talked about their current situation, and envisioned their hopes for the future. Through this heart-to-heart conversation, their understanding of each other deepened, and their relationships grew closer. These three individuals, who were originally strangers, had come together because of the apocalypse, and would undoubtedly unite tightly to face the the challenges of this difficult era together. In this terrible world, they must stand united to survive better. That night's sleep was exceptionally peaceful. Jingya and Xiaojie felt particularly at ease knowing Zhang Fan was just next door, and they slept soundly. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, slept peacefully because De Huang was under the bed. De Huang was a dog with hearing capabilities reaching up to 120,000 Hz, about 16 times that of humans. Even in its sleep, its hearing remained sharp, and it would wake instantly at any unusual sound. With De Huang by his side, Zhang Fan naturally felt incredibly secure. At 8 a.m. the next morning, Zhang Fan was awakened by the alarm clock. After getting up, he found that Jingya and Xiaojie were already awake. Xiaojie was busy in the kitchen, while Jingya had gone to the basement early to organize supplies. Zhang Fan felt a bit guilty. The two women were so diligent, while he, as a grown man, was still sleeping in. It was truly unjustifiable. So, he hurriedly finished washing up and headed to the basement with De Huang. "You're up?" Jingya, wearing a sports cap and dressed in a black tracksuit, had long, straight legs resembling those of a supermodel. Her entire presence exuded youthful vibrancy, dynamic charm, and sensual allure. "Got it." Zhang Fan nodded, stepped forward, picked up the supplies on the ground, and placed them where they belonged. After half an hour of busy work, Xiaojie called the two to have breakfast. The breakfast was surprisingly sumptuous, including fried rice, stir-fried broccoli, boiled eggs, homemade yogurt, and cantaloupe. It was both exquisite and light, providing rich nutrition. After the three of them ate and drank their fill, they locked the doors and windows, brought along De Huang, and set off in the heavy truck. The first stop today was the Agricultural Machinery Company store on Birch Road. The area near Huodingya Yuan was sparsely populated, and the zombies had been thoroughly cleared out by Zhang Fan, so they didn't encounter a single one for a long stretch. However, as soon as they left this area, they immediately ran into zombies. Zhang Fan stepped on the gas pedal and charged straight ahead, instantly turning the zombies in front of him into minced meat. After half an hour of speeding, the three finally arrived at the Agricultural Machinery Company store on Birch Road. Along the way, they encountered quite a few zombies, roughly estimated to be at least several hundred. Zhang Fan was secretly delighted. If he could eliminate all these zombies, he would definitely break through to level 3, significantly enhancing his strength. Unfortunately, they had a mission to complete today and no time to leisurely hunt zombies. Luckily, there were still quite a few zombies wandering the street in front of the Agricultural Machinery Company store. "Jingya, you drive. I'll get out and deal with these zombies," Zhang Fan instructed, opened the car door, and jumped out. He then controlled the metal disc to harvest the zombies one by one. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen zombies were all gruesomely killed. Zhang Fan collected the light orbs they dropped, increasing his physique by 8 points, reaching 79 points. Just 21 points away from breaking through to level 3, he thought to himself. On average, each zombie contributes 0.5 points. To gain 21 points of physique, I need 42 zombies. Not hard. After collecting all the light orbs, Zhang Fan didn't get back in the truck but instead walked straight into the Agricultural Machinery Company store. Jingya slowly drove the heavy truck to follow him. This Agricultural Machinery Company store was very spacious, and the first thing that came into view was a large hall filled with various types of agricultural machinery, tractors, seeders, rotary tillers, auto parts, shredders, and more. Inside the hall, 4 zombies were wandering around. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, they staggered toward him. Puff, 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 puff. The golden disc swept through, and 4 heads fell to the ground, accompanied by 4 golden light orbs. Physique, level 2, 81/100. At this moment, Jingya and Xiaojie also followed in. Zhang Fan turned his head and asked, "Sister Chao, how many zombies are left in this store?" Xiaojie had already sensed it and immediately replied, "There are a total of 9 zombies on the first floor. You just killed 4, so there are 5 left. These 5 zombies are in this office, that one, and the one over there." Got it. With Xiaojie's clear guidance, Zhang Fan no longer wandered around aimlessly. He entered the offices one by one, clearing out the zombies inside. In no time, 4 zombies were dealt with, leaving only the one in the office on the east side. Zhang Fan was brimming with confidence and had no fear of this last zombie. He kicked open the office door and charged in, controlling the golden disc. Roar! A beast-like growl echoed as a pot-bellied zombie with a balding hairstyle lunged forward. Whoosh! The metal disc flew out, aiming straight for the zombie's neck. Logically, this zombie should have ended up like all the others Zhang Fan had killed, with its throat slit and dead. However, to Zhang Fan's surprise, the zombie tilted its head slightly, dodging the metal disc. What? Zhang Fan had never encountered such a situation before. Shocked, a trace of unease rose in his heart. Roar! The big-bellied zombie growled again and lunged at Zhang Fan. It was completely different from those zombies with stiff limbs, staggering movements, and lifeless, fish-like eyes. The big-bellied zombie's limbs were agile, its speed almost on par with a normal human, astonishingly fast. In the confined space of the office, the big-bellied zombie closed the distance to Zhang Fan in just a few steps, collapse, lunging at his neck like a ravenous wolf. A strong stench emanated from its mouth, jolting Zhang Fan awake instantly. "Damn you!" Zhang Fan roared, grabbing the big-bellied zombie's neck with both hands. With a burst of strength, he unleashed an incredible force. Bang! The big-bellied zombie was flung away, crashing heavily against the wall. "Die!" Zhang Fan drew the large machete from his waist, swiftly leaping forward and slashing at the zombie's head. Thud! With a muffled sound, the big-bellied zombie's head was split in two, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Strangely, no golden light orb dropped from its body after death. "What's going on?" Zhang Fan frowned slightly. At that moment, he faintly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw another big-bellied zombie had appeared at some point. Another big-bellied zombie? Didn't it just die? Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat, but the urgency of the situation left no time for thought. With a flick of his wrist, the machete slashed across the zombie's throat. Although the big-bellied zombie seemed eerie, Zhang Fan's strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassed its own. Thud! Blood splattered as the zombie's head rolled to the ground. Swish! Two light orbs dropped from its body, one golden and one white. Zhang Fan was very familiar with these two colors of light orbs. Gold represented physical constitution, while white represented abilities. It was normal for zombies to drop constitution orbs, but surprisingly, zombies could also drop ability orbs? Thinking of the second big-bellied zombie that had just appeared, Zhang Fan's mind raced. Could it be that the big-bellied zombie also possessed abilities? With this thought, he immediately collected the two orbs. Two streams of energy surged through his body. One warm current spread throughout, bringing warmth and comfort, constitution +4, reaching 85. The other, neither hot nor cold, dispersed quickly, bringing a sharp, piercing pain. Zhang Fan couldn't help but groan, enduring the excruciating sensation as his gaze fell on the attribute panel. Constitution, level 2, 85 out of 100. Abilities, infinite ability collection, metal manipulation, transmute stone to gold, create clone, create a replica. Upon seeing this ability, Zhang Fan instantly understood. He realized why no physical enhancement orb had dropped after killing the first bloated zombie and why another bloated zombie had appeared. So, one of these two bloated zombies is a replica. The name create replica was self-explanatory. Zhang Fan began to carefully sense it. Moments later, a flash of light appeared on his body, and beside him stood someone identical to him, another Zhang Fan. The resemblance was uncanny. There was almost no difference. Zhang Fan looked at the other person, and the other person looked back at him, as if he were looking into a mirror. But this was no mirror. The other person was entirely physical, with flesh and blood, not an illusion or reflection. The other person had independent thoughts, and Zhang Fan could clearly sense the other's thoughts. They were completely in sync. "This is incredible," Zhang Fan marveled, then immediately arm wrestled with the replica to test their strength. The result? Their strength was exactly the same. Let's test the abilities. After some trials, Zhang Fan discovered that the replica possessed all his abilities: infinite retrieval, metal manipulation, turning stone into gold. The replica had them all. Even the ability to create replicas was included. Does this mean my replica can also create replicas? Zhang Fan immediately instructed the replica to try, and sure enough, the replica successfully created another replica. Three Zhang Fans gathered together, examining each other. It was like looking at triplets. So, what is the difference between the replicas I create and my original self? Zhang Fan stared at the two replicas, carefully sensing them. He gradually discovered that although the replicas seemed identical to his original self in terms of physical attributes, appearance, abilities, and thoughts, there was one fundamental difference. Zhang Fan, the original, had absolute control over the replicas. In other words, the replicas were completely obedient to Zhang Fan's commands. No matter what order Zhang Fan gave, the replicas would never refuse and would execute it unconditionally. Refuse? That was simply impossible. The replicas would never have a thought of disobeying any of Zhang Fan's commands. Moreover, even if a replica disobeyed Zhang Fan's command, he could simply will it back into his body and then create a new, obedient replica. Disobedient? No problem, just recall it. How many replicas can I create now? Zhang Fan muttered to himself and began creating replicas. 3, 4, 5. Each time he successfully created a replica, he felt a bit more drained. By the time he had created 20 replicas in one go, Zhang Fan felt utterly exhausted. His body was not only extremely fatigued, but his mind was also clouded and dazed, as if he had spent 3 sleepless days and nights in an internet cafe without even stopping to eat. He realized that creating replicas consumed an enormous amount of energy, and 20 replicas were his current limit. Any more, and he would likely collapse from exhaustion. Zhang Fan deeply disliked this feeling of weakness, as it made him feel extremely unsafe. Recall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 20 replicas rushed back into Zhang Fan's body like the wind, quickly merging with him. The feeling of weakness vanished instantly, and his energy was fully restored. Zhang Fan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of of relief. Zhang Fan, come here quickly. At that moment, Jingya called out from outside. Zhang Fan immediately walked out of the office and saw Jingya and Xiao Jie standing in front of a factory building. Did you find the generators? Zhang Fan asked as he walked. Found them. Xiao Jie replied excitedly, this warehouse is full of generators, come take a look. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up as he quickly entered the warehouse. Sure enough, there were rows of brand new generators. Wow, Beidou diesel generators. Zhang Fan scanned them one by one and found generators of various power levels, large ones, over 500 kW, medium ones between 100 and 500 kW, and even small ones under 100 kW, including micro-special generators. Everything was there. Our villa is quite large, so forget about the small generators under 100 kW. Zhang Fan pointed to a few medium and large generators and said, Jingya, take these with us. Got it. Jingya followed Zhang Fan's instructions and collected several medium and large generators one by one. With these generators, we'll have enough power for the next 10 or 20 years. Watching Jingya's busy figure, Zhang Fan said with a smile, next, we need to gather diesel. Jingya and Xiao Jie nodded repeatedly, their eyes gleaming with excitement. With the generators secured, all they needed now was diesel, and they could generate electricity, leaving the days of darkness behind. Not long after, the heavy truck left the agricultural machinery company and headed toward the nearest gas station. As Zhang Fan drove, he said, I have some bad news to tell you, so brace yourselves. Bad news? Jingya and Xiao Jie looked at Zhang Fan in confusion. I just encountered a zombie with special abilities, Zhang Fan said slowly. Jingya and Xiao Jie's bodies trembled slightly, and their faces turned pale. Are you serious? A zombie with special abilities was definitely not good news, as Zhang Fan said, it was downright terrible. This confirmed their earlier suspicions. Zombies were evolving and becoming increasingly powerful. Jingya furrowed her delicate brows, her expression turning grave. What exactly was the situation with that zombie? Its mobility is not as stiff as that of ordinary zombies, it's basically on par with normal humans, very agile. Zhang Fan said slowly, its intelligence is slightly higher than that of ordinary zombies, but it doesn't stop there. He continued, its bloodthirsty madness is even more intense than that of ordinary zombies, and its attack power is also stronger. Overall, this zombie's abilities in all aspects surpass those of ordinary zombies. It's practically an evolved version of a regular zombie. As expected, it seems zombies are indeed evolving, Jingya said worriedly. The excitement from collecting the generator earlier instantly vanished. Zhang Fan, we need to speed up the construction of the villa's defenses and also enhance our own strength as quickly as possible. Zhang Fan didn't say much, focusing intently on driving the car. A dozen minutes later, the three of them arrived at the nearest gas station. However, when they saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. The gas station seemed to have experienced an explosion. The surrounding area within a few hundred meters had turned into ruins. Flames were still burning, thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the choking smell assaulted their senses. Seeing this, the three felt disappointed but not surprised. Ever since the apocalypse began, over the past few days, water and electricity outages, explosions, and fires had become commonplace. Gas pipeline explosions, building fires, and gas station explosions had long become the norm. That's right. Zhang Fan couldn't help but worry aloud. As time goes on, resources like diesel, food, and water will become increasingly scarce. We must hurry and stockpile enough supplies. Jingya and Xiao Jie nodded emphatically. Take food as an example. The city itself has no food reserves, and everything depends on external supplies. If an accident occurs in the city, a food shortage would easily arise. As the apocalypse deepens, food gradually spoils and diminishes, while the supply of new food cannot keep up. The amount of edible food will only decrease. Without food, what will survivors like them eat or drink? The same goes for other resources. Diesel, clothing, and so on will only become increasingly scarce. They must stockpile as much as possible. Let's go to the gas station on New Street. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the gas station on New Street. Fortunately, the gas station was intact. Just as they drove the car into the station, two tall men walked out of the building. Who are you? Zhang Fan immediately focused on the two men. They were burly, dressed in branded suits, and wearing sunglasses, resembling bodyguards of a mob boss in a movie. Who are you? Zhang Fan watched them warily. At that moment, he realized why there were no zombies near the gas station. It turned out the zombies had already been cleared out. Jingya and Xiao Jie stood behind Zhang Fan, also staring at the newcomers with guarded expressions. They were even more alert than Zhang Fan. In any era, women are considered a resource, and the instinct to dominate such a resource is inherent in every man. While this may sound somewhat chauvinistic and disrespectful to women, it is a reality. Often, women are more aware of their own vulnerabilities than men are. In this post-apocalyptic world, where everyone has lost the protection of laws and morals, women are, in some ways, in greater danger than men, especially beautiful women. Jingya and Xiao Jie were well aware of this. We are survivors. One of them showed a friendly friendly expression. You must be survivors too. Our boss wants to meet you. Boss? Zhang Fan slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at Jingya and Chao Jie behind him, his face showing a questioning expression. You decide, Jingya said without hesitation. I have no objections either. Chao Jie nodded repeatedly. She had always lacked her own opinions and resolutely followed Zhang Fan and Jingya's decisions. Then let's go take a look. That's good. Zhang Fan nodded, but remember to stay safe and don't leave my sight. Got it. The two women quickly nodded. Please follow us. Under the guidance of the two, the trio arrived at a KTV not far from the gas station. This KTV was an underground establishment called New World. The outside was sealed with a heavy iron door. The two approached the entrance and took out a walkie-talkie. Open the door. Ha ha. A slit appeared on the iron door, and a pair of eyes peered through the gap, scrutinizing them. After seeing the group, the iron door slowly opened. Please. They walked inside, and the large iron door closed again. What greeted their eyes was a slightly dim KTV lobby. In the lobby, a dozen women stood neatly in a row. At that moment, a beautiful woman in her 30s with a harsh expression was giving a lecture. You need to understand your current situation and also understand the state of the world outside. Don't think you're still the young ladies, goddesses, or darlings in your parents' eyes from before. Now, you are nothing more than a group of homeless, pitiful wretches who could be killed by zombies at any moment. So, if you want to survive, if you want to eat your fill, then behave and listen to the boss. Otherwise, if you anger the boss, you should be well aware of the consequences. A dozen women lowered their heads in silence, some even sobbing softly, trembling with fear. Zhang Fan exchanged glances with Jingya and Chao Jie, and doubts arose in their hearts. This KTV, something seems off. You three, please follow me, said the two men in suits. Lead the way. The three were taken to a private room. The room's decor was extremely luxurious. Carpet, television, sofa, chandelier, everything was a high-end brand. On the sofa in the room sat a buzzcut young man wearing a robe and slippers. He had two beautiful, voluptuous women in his arms. One was massaging his legs, while the other was feeding him fruit. The buzzcut young man enjoyed their service with the ease of an ancient emperor. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. Zhang Fan couldn't help but complain inwardly. At this moment, the buzzcut young man noticed Zhang Fan and the other four, especially Jingya and Chao Jie. His eyes lit up instantly, and his gaze wandered over them. He pushed away the two women beside him, stood up from the sofa, and said with a smile, Xiao Zhang, are these the survivors you brought today? Yes, boss. The two men in suits nodded. The buzzcut young man, Wang Hui, gestured for them to step aside, then turned his gaze to Zhang Fan and the other two. With a beaming smile, he said, welcome, all three of you, to my New World KTV. Hello. Zhang Fan greeted politely and asked directly, why did you call us here? Straightforward words from a straightforward man. I won't beat around the bush either. Wang Hui smiled slightly. Given the current situation, there's no need for me to say much, you already understand. The apocalypse has arrived, the world is in chaos, and there aren't many survivors like us left. Therefore, we must unite to survive in this hellish end of days. And then? Zhang Fan asked, I want to invite the three of you to join my team, act together, search for resources together, and overcome difficulties together. We share blessings and hardships alike. What do you think? Wang Hui said sincerely. Join you? Zhang Fan said with a faint smile, if I understand correctly, it's to work under you, right? You can't put it that way. Wang Hui swirled the wine glass in his hand. As they say, a snake cannot move without a head, and a bird cannot fly without wings. It is only thanks to the support of my brothers that I reluctantly took on the role of team leader. If the three of you are interested, I am willing to step down and let someone else take the position. My wish is actually very simple, which is to gather as many survivors as possible so that we can unite and overcome these hardships together. As for who is the leader and who is the subordinate, it's just a matter of different roles. There is no distinction of high or low, noble or humble. That said, Wang Hui actually knew very well in his heart that this was all nonsense. He had originally been just a security guard at this KTV, and after the apocalypse struck he had survived by sheer luck. Wang Hui was fortunate to awaken a superpower, and his ability was exceptionally strong. With this power, he repeatedly killed zombies, rescued others in the KTV multiple times, and quickly established his authority within the KTV. The princesses, employees, and other survivors in the KTV flocked to him, making him the uncrowned king of the KTV. This aroused dissatisfaction from the original owner of the KTV. During a conflict, Wang Hui accidentally killed the owner. At that time, he was extremely frightened, as it was his first time killing someone. However, after killing the owner, no police came, and no one accused him. Wang Hui instantly realized that with the apocalypse descending, society had collapsed, most people had died, and no one would judge him, there was no law to punish him. He had an epiphany. He realized that in this world, with his immense power, he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. After all, no matter what he did, he wouldn't face any punishment. The dark side of Wang Hui's heart completely erupted. He forced beautiful women to accompany him, and as for the boss and colleagues who had bullied him before, he threw them into the zombie horde, watching with his own eyes as they were devoured devoured alive. In just a few days, Wang Hui transformed this small KTV into his kingdom, becoming a true emperor. Everyone had to obey his orders unconditionally and submit to his whims. Dare to disobey? At best, you'd be denied food and left hungry. At worst, you'd be thrown outside to feed the zombies. But Wang Hui was not satisfied with this. He craved more women, sought greater power, and aimed for a higher status. So, he sent 2 of his underlings to specifically recruit passing survivors at the gas station, especially women. The dozen or so women in the living room were the survivors recently recruited by these 2 underlings. However, when these survivors, full of hope, thought they had found an organization and were saved, they realized they had just escaped the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair. Trying to leave again was already impossible. Zhang Fan refused, saying, "But we don't like working with others, so, sorry." After speaking, he called Jingya and Xiao Jie to get ready to leave. Jingya and Xiao Jie immediately followed. Although there were many people here, which seemed safer, they didn't like the atmosphere of this place. Instinctively, they wanted to escape, let alone join in. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 2 ability user. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Spirit, level 1, 9 out of 10. Wang Hui couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore and simply revealed his true colors, a cold sneer on his face. "Come and go as you please? What do you take this place for?" Zhang Fan smiled faintly and turned to look at Wang Hui. "What do you want to do?" "Simple." Wang Hui snapped his fingers lightly, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "You, go die immediately. And as for these 2 beautiful young ladies beside you, they will stay to serve me." As he spoke, his body began to change quietly. Wang Hui's words were brazen, without the slightest attempt at concealment. What was there to hide? In such a chaotic world, the law could no longer judge him, so what did he have to fear? After saying this, Wang Hui's body began to change quietly. His entire body seemed to be coated in a layer of silver paint, his face, neck, hands, all turned silver. No, it wasn't silver, it was metal. Wang Hui's entire being transformed into metal. Metallization. Zhang Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Jingya and Xiao Jie also stared at Wang Hui in shock. At this moment, Wang Hui resembled Colossus from X-Men. From head to toe, inside and out, he had completely transformed into a silver metallic figure, like a sculpture cast from alloy, shimmering with dazzling metallic luster under the light. However, amidst the shock, a trace of delight appeared in Jingya's eyes. She understood in her heart that today was a sure win. "See that? This is my superpower." Wang Hui twisted his neck, producing a creaking sound of metal friction. "I call it the alloy transformation ability. Once I activate this ability, my entire body transforms into the hardest alloy, providing me with extraordinary defense. Knives, boiling water, flames, none of them can harm me. Moreover, I possess superhuman strength, capable of easily punching through floors and lifting cars. Moreover, my endurance is extraordinary. In this form, I don't need to breathe, eat, or rest, and I won't feel tired even if I keep fighting." Wang Hui walked with what he considered an elegant stride, ignoring Zhang Fan, and approached Jingya and Xiao Jie, saying, "Ladies, in this chaotic world, I am the one with the power to protect you, and him, he's nothing but a useless waste. Following him, you can't even guarantee your own safety. So, why don't you stick with me? I guarantee you'll enjoy the best food, the finest drinks, and rise above others. Of course, refusing is not an option, because I won't allow it." Am I being bad? Hearing Wang Hui's words, Jingya couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Bro, you seem pretty narcissistic." "Narcissistic? Wrong." Wang Hui leaned closer to Jingya. "This isn't narcissism, I'm just stating a fact." After speaking, he looked up and down at Jingya with a lecherous gaze, his eyes full of aggression. Jingya rolled her eyes disdainfully. "Zhang Fan, hurry up and get out of this godforsaken place. I don't want to stay here for even a moment." "Me too." Xiao Jie nodded repeatedly. "Alright then." Zhang Fan nodded slightly, but his gaze flashed with greed as it landed on Wang Hui, whose body was entirely alloyed. "Your superpower is really cool and domineering. I won't hold back." Wang Hui raised an eyebrow, feeling a trace of confusion in his heart. At that moment, he suddenly felt a strange force acting on him. In an instant, his feet slowly left the ground, and his body floated uncontrollably. "What's going on?" Wang Hui struggled desperately, waving his hands and kicking his legs, but there was no leverage to be found, leaving his body completely suspended in midair. Wang Hui was both shocked and furious. "What the hell is happening? Forgot to tell you, my superpower is controlling metal." Zhang Fan raised his right hand, smiling as he looked at Wang Hui. "So, I just happened to counter you perfectly. Damn it." Wang Hui felt frustrated, almost to the point of spitting blood. With such a superpower, he naturally understood its weaknesses. Alloy transformation. Turning his entire body into an alloy granted him immense defense and strength, but it also came with a significant drawback. Once he encountered someone who could manipulate metal, he would be completely restrained. Just like how Magneto suppresses Wolverine. In front of Magneto, Wolverine's sharp claws, no matter how deadly, were useless. This was pure power suppression, leaving no room for argument. Bastard! Wang Hui struggled frantically, but it was futile. Thinking quickly, he immediately deactivated his power. As his body body reverted to flesh and blood, he fell to the ground, the solid footing giving him a sense of relief. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of light shot toward him, slicing across Wang Hui's throat in an instant. Squelch! A line of blood appeared on his neck. He instinctively reached up to cover his throat, but his head fell off, rolling to the ground. His eyes were wide open in disbelief, dying with unresolved anger. Ah! The two women attending to Wang Hui screamed in fright, their piercing voices almost shattering the ceiling. Two men in suits and sunglasses also stepped back a few paces in terror, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Wang Hui. What happened? What's going on? The others in the KTV heard the commotion and rushed to the luxurious private room, only to be stunned by the scene before them. Zhang Fan ignored those people and walked straight to Wang Hui, picking up the light clusters that had fallen from Wang Hui. After being defeated by Zhang Fan, Wang Hui dropped 3 light clusters, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white. After absorbing the golden light cluster, Zhang Fan's physique increased by 8 points, reaching 93, leaving only 7 points to reach 100. After absorbing the silver light cluster, his mental strength increased by 4 points, finally achieving the second level as he had hoped. At this moment, Zhang Fan felt his thoughts were exceptionally sharp, his mental state unprecedentedly good, and all his ideas were crystal clear. Finally, with a sense of anticipation, he picked up the white light cluster representing supernatural abilities. Wang Hui's alloying ability was something Zhang Fan greatly admired. This ability not only significantly enhanced defense but also greatly boosted strength, making it an excellent choice for close combat and self-protection. With this ability, he would no longer have to worry about zombie bites, nor fear knives, guns, or flames. The benefits were simply too many. As the light cluster entered his body, intense pain surged like a tide, but after half a minute, the pain finally subsided. Zhang Fan immediately checked his attribute panel. Physique, level 2, 93 out of 100. Mental strength, level 2, 3 out of 100. Abilities, infinite ability collection, metal manipulation, turning stone into gold, creating clones, alloying. Zhang Fan, who had successfully acquired the alloying ability, slightly curled his lips into a satisfied smile. Let's go, he said, looking at Jingya and Xiaojia. Alright, the two women nodded repeatedly. The three of them walked out of the private room and were met by others in the KTV. There were almost no men, only women. The dozen or so women who had been in the living room earlier, along with the sharp-tongued, stern-looking woman, also appeared at this moment. Now, they were all looking at Zhang Fan with eyes full of awe, clearly shaken by his immense power. Over the past few days, Wang Hui had built an image of invincibility in their minds, but they hadn't expected Zhang Fan to kill Wang Hui so effortlessly. Just how strong was he? Zhang Fan glanced at them briefly and turned to leave. At that moment, a faint voice called out, "Big brother, can you take me with you?" Zhang Fan turned around and saw a petite, dull-faced girl with fair skin and delicate features. Despite her small frame, her chest was unusually ample. She was looking at him timidly, baby-faced with a voluptuous figure. These words involuntarily surfaced in Zhang Fan's mind as he looked at her. "Big brother, please take me with you." The cute girl, Wang Yuan, pleaded tearfully, her eyes red and brimming with tears. "I beg you." Well, Zhang Fan looked troubled. As someone who appreciated beauty, he always found it hard to refuse requests from pretty girls. However, Zhang Fan had his principles. He didn't want to take care of a mere pretty face, let alone a burden. But saying this outright felt inappropriate. Just then, Jingya spoke up. She looked at Wang Yuan with an expressionless face and said, "If you want to follow us, you can." "Want to follow us?" "Sure," Jingya said calmly, "but you know, times are tough, and we're struggling ourselves. So, we don't support idlers. I hope you can understand." Wang Yuan became anxious. What kind of people count as idlers? What kind of people are you specifically recruiting? Do you have any special abilities? Jingya asked. "I do." Wang Mei quickly nodded. "What kind of ability?" A glimmer of light flashed in Jingya's eyes. "Healing." Wang Mei immediately replied, "I can heal injuries, like knife wounds, burns, and so on." A healer. Jingya and Zhang Fan exchanged a glance, a wave of joy surging in their hearts. "Can you heal others?" Wang Mei nodded repeatedly. "I can heal both myself and others." "Sure enough, a healer." Jingya revealed a bright smile. "Welcome to our team. My name is Jingya." "Thank you, my name is Wang Mei." Wang Mei couldn't hide her excitement and quickly shook hands with Jingya. She was truly happy. Previously, she had been hiding at home, but a few days ago, she was so hungry that she couldn't bear it anymore and had to come out to search for supplies. Then, she was brought to New World KTV, where she saw so many survivors. Wang Mei was overjoyed, thinking she had found an organization, a place to rely on, and safety. Unexpectedly, New World KTV turned out to be Wang Hui's den of vice, where all the women had to serve him. Naturally, Wang Mei was unwilling, and as a result, she was punished, locked in a small dark room, and left hungry. She realized she had just escaped the wolf's den only to fall into the fire pit. She lived in constant fear, worrying about the future. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan and his group arrived, directly taking down Wang Hui. Wang Mei was overjoyed and immediately thought of joining Zhang Fan's team. On the surface, Zhang Fan was much more handsome handsome than Wang Hui and seemed far more reliable. Moreover, the presence of the two beautiful older sisters, Jingya and Xiao Jia, gave Wang Mei a great sense of security. So, she hoped to follow Zhang Fan and his group. Following them was at least far more reliable than staying at New World KTV. I didn't expect things to actually work out, and Wang Yuan was filled with excitement. My name is Zhang Fan, welcome to our team. Zhang Fan smiled and extended his hand. As a gaming enthusiast, he deeply understood the importance of the healer role. In this post-apocalyptic world, who could guarantee they wouldn't get hurt? Thank you. Wang Yuan excitedly shook Zhang Fan's hand. My name is Chao Jia. Seeing Wang Yuan join Zhang Fan's team and prepare to leave this hellish place, the remaining people became anxious. You three, I've also awakened a superpower. Can you take me with you? Me too, I've awakened a superpower. Take me along, my ability is really strong. Please, take me with you. Don't leave me in this hellish place, I'm begging you. Many women began to plead. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged glances, and joy was evident in their eyes. They had long wanted to strengthen their team, but the opportunity had never arisen. Now, the chance had finally come. There were nearly 20 people here, and quite a few seemed to have awakened superpowers, making them good candidates. Quiet down. Everyone, please quiet down. Zhang Fan cleared his throat, signaling for the crowd to stop making noise. The noisy women gradually quieted, looking at Zhang Fan with anticipation. The outside is full of zombies, and even we are struggling to survive. So, we can't afford to take in idle people. Zhang Fan said apologetically, moreover, we can't afford it. We don't have enough food. I hope you can understand. Hearing this, many women looked downcast, as most of them had not awakened any abilities. We understand. We all understand. The elegant woman who had previously spoken in the hall immediately responded, don't worry, we also have abilities and won't be freeloaders. Good to hear. Zhang Fan nodded. Line up, one by one. Consider it an interview. A group of women quickly formed a line. Even the two men in suits who had brought Zhang Fan and his companions to the KTV joined at the back. At the front of the line was the elegant woman who had spoken earlier. She was dressed very provocatively, with heavy makeup on her face and a strong, pungent perfume emanating from her. Zhang Fan did not have a good impression of her. Her overbearing demeanor in the hall earlier had made him suspicious of her relationship with Wang Hui. Sure enough, his suspicions were correct. This woman, named Lu Lan, was once the manager of New World KTV and the mistress of the former owner. She had been involved in shady dealings at the KTV, such as forcing hostesses to accompany guests and brainwashing new employees. After the apocalypse began, Wang Hui killed the KTV owner, and Lu Lan immediately pledged her loyalty, quickly climbing into Wang Hui's bed and clinging tightly to his coattails. Now that Wang Hui had fallen, it was clear she was looking to attach herself to Zhang Fan and his group. Zhang Fan did not reveal his emotions and smiled as he asked, Big sister, what ability have you awakened? Self-healing. Lu Lan replied, my ability is self-healing, just like Wolverine in X-Men. No matter what kind of external injury I suffer, I can heal instantly without leaving a scar. Self-healing. Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned. This ability was indeed powerful. In this zombie-infested apocalypse, having it was almost like possessing a protective charm. However, such a strong ability did not belong to him. My self-healing ability is very strong, even stronger than Wolverine's. Lu Lan said confidently. I should be qualified to join your team, right? Sorry. Zhang Fan refused. Although your ability is impressive, it's of no use to our team. Lu Lan's expression froze, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Forcing a laugh, she said, handsome, you must be joking, right? You heard me right, we don't need you. Zhang Fan repeated, then said, next. No, you can't do this. Lu Lan panicked, her emotions flaring as she screamed, I clearly awakened my ability, so why can't I join you? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Zhang Fan raised his hand, signaling her to calm down, and patiently explained, your ability is very strong, but it's of no use to our entire team. So, sorry. Next. Zhang Fan felt he had explained clearly enough, but Lu Lan still wouldn't give up. No, you can't do this. I can work, I can be your secretary. Whatever you want me to do, I'm willing to do it. Her emphasis on the words willing to do was particularly strong, clearly attempting to seduce Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's face showed displeasure. Miss, I've already made myself very clear. I don't want to repeat it again. Lu Lan panicked and started making a scene. If you don't take me in, I'll stay here and refuse to leave today. You killed Wang Hui, leaving me without support. You have to take responsibility, or you can forget about leaving. Throwing tantrums and crying, this was Lu Lan's specialty. Over the years, she had relied on these tactics to firmly control the former KTV owner. Lu Lan believed she had already figured Zhang Fan out. This young man was thin-skinned, and didn't know how to refuse women. She was convinced that as long as she could join Zhang Fan's team, she could use her charm to keep him firmly under her control. With Zhang Fan as her backer, her future life would be worry-free. Therefore, joining Zhang Fan's team was the foundation and prerequisite for everything she wanted. Playing rogue? Zhang Fan's face darkened. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of the way immediately, or bear the consequences. I won't. I'd like to see what you can do to me. Lu Lan snorted coldly. Zhang Fan's lips curved slightly, and he suddenly revealed a faint smile. You can't blame me for this. You brought it upon yourself. What do you mean? Lu Lan's right eyelid twitched. Swish! In the next moment, her entire body quietly turned golden from head to toe, as if coated with a layer of gold paint. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lan transformed into a golden statue, standing motionless in place. The KTV hall instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone stared unblinkingly at Lu Lan, who had suddenly frozen and completely turned into a golden statue, their gazes filled with a hint of daze. What happened to her? Wang Yuan covered her mouth, her face full of terror as she looked at Lu Lan. Nothing, just made her shut up. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and casually waved his hand, as if throwing away trash. Lu Lan suddenly flew into the air, floated a few meters, and finally landed in the corner of the hall. She was completely silent this time. Everyone stared at Lu Lan, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened to her. A living person who had been shouting moments ago had suddenly turned into a statue. The scene was utterly bizarre. Jingya was also frightened, her voice stammering. Zhang Fan, how could she suddenly? Zhang Fan smiled faintly and explained, a couple of days ago, I awakened a new ability called Touch of Gold, which allows me to transform any material into metal. Zhang Fan's tone was understated, but to everyone present, it sounded like a thunderclap. Turning stone into gold, transforming any material into metal. Did this mean Zhang Fan had truly turned Lu Lan into metal? For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Zhang Fan was filled with fear. Zhang Fan appeared sunny and handsome, but his ruthless nature was unexpectedly shocking. When did you awaken this ability? Jingya, having witnessed Zhang Fan's methods, knew that while he seemed gentle, he could be extremely ruthless when he acted. The incident at Guaha supermarket, where he dealt with those 3 women, was the best proof of this. Therefore, Jingya wasn't surprised that Zhang Fan had eliminated Lu Lan. What puzzled her was how Zhang Fan had awakened yet another ability. It was known that Zhang Fan had previously awakened a strength-based ability, then later a metal manipulation ability, and now he had awakened the ability to turn stone into gold. Altogether, Zhang Fan had 3 abilities. Meanwhile, she only had 1. Thus, Jingya wanted to know why Zhang Fan was able to continuously awaken new abilities. It should be the day I ran into Sister Chow. Zhang Fan replied. How did you do it? Jingya pressed on, her eyes sparkling with eager curiosity. I'm not really sure, I just woke up and it happened. Zhang Fan made up an answer casually. Jingya's gaze revealed a hint of resentment as she stared at Zhang Fan, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Not satisfied, but there was no other choice. Zhang Fan certainly wouldn't reveal the secret of his awakened ability. He shrugged helplessly. Jingya, seeing that she couldn't get a clear answer, snorted softly and turned her head away, unwilling to pay him any more attention. Zhang Fan shook his head with a smile, glanced at the women in line, and said indifferently, next. The women were clearly frightened by Zhang Fan's ruthlessness and hesitated about whether to join. Over the past few days, they had been tormented by Wang Hui, which had instilled fear in their hearts and caused them to develop a strong aversion and distrust toward men. They worried that Zhang Fan might be just like Wang Hui, subjecting them to all kinds of torment after taking them away. If that were the case, they would simply be jumping from one pit of fire into another. So, why should they take such a risk? Another reason was that Wang Hui was already dead, and no one could torment them anymore. The KTV had become a safe place. They saw no need to risk gambling on Zhang Fan's character. To them, staying at the KTV felt more reassuring. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow slightly and asked again, no one? If no one, then forget it. I'll go. A cold voice rang out. A woman with a high ponytail, standing about 1.7 meters tall, walked over. She was dressed in leather jacket and pants, her figure slim, with long, straight legs, but her face was expressionless. She looked around 25 or 26 years old, with delicate features and an oval face. Yet her expression was icy cold, as if warning others to stay away, exuding a frostiness as though she had lost her entire family. Zhang Fan thought to himself that this woman seemed difficult to get along with. So, he quietly asked, you've awakened a superpower too? What exactly is it? Yang Linger did not answer. In the next moment, her body instantly turned into an ice sculpture. That's right, an ice sculpture. Except for her outer clothing, her head, neck, limbs, and even her entire body were encased in ice. A strong chill emanated from her, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. The surrounding women shivered and quickly distanced themselves from Yang Linger, fearing they might get frozen. After transforming into an ice sculpture, Yang Linger raised her right hand and lightly pointed, releasing a stream of cold air from her fingertip. Crack, crack, crack. The cold current sprayed onto the fish tank in the corner of the wall. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the fish tank quickly froze, and the chill rapidly spread, covering the walls around the fish tank with a layer of frost. After completing all this, Yang Linger returned to her flesh and blood form and coldly looked at Zhang Fan. Welcome aboard. Zhang Fan immediately extended his hand. Yang Linger's abilities were incredibly powerful, clearly of the the freezing type, very similar to Iceman from X-Men. Her abilities not only allowed her to launch attacks but also had immense destructive power, making her an outstanding ice mage. A talent like this was definitely worth recruiting. Thank you. Yang Linger coldly uttered these two words, then waved toward the crowd. A timid little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, cautiously walked over. She is. Zhang Fan looked at the little girl in confusion. My sister, Yang Linger answered coldly. You make a very good point. Alright, Zhang Fan didn't argue much. After all, they were sisters, and forcibly separating them wasn't realistic. Bringing her along wouldn't hurt. Besides, how much could a little girl eat? Anyone else? Zhang Fan looked at the others. The many women exchanged glances, hesitant and unsure. However, a man in a suit hesitated for a moment before raising his hand. Do you accept men? What kind of question is that? Zhang Fan smirked. Brother, as long as the ability fits, we accept anyone. The man in the suit jogged forward eagerly and said, my name is Zhang Wensi, and my ability is earth manipulation. Ha! Control earth? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. He exchanged a glance with Jingya and couldn't help but laugh, saying, big brother, show us what you've got. Alright. Zhang Wensi, a young man in his 20s, looked honest and somewhat simple-minded. Upon hearing this, he squatted down and pressed both hands onto the ground. Swish! The ground suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. In the next moment, the tiles in the middle of the hall cracked and a giant handmade, entirely of soil burst out from the ground, grabbing a corner of the coffee table in the hall. Crunch! The coffee table was instantly crushed into pieces. Wow! The crowd let out a gasp of surprise. After completing this feat, the soil hand retracted back into the ground and disappeared, without a trace. Zhang Wensi grinned sheepishly and looked at Zhang Fan, saying, brother, what do you think? Am I good enough? Great. Really great. Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up. Big brother, I have a question. Your ability is so powerful. Why do you obediently listen to Wang Hui and act as his underling? Zhang Wensi smiled bitterly. I can't beat him. Can't beat him? Zhang Fan asked. Can't beat him. Zhang Wensi sighed. We fought twice in total, and I wasn't his match either time. Alright. Zhang Fan nodded and extended his hand. Brother, welcome to the team. Thank you so much. Zhang Wensi tightly grasped Zhang Fan's hand, his face unable to hide his excitement. He understood deep down that staying here held no future. The KTV was full of women, each more timid than the last, and there were plenty of critical issues. Over the past few days, their food and drink had relied entirely on him and Wang Hui, the three men scavenging for supplies. In such a perilous apocalypse, sticking with this group would lead nowhere. Sooner or later, they'd be dragged down to their deaths. In contrast, Zhang Fan and his team were capable of venturing out to find supplies, clearly far superior to the people at the KTV. Moreover, they only recruited individuals with abilities, and specifically those with combat capabilities. With such high standards for talent selection, it was evident that this was a quality team, far more promising than the KTV crowd. Thus, Zhang Wensi decisively chose to join. He had no interest in being Wang Hui's second-in-command and continuing to deal with the women at the KTV. All he wanted was to find a team with hope, quickly gather supplies, and live a decent life. Everything else was meaningless. Is anyone there? Zhang Fan looked around again and found no one responding. Since no one was willing to join, he wouldn't force them. After all, he didn't care much. So Zhang Fan said to Wang Yuan, Yan Linger, and Zhang Wensi, quickly pack your things. We're going to collect diesel. Once you're done, meet us at the gas station. The three nodded repeatedly and went back to their respective rooms to pack. Zhang Fan, along with Jingya and Chao Jia, walked out of the KTV and headed to the nearby gas station. Jingya waved her hand, taking out several large oil barrels and a generator that had been prepared in advance. With the power out, the fuel pumps were useless and couldn't draw fuel. But that wasn't a problem. With the generator providing electricity, they could still pump fuel. Before setting out, they had anticipated this issue and prepared a generator in advance. As for diesel, it was even easier to obtain. Cars were everywhere on the streets, and it was simple to get some. Zhang Fan walked onto the street, found a car, and used his abilities to remove the fuel tank. The car owner must have just refueled before the apocalypse, as the tank was still more than half full, which was a stroke of luck for Zhang Fan. He carried the fuel tank to the generator, refueled it, and then connected it to the fuel pump. Finally, he adjusted the generator's output voltage to the 380 volts required by the fuel pump. Once everything was ready, he started the generator with a single press of a button. The diesel generator started successfully. Since it is a silent generator, the noise is not loud, similar to the sound of a car starting, and is completely acceptable. As the generator output stabilized the voltage, the fuel dispenser restarted and began pumping fuel. It's working. Zhang Fan picked up the fuel nozzle and inserted it into the large oil drum. Instantly, a steady stream of diesel flowed into the drum. Seeing this, Zhang Fan, Jingya, and Chao Jia couldn't help but smile with joy. That's great. With diesel, we have electricity. Chao Jia said excitedly. Yes, the power is back on. Jingya was also thrilled. Tonight, let's go back, turn on the 88 28-inch big TV and watch a movie together. That's a great idea. Chao Jia clapped her little hands. Come to think of it, I haven't watched a movie in a long time. Look, now there's electricity, we can enjoy it. The three of them chatted while pumping oil. Each large oil drum could hold 200 liters, and filling them up wasn't easy. To speed things up, Zhang Fan started 2 more fuel pumps, pumping oil with 3 machines simultaneously. At this moment, Wang Yuan, Yang Linger, and Zhang Wenxi also finished packing and came out. Everyone waited together. After about an hour, the 6 200-liter oil drums were finally filled. Zhang Fan removed the fuel nozzle and tightened the lids of the oil drums. Jingya reached out her hand, and with a swipe, the oil drums disappeared one by one. This scene left the 3 new members dumbfounded. Wang Yuan exclaimed, "Sister Jingya, how did you do that?" "This is her superpower," Zhang Fan explained with a smile. "She has the superpower of a portable space, equivalent to a mobile warehouse." "There's actually such a superpower." Wang Yuan seemed a bit incredulous. Zhang Wenxi, however, thought of more and exclaimed excitedly, "This superpower is truly a divine skill for resource collection." "Of course," Zhang Fan said proudly, "our sister Jingya only needs half an hour to empty out a large supermarket. Following you guys in the future means no more effort spent moving supplies or carrying heavy stuff. It's so convenient." "You're amazing, my sister." Zhang Wenxi gave a thumbs up. "I really made the right move today. You guys have such a bright future." Of course. After tidying up the oil drums and generator, the 3 of them came to the heavy truck to discuss their next move. "It's only 10 a.m. Let's not rush back yet. Let's continue gathering supplies." Zhang Fan began to make arrangements. "Since it's still early, let's go to the pharmacy to collect some medicine." Medicine is a must-have supply. People eat grains and cereals. Who can guarantee a lifetime free of illness or misfortune? Once someone falls ill, medicine becomes especially important. Moreover, collecting medicine is quite simple. Pharmacies are everywhere on the streets, and raiding a few will suffice. Naturally, no one objected to this plan. However, the heavy truck had limited space and couldn't accommodate 6 people. This problem was easy to solve. Zhang Fan found an off-road vehicle on the street and had Zhang Wenxi, Wang Yuan, and Yang Linger drive it. Afterward, the group set off. Zhang Fan drove the heavy truck to lead the way, while Zhang Wenxi followed closely in the off-road vehicle. Upon leaving the gas station area, they indeed encountered zombies again, but it didn't matter, they just ran them over. The ones they encountered were all ordinary zombies, which couldn't withstand the impact of the heavy truck. They plowed through, leaving a trail of blood and gore. Half an hour later, as they passed by the central hospital, Zhang Fan stopped. There were many pharmacies near the hospital entrance, and plenty of medicine as well. However, this was a bustling area, and quite a few zombies were wandering around the entrance. Inside the central hospital, in particular, zombies were densely packed together. As soon as Zhang Fan parked, many zombies began staggering toward him. "Stay in the car and wait for me. If there's an emergency, don't worry about me, Jingya, drive away," Zhang Fan instructed before immediately opening the car door and jumping out. The off-road vehicle also came to a stop, and Yang Linger and Zhang Wenxi followed closely behind, clearly intending to help clear out the zombies. Zhang Fan immediately stopped them. "There are too many zombies here, it's easy to get surrounded. You two should get back in the car." These zombies were resources for him to enhance his strength, and letting Yang Linger and Zhang Wenxi kill them wouldn't benefit him in any way. Yang Linger frowned slightly but said nothing. Zhang Wenxi kindly reminded him, "Zhang Fan, are you sure you can handle this alone? There are quite a lot of zombies here." "Don't worry." Zhang Fan made an okay gesture, then waved his hand, and 2 metal discs swiftly flew out. After breaking through to the second level mentally, Zhang Fan discovered he could multitask. Multitasking didn't simply mean controlling 2 metal discs for attacks, it meant being able to perform 2 entirely different tasks simultaneously, like drawing a square with one hand and a circle with the other. This was fundamentally different from merely controlling multiple weapons at once. Whoosh! Under Zhang Fan's control, 1 metal disc flew forward while the other flew backward, directly targeting 2 zombies. They moved without interfering with each other, their speed as fast as lightning, as if 2 people were controlling them simultaneously. Slash! The 2 metal discs simultaneously sliced through the necks of the 2 zombies, spraying foul blood as their heads flew off. Tirelessly, the discs continued attacking 2 more zombies. Slash, 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 one zombie after another fell, like clusters, dropping continuously. Zhang Fan advanced slowly, like an elegant sorcerer, the 2 metal discs in his hands resembling the sides of the Grim Reaper, relentlessly harvesting the zombies' heads. In just a short moment, more than 20 zombies had fallen at his hands. "Amazing!" Zhang Wenxi exclaimed in awe, "he's practically a zombie harvesting machine." Yang Linger, though silent, couldn't hide the shock in her eyes despite her cold expression. Zhang Fan's control over the metal discs was incredibly skillful, with each attack precisely hitting the zombies' necks. No deviation, no excess force, every move was meticulous. This was no easy feat. Both Zhang Wenxi and Yang Linger knew they couldn't achieve this. Their method of killing zombies relied on the overwhelming destructive power of their ability. abilities, violently obliterating their targets. In contrast, Zhang Fan's approach was like a butcher expertly carving an ox, while theirs was akin to driving an excavator to crudely crush the ox, completely different levels of difficulty. Most impressively, Zhang Fan could control two metal discs simultaneously with such ease and precision, doubling the challenge. The commotion here attracted the zombies from the Chinese medicine hospital. Beast-like roars echoed one after another as they swarmed toward Zhang Fan, numbering at least over 50. Among this group of zombies, one particularly conspicuous giant zombie stood out. It was nearly 2.5 meters tall, with menacing bone spurs protruding from its back, elbows, and knees. Its hands had transformed into sharp 30-centimeter-long bone claws, pale and chilling to behold. It's a mutant zombie, be careful. Zhang Wenxi's face changed drastically as he hurriedly warned. Mutant zombie? Inside the heavy truck, Jingya and Chao Jie immediately turned their attention to the zombie, their expressions also turning serious. From its appearance alone, this zombie was clearly different. Not only was it larger and more robust, but the menacing bone spurs on its back, elbows, and knees, combined with those 30-centimeter-long bone claws, created an intense visual impact. Moreover, Jingya keenly noticed that the degree of decay on this zombie was far less than that of ordinary zombies. Although its skin was still grayish-white, there were almost no signs of rot. Its limbs were exceptionally agile, almost indistinguishable from a normal human, and its running speed was incredibly fast. Is this a mutant zombie? So zombies are indeed evolving. Jingya's heart sank. Boom! The giant zombie charged forward like a rugby player in a full sprint, knocking aside the ordinary zombies in its path. Roar! In just a few breaths, the giant zombie reached Zhang Fan, pouncing on him like a starving tiger. Zhang Fan, watch out! Jingya shouted anxiously. Chao Jie clenched her fists tightly, her face pale with tension, her heart pounding. On the off-road vehicle, Zhang Wenxi and Wang Yuan also looked worried, while only Yang Linger remained expressionless. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the giant zombie swung its 30-centimeter-long bone claws, stabbing fiercely toward Zhang Fan. Yet Zhang Fan did not dodge, allowing the sharp bone spurs to pierce toward his chest. Zhang Fan, dodge quickly! Everyone cried out in shock. Chao Jie and Wang Yuan screamed in fear, quickly covering their eyes, not daring to look at what would happen next. Yang Linger hurriedly covered her younger sister's eyes, not wanting her to see such a gory scene. However, the bloody scene everyone imagined did not occur. When the giant zombie's bone claw stabbed toward Zhang Fan's chest, it was as if it had struck a steel plate. Not only did it fail to pierce through, but it also broke its own bone claw. Everyone thought they had seen wrong. They rubbed their eyes and looked again, only to be utterly astonished. Zhang Fan stood firmly in place, his entire body having somehow transformed into metal. His hair, cheeks, neck, limbs, all had turned into metal, resembling a metallized Wang Hui. Zhang Wenxi stared blankly. Isn't this Wang Hui's superpower? Did Zhang Fan awaken this ability too? Jingya and Chao Jie exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. When did Zhang Fan awaken this ability? Do you know? What's going on? I don't know. I've never seen him use it. This. Amid the crowd's shock and confusion, the giant zombie roared angrily, swinging its other bone claw to stab at Zhang Fan again. Zhang Fan extended his right hand and grabbed fiercely, seizing the giant zombie's wrist. The giant zombie struggled desperately, but its wrist was clamped like it was caught in a vice, completely unable to break free. Roar! Big in size, but too weak. Clack! Zhang Fan shook his head slightly, then swung his right hand forcefully, sending the giant zombie flying instantly. Grabbing the giant zombie, Zhang Fan slammed it hard onto the ground. Roar! Boom! The giant zombie immediately had an intimate encounter with the ground, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The bone spurs on its elbows and knees were all shattered. Zhang Fan didn't stop. He picked up the giant zombie and used it like a whip, continuing to lash the ground. The scene was reminiscent of the Hulk grabbing Loki and relentlessly smashing him into the ground. Is this even human? Too brutal. This guy is even more brutal than Wang Hui. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone watched in stunned silence, their mouths twitching. The scene was so intense it made their scalps tingle. After several consecutive strikes, the giant zombie was smashed to pieces, its flesh and blood mangled. Before long, the giant zombie stopped moving, and a golden orb of light fell from its body. Only one light orb? Zhang Fan casually discarded the giant zombie and looked at the golden light orb that had fallen from its body, showing a puzzled expression. This giant zombie was clearly much stronger than ordinary zombies, with so many bone spikes growing on its body. Zhang Fan had assumed it had awakened some kind of special ability and should have dropped a white light orb, but unexpectedly, it did not. Evidently, the giant zombie had not awakened any special abilities, leaving Zhang Fan utterly perplexed. What exactly was the deal with its bone spikes and bone claws? Roar, roar, roar. However, Zhang Fan had no time to investigate further, as the zombies that had escaped from the hospital had all surged forward. A dense, dark mass formed a torrent of zombies, threatening to engulf Zhang Fan at any moment. Good timing. Zhang Fan twisted his neck, drew the large machete from his waist, and charged straight into the horde of zombies. Like like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, or a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The gap between Zhang Fan and these zombies was visibly apparent. His speed was faster, his strength greater, his reflexes sharper, and his movements more agile. He weaved through the zombie horde, striking left and right with unstoppable force. The large machete in his hand was like the scythe of death, relentlessly harvesting the heads of zombies. Not a single zombie could withstand Zhang Fan's attacks, nor could any evade the slashes of his machete. One slash, one zombie, one slash, one head, like slicing through melons and vegetables. A minute later, not a single zombie was left standing, replaced instead by a ground littered with corpses. The foul-smelling blood pooled into small streams, splattering everywhere, and the stench filled the air. Zhang Fan held the large machete, blood dripping from its blade. The golden machete remained as pristine as new, showing no signs of dulling or chipping. This unknown metal, created with his transmutation ability, was not only incredibly hard but also cut through iron like mud. The zombie's bones stood no chance against its slashes. At this moment, Zhang Fan's other teammates were completely stunned, staring blankly at Zhang Fan standing amidst the pile of corpses, too shocked to speak. "That's incredible," Zhang Wensi murmured. "This guy looks so refined and delicate, like a pretty boy. I never expected him to be this powerful, killing zombies as easily as slicing vegetables. Even Wang Hui isn't this impressive." Wang Yuan clasped her hands tightly against her chest, her eyes filled with surprise and admiration. "I bet on the right person. This time I bet on the right person. Zhang Fan is so amazing. Following him is the right choice." Even Jingya and Xiao Jia, who knew Zhang Fan the best, were left speechless in astonishment. "I knew Xiao Fan's metal manipulation ability was very strong, but I didn't expect his close combat skills to be this outstanding." Xiao Jia was so excited that her breathing became a little rapid. "Xiaoya, Zhang Fan was so cool just now." Jingya did not respond, but her beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, and her delicate cheeks were slightly flushed. Zhang Fan was unaware of this. He had just killed a group of zombies, leaving his teammates deeply shocked. After putting away the large machete, he began collecting the spoils of battle. From over 50 zombies, more than 50 golden orbs had dropped, all of them physique points. Zhang Fan continuously absorbed the golden orbs, feeling a warm current surging through his entire body. He only felt his body growing stronger, his strength increasing, and his muscles becoming more powerful. After collecting all the orbs, Zhang Fan realized that his physical condition had reached an astonishing level. He brought up the attribute panel. Level 3 ability user. Physique, level 3, 20/1000. Abilities, infinite ability pickup, metal manipulation, turning stone into gold, creating replicas, alloying, self-healing. Finally reached level 3. Name, Zhang Fan. After reaching level 3, Zhang Fan clearly felt that his physical fitness was much stronger than when he was at level 2, and his combat power had greatly improved. He was in an exceptionally good mood and turned to his teammates, saying, "Jingya, you can come out now." Jingya and the others got out of the car and immediately surrounded Zhang Fan, filled with countless questions in their hearts. Mental strength, level 2, 3 out of 100. "Boss, you're amazing." Zhang Wensi gave a thumbs up and had already started calling him boss. Over 50 zombies, it was like slicing through melons and vegetables. "Your ability is way stronger than Zhang Hui's." "Brother Zhang Fan, you're incredible. Why do you have the same power as Wang Hui?" Wang Yuan's face was full of admiration and confusion. "That's right, boss. Your ability is almost identical to Wang Hui's, but you're much stronger than him." Zhang Wensi also looked puzzled. "The abilities you've shown so far, controlling metal, turning stone into gold, add up to 3 powers. Did you awaken 3 abilities all by yourself?" Hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but glance at Jingya and Xiao Jia. Sure enough, they also looked confused. However, despite their confusion, he clearly couldn't reveal the real reason to them. Zhang Fan chuckled awkwardly. "I awakened them inexplicably myself. I don't know the reason either." Zhang Wensi froze for a moment. Awakened inexplicably? That made sense. His own ability had awakened in the same way. Jingya rolled her eyes, knowing full well that Zhang Fan always used this excuse to brush things off. Of course, she didn't believe him, but since Zhang Fan was unwilling to elaborate, she couldn't press him further. "Alright, time to gather the medicine. Once we've collected the medicine, we still need to head home for lunch." Zhang Fan changed the subject. "Sister Chow, check if there are any zombies hiding in these pharmacies." Sister Chow carefully scouted around and found only 2 zombies in one of the pharmacies. Zhang Fan instructed the others to gather medicine from the other pharmacies while he headed to the one with the zombies to deal with them. Afterward, Zhang Fan arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. As a place with a high density of people, the hospital was also where zombies were most concentrated. The 50 or so zombies he had just killed were only the ones wandering in the courtyard in front of the outpatient building. Inside the hospital, in places like the outpatient building and inpatient building, there were still many zombies lurking. Zhang Fan planned to take advantage of the time while Jingya and the others were collecting medicine to hunt down another wave of zombies. As he walked to the front of the outpatient building, Zhang Fan made a small noise, and the zombies staggered out toward him. "Is that so?" Then came the second one, one, the third one. It was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Zombies poured out of the outpatient building in an endless stream. Perfect timing. Instead of being afraid, Zhang Fan was overjoyed. He wasn't worried about there being too many zombies, only that there might be too few, not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Zhang Fan immediately blocked the outpatient building, and two metallic discs turned into streaks of light, slicing through the zombie horde with ease, darting back and forth and continuously harvesting zombie heads. One by one, the zombies fell to the ground, and clusters of light dropped one after another. Witnessing this, the zombies behind seemed oblivious, charging forward fearlessly. Zhang Fan was delighted, cutting off their heads, one by one and sending them straight to hell. After more than 10 minutes of slaughter, zombies finally stopped emerging from the outpatient building. Only then did Zhang Fan retrieve the metallic discs and enter the building to collect the golden light clusters that had dropped. Inside, the outpatient building was piled high with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed, resembling a hell on earth. Zhang Fan, already accustomed to such sights, focused on collecting the golden light clusters to strengthen his body. A continuous surge of heat exploded within him, and his physical attributes began to strengthen wildly once more. After collecting all the light clusters, Zhang Fan's physique stat increased by 47 points. Physique, level 3, 67/1000. Tisk, a regular zombie provides 0.5 points. To reach 1000 points, you'd need 2000 regular zombies. Zhang Fan silently calculated in his heart. In other words, I still need to hunt down 1866 zombies to break through to level 4. Hunting 1866 zombies was definitely a daunting task. However, Zhang Fan wasn't in a hurry. It was clear that it couldn't be accomplished in just 3 or 5 days. It would require gradual accumulation. As he stepped out of the outpatient building, preparing to meet up with his teammates, he suddenly heard cries for help. Looking up, he saw a woman leaning out from the 6th floor of the outpatient building, shouting for help with urgency. Help! Save me! There are actually survivors. Zhang Fan found it somewhat unbelievable. To still have someone survive surrounded by so many zombies, this survival ability was truly comparable to that of a cockroach. However, he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. At the very least, he had to get her out of the hospital. As for where she would go afterward, that was none of his business. Zhang Fan turned and entered the outpatient building, with two metallic discs floating in front of him, ready to deal with any zombies that might appear. To be extra cautious, he activated his alloying ability, and his entire body instantly became as hard as metal. As it turned out, Zhang Fan's caution was wise. There were no zombies on the first floor, but the second floor still had quite a few. As soon as he went upstairs, the zombies let out beast-like roars and staggered toward him. Since he had seen them, he naturally couldn't let them go. Zhang Fan decided to take care of the zombies on the second floor first. 5 minutes later, the battle was over, and all the zombies on the second floor had been eliminated. Zhang Fan gained 26 constitution points. He continued to the third floor, followed by another round of clearing, then the fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth floor. When Zhang Fan completely dealt with the zombies on the sixth floor, his physique reached level 3, 131/1000. 131, an astonishing number. You must know, when Zhang Fan first arrived at the outpatient building, his physique was only level 3, 20/1000. From 20 to 131, an increase of 111 points, which means he had hunted 222 zombies in the outpatient building. The outpatient building was practically a zombie nest. My physical fitness is several times stronger than when I first arrived. Zhang Fan slightly closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body, and exhaled a satisfied breath. This feeling of constantly getting stronger is really addictive. Whenever I have free time, I should come out more to hunt zombies, continue to strengthen my physique, and enhance my abilities. He muttered to himself, then shouted into the corridor littered with corpses. The zombies have been dealt with. You can come out now. No response. Zhang Fan complained inwardly, then shouted again, if you don't come out, I'm leaving. Stop playing hide-and-seek alone. Don't. A voice filled with sobs and pleading sounded, and then the door of a consultation room slowly opened. A head peeked out. It was indeed a young woman, not very old, with a ponytail, fair skin, delicate features, and very beautiful. Perhaps because she hadn't eaten for days, her expression was somewhat haggard, her eyes slightly swollen and red, as if she had just cried. She cautiously looked out into the hallway, and when she saw the ground littered with zombie corpses, she immediately vomited. However, after retching for a long time, she only spat out some yellowish liquid. She hadn't eaten anything for days, surviving solely on glucose, so there wasn't much to throw up. After vomiting for quite a while, she felt slightly better, then noticed Zhang Fan in the hallway. The fear in her eyes was instantly replaced by surprise and excitement. Thank heavens! Finally, a living person. Zhou Ling leaned against the wall, trying her best to overcome the fear and discomfort in her heart, cautiously walking toward Zhang Fan. Zhou Ling was indeed a stunning beauty. Although her height was average, her figure was voluptuous, with curves in all the right places, resembling a ripe peach exuding mature charm. She staggered staggered to Zhang Fan and asked excitedly, "Are you a rescue worker?" "No, I'm just a survivor living nearby, here to collect supplies." Zhang Fan shrugged and answered honestly. Zhou Ling was deeply disappointed. She had been struggling desperately these past few days, hoping to wait for rescue personnel organized by the government. In the end, she didn't encounter any rescue workers, but instead ran into Zhang Fan, which left her disheartened. Meaning Zhang Fan was better than nothing. After all, he was a living person, which was still preferable to the zombies filling the hallways. "Thank you for saving me." Zhou Ling sincerely expressed her gratitude, then said expectantly, "Can you take me out of the hospital? There are too many zombies here." "Where is your home?" Zhang Fan asked. If it was nearby or on the way, he wouldn't mind taking her home, as it was just a small favor. If it was far away, that would be another matter. Zhou Ling quickly replied, "It's at Fuyuan Yenyuan nearby, quite close, only about 400 meters. "Alright," Zhang Fan agreed. 400 meters was indeed not far, just the distance of a traffic light, and it was a good opportunity to hunt some zombies along the way. Zhou Ling gratefully said, "Thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay you." Zhang Fan smiled faintly. "Do you have anything to pack? If not, then let's go." "No." Zhou Ling shook her head. "Alright then." Zhang Fan turned and left, with Zhou Ling closely following behind. After going downstairs, she was met with a horrifying scene. The entire stairwell was filled with the corpses of zombies, with foul blood pooling into small streams, flowing down the stairs and forming a blood waterfall. The pungent stench of decay assaulted her senses, and the entire outpatient building seemed to have turned into a living hell. Zhou Ling's face turned pale, and she dry-heaved several times, although she spat out some stomach acid. "Where's your home?" Zhang Fan asked. If it was nearby or on the way, he didn't mind taking her home as a small favor. If it was far, that would be a different matter. Zhou Ling quickly said, "It's nearby, at Fuyuan Yayuan, very close, just over 400 meters. "Alright then," Zhang Fan agreed. 400 meters wasn't far, just the distance of a traffic light, and it was a good opportunity to hunt some zombies along the way. Zhou Ling said gratefully, "Thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay you." Zhang Fan smiled. "Do you have anything to pack? If not, let's set off now." "No." Zhou Ling shook her head. "Alright then." Zhang Fan turned and left, with Zhou Ling closely following behind. After going downstairs, she was met with a shocking scene. The entire stairwell was filled with the corpses of zombies, their foul blood pooling into small streams that flowed down the stairs, forming a blood waterfall. The pungent stench of decay assaulted her senses, and the outpatient building resembled a living hell. Zhou Ling's face turned pale, and she dry-heaved several times, only managing to spit out some stomach acid but nothing else. As she descended the stairs, she moved as if avoiding landmines, carefully stepping on the cleanest spots she could find. After several minutes of struggle, she finally made it out of the outpatient building and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank heavens, I'm finally out. Breathing fresh air feels so good." Zhang Fan walked out of the Chinese medicine hospital with Zhou Ling and found his teammates already waiting outside. Seeing Zhang Fan covered in blood, several teammates were shocked. "Zhang Fan, are you okay?" After all, the space inside the building was limited, and no matter how careful Zhang Fan was, it was inevitable that he got stained with a lot of dirty blood, making him appear covered in blood. "I'm fine, it's the blood of the zombies on me," Zhang Fan replied. "I just found a survivor in the hospital and brought her out." Everyone immediately turned their gaze to Zhou Ling, their eyes full of curiosity. Zhou Ling also looked at these teammates. "She is the survivor," Zhang Fan introduced. "They are my teammates. Hello, everyone." "Hello." The two sides greeted each other, and Zhang Fan added, "She wants to go home, so I'll take her back first." "Go home?" Wang Yuan said in surprise. "What's the point of going home now?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Ling didn't react for a moment. She had been stuck in the hospital for days, longing to go home. Wang Yuan explained, "There are zombies everywhere now. It doesn't matter where you stay. Besides, even if you go home, you'll still have to go out to find food and water, and you'll still run into zombies. So, going home is meaningless. The safest approach is for everyone to gather together and work as one, just like we are doing now." This was Wang Yuan's piece of advice, because it was hunger that she could no longer bear that drove her to escape from home and join New World KTV. Although her days at New World KTV were not particularly pleasant, she had to admit that those 2 days were the most peaceful she had felt since the apocalypse began. At least, she didn't have to be on edge all the time. Zhou Ling fell silent instantly. During the day she was trapped in the hospital, all she could think about was going home. Although the so-called home was just a rented apartment, she was very familiar with it, and the sense of security it gave her was unparalleled. Now, hearing what Wang Yuan said, Zhou Ling realized that Wang Yuan was absolutely right. In the small rented apartment, there was almost nothing. Although she usually loved to cook, her food supplies were not abundant. So many days had passed, with no water or electricity, and the food must have already spoiled. If she returned to the apartment, she would not only have to face the threat of zombies but also deal with the issues of food, water, and basic needs. And what's worse, can she solve these problems? Just the thought of having to search for food alone and face zombies zombies by herself filled Zhou Ling with fear. She would rather jump off the building than starve to death or face zombies, they were simply too terrifying. But if she didn't go home, where else could she go? Thinking of this, Zhou Ling couldn't help but glance at Zhang Fan and the others, tentatively asking, "Can I join you?" "You'll have to ask Zhang Fan about that." Wang Yuan pointed at Zhang Fan and said, "He's the leader of our team, and he makes the decisions here." Although Zhang Fan, Jingya, and Chao Jia had never explicitly stated who the leader of the team was, Wang Yuan instinctively felt that Zhang Fan was the leader. This was the natural advantage brought by overwhelming strength. Zhang Fan was the strongest, the one who could provide the most sense of security to the team, and everyone was willing to listen to him. Zhou Ling looked at Zhang Fan. Do you have a special ability?" Zhang Fan asked with a smile. "I do." Zhou Ling nodded. "What kind of special ability?" Zhang Fan asked with great interest. So far, although not many survivors have been encountered, many have awakened special abilities, and the types of abilities vary widely, diverse and peculiar. Zhang Fan was filled with curiosity about the various abilities. Zhou Ling's cheeks instantly turned red, her face, pale from hunger, becoming flushed and shy. What exactly was going on? Zhang Fan and the team members exchanged puzzled glances, completely baffled. Why was she blushing when asked about her ability? Zhou Ling hesitated a little. "Do I have to awaken an ability to join you?" "Yes." Zhang Fan responded without hesitation. "The world is harsh, and the future is full of challenges. Only by gathering the best people can we survive better and with more confidence." Zhou Ling nodded slightly, hesitating as she said, "My ability is. What is it?" Everyone stared at Zhou Ling. Her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and with a determined bite of her teeth, she seemed to make a big decision. "My ability is enhancement. Enhancement of abilities." "Enhancement of abilities?" Zhang Fan and the others exchanged glances, their eyes revealing astonishment, surprise, and, of course, some confusion. "What kind of enhancement are we talking about?" Zhang Fan pressed further, "Be more specific." "I can enhance the abilities of those with special powers, including but not limited to their physical and mental aspects." Zhou Ling lowered her head and said slowly, "Enhance strength. This superpower is simply defying the heavens." "There's actually such a superpower? I'm truly ignorant." Everyone looked astonished, and after the shock, their gazes toward Zhou Ling were filled with greed. In the chaos of this apocalypse, who wouldn't want to become stronger? But wanting to grow stronger, how could it be so easy? So far, they hadn't found any way to enhance their strength, of course, excluding Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan seemed to be constantly growing stronger. Setting Zhang Fan aside, the others truly had no idea how to improve their abilities. After awakening their powers, their strength had almost stagnated. Now, seeing Zhou Ling, they saw hope for becoming stronger. Wasn't Zhou Ling capable of enhancing strength? Couldn't she just enhance everyone's abilities? "Brother Zhang Fan, let her join us," Wang Yuan said eagerly. "That's right, boss. Talents like her are hard to come by." Zhang Wensi chimed in. Zhang Fan naturally understood Zhou Ling's importance. Hearing this, he nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Welcome to our team. From today on, you're one of us. Welcome aboard. I'm Wang Yuan. My name is Zhang Wensi. Nice to meet you." Several teammates expressed their welcome. Zhou Ling, however, smiled bitterly. "I don't want to deceive you all, so I might as well make things clear." Everyone looked at Zhou Ling in confusion. She seemed hesitant to speak, and after a moment of deliberation, she pulled Wang Yuan aside and began whispering to her. "What's there that can't be said in front of everyone?" Zhang Fan and the others were puzzled. At this moment, Wang Yuan returned, but Zhou Ling did not follow. She stood at a distance, with her back to everyone, but her flushed ears revealed that she was awkwardly scratching her foot in embarrassment. "Wang Yuan, what did she say to you?" Zhang Fan asked curiously, and the others also looked at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan looked embarrassed, her delicate doll-like face flushed red, making her appear extremely adorable, as if one couldn't resist the urge to lean in and give her a kiss. How did Wang Yuan end up like this? Everyone grew anxious, feeling as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat. "Wang Yuan, what exactly did she say?" Wang Yuan lowered her head and stammered. "She said her ability is indeed an enhancement ability, but this ability requires that kind of situation to activate." "That kind of situation?" Zhang Wensi is an honest guy and didn't understand Wang Yuan's meaning, his face full of confusion. "Which one is that?" Zhang Fan coughed twice, patted Zhang Wensi on the shoulder, and said awkwardly, "Old Zhang, don't ask." Seeing this, Zhang Wensi turned to Zhang Fan. "Boss, did you understand?" Although Zhang Wensi is simple-minded, he is very sociable. As soon as he joined the team, he started calling Zhang Fan boss. Although it felt a bit unfamiliar at first, Zhang Fan secretly enjoyed it. This guy really knows how to get along. Zhang Fan leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Zhang Wensi was dumbfounded, staring at Zhou Ling with an incredulous expression, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. He finally understood why Zhou Ling blushed and acted so awkwardly when mentioning her ability. Damn! Anyone with such an embarrassing ability would find it hard to talk about. This ability is just too bizarre. Really is. Zhang Wensi didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhang Fan coughed twice and turned to Jingya and the others. "So, what about her?" Zhou Ling Ling's enhancement ability was certainly a good one, but due to the prerequisite of that, the ability instantly became rather useless. Zhang Fan felt conflicted about whether to take Zhou Ling in or not. Xiao Jie and Wang Yuan were not the type to make decisions, so they tacitly turned their gazes to Jingya. Jingya gave Zhang Fan a meaningful look and said, "Take her with us. We can't just leave her here alone." "Then let's take her along," Zhang Fan said nonchalantly. "I'll go tell her." Wang Yuan walked over to Zhou Ling and informed her of Zhang Fan's decision. Zhou Ling was deeply grateful. Although it made her feel a bit embarrassed, she sincerely expressed her thanks to everyone. Ever since the apocalypse began, she had been staying in the hospital. If Zhang Fan and the others hadn't taken her in, she truly wouldn't know where to go. She might have ended up being devoured by zombies before long. "Let's go home." "Got it." Everyone got back into the vehicles. Zhang Fan, Jingya, and Xiao Jie rode in the heavy truck, leading the way. Zhang Wenxi, Wang Yuan, Yang Linger, Zhou Ling, and Yang Linger's younger sister Yang Miao followed behind in the off-road vehicle. Half an hour later, they finally returned to Huoding Yayuan. Staring at the luxurious, palace-like standalone villa before them, Zhang Wenxi and the others were stunned. "This villa, it's so extravagant," Zhang Wenxi exclaimed excitedly. "Boss, you really have great taste. TSK, are we going to live here from now on? I've never lived in a villa before." Wang Yuan was equally excited. "I've never stayed in such a luxurious villa before." She secretly felt fortunate to have joined Zhang Fan's team. Not only were her teammates kind and powerful, but the most important thing was having such a luxurious villa. Just thinking about it made her incredibly excited. "Just to clarify, this villa is actually Jingya's home, not something we took by force," Zhang Fan explained with a smile. "So we're not thieves, nor have we occupied someone else's place." "Wow, Sister Jingya is actually a rich second generation," Wang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "In a city where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, being able to afford such a large villa must mean the family fortune is at least in the billions, right?" Zhang Wenxi was also shocked. "So what if you're a rich second generation? In the apocalypse, wealth means nothing." Jingya waved her hand dismissively and turned to Zhang Fan, saying, "Big leader, quickly assign us some tasks." Damn! Originally, when it was just her, Xiao Jie, and Zhang Fan, the three of them would discuss and decide things together, and there was no clear leader. But now, with 5 new members joining, the team had grown, and the new members all naturally assumed Zhang Fan was the leader. Jingya also went along with this and acknowledged his position. With her experience in managing a company, she deeply understood the importance of establishing a leader in a team. Simply put, the relationship between a leader and the team is like the relationship between the number 1 and 0. The leader is the 1, and the team members are the zeros. Without a leader, no matter how many team members there are, it still amounts to 0. The stronger the leader, the stronger the overall team. Although she initially had thoughts of becoming the leader herself, she knew deep down that her abilities weren't enough to win everyone's respect. So, she gave up on the idea and decided to focus on supporting Zhang Fan instead. She trusted him and knew he was someone reliable. Besides, their relationship was the closest, so naturally, she supported Zhang Fan as the team leader. Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned, then turned his gaze to Jingya. Seeing her nod slightly at him, he understood her intention and followed up by saying, "It's getting late. After a bit more work, it'll be time to eat." "Alright then." Zhang Fan looked at Xiao Jie and Wang Yuan. "Xiao Jie, you handle lunch, and Wang Yuan can assist you." "Okay." Xiao Jie nodded. "No problem for me either." Wang Yuan responded. "Jingya, you, Zhou Ling, and Yang Linger go to the basement to organize the supplies. Start by arranging the medicines," Zhang Fan said to the 3 women. "No problem." The 3 women had no objections. Zhang Fan then looked at Zhang Wenxi. "Old Zhang, let's work on the generator, connect the wires, and get the villa powered up as soon as possible. That way, we won't have to work in the dark tonight." "This is my specialty," Zhang Wenxi said with a smile. "I used to be an electrician. From now on, leave all the circuit repairs and electrical installations to me. I guarantee they'll be done perfectly." "That's great, old Zhang." Zhang Fan looked at him with newfound respect. "I was just worried about lacking professionals in this area, and you being an electrician is absolutely perfect. What's going on? Does anyone else have any suggestions? Then let's get moving." The team members immediately split up and took action according to Zhang Fan's instructions. Zhang Fan controlled the generator and went to the basement's distribution box, handing it over to Zhang Wenxi to handle. Sure enough, Zhang Wenxi, being an electrician, demonstrated excellent professional skills and quickly installed the generator. After testing, refueling, and starting it up, before long, the entire villa was successfully powered, and the electrical system resumed normal operation. "Turn on the light comes on. Turn on the air conditioner starts running. Open the refrigerator begins cooling. All the electronic devices can finally be used normally." "Old Zhang, nice work." Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up. "This is just simple work, not worth mentioning." Zhang Wenxi waved his hand. "But boss, relying on the generator for power, the diesel consumption is too high." "Ahem, no choice, we can only collect more diesel." Zhang Fan Fan said helplessly, take some time to find a tanker truck and collect as much diesel as possible. Zhang Wensi nodded. Diesel does need to be collected, but no matter how much we gather, it will eventually run out. Actually, the best solution is to use solar power generation. Solar power generation? Zhang Fan blinked. Yes. Zhang Wensi nodded firmly. After the apocalypse, vehicles stopped running, and factories ceased operations. The environment has actually improved, and solar energy will become even more abundant. Moreover, Zhang Wensi pointed to the lawn outside the villa and said, this neighborhood is a high-end community, with large spaces between villas, making it especially suitable for installing photovoltaic panels. We can completely set up a batch of solar power systems and generate electricity using solar energy. Solar energy is a clean energy source, and it will never run out. It doesn't have the noise or unpleasant smell of diesel generators. One more thing, the lifespan of photovoltaic panels is very long. As long as they are not damaged by external forces, they can last at least over 10 years. If we collect more photovoltaic panels, using them for 100 or 80 years won't be a problem at all. Zhang Fan was shaken to the core. In the future, we must specifically collect a batch of solar power systems. Boss, you're brilliant. The two of them finished installing the generator, and since it was still early, they went to the basement to organize supplies. When Zhang Wensi saw the mountain of supplies piled up in the basement, he was utterly shocked. Boss, just how many supermarkets did you empty to gather so many supplies? He asked, his face full of disbelief. Not many, just one Guahamol, Zhang Fan said as he picked up a box of mineral water and moved it to the beverage section. Besides, we still need to collect more supplies. The more, the better, there's no such thing as too much. Boss, you're brilliant. Zhang Wensi was filled with energy. He felt that joining Zhang Fan's team was the wisest decision he had ever made. Thinking about the New World KTV, where the women only ate and drank without contributing, and Wang Hui, who collected supplies one day and rested the next, only gathering more when they ran out. 3 days of work followed by 2 days of idleness, with no thought of stockpiling supplies. They lived day by day, short-sighted and careless. Zhang Fan's team, on the other hand, was completely different. Not only did they collect all kinds of supplies, but they also stockpiled them heavily, clearly planning for the long term. This was the right approach. The apocalypse had already arrived. All factories and manufacturers had ceased production, and nothing could be produced anymore. Every item used was one less available. Add to that spoilage, decay, and mold, supplies would only decrease, never increase, and they needed to survive for decades. Without stockpiling supplies, they'd starve to death sooner or later. Drinking water is almost sorted. Jingya placed the last box of mineral water in the water supply area and said, but the drinking water is still not enough. She was originally a pampered young lady, unable to lift heavy objects or shoulder burdens. Asking her to move things was practically a challenge. However, ever since she awakened her special ability, her physical fitness had improved. Although she was far from being as strong as Zhang Fan, she was much stronger than her pre-apocalypse self and could handle physical labor. The entire basement was divided into several sections according to Jingya's requirements, separated by iron walls. These iron walls were made by Zhang Fan, who could manipulate metal, so creating a few iron walls was no big deal for him. The areas included a water supply zone, a snack zone, an appliance zone, a clothing zone, a food zone, a bedding zone, and a medicine zone, each separated individually. This setup made it much more convenient for future use. The water supply area contained dozens of boxes of mineral water, various beverages, and, of course, milk drinks. At first glance, the drinking water seemed plentiful, but in reality, it was far from enough. The team currently had 8 members, and the number might increase in the future. The daily consumption was astonishing, and this amount of drinking water wouldn't last long. Food and water are the essentials of life. They will always be the top priority. We can't slack off in collecting them. Zhang Fan nodded and said, how about this? From now on, every morning, we focus on collecting food and water, and in the afternoon, we gather other supplies. What do you all think? I have no objections. Agreed. That's exactly what we should do. None of the people present had any objections. Food and water were naturally better in greater quantities, the more, the better. After all, no one wanted to go hungry or thirsty. Therefore, dedicating every morning to collecting food and water was undoubtedly a wise choice. There's one more thing. Jingya glanced at the nearly full basement. The space here is limited and can't hold much supplies, especially large items like refrigerators and generators. So, the villa next door can be utilized. Even if no one lives there, it can still store supplies. That works. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and then said, how about this? From today onward, all the villas in this community are ours. No one else can claim them. Do you agree? Agreed. Zhang Wensi excitedly raised his hands. Boss, can you assign me a villa just for myself? I've never lived in a villa my whole life. Among those present, apart from Jingya, everyone else was an ordinary person and indeed had never experienced villa life. As long as you're brave enough to sleep alone at night, you can occupy any villa in this neighborhood. After all, the original owners are all dead, and no one will come to kick you out. Zhang Fan teased. Sleep alone at night? Forget it. Zhang Fan shook his head like a rattle drum. With zombies everywhere outside, sleeping alone was far too unsafe. Besides, he wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. At that moment, the walkie-talkie placed to the side suddenly crackled. Xiao Fan, it's time to eat. Since the internet was down, WeChat couldn't be used, and phone calls couldn't go through. Zhang Fan had specially collected a batch of walkie-talkies for convenient communication. He, Jingya, and Xiao Jie each had one. Every time the food was ready, Xiao Jie would use the walkie-talkie to contact Zhang Fan and Jingya. At night, they also placed the walkie-talkies by their bedsides to stay in touch at any time. The walkie-talkies were now the only communication devices still functional. Everything else was unusable. Let's go, it's time to eat. Ha ha, go, eat, eat. I haven't eaten anything this morning. My stomach has been growling for a while. No. Everyone arrived at the restaurant on the first floor, where the food was already served. The luxurious aristocratic dining table was filled with a feast. Wow, so sumptuous. Zhang Wenxi's eyes lit up. Zhou Ling stared intently at the dining table, drooling, her gaze full of longing. Over the past few days, the others had eaten more or less, but she hadn't. She had been stuck in the hospital for days, surviving only on glucose. It had been almost 10 days since she last ate rice. Now, seeing such a sumptuous spread of dishes, the fact that she didn't immediately dive in and devour everything ravenously was already considered quite restrained. Wash your hands first, Xiao Jie said while serving rice. I've prepared the water. It's in the restroom. The tap water had long been cut off. Now, whether for drinking or other uses, all the water came from collected barrel water and purified water. Using it wasn't convenient, as it had to be poured out first. Other uses for water were manageable, but flushing the toilet was particularly troublesome. People eat grains and drink water, so naturally, they need to eat, drink, and excrete. Afterward, water is needed to flush it away. This was a real issue. Unfortunately, with the tap water gone, flushing the toilet became extremely inconvenient. To solve this problem, Zhang Fan set up a large water tank and a plastic basin in the first floor restroom. All used water, such as from washing faces, vegetables, or rinsing rice, was poured into the tank. After using the toilet, one only needed to scoop water from the tank with the plastic basin and pour it into the toilet bowl. This not only conserved water but also resolved the awkward situation of having no water to flush after using the toilet. Although this method wasn't as convenient as the automatic flushing toilets before the apocalypse, there was no other choice. In the first 3 days after the apocalypse began, water, electricity, and the internet were cut off one after another, causing significant inconvenience to everyone's lives. What else could be done? They could only endure and slowly adapt. After everyone washed their hands, they returned to the dining table and sat down. Zhang Fan opened a few bottles of beer and a bottle of orange juice, smiling as he said to everyone, pour yourself whatever you want to drink. Let's start with a toast. Zhang Wenxi, Jingya, and Yang Linger poured themselves beer, while Xiao Jie, Wang Yuan, and Zhou Ling poured orange juice. Yang Linger also poured a glass of orange juice for her younger sister, Yang Miao. Zhang Fan picked up a disposable paper cup, looked around at everyone, and said with a smile, before the apocalypse, I was just a poor student and not good at saying fancy words. I'll keep it simple. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan. Jingya had a faint smile. Xiao Jie's gaze was gentle. Wang Yuan looked full of admiration. Zhang Wenxi chuckled. Yang Linger remained expressionless. Zhou Ling stared intently at the food, and Yang Miao looked confused. Da Huan lay on the ground, busily eating its lunch, rice soaked in meat soup with a few slices of ham. Don't ask why it doesn't eat dog food. It simply refuses. After tasting the deliciousness of human food, it absolutely refuses to go back to dog food. Its favorite is rice soaked in meat soup. Our team now has 8 people, Zhang Fan said with a smile, looking at everyone. Although before today, we didn't know each other or anything about one another. But it doesn't matter. From now on, we will work together, act together, live together, and struggle together. To put it simply, just one sentence. From now on, we, this group of people, will have to rely on each other to survive in this damn apocalypse. This is truly relying on each other for survival. No joke. We must face zombies, other survivors, and all kinds of unknown dangers together. We need to take care of each other, depend on one another, and even entrust our lives to each other. So, I hope everyone can cooperate sincerely, unite as one, and trust each other so that we can survive better. For tomorrow, raise your glasses. After a meal, everyone's relationships quickly grew closer, and they became more familiar with one another. After dinner, Wang Yuan and Zhou Ling went to help Xiao Jie wash the dishes, while Yang Linger took care of her younger sister nearby. Zhang Fan and Zhang Wenxi huddled together, busy tinkering with phones and computers. Zhang Fan brought out the latest foldable phones and laptops he had previously collected, ready to distribute them to everyone. Each person received a Huawei Mate XS2 foldable phone and an Alienware M15R7 laptop. To distribute these devices, they first needed to use the computer to copy resources into them. With no internet internet available, they couldn't go online and had to rely on existing resources, otherwise, even the best phones and computers would be nothing but empty shells. Fortunately, Zhang Fan had previously copied some resources, including movies, TV series, anime, documentaries, novels, variety shows, songs, and single-player games. These were now coming in handy. What a pity for such great phones. Zhang Wensi looked heartbroken. Can't spray pesticides, can't browse Kuaishou, and can't video chat. What a waste. No choice. Zhang Fan clicked the mouse and continued copying resources. From now on, I can only watch dramas and play single-player games. Forget it, being able to play single-player games isn't bad. At least I can still enjoy high-end machines. The two were chatting idly when suddenly, Xiao Jie ran out of the kitchen, looking flustered. Xiao Fan, someone is coming. Zhang Fan quickly looked up and asked with a frown, Sister Xiao, has someone approached the villa? They've already entered the neighborhood. Xiao Jie hurriedly nodded, and there are quite a few people, at least more than 10. Are they zombies or survivors? They don't look like zombies. Then they must be survivors. Zhang Fan stood up and sternly shouted, Jingya, Sister Qiao, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, stay at home and don't go out. Old Zhang, Sister Yang, De Huang, come with me to take a look. Woof woof. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The four women, Jingya, hugged Yang Miao and watched as Zhang Fan, the other two, and the dog left the villa. Worry was evident in their eyes. Survivors had entered the neighborhood. Were they friend or foe? What was their attitude, and how strong were they? Everything was unknown. In such times, without the constraints of law and morality, people were capable of doing anything. After all, there were no consequences to bear for any actions, and the cost of breaking the law or committing crimes was simply too low. Zhang Fan and the other two walked out of the villa and saw 3 cars driving into the wooding elegant garden community from a distance. Leading the way was a heavy truck followed by a Mercedes, and lastly an Audi. Quite the spectacle. Zhang Fan curled his lips. What are they up to? Zhang Wensi frowned deeply, worry evident in his eyes. What else could it be? They must have taken a liking to this neighborhood. Zhang Fan said calmly, Huading Yenyuan is one of the top-ranked luxury villa communities in Modu. Each villa is comparable to a lavish palace, so it's only natural for it to attract attention. True, Zhang Wensi wholeheartedly agreed. In this post-apocalyptic world, where people have vanished and the streets are filled with ownerless possessions, whoever can seize them owns them. Under such circumstances, anyone with a taste for luxury would certainly not pass up a high-end neighborhood like Huading Yenyuan. After all, everything is unclaimed, why not take advantage? Sure enough, after the 3 cars entered the community, they stopped briefly in front of each villa to make their selection. Before long, the 3 cars parked in front of building number 9. Alright, there are actually survivors here. Boss, there are survivors here. This group immediately noticed Zhang Fan and the others. Accompanied by a few shouts, 11 people got out of the vehicle, 10 men and 1 woman. The men were dressed in branded sportswear and sneakers, looking full of energy. The only woman wore sexy hot pants and a black camisole, leaning against a greasy, pot-bellied man, wearing sunglasses and a large gold chain around his neck. At this moment, the group was curiously and surprisingly sizing up Zhang Fan and his companions, especially Yang Linger, who drew most of their attention. She was dressed in leather jacket and pants, accentuating her long, straight legs, curvy hips, and full chest. With her high ponytail, Yang Linger exuded a heroic and striking aura, making it hard for the men to look away. The pot-bellied man in sunglasses licked his lips, took off his sunglasses, and gave Yang Linger a hard look, before finally shifting his gaze to Zhang Fan and Zhang Wensi, and then settling on Zhang Fan. Little brother, you must be the survivors, right? The pot-bellied man asked with a smile. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Tisk, you've got good instincts, getting here before us. The pot-bellied man praised Zhang Fan, then asked, by the way, how many of you are there? Just the 3 of us, Zhang Fan replied. Only 3, huh? I can imagine life must be tough for you, the pot-bellied man said with a sympathetic expression. So, how about it? Interested in joining us? Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll eat well, drink well, wear designer clothes, and drive luxury cars. Your kindness is appreciated, but we're managing just fine, so there's no need to trouble yourself. Zhang Fan politely declined. He never wanted to rely on others or become someone's lackey. Such a life would be utterly miserable. What a pity. The pot-bellied man looked regretful, then turned to Yang Linger. Little sister, what about you? Not interested, Yang Linger replied coldly. The pot-bellied man was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting her to be so blunt and directly refuse. Stupid woman, don't be so ungrateful. A muscular young man in a tight t-shirt cursed, our boss is inviting you because he values you. Don't you dare act like you don't appreciate it. Stupid woman, you're asking for it. The chest muscle youth burned with rage, glaring at her viciously, ready to charge over and teach her a lesson. The pot-bellied man cast him a sidelong glance. The young man with the chest muscles shrank back like a mouse seeing a cat, though he gave Yang Linger a fierce glare. Little sister, you're quite fiery, but that's okay, the pot-bellied man said with a smile. The little sisters in my house were all fiery at first, like wild horses, but after going hungry for a few meals, they all became obedient and docile. At this point, he turned to Zhang Fan and said with a grin, "Little brother, I've taken a liking to this neighborhood. You and your friend here should move elsewhere." "You've taken a liking to this place?" Zhang Fan dug at his ear. "Just because you've taken a liking to it, we have to leave?" "That's right. I'm a man of my word. Whatever I set my sights on, others have to hand over obediently." The pot-bellied man smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the spacious and comfortable neighborhood as he praised, "The environment here is nice, the greenery is great, and living here must be very pleasant. I like it a lot. However, I am the kind of person who likes to keep things to myself and doesn't enjoy sharing my stuff. So, I must trouble you to leave this place and find a new residence elsewhere." "You really are overbearing." Zhang Fan clicked his tongue and said, "This neighborhood is my territory. If anyone's leaving, it should be you first." "Ha, so you're not giving me any face, huh?" The pot-bellied man squinted slightly and shook his head gently. "Little brother, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. You can't blame me for what happens next." After speaking, he waved his hand and said to the muscular young man, "Shama, since this little guy is so uncooperative, send them on their way. Remember, don't be as violent as you were this morning. If you mess up my new home, I'll hold you accountable." "Boss, don't worry." The muscular young man chuckled, cracking his knuckles with a crisp sound, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Kid, I'll be taking your crystal." As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to change silently. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Fan, Zhang Wenxi, and Yang Linger, the muscular young man underwent a dramatic transformation. Puff, puff, puff. His body swelled rapidly like an inflated balloon, expanding visibly at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to a height of 3 meters, his tight-fitting t-shirt bursting apart, resembling the transformation of the Hulk. Simultaneously, a dense layer of black fur quickly spread across his body, resembling a mane. His mouth and nose extended forward, becoming sharp, while his ears shot upward, growing pointed and elongated. His 10 fingers stretched into sharp claws, and his legs bent, resembling those of a beast-man like Garuru. Before everyone's eyes, the muscular young man transformed from a handsome guy into a towering werewolf with a wolf's head, wolf's mouth, wolf's claws, wolf's legs, and a body covered in wolf fur. Witnessing his transformation, both Zhang Fan's group and the women inside the villa peering out through the windows couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. A perfectly normal person had turned into a werewolf. What kind of superpower was this? Werewolf transformation? In broad daylight, with no full moon in the sky, how did you turn into a werewolf? Everyone was filled with confusion. Whoa. The muscular young man, now a werewolf, clenched his fists, puffed out his chest, and let out a resounding howl toward the sky. The sound exploded like thunder, causing the villa's glass to vibrate with a buzzing tremor. A fierce and violent aura surged forth, and Zhang Wenxi and Yang Linger's expressions changed drastically. So powerful. Jingya and the other women turned pale, nervously watching outside, their hearts involuntarily on edge. Old Ma, that guy, he showed off again. Exactly. Relying on his special ability, he always shows off in front of us. It's so annoying. That guy loves showing off too much. But to be fair, he is indeed strong. Except for the boss, none of us can match him, so we can't stop him from showing off at all. Yeah, after turning into a werewolf, Old Ma not only has superhuman strength but also terrifying speed. In comparison, the speed at which we unleash our abilities is really too slow. This kid is doomed. He'll definitely be torn to shreds by Old Ma. The pot-bellied man's lackeys whispered among themselves, their eyes full of sympathy and pity, as if they could already see Zhang Fan being torn to pieces by the chest muscle youth. At this moment, the chest muscle youth looked down at Zhang Fan, twisted his neck with a series of cracking sounds, his eyes brimming with ferocity, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. "Kid, today I'll show you how powerful your grandpa is. Go to hell." The cold and vicious laughter echoed in the air. The chest muscle youth, now transformed into a werewolf, suddenly stomped on the ground, turning into a black blur as he shot toward Zhang Fan. So fast. Zhang Wenxi and Yang Linger's expressions changed simultaneously. At this moment, the muscular young man had already lunged at Zhang Fan, swinging his sharp claws fiercely toward him. The pot-bellied man revealed a satisfied smile. As his trusted warrior, Shama had solved many troubles for him in recent days, displaying great bravery. And today, Zhang Fan, this reckless guy, was destined to be taken down by Shama. Challenging me? Truly courting death. Alright. The pot-bellied man felt secretly pleased, relishing the current state of the world. With immense power at his disposal, he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples, no one able to restrain him anymore. However, just then, Shama, who had been charging aggressively at Zhang Fan, was sent flying back even faster, hurtling straight toward the pot-bellied man. The pot-bellied man was slightly stunned but reacted quickly, silver arcs of electricity bursting from his body. Swish! He shifted sideways out of thin air, appearing 3 meters to the left, avoiding the muscular youth's charge. However, the group of lackeys behind the pot-bellied man were sent sprawling. The pot-bellied man immediately looked at Zhang Fan. At this moment, Zhang Fan's entire body shimmered with a silver glow, having completely transformed into a metallic figure. The pot-bellied man's pupils contracted. Metallic transformation ability? He was shocked in his heart, never expecting Zhang Fan's ability to be metallic transformation, although he had never fought against someone with this ability before. Just thinking about it made it clear how difficult it would be to deal with. Turning the entire body into metal, one could only imagine how strong the defense would be. Bastard! The muscular young man roared angrily, sprang to his feet, and glared fiercely at Zhang Fan. Kid, you've completely enraged me. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Before the words were finished, the muscular young man lunged at Zhang Fan again. Good timing. Zhang Fan stomped on the ground and swiftly charged toward the muscular young man. His speed was astonishing, and his feet struck the ground with loud metallic thuds, sounding like horse hooves pounding on the road, full of power. Boom! The two sides collided fiercely, like two speeding private cars crashing into each other. There were no fancy techniques, no dodging or maneuvering, just pure head-on impact. Clearly, both sides were absolutely confident in their own bodies and strength. However, the result was, Zhang Fan stood firmly in place, not retreating an inch. The muscular young man, who had transformed into a werewolf, let out a miserable scream, as if struck by a speeding train, and was sent flying backward. He flew a full 8 or 9 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The muscular young man felt as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart. Struggling to stand up, he ended up spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, then his eyes rolled back and he passed out directly. Old Ma, are you okay? The pot-bellied man and his gang of underlings immediately changed their expressions. Beautiful. Zhang Wenxi jumped up excitedly, punching the air fiercely. The boss is awesome. Yang Linger showed no expression, but secretly let out a sigh of relief. The pot-bellied man glanced at his unconscious subordinate, then turned to look at Zhang Fan, who was approaching step by step. His eyelid twitched slightly, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. I didn't expect you to be so skilled, brother. We really misjudged you. Let me apologize to you right here. We'll leave right away. With a single move, Zhang Fan had defeated Xiao Ma. The pot-bellied man instantly realized that even if he stepped in, he might not be able to beat Zhang Fan. While he could defeat Xiao Ma, there was no way he could do it as effortlessly as Zhang Fan had. Moreover, his ability to control lightning was completely suppressed by Zhang Fan's metallization, leaving him utterly powerless. Facing Zhang Fan, he had no chance of winning. Since that was the case, it was better to make a quick exit. Although the pot-bellied man was ruthless, he also knew when to yield and when to retreat. He understood that going head-to-head with Zhang Fan was not an option. Fight head-on? That would just be a sign of immaturity. Ha! Zhang Fan looked at the pot-bellied man, his tone indifferent. Come and go as you please. Do you think this place is some kind of joke? Zhang Fan was not someone who enjoyed killing, but he was certainly not the kind of fool who repaid grievances with kindness. This pot-bellied man not only wanted to seize his house but also intended to kill him. Naturally, Zhang Fan would not let him off. Moreover, the pot-bellied man appeared to be a sinister and ruthless hypocrite with a narrow mind. To avoid future troubles, it was better to deal with him thoroughly. Only then could Zhang Fan sleep peacefully at night. The pot-bellied man's face instantly froze, forcing out a strained smile. Brother, look at how forgetful I am. After speaking, he shouted to the lackeys behind him, hurry up and unload the supplies we collected today and leave them for this brother. Consider it our compensation. A group of underlings looked reluctant. The pot-bellied man, seeing this, roared angrily, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and move. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly fell silent. A golden disc sliced across his neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The next moment, his head slid off his neck and fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to rest in peace. The faces of the group of underlings instantly turned pale as they looked at Zhang Fan in terror. Meanwhile, the woman brought by the pot-bellied man was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, wetting herself in fear. Swish! The metallic disc spun through the air and obediently returned to Zhang Fan, hovering by his side. Zhang Fan walked gracefully to the side of the big-bellied man who had died with his eyes wide open, looked down at him, and said calmly, in this world, debts must always be repaid. He then picked up the golden, silver, and white orbs of light that had fallen from the big-bellied man. Constitution plus 15, Spirit plus 15, and gained the ability to control lightning. 15 points in Constitution and Spirit. This guy is much stronger than the ability users I've encountered before. Zhang Fan thought to himself. In truth, it wasn't just the big-bellied man. The young werewolf earlier was also quite formidable. If they hadn't encountered him, their defeat wouldn't have been so devastating. The question was, why were they so powerful? With this doubt in mind, Zhang Fan turned his gaze toward the big-bellied man's group of underlings. A group of underlings looked at Zhang Fan in terror, as if facing a great enemy. Of course, they were scared. They were well aware of how strong the big-bellied man was, yet Zhang Fan had taken him down in a single move. How powerful must Zhang Fan be? How could they not feel fear? However, Zhang Fan had no intention of dealing with them. Debts have their debtors, and these underlings had not provoked him. If you want to live, answer me one question. Zhang Fan asked expressively. expressionlessly. Ask, just ask. Big brother, feel free to ask. We will tell you everything we know without holding anything back. Several underlings nodded hastily, fearing that a slow response might provoke Zhang Fan's wrath. The current situation was different from before. Human life was cheap, and killing someone was inconsequential. Death meant nothing, and there was no need to bear any legal responsibility. That guy just mentioned crystals. Zhang Fan pointed at the muscular young man who had reverted to human form and asked, "What are crystals?" "Big brother, you don't know about crystals?" A chubby underling looked a bit puzzled. Crystals are the things inside the heads of zombies and ability users. As long as you kill zombies or ability users, you can dig crystals out of their heads. These crystals contain a mysterious energy. As long as we absorb this energy, we can become stronger. At this point, the chubby underling quickly pulled a white crystal the size of a peanut out of his pocket. "This is the thing, boss, take a look." Zhang Fan took the white crystal and examined it carefully. He could clearly sense that this peanut-sized white crystal indeed contained a peculiar energy. An uncontrollable desire arose in his heart, like the craving for food when you're hungry. "How does this thing get absorbed?" Zhang Fan asked again. "Just hold it in your palm, and your body will absorb it automatically," the chubby little guy quickly answered. The other little guys also nodded in agreement. Zhang Fan followed their instructions. Sure enough, a gentle stream of energy flowed through his palm, slowly entering his arm, then spreading to his shoulder, chest, brain, and abdomen, eventually permeating his entire body. His limbs and bones were filled with a sense of warmth and comfort. Zhang Fan was both surprised and delighted. He suddenly realized that these crystals were the cultivation method for ability users. All along, Jingya had been feeling deeply troubled, watching Zhang Fan grow stronger day by day while she remained stagnant. She often asked Zhang Fan how he trained and why he kept getting stronger. However, what could Zhang Fan say? Even if he told her, Jingya wouldn't be able to do it because she hadn't acquired any abilities and couldn't even see the light clusters, let alone pick them up. What happened? Therefore, Zhang Fan's path to becoming stronger could only be used by him and couldn't be replicated by others. He felt a twinge of frustration in his heart. His teammates were stuck in place, while the zombies were continuously growing stronger. This was clearly not a good situation. Now, he had finally found the correct cultivation method. "Do all zombies have these crystals in their heads?" Zhang Fan asked again. 5 days before the apocalypse, only a small number of zombies had it. Now, almost every zombie has this thing in their heads, the chubby underling replied. "I see." After figuring out the information about the white crystals, Zhang Fan let the group leave. Naturally, the young man with the muscular chest was left behind. This guy definitely didn't seem like a good person, so Zhang Fan used his alchemy-like ability to turn him into a golden statue, leaving him permanently in Huading Garden. Returning to the villa, Zhang Fan shared the news about the white crystals with all the team members. Everyone seemed very excited. "Our strength has been stagnant for so long, but now, finally, we can improve our abilities." Jingya appeared the most excited. "But come to think of it, how did those people know that these white crystals would appear in the zombies' heads? When ordinary people see zombies, they avoid them like the plague. Even if they kill a zombie, they find it too dirty to touch. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even if there is something inside a zombie's head, it is hard for anyone to discover it." Zhang Fan was the same. When he killed zombies, he did so with great fervor, but he never touched them. He would always decapitate them with one strike and then leave them alone. "I don't know about that." Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. "It's not important. The key now is to collect the white crystals." At this point, Zhang Fan took out more than 20 white crystals from his pocket. These were all looted from that group of people earlier. After he made the request, they didn't dare refuse and immediately handed over all the white crystals. "How sensible of them. Here are more than 20 pieces, 3 for each person. Let's divide them up and test the effect first." Zhang Fan placed the crystals on the coffee table. "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, brother Zhang Fan." Poof. Everyone was very happy, eagerly sharing the white crystals and trying them out. Zhang Fan took 3 crystals and placed them in front of De Huang. "De Huang, press them with your paw." Zhang Fan patted De Huang's dog head, then placed the 3 crystals on the ground. However, instead of following Zhang Fan's instructions, De Huang stuck out his tongue and swallowed the 3 crystals. "You can't eat that." Zhang Fan was startled and immediately grabbed De Huang's mouth. "Spit it out. Quickly, spit it out." Woof woof woof. De Huang let out a few whimpers, his throat moving as he swallowed the 3 crystals down into his stomach. Zhang Fan was quite angry, thinking about teaching this dog a good lesson to make it remember. However, De Huang blinked its innocent dog eyes and looked at Zhang Fan pitifully. Coupled with its fluffy head, it appeared both innocent and adorable. Zhang Fan softened and couldn't bring himself to hit it. "You." Zhang Fan patted its head and observed it carefully for a while. Discovering that De Huang didn't seem to have any discomfort, he gradually felt relieved. Then, he took out 3 crystals from his pocket, sat on the sofa, and began to absorb them. De Huang obediently lay at Zhang Fan's feet, guarding him. A continuous stream of warm energy energy flowed from Zhang Fan's palm into his body, making him feel warm and extremely comfortable. However, this exhilarating sensation didn't last long. In just 30 minutes, the 3 crystals had completely disappeared in Zhang Fan's palm. So fast? Zhang Fan was a bit stunned. 3 crystals were used up in just 30 minutes, with each crystal lasting only 10 minutes on average. That was way too short. Let's check the results. Zhang Fan pulled up the attribute panel. Physique increased by 1.5. Spirit also increased by 1.5. Zhang Fan was stunned, so, absorbing the white crystal not only enhances physical fitness but also boosts spirit. Could it be that each crystal separately increases by 0.5? Zhang Fan was filled with questions. The zombies he killed only dropped physical fitness light clusters, but no spirit light clusters. Why is it that absorbing the crystals from the zombies' heads can both enhance physical fitness and boost spirit? This was truly incomprehensible. However, that wasn't the main point. The most important thing was that absorbing white crystals could enhance spirit, and this was what Zhang Fan cared about the most. When he hunted zombies, he could only obtain physical fitness light clusters, which caused his physical fitness to improve rapidly, while his spirit remained stagnant. The gap between physical fitness and spirit gave Zhang Fan a headache. But now, it was fine. Absorbing white crystals could also enhance spirit. He just needed to absorb a few more white crystals. From now on, when hunting zombies, I must collect the crystals. Zhang Fan stood up and looked around, noticing that the others were still absorbing the white crystals and had not yet awakened. It seems my speed is the fastest, he muttered to himself, his gaze shifting to De Huang. De Huang was perfectly fine, showing no abnormalities. It seems eating the white crystals should be safe. Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief and quietly stepped outside the villa to test the newly acquired abilities. Today, he had killed the muscular young man and the pot-bellied man, which had dropped 2 ability light clusters. However, Zhang Fan wasn't interested in the werewolf transformation ability of the muscular young man, so he hadn't picked it up. Finally, he gained the superpower to control lightning, which became his 7th ability. De Huang followed closely behind and came outside as well. Zhang Fan quietly felt the lightning power, exploring the methods to use this new ability. Suddenly, arcs of electricity surged around him. Amidst the crackling sounds, silver currents danced across his body, instantly enveloping him entirely. Zhang Fan's hair stood on end, and his whole body was bathed in silver currents, resembling a thunder god descending to the mortal world. Seeing Zhang Fan's transformation, De Huang did not panic but cautiously stepped back a few paces to avoid being affected. Its intelligence had already improved, becoming agile and clever. Zhang Fan stared at the electricity in his hand, then turned to look at a tree in the distance and suddenly pointed a finger. Crack! A bolt of electricity as thick as a thumb shot out from Zhang Fan's fingertip, striking the tree fiercely. As a puff of black smoke rose, Zhang Fan focused his gaze and saw that the thick trunk had been blasted with a hole, charred black inside as if it had been burned by fire. As expected, of the lightning power, its strength is incredible. Zhang Fan was very satisfied with the power of his new ability and continued experimenting. After some trials, Zhang Fan discovered 2 uses for the lightning power. First, its offensive capability. The power of lightning was immense. A single bolt could blast a hole even in a tree so thick that it would take 2 people to encircle it. Second, its speed. When bathed in lightning, Zhang Fan's movement speed increased dramatically, as swift as a raging wind, especially after he underwent alloy transformation. Bathing in lightning further elevated his speed and explosive power to another level. Awesome! After experimenting outside for over half an hour and becoming familiar with controlling the lightning power, Zhang Fan returned to the villa with De Huang. The others were still absorbing crystals. So slow. Zhang Fan shook his head, walked over to his laptop, and continued copying resources onto 7 new phones. After another half hour, Jingya was the first to wake up, followed closely by Yang Linger, and then the others woke up one after another. Zhang Fan checked the time and found that it had taken everyone about 2 hours from start to finish. The slowness was evident. Zhang Fan concluded that the stronger one's power, the faster they could absorb crystals. Conversely, the weaker they were, the slower it would be. This was not hard to understand. A strong and healthy person could eat and drink more and digest faster, while a frail and sickly person would be relatively slower. How does everyone feel? Seeing that everyone had stopped absorbing, Zhang Fan asked with a smile, has your strength improved? Yes. Jingya answered excitedly, I feel like with another 16 or 17 crystals, I should be able to advance. I'm about the same. Zhang Wensi was overjoyed. These crystals are amazing. I feel full of energy now, and my mental clarity is much sharper than before. Brother Zhang Fan, these crystals really work. Wang Yuan opened her palm, revealing a cluster of green light in her hand. Look, my ability's energy cluster is obviously larger than before. The range I can detect has also increased by over 100 meters. Chao Jia was grinning from ear to ear. Yang Linger didn't say anything, but judging from her expression, her progress was also evident. Zhang Fan's physical and mental baseline was relatively high, so the 1.5 increase wasn't wasn't very noticeable for him. However, for the others, whose strength and foundation were weaker, the changes after absorbing 3 white crystals were clearly significant. Poof, that's how it should be, Zhang Fan said with a smile. It seems that absorbing the energy from white crystals is indeed the right way to cultivate. So from now on, in addition to gathering supplies, we also need to collect white crystals on a large scale. Yes, yes. Everyone expressed their agreement enthusiastically. No one wanted to remain weak, and to grow stronger, collecting white crystals was a must. Boss. Although cracking open a zombie's skull and searching for crystals amidst the disgusting brain matter and filthy blood was nauseating, it was the only way to enhance their strength. Let's have a quick meeting. Zhang Fan looked around. The team has grown larger now, and we have relatively sufficient manpower. Therefore, I propose splitting the team into 2 groups. Some people stay at home, organize supplies, and handle some household chores. Don't underestimate these chores, they are actually very time-consuming and cannot be ignored. Another group goes out to collect supplies and hunt zombies to obtain white crystals. Does everyone agree? I have no objections. Wang Yuan was the first to raise her hand in agreement. She didn't like being in the spotlight and preferred staying at home doing chores over going out to hunt zombies. I agree too. Jingya nodded. Our family has stored a lot of supplies, and someone needs to look after them. Otherwise, if someone comes to steal, all our previous efforts will be in vain. I have no objections. Agreed. The others expressed their agreement one after another. Since everyone has no objections, let's decide on this. Zhang Fan nodded and then asked, who is willing to stay home, and who wants to go out to hunt zombies? The answer was obvious. There was no need to ask further. Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, and Zhou Ling all preferred to stay at home. Their gentle personalities made them dislike fighting and killing. Zhang Fan, Zhang Wenxi, and Yang Linger, on the other hand, wanted to go out to hunt zombies and improve their skills. Jingya had no choice. As the mobile warehouse, Zhang Fan relied on her to carry supplies, so she had to go out. This allocation doesn't seem very appropriate. Jingya frowned and said, Wang Yuan, Sister Chao, and Zhou Ling are all support roles. Staying home isn't very safe. How about this? Let old Zhang and Sister Yang take turns staying home. 1 person per day, alternating. What do you think? This works too. Zhang Wenxi nodded. I have no objections. Yang Linger said calmly. Zhang Wenxi and Yang Linger both agreed, as they understood this was the most reasonable arrangement. Among the entire team, there were only 3 combat-type ability users, and someone had to stay home. Zhang Fan was immediately ruled out. His efficiency in hunting zombies was extremely high, and it would be a huge waste if he didn't go out to collect white crystals. That left only Zhang Wenxi and Yang Linger. Both of them wanted to go out, so to be fair, taking turns staying home was the best solution. There's no need to make it so complicated. Zhang Fan waved his hand. I have a way to guard the house and ensure no one can steal our things. What method? Everyone looked at Zhang Fan curiously. The wise have their own clever plans. You'll find out when the time comes. Zhang Fan smiled mysteriously and continued to arrange. This afternoon, we won't be collecting supplies. Jingya and I will go out to collect white crystals, while the rest of you stay home to organize the supplies. Try to finish organizing all the supplies we've gathered over the past few days. Tomorrow morning, starting June 11th, Jingya, old Zhang, Sister Yang, and I will head out together. Collect food and water in the morning. Collect other supplies in the afternoon. Collect crystals along the way. Any questions? The arrangement is very reasonable. Raise both hands in favor. After the meeting ended simply, Zhang Fan and Jingya bid farewell to everyone and left the villa. Of course, along with De Huang. The heavy truck drove steadily on streets filled with severed limbs and debris. Besides the scattered vehicles, there was all sorts of trash. The zombies around Huading Yaju had mostly been cleared out by Zhang Fan, leaving the streets eerily quiet. Where to? Jingya asked. Fengshan Road Metro Station. Zhang Fan had already decided on the destination. Without collecting supplies and solely hunting zombies, the most crowded places were the obvious choice. The metro station was undoubtedly an excellent option, and Fengshan Road Metro Station was very close to Huading Yaju, less than 3 kilometers away. Alright, Jingya had no objections, but she emphasized there must be a lot of zombies at the subway station, so be careful. Don't worry, even if I have to risk my life, I'll protect you. Zhang Fan reassured her with a smile. Jingya slightly pursed her lips, revealing a dazed smile. Why are you smiling? Zhang Fan asked, a little puzzled. Nothing, it's just that being with you, how should I put it? It feels very reassuring. Jingya said meaningfully. Really? That's great. Zhang Fan laughed heartily, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the heavy truck toward Fengshan Road Metro Station. Zhang Fan had traveled this road before, and the vehicles blocking the way had already been forcibly cleared, leaving the path wide open. In less than 5 minutes, the heavy truck arrived at Fengshan Road Metro Station. This was a crossroads, with dozens of cars parked haphazardly on the road. Zhang Fan's sharp eyes quickly spotted a tanker truck among the traffic, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. I've been thinking about finding a tanker truck these past 2 days, and I can't believe I just stumbled upon one here. He pointed at the tanker truck and said said with a smile, searching high and low, only to find it effortlessly. Although he had already decided to collect solar power systems and use photovoltaic panels for electricity, he still planned to stockpile a large amount of diesel as a backup. If the solar power system were to be damaged, he could still use a diesel generator for electricity. Moreover, vehicles would need fuel too. Therefore, hoarding a batch of diesel was always a wise precaution, and a tanker truck was undoubtedly the best tool for transporting and storing diesel. Seeing the tanker truck, Jingya's face lit up with joy as well. We'll drive it back home later. Zhang Fan nodded and scanned the surroundings. Being at a crossroads, there were quite a few zombies here. Hearing the sound of the heavy truck, the zombies began to gather around. Upon closer observation, it was evident that these zombies were moving much faster than before, and their limbs were no longer as stiff. Although they were still not as agile as normal humans, compared to their state 3 days ago, they had indeed become significantly more flexible. Do you see that? These zombies are definitely evolving. The changes in just 3 days are truly astonishing, Zhang Fan said, pointing at the approaching zombies with a serious expression. It's hard to imagine what they might eventually become if time goes on. Jingya sighed and said worriedly, the most troublesome thing is that there are just too many zombies. That's true, their numbers are overwhelming. Zhang Fan agreed wholeheartedly. In terms of evolution speed, these clumsy zombies currently cannot compare to intelligent humans. Whether they will become smarter remains unknown, and it's hard to draw conclusions for now. However, the number of zombies far exceeds that of humans, and the world now resembles a zombie kingdom, with humans becoming the minority. Under such circumstances, if zombies grow stronger, can humans withstand the tide like zombie army? So, we must become stronger. Zhang Fan took a deep breath, parked the heavy truck by the roadside, then opened the door and jumped out. There were many zombies. Here, leaving Jingya alone in the car was unsafe, but taking her along wasn't ideal either. Thus, Zhang Fan created a duplicate to hunt zombies while he stayed in the car to ensure Jingya's safety. Zhang Fan returned to the driver's seat and closed the car door. Jingya was a bit stunned. She looked outside at Zhang Fan hunting zombies, then turned to the Zhang Fan sitting beside her, utterly confused, rubbing her eyes vigorously. She hadn't seen wrong, there were indeed 2 Zhang Fans. Zhang Fan, what's going on here? Jingya looked at him with a face full of confusion, her eyes flashing with bewilderment. Why are there 2 of you? That's my duplicate, Zhang Fan explained with a smile. I have the ability to create duplicates. Duplicate ability? Jingya instantly understood, but was even more surprised. When did you awaken this ability? It should have been the day we collected generators at the farm machinery company on Baihua Road, Zhang Fan said with a smile. Was it when you encountered that zombie with the duplicate ability? Jingya's mouth dropped open, her face full of shock. More or less, Zhang Fan nodded. Why do you keep awakening abilities one after another? Jingya asked incredulously. Suddenly, she recalled the process of Zhang Fan awakening these abilities. When he encountered Yang Jialong, who had the ability to control metal, he awakened the power to control metal. When he met the zombie with the duplicate ability, he awakened the ability to create duplicates. When he encountered Wang Hui, who mastered the alloying ability, he awakened the alloying power. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? At that moment, the duplicate outside suddenly emitted dazzling currents, with thumb-thick lightning bolts striking out from its body, fiercely attacking the surrounding zombies. Crack crack, the surrounding zombies were electrocuted, their heads exploding, bodies charred, and twitching as they fell to the ground. Controlling lightning? Jingya was stunned, her eyes wide open. Isn't this the ability of that big-bellied man from this morning? Oh no, this can't be a coincidence. Jingya stared at Zhang Fan intently, as if discovering a new continent, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Fan, have you awakened an ability similar to copying powers? Zhang Fan froze. Why do you say that? Jingya immediately explained her reasoning, and after hearing it, Zhang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. So, you think the abilities I possess were copied from those people? Jingya stared at Zhang Fan without blinking. Indeed, there's no hiding it. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly. Actually, it couldn't be hidden. It was too easy to guess unless he didn't reveal these abilities. Otherwise, it was impossible to conceal. Isn't that right? Seeing Zhang Fan silent, Jingya became a little anxious, shook his arm, and even pouted to act coquettishly. Zhang Fan coughed twice and nodded, almost, but it's not copying abilities, it's plundering abilities. Once plundered, others will completely lose their abilities. So, I don't dare to plunder casually, I can only target the abilities of those who are destined to die. I knew it, that's why you can awaken new abilities one after another, Jingya said, both envious and jealous. You really hit the jackpot, actually awakening the plundering ability. Keep it a secret for me, don't tell anyone else, Zhang Fan urged. Jingya nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, exclaiming excitedly, this is our little secret, just you and me. Yes, a secret. Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to keep it under wraps. But seriously, your ability is truly amazing. Jingya looked astonished. As you keep plundering, won't you just keep getting stronger and stronger? Zhang Fan replied replied with a smile, that's my goal. Work hard, and I'll stick with you in the future. I don't want to let go of this thick thigh of yours. Jingya chuckled. Suit yourself. Zhang Fan laughed heartily twice. Before long, the replica had already taken care of the zombies at the crossroads. Let's go down. The two got out of the car, surrounded by zombie corpses and the stench of foul blood. Zhang Fan focused his mind and created 20 clones. After reaching level 3, he could create 30 clones at once, but that would completely drain his stamina. 20 clones were just right. Jingya was astonished again. Zhang Fan, you can actually create so many clones? That's amazing. Hee, it's nothing. Zhang Fan smiled, then gave instructions to the clones, go collect the white crystals. The 20 clones immediately dispersed, heading to the various zombie corpses to start collecting white crystals. Hunting zombies was easy, but collecting white crystals was much more troublesome. The white crystals were about the size of a peanut and were hidden inside the zombies' heads. To collect the crystals, one had to first smash open the zombie's head and then carefully search through the brain matter and blood. The process was even more disgusting than picking coffee beans out of elephant dung. It was bloody, filthy, and extremely tedious. So, we can only rely on the clones to do the job. Fortunately, after a few attempts, the clones quickly located the exact position of the white crystals. They are situated above the superior colliculus of the brain, behind and below the medullary striae, and between the thalamus on its sides. Simply put, they are directly behind the center of the forehead, roughly in the same position as the pineal gland. So disgusting. Watching the 20 clones smash open the zombies' heads to search for the white crystals, Jingya couldn't help but cover her nose. You need to learn to adapt, Zhang Fan said while collecting the golden light clusters. In the future, you'll have to collect the white crystals too. Stop talking. Jingya couldn't help but gag. Not long after, Zhang Fan finished collecting all the light clusters, increasing his physique by 27. Leaving the replica to continue gathering white crystals, Zhang Fan took Jingya and De Huang down to the subway station. As soon as they descended the stairs, Zhang Fan saw an astonishing number of zombies wandering in the subway station hall. Densely packed, shoulder to shoulder, these zombies were like headless flies, some stood still, while others roamed aimlessly. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them. De Huang, protect Jingya. Woof woof. De Huang barked twice. Great. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, his body transforming into a silver alloy state as he drew the treasured blade from his waist. This blade resembled a tang sword in width, but was much shorter, with a blade length of only 30 centimeters. Previously, Zhang Fan had used a large machete to slay zombies, as it was more suitable for chopping, and had greater destructive power. Now that Zhang Fan had broken through to level 3, his strength had skyrocketed, and even a small dagger could easily sever a zombie's head. The cumbersome machete was no longer necessary. Zhang Fan crafted himself a short-bladed tang sword, compact, lightweight, and most importantly, stylish. Electric currents surged around Zhang Fan, making him appear as if he were bathed in lightning. Swish! A streak of electricity flashed, and Zhang Fan had already charged into the zombie horde. The short blade in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, slicing precisely across the necks of one zombie after another. Blood splattered as heads rolled off the shoulders of the zombies, one after another, falling to the ground. This guy is getting more and more incredible. Jingya stood at the stairway, watching Zhang Fan wreak havoc among the horde of zombies, charging left and right, fighting fiercely. Her heart was filled with shock. She had witnessed Zhang Fan hunting zombies many times before, but this time left her feeling an unprecedented sense of awe. The alloyed Zhang Fan, with silver currents flowing across his body, moved at an astonishing speed. He weaved through the zombie horde, decapitating dozens of them in no time. This was the true definition of cutting through them like slicing melons and vegetables. Absolutely stunning, terrifying power, incredible speed, exaggerated defense. Jingya's eyes were full of admiration. Zhang Fan is undoubtedly the most perfect superhuman, with limitless potential. Just as Jingya was secretly awestruck and full of admiration, almost all the zombies in the hall had been wiped out by Zhang Fan. Only a few stragglers remained, which Zhang Fan was preparing to clean up. Before long, the zombies were completely annihilated. With a flick of his short blade, the filthy blood on it slid off instantly, and the blade returned to its pristine, gleaming state. The golden alloy created with his transmutation ability was not only incredibly sharp but also never stained with blood. Its surface seemed to have a waterproof coating, causing blood to slide off like water on a lotus leaf. However, Zhang Fan himself was covered in quite a bit of blood, especially his clothes, which were soaked through. No matter, he could just take a shower later. Zhang Fan began collecting the golden light clusters. After killing nearly 100 zombies just now, the ground was littered with them. His sharp eyes also spotted 2 white light clusters. These were ability light clusters. 2 white light clusters represented 2 abilities. Zhang Fan hadn't expected to gain 2 abilities this time. It was a pleasant surprise. However, Zhang Fan wasn't sure what specific abilities these 2 clusters contained. He had acted so quickly earlier that the 2 zombies with abilities hadn't even had a chance to use them before being taken down. down. Zhang Fan didn't rush to pick up the 2 ability light clusters. Instead, he first collected nearly 100 physical attribute light clusters. His physical stats increased by 48. Physical attribute, level 3, 220.5/1000. Just how monstrous was a level 3 physical attribute of 220.5? Zhang Fan's initial physical attribute was level 1, 1 out of 10, where 1 represented the average physical parameter of an adult male. Level 3, at 220.5 was equivalent to 220.5 plus 100 plus 10 is equal to 330.5 times the original. 330 divided by 1 is equal to 330 times. This was an exaggerated figure. It meant that Zhang Fan's physical fitness was now 330 times that of a normal person. Before the apocalypse, was this even human anymore? He was practically a superhuman. However, Zhang Fan didn't let this make him complacent, as he knew he could become even stronger by continuing to hunt zombies. So, he kept pushing forward. Zhang Fan walked up to the first white light cluster and picked it up. Instantly, a piercing pain shot through him, but it quickly subsided and disappeared without a trace. Zhang Fan immediately checked his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 3 ability user. Physique, level 3, 220.5/1000. Spirit, level 2, 19.5/100. Abilities, infinite pickup ability, metal manipulation, transmute stone to gold, clone creation, alloying, self-healing, lightning manipulation, gender transformation. Change gender? Zhang Fan's mouth twitched. How can there be such an ability? Is this ability even reliable? He had thought he would gain some amazing power, but it turned out to be such a useless one, leaving Zhang Fan greatly disappointed. However, he quickly became hopeful again and picked up the second white light orb. I hope I can get a good ability this time. With high expectations, Zhang Fan endured the excruciating pain while keeping his eyes fixed on the attribute panel. Half a minute later, the intense pain subsided rapidly, and the abilities section of the attribute panel changed. Accordingly, abilities, infinite ability collection, metal manipulation, transmute stone to gold, create clones, alloy transformation, self-healing, lightning manipulation, change gender, teleportation. Teleportation. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. Teleportation, this was an incredibly powerful ability, highly practical for movement and evasion. Just imagine appearing out of thin air from point A to point B. It was like being a ghost, impossible to guard against. This ability is amazing. Zhang Fan suppressed his excitement and carefully tried to sense how to use this ability. Moments later, Zhang Fan, what's wrong? Seeing Zhang Fan suddenly standing still in a daze, Jingya hurried over. Are you okay? Whoosh! Zhang Fan vanished into thin air, as if he had evaporated from the world, disappearing without any warning. The scene of his disappearance was eerily strange, surrounded by severed limbs, blood, and dismembered heads. Ah! Jingya screamed in fright, her face instantly turning pale. Zhang Fan, where are you? Pop! Her shoulder was gently tapped. Jingya's delicate body trembled, and she quickly turned around to see Zhang Fan standing behind her, smiling warmly at her. She let out a sigh of relief, then raised her eyebrows and angrily said, "What are you up to? Don't you know that's really scary?" Don't be mad. Let me tell you some good news, I've awakened. No, I should say I've seized another new superpower. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Jingya's displeasure instantly vanished, and she excitedly asked, "What superpower?" Teleportation. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and then disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already several meters away. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Fan vanished and reappeared repeatedly, like a phantom disappearing and reappearing out of thin air. Each disappearance and reappearance occurred several meters away, without the slightest pause. Jingya's eyes sparkled with stars. This ability is amazing. It greatly enhances combat power. Zhang Fan moved effortlessly through the subway station hall, his voice echoing throughout the space. Combined with the alloying ability, my combat power has skyrocketed exponentially. You've become even more perfect. It's truly enviable, Jingya said with heartfelt admiration. As an ordinary person, who wouldn't want to soar through the skies and possess extraordinary abilities? Compared to auxiliary abilities like portable space, Jingya actually preferred combat-related abilities because she thought they were cooler. In her eyes, the portable space ability wasn't cool at all. It was like an ordinary person wearing a spatial ring. Setting aside the spatial ring, she was still just an ordinary person, which made her feel a bit frustrated. Zhang Fan, do you think I might awaken other abilities in the future? Jingya's tone carried a hint of bitterness. Who knows? Zhang Fan returned to Jingya, shrugged helplessly, and said, no one can predict the future. I really wish I could get other abilities. As the two were talking, 20 replicas came down the stairs and entered the subway hall. They handed the white crystals they had just collected to Zhang Fan, exactly 54 pieces, no more, no less. These peanut-sized crystals were not clean, with bloodstains still on them, emitting a pungent odor. The smell is too strong. We'll have to clean them thoroughly when we get back. Zhang Fan wrinkled his nose, placed the crystal into a plastic bag, and handed it to Jingya. Jingya reached out and wiped it, storing the backpack into her personal space. She was very clear about her role. Following Zhang Fan out here was simply to act as a tool. To put it nicely, she was there for companionship. To put it bluntly, she was just a space ring. Truly a sad story. A dozen minutes later, the replicas had finished collecting crystals in the hall. This time, the quantity was substantial, a total of 96 pieces. Combined with the previous haul, they had already collected 150 pieces, an astonishingly high efficiency. However, Zhang Fan had no intention of returning just yet. He dismissed 20 replicas, then left Fengshan Road subway station with Jingya and De Huan, planning to head to the next subway station. Zhang Fan released another replica. You, go drive that tanker truck and bring it up here. No, the replica immediately went to carry out the task. Let's get in the vehicle too. Zhang Fan, Jingya, and De Huan got into the heavy truck and continued toward the next stop, Huangbai Road subway station. As Zhang Fan stepped on the accelerator, the heavy truck sped onto Jinqiu Road, with the clone driving the tanker truck closely behind. Huangbai Road subway station was not far from Fengshan Road subway station, taking about 2 minutes to reach. However, as they passed by the Eurasia Business College, Zhang Fan heard the sounds of intense fighting coming from inside the campus. Zhang Fan pulled the heavy truck over to the roadside. What's wrong? Jingya asked in confusion. Listen. Zhang Fan pointed toward the school by the roadside. Although separated by a campus wall, he could clearly hear what seemed to be a fierce battle erupting inside the school, with sounds of collisions, explosions, and the growls of zombies. Clearly, there were superhumans fighting zombies inside the school, and the battle was quite intense. Should we go take a look? Zhang Fan asked Jingya. Whatever. Jingya actually didn't really want to go. The less trouble, the better. Whether it was zombies or humans, she didn't want to encounter either. She no longer trusted strangers. Then I'll go take a look. Zhang Fan really wanted to investigate, not to join the commotion, but in hopes of gaining a new ability. Go ahead. Jingya said, I'll stay in the car and wait for you. If I go, I'll just be a burden to you. Zhang Fan nodded, opened the car door, jumped out, created a duplicate to protect Jingya, and then headed toward the school. Swish! Zhang Fan leaped lightly and landed steadily on the 2-meter-high courtyard wall. The scene before him left him utterly stunned. In front of him stood a library building, and on the square in front of the library, a large group of zombies had gathered, roughly estimated to be at least 40 or 50. More critically, zombies from afar, having heard the commotion, were continuously converging in this direction. These zombies were dressed in student uniforms, suggesting they were likely students from the Eurasia Business College who had turned into zombies. At this moment, these zombie students were frantically attacking the library, while in front of the library, 5 or 6 students were desperately resisting. Each of them possessed special abilities. One of the students was engulfed in roaring flames, with his hands seemingly transformed into flamethrowers, spewing fire to form a blazing barrier that blocked the zombies' advance. Another student pressed his hands to the ground, causing sharp earthen spikes, resembling stalagmites, to erupt from the ground and attack the zombies. Yet, another student had eyes that emitted laser-like beams, continuously firing dazzling crimson rays. Although the beams repeatedly struck the zombie horde, his aim was unfortunately terrible, seemingly firing wildly without precision. A zombie's fatal weakness lies in its head. Destroying or severing it ensures its death. However, this guy just couldn't aim properly. The red lasers kept hitting the zombies' bodies, leaving gaping holes but failing to deliver a fatal blow. Zhang Fan could only shake his head as he watched. The last student appeared particularly fierce. He was burly, standing over 2 meters tall, with a muscular build far surpassing that of any world bodybuilding champion. Charging into the zombie horde like an enraged bull, he effortlessly sent zombies flying. With a single punch, he could easily smash a zombie's head, his immense strength leaving onlookers speechless. These 4 students, 3 males and 1 female, were all incredibly brave, but among the zombies, there were also formidable opponents. Among the 40 or 50 zombies, most were ordinary ones, but 3 of them possessed special abilities. One was a bald, middle-aged zombie, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with grayish-white skin and almost no signs of decay. Strangely, this bald, middle-aged zombie was surrounded by flickering lightning, which it randomly discharged in all directions. Clearly, this zombie had awakened the ability to control electricity, similar to the ability of the pot-bellied man. However, it lacked any intelligence and couldn't wield this power effectively. The electricity scattered chaotically, sometimes striking the 4 students, other times hitting nearby zombies, with terrible accuracy. Another was a female student zombie with disheveled hair, also showing no signs of decay. Her ability was earth manipulation, controlling large marble tiles and haphazardly smashing them at her surroundings. The last zombie with supernatural abilities was a thin and weak-looking male zombie, about 1.6 meters tall. Despite its frail appearance, its abilities seemed to be something like enhanced strength. Chasing after a burly student over 2 meters tall, it showed no signs of being at a disadvantage, displaying extraordinary power. Seeing these 3 zombies with supernatural abilities, Zhang Fan licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. He admitted he was drawn to the abilities of these three zombies, especially two of them. Since he already had the ability to control lightning, he wasn't interested in the lightning-controlling zombie. I must obtain these two abilities. Zhang Fan did not act immediately. He wanted to continue observing. These four students all possessed combat-related abilities and were showing remarkable bravery. If their character was decent, he could recruit them into his team to strengthen its power. Currently, his team had 8 members, most of whom had support-type abilities. Only Zhang Fan, Zhang Wenxi, and Yang Linger were combat-oriented, which was clearly insufficient. If he could recruit these four, it would greatly enhance the team's combat strength. "Old Zhang, retreat quickly, I can't hold on anymore," shouted a student whose eyes emitted red laser beams. His face was flushed, sweat beading on his forehead, and he was panting heavily. His name was Bao Yuning, a 21-year-old third-year student at Eurasia Business College. The other 3 were also students from Eurasia Business College. The burly man was named Jiang Guang, the handsome young man who controlled Earth was Chui Yen, and the girl engulfed in flames was Wu Yen. "I can't hold on either." Chui Yen was drenched in sweat, his face pale. "Yang Guang, retreat quickly, the zombies are increasing in number." The burly Yang Guang, while fending off the thin male zombie, shouted loudly, "Wu Yen, should we retreat?" They were all survivors from Eurasia Business College, a team temporarily formed in the past few days. They had originally been hiding in a small supermarket next to the school cafeteria, where they had been relatively safe. Today, they ventured to the library to rescue Wu Yan's twin sister, Wu Miao. However, they hadn't expected to encounter so many zombies here, including 3 with supernatural abilities. Facing such a large number of zombies and 3 superpowered monsters, they were gradually feeling overwhelmed. Yang Guan was starting to waver. Risking his life for someone else's sister clearly didn't seem worth it. Wu Yan bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She knew her sister was on the top floor of the library and was still alive. She was so close to her sister, if only they could reach the top floor, they could save her. Unfortunately, there were simply too many zombies. They were on the verge of collapse, and if they continued to push forward, it would only lead to certain death. Meow meow. Wu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and she let out a painful growl, struggling to utter a single word, "retreat." Upon hearing this, Yang Guang and the other 2 felt a sense of relief, secretly exhaling in their hearts. They had been truly worried that Wu Yan would stubbornly refuse to save her sister, which would have left them with no choice but to await death. "You 3 go first, exit through the side door on the first floor, I'll cover the rear," Yang Guang shouted loudly. Bao Yuning and the other 2 understood that Yang Guang's tough skin and astonishing speed meant he could easily catch up with them. Without hesitation, they quickly broke away from the battle and rushed toward the library's side door. But, unexpectedly, a beast-like growl echoed from the second floor of the library, and over 30 zombies surged down the stairs like a tide, surrounding them. Even more despairing, zombies continued to pour down from upstairs, lunging toward them. "There are zombies on the second floor too. We're surrounded. It's over. We're doomed." Seeing the swarming zombies, Bao Yuning and the other 2 instantly showed despair on their faces, knowing there was no way out. Their strength was already exhausted, and they couldn't hold on much longer. Now, with enemies on all sides, death seemed inevitable. "It's all my fault, I dragged you into this." Wu Yan's face was ashen. "I'm sorry." Chui Yan and Bao Yuning remained silent, neither showing forgiveness nor complaining. Forgiveness? They had barely survived and even awakened supernatural powers, only to face death here. This left them feeling extremely aggrieved. Complaining? What use would it be now? Would it help them escape the zombie siege? "After struggling to survive for so many days, I never thought I'd die here. It's so frustrating." The chubby Bao Yuning collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, completely drained of the strength to fight. Using his powers had consumed too much energy, and the fierce battle just now had nearly emptied him. He was too exhausted to continue. The handsome young man Chui Yan knelt weakly on the ground, staring blankly at the approaching zombies, his eyes filled with despair. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Wu Yan apologized over and over, her heart shrouded in guilt and despair. The 3 of them had completely lost their fighting spirit, with no intention of continuing the battle. Boom! The burly Yang Guang let out a miserable scream, flying heavily backward into the library and crashing hard onto the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. "What are you 3 doing? Get up and keep fighting. Fight these beasts to the death." Yang Guang roared, trying to stand up, but his strength was completely drained, making even standing an extraordinary challenge. Roar roar roar. The zombies outside surged in like a tide, and those descending from the second floor had already reached them. They were like sharks smelling blood, roaring as they lunged forward, ready to tear the 4 of them to pieces. "It's over." The 4 people were filled with despair. Swish! At this critical moment, a streaking figure suddenly appeared in front of the 4. Crackle! The newcomer was surrounded by dazzling silver arcs of electricity, with thick silver lightning bolts striking in all directions, landing precisely on the oncoming zombies. Puff, puff, puff. These electric snakes were incredibly powerful. The zombies struck by them them convulsed all over, collapsing to the ground as if performing an awkward dance, never to rise again. In the blink of an eye, most of the attacking zombies were either dead or injured, and the surroundings instantly became quiet. Yang Guang and the other three were stunned for a few seconds upon witnessing this scene, then their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. They weren't fools and naturally understood that reinforcements had arrived, even though they didn't know this savior. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Fan. Seeing that the four were on the verge of collapse, he decisively intervened, timing his actions perfectly. He neither acted too early nor delayed too long, choosing the exact moment when the four were on the brink of despair. The advantage of this approach was that after saving them, they would undoubtedly feel immense gratitude toward him, moved to the point of tears, making it relatively easier to win them over afterward. Of course, this was based on the assumption that they were the kind of people who knew how to repay kindness. Alright, Zhang Fan's performance was far from over. After killing the zombies at the forefront and temporarily alleviating the crisis for the four more zombies continued to surge forward. Zhang Fan drew the short knife from his waist and began close combat. Although the power of the lightning was immense, its visual impact was insufficient, leaving a less profound impression. Zhang Fan intended to use the sharpest methods to kill the zombies in front of him, leaving an indelible image of invincibility in the hearts of the four, one they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Zhang Fan wielded a short blade, moving like a phantom. The blade in his hand resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, slashing repeatedly. Yang Guang and the other three couldn't even catch a glimpse of Zhang Fan's figure. They could only see zombie heads falling one after another, and zombies collapsing one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen zombies were killed. The visual impact of this scene was simply overwhelming, even more shocking than lightning striking down zombies. So incredible, unbelievably strong. The four of them were dumbfounded, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg, as waves of astonishment surged in their hearts. For them, killing even one zombie was an arduous task. If surrounded by zombies, hunting them became an even greater ordeal. Because of this, being encircled by 40 or 50 zombies had nearly led to their complete annihilation. But Zhang Fan? Hunting zombies was as effortless as slicing melons or chopping vegetables. It was as if those zombies were utterly insignificant, like ants or mosquitoes, completely trivial. Such a disparity inspired awe and reverence. 1 minute later, under the stunned gazes of the four, the last zombie fell to the ground. It was the frail-looking zombie that had fiercely fought against Yang Guang earlier. Although it appeared weak, it possessed immense strength. Yang Guang had no advantage at all during their confrontation. However, Zhang Fan effortlessly killed this powerful zombie, severing its neck and decapitating it before even finishing a single move, leaving it dead on the spot. Too strong, absolutely invincible. The four once again exclaimed in awe, their eyes involuntarily revealing admiration and reverence. The strong always inspire awe. Zhang Fan casually flicked the blood off the short knife and, with a dashing move, she did at his waist. He then turned around gracefully to look at Yang Guang and the others. Noticing his gaze, the four of them instinctively felt a bit uneasy and quickly stood up. After a brief rest, their strength had somewhat recovered, allowing them to finally get to their feet. Kill? Zhang Fan smiled and asked. His handsome and charming appearance, combined with his warm and comforting smile, was like sunlight streaming down, making the four feel both warm and reassured, and they developed a great fondness for him. No, we're fine. The four hurriedly shook their heads, their faces full of gratitude. Thank you for saving us. Poof, poof, poof. Zhang Fan waved his hand, saying thank you would be too formal. Luckily, you're all still alive. Of course, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Hearing this, the four of them were so moved that they were on the verge of tears, and they all expressed their gratitude one after another. You all rest for a bit. I'll go collect the crystals from these zombies. Zhang Fan smiled as he finished speaking, then immediately created 20 replicas to collect the white crystals. Witnessing this scene, Yang Guang and the others were dumbfounded. They knew about the white crystals, having collected and used them for cultivation before, which had led to their current strength. What shocked them was how many abilities Zhang Fan had awakened. Not only could he control lightning and teleport, but now he could also create so many clones. Could it be that he had awakened 3 abilities all by himself? This was simply unbelievable. Zhang Fan, however, was unaware of their thoughts. While the replicas were busy collecting crystals, he began picking up light orbs. From the 80 to 90 zombies, he gained a total of 48 constitution points and 3 abilities. These 3 abilities were manipulate lightning abilities, control earth abilities, super strength abilities, control the earth, superpower. Zhang Fan was secretly delighted. The ability to control soil was evidently the power to manipulate soil-based materials, such as soil, stones, cement, and so on. As soon as he acquired this ability, Zhang Fan felt a peculiar connection between himself and the tiles beneath his feet, as well as the soil under the tiles. This connection was identical to the sensation he had with metal. With just a thought, he could control the tiles and soil beneath him. Thinking about it, Zhang Fan lightly curled his finger, and a tile rose from the ground and floated in the air. this, soil manipulation ability? Yang Guang and the other three were somewhat dumbfounded. Just how many abilities had Zhang Fan awakened? Zhang Fan flicked his finger, and the flying tile shot out like a cannonball. The tile struck the wall and shattered into pieces, but under Zhang Fan's control, several fragments did not fall to the ground. Awesome! Zhang Fan was very satisfied with this superpower, as it added another combat technique, thereby enhancing his fighting ability. Snap! The pieces of tile that Zhang Fan had lost control of eventually fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. Zhang Fan continued to examine the second superpower, Super Strength. This superpower was clearly the ability to enhance strength, but as for the exact extent of the enhancement, Zhang Fan decided to test the super strength ability. In an instant, he felt a surge of immense power erupting from within, as if his entire body had been renewed. Every bone, every inch of muscle, every piece of skin was brimming with a terrifying energy far beyond what he had before. This power, it's much stronger than after I underwent alloy transformation. Zhang Fan could hardly contain his excitement. As expected, after alloy transformation, Zhang Fan could clearly feel the enhancement in his physical attributes, strength, speed, and defense had all significantly improved. At this moment, he was acutely aware that his power far surpassed the state after alloy transformation, yet his body showed no obvious changes, except for slightly more compact muscles. It really is a superpower ability. The increase in strength is too remarkable. Zhang Fan marveled to himself. It's a pity there's no dynamometer to accurately measure the amplification index. But it didn't matter if there was no dynamometer, he could collect one later when the opportunity arose. For now, there was no rush. After experiencing the two abilities, the clones had also finished collecting the white crystals. Zhang Fan took the plastic bag containing the white crystals and reabsorbed the 20 clones into his body. How are you all doing? Zhang Fan turned to look at Yang Guang and the others. The four of them had already stood up and were recovering quite well, no longer looking as exhausted as before. Pretty much recovered. Yang Guang scratched his head and gave a simple, honest smile. Big brother, we really can't thank you enough. Bao Yuning, Cui Yan, and Wu Yan also looked at Zhang Fan with gratitude. If it hadn't been for him earlier, they would have been dead for sure. Since you're almost recovered, I'll take my leave first. You should also head back to your shelter as soon as possible. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Be careful and don't get surrounded by zombies again, it's too dangerous. The four of them nodded repeatedly, but their faces showed a hint of hesitation, as if they wanted to say something but didn't dare. What is it? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and asked. Well, it's like this. Yang Guang mustered his courage and cautiously asked, Big brother, can we follow you? Cui Yan, Bao Yuning, and Wu Yan all looked at Zhang Fan eagerly, their eyes full of expectation. Although they had awakened abilities, their combat power was average. They could handle lone zombies, but if they encountered more than 10, they would be helpless. Recently, they had been living cautiously, constantly on edge, filled with unease. They had no idea how much longer they could endure such days, and the future seemed bleak. But today, after meeting Zhang Fan, they saw hope. Zhang Fan was incredibly powerful, killing zombies as easily as slicing vegetables. Following him would definitely lead to a better future. Even if there was no bright future, at least they could rely on his protection, which was far safer than hiding and running on their own. Zhang Fan was secretly pleased. From his earlier observations, he had noticed that the four of them had decent character, at least in critical moments. They didn't abandon their teammates to escape alone, nor did they stab anyone in the back during dangerous situations. Zhang Fan didn't consider himself a good person, and he didn't expect his teammates to be saints, but at the very least, they couldn't be backstabbers. These four had good character and could become teammates. Moreover, they all possessed combat-related abilities, which would perfectly complement the team's combat strength. Are you sure? Zhang Fan's expression remained neutral. Absolutely sure. The four nodded vigorously like pecking chicks. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and then seemed to reluctantly agree. Alright, you can follow me. Thank you, big brother. No, boss. Thank you, boss. We'll work hard for sure. The four of them were overjoyed, their excitement written all over their faces. Of course, they were thrilled. After experiencing the apocalypse, they truly understood the value of safety. Not being surrounded by zombies, they could finally feel the taste of fear. They had all been through it and deeply understood how precious safety was. They believed that following Zhang Fan and gaining his protection meant they would no longer have to fear zombies in the future. Do you need to pack anything? If not, we can leave now, Zhang Fan said with a smile. Yang Guang, Cui Yan, and Bao Yuning all looked at Wu Yan. They were ready to leave at any time, but Wu Yan's younger sister was still trapped on the top floor of the library. Boss. Wu Yan explained the situation, her face full of pleading. This is simple. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. I'll lead the way, and you just follow behind me. Thank you, boss. Wu Yan was so moved she almost burst into tears. Finally, she could rescue her sister. Let's go. Zhang Fan took the lead toward the stairs, followed closely by Yang Guang and the other four. On the second floor, there were still quite a few zombies. As soon as they spotted Zhang Fan's group, they roared and lunged forward. Go! Zhang Fan's short blade flew out from his waist as if by magic, then split into two, transforming into a pair of flying knives. Thud, 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 the two flying knives moved like swimming fish, slicing through the zombies' necks one by one, decapitating them. Seeing this, Yang Guang and the others were once again astonished. Controlling flying knives? Could this be an application of metal-based abilities? My god, just how many abilities has this boss awakened? Zhang Fan created two duplicates to collect the white crystals, then continued leading the group forward. The third floor, the fourth floor. Finally, on the sixth floor, they found Wu Yan's sister, Wu Miao, in a small lounge. Wu Miao had fainted from hunger, looking haggard and pale, which gave Wu Yan quite a scare. Meow meow. Wake up, please wake up. Wu Yan couldn't hold back her tears. Don't worry, she's just fainted from hunger. Zhang Fan comforted, quickly take her away. Jingya has some food on her, just give her something to eat. Wu Yan nodded repeatedly. Zhang Fan glanced around, his gaze landing on the door. In an instant, the hinges connecting the door to the frame broke, and the door panel separated from the frame. Lift her onto it. Got it. Several people placed Wu Miao on the door panel, then lifted it and left the library. As the leader, Zhang Fan naturally didn't need to carry the door panel. That was the job of the three men. Exiting the library and arriving on the street, they saw the heavy truck and the oil tanker parked by the roadside. Jingya and the replica got out of the vehicle. Zhang Fan, are they the survivors from this school? Yes, they are all ability users. Zhang Fan nodded. Jingya, that girl fainted from hunger. Get her 2 packs of milk. Zhang Fan wasn't sure how many days it had been since Wu Miao last ate. Since she fainted from hunger, it must have been a long time without food. In such a situation, eating solid food wasn't ideal. Drinking some milk was the best option as it wouldn't upset her stomach. Jingya waved her hand, and 2 cartons of milk appeared in her hand, which she handed to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan then passed them to Wu Yan. Wu Yan thanked him repeatedly and began feeding the milk to her younger sister, Wu Miao. Zhang Fan pointed to Jingya and introduced her. This is one of our teammates, Jingya. Her ability is portable space, and she's also the mobile warehouse of our team. Hello everyone. Jingya smiled as she looked at Yang Guang and the others. Hello, hello. Nice to meet you. Yang Guang and the others were stunned by her beauty. Jingya's beauty surpassed that of their school's campus queen. My name is Zhang Fan. Of course. Zhang Fan introduced himself. I have quite a few abilities, and you've all seen them before. Everyone, introduce yourselves. My name is Yang Guang, and my ability is super physique. My name is Cui Yen, and my ability is controlling soil. My name is Bao Yuning, and my superpower is laser eyes. My name is Wu Yan, and my superpower is controlling flames. This is my younger sister, Wu Miao, whose superpower is unknown. Listening to the introductions of the four, Jingya couldn't help but marvel. All four had combat-oriented superpowers, and they were quite powerful, truly remarkable. With their addition, the team's combat strength undoubtedly rose to another level. After a brief introduction, everyone was now acquainted. Zhang Fan said, Yang Guang, you all must be tired today. Follow my duplicate back to the villa to rest, and take the tanker truck back with you. Boss, what about you guys? Yang Guang asked in confusion. It's still early. Jingya and I will continue collecting white crystals and return later. Alright, shall we act together with you? No need. You go back first. Then, take care and stay safe. Don't worry. Zhang Fan created a duplicate and took Yang Guang and the others onto the tanker truck, then left. Let's go too. Zhang Fan said to Jingya. No rush. Jingya pointed at the library and asked, you just said this building is a library? Right. Alright. Zhang Fan nodded. Since we're here, why not collect some books to take back? Jingya suggested. That way, during leisure time, we can read and pass the time. Zhang Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, collect books? I really hadn't thought of that, but you do have a point. If we can't go online in the future, reading books wouldn't be a bad idea. Besides, books are humanity's most precious treasure, so it would count as contributing to humanity. An hour later, the two walked out of the library, having emptied it of books. They drove a heavy truck to Huangbai Road subway station and immediately began a new round of hunting. At Huangbai Road subway station, Zhang Fan did not personally hunt zombies but instead sent out 20 clones to handle them. He began experimenting with his newly acquired abilities. There wasn't much to test with the earth-controlling ability. What Zhang Fan truly wanted to experiment with was the super strength ability, which intrigued him immensely. After activating this ability, Zhang Fan felt his entire body surge with power like a tidal wave, reaching an astonishing level. He wanted to know just how strong he had become. He found a Wuling Hongguang, grabbed its chassis, and with a light lift, managed to raise the vehicle. With a bit more force, the Wuling Hongguang flew out, soaring 5 or 6 meters before landing heavily. Too light. Zhang Fan shook his head and continued searching for a new target. Monster. Zhang Fan felt it wasn't heavy enough, while Jingya was so shocked by the strength he displayed that her scalp tingled, and her gaze revealed fear toward him. A flesh and blood body actually flipped a Wuling Hongguang? Is this even human? At this moment, she saw Zhang Fan walk up to a bus and crawl under its chassis. He wouldn't be planning to. Jingya Jingya's eyes widened. Crack, crack, crack. The four wheels of the bus trembled and slowly lifted off the ground, actually being raised up. Monster. Jingya gasped sharply. Just then, the rising bus suddenly seemed to lose its strength and crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! The bus crashed heavily to the ground, pinning Zhang Fan underneath. Zhang Fan! Jingya screamed in terror and quickly ran over, shouting, Zhang Fan, are you okay? Cough, cough. Don't worry, I'm fine. Zhang Fan's voice came from under the bus. Damn it, this bus is too heavy. You were too reckless. Jingya was terrified. Are you hurt? Is it serious? Can you get out? Don't worry, I've alloyed myself. I can't get hurt. Zhang Fan reassured. Jingya, step back a bit. I'll try again. I refuse to believe I can't lift it. You're still going to try? Jingya immediately tried to dissuade him. Get out of there quickly. It's too dangerous. Don't end up killing yourself. I won't. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. On top of alloying himself, he activated his super strength ability. At this moment, he felt his power surge once again, instantly surpassing the state when he used the super strength ability alone. Clearly, using both the alloying and super strength abilities simultaneously allowed their effects to stack, just like 10 plus 20 equals 30. Alright, rise. Damn it. Zhang Fan shouted fiercely, and terrifying power erupted as the bus was swiftly lifted. Go! Zhang Fan exerted force with both arms and gave a strong push backward. The bus immediately flew several meters away and then slammed heavily onto the ground. Ha! Exhilarating. Feeling the power surging through his entire body, Zhang Fan had the illusion that he could punch a mountain into pieces. He stomped forcefully with both feet, causing the asphalt road to crack instantly, leaving a large pit beneath him. Using this rebound force, his whole body shot up like a rocket, instantly leaping over 10 meters high. Then, just like the Hulk, he traced a graceful arc through the air and landed heavily on a BMW by the roadside. Boom! The BMW, worth 4 to 500,000, was instantly crushed. Zhang Fan leaped off the BMW, revealing a satisfied and exhilarated smile. Ha, that was awesome. You're a monster. Jingya patted her chest, still shaken. I also feel like a monster. Zhang Fan looked at the bus he had thrown out and then at the flattened BMW, unable to help but sigh. Today is only the 11th day of the apocalypse, yet we've undergone such drastic changes. If this had happened before the apocalypse, if someone told me I could lift a bus, I wouldn't believe it even if it killed me. But in just these short 11 days, this kind of thing has actually happened. It feels like a dream, so unreal. Yeah, it's just like a dream. A few minutes later, all the zombies in the Huangbai Road subway station were eliminated by the replicas. Zhang Fan, along with Jingya and De Huang, entered the subway station and began collecting the light clusters that had dropped. There were quite a few zombies at the Huangbai Road subway station, but none of them had awakened any special abilities. Zhang Fan didn't mind this. So far, he already possessed 10 abilities and was very content. After collecting the light clusters, his physique increased by 62, reaching level 3, 320/1000, which was quite a gain. Next, Zhang Fan and Jingya went to the Lantian Road subway station and the Kaiyun Road subway station to hunt zombies and collect crystals. By the time they finished, it was already 5 p.m., so they drove the heavy truck back to the villa. Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, and Wu Yan were in the kitchen preparing dinner, and the aroma filled the air. Xiao Fan, Xiaoya, you're back. Chao Jia walked out of the kitchen. I've already heated the bathwater. You guys can go first. Thank you, Sister Chao. Zhang Fan expressed his gratitude, looked around, and not seeing Yang Guang and the others, he couldn't help but ask, where are Yang Guang and the others? Well, when she and Linger are with them, organizing supplies in the basement. Chao Jia replied with a smile. Zhang Fan nodded and said to Jingya, I'll go take a bath first. You soak the white crystals in water. At 6 in the evening, everyone gathered around the dining table. The large dining table in Jingya's home, styled after European aristocracy, was very spacious, easily accommodating over a dozen people for a meal. All the team members were present, including Wu Yan's younger sister, Wu Miao. Having eaten a little at noon, Wu Miao had regained much of her energy by now. She and her sister Wu Yan were twins, both exceptionally attractive, truly a pair of beautiful sisters. Now, our team already has 13 members. Zhang Fan looked around, his face full of pride. We have warriors, mages, support, and healers, such a talented group. Poof, poof, poof. Next, we need everyone to work together, unite as one, and look out for each other. Come on, let's have a toast. Cheers! To welcome the new teammates, this dinner was especially lavish, with a total of 15 dishes prepared. The meal had a perfect balance of meat and vegetables, along with soup and rice, and the flavors were incredibly delicious. Everyone ate to their heart's content, especially Yang Guang, Chui Yan, Bao Yuning, Wu Yan, and Wu Miao, who seemed like they were about to swallow their tongues. Over the past few days, although they had survived, their living conditions were extremely harsh, subsisting on instant noodles, sausages, and snacks every day. When had they ever enjoyed such a hot meal? This dinner was their first proper meal since the apocalypse began. They devoured the food ravenously, resembling starving ghosts reincarnated. Sister Chow, your cooking is amazing, way better than the food at our school. Eat slower, no one's going to take it from you. Although the dishes are a bit limited, there's plenty of rice. Ha ha ha. After dinner, everyone cleaned up the dishes and then sat on the sofa in the living room, chatting idly. At this moment, Sister Chow came over carrying a basin and placed it on the coffee table. Everyone looked up and saw that the plastic basin was filled with white crystals, sparkling and translucent, resembling jade. So many crystals! Zhang Wenxi exclaimed in surprise. Boss, how many zombies did you kill to collect so many white crystals? Everyone also turned their amazed gazes toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and said casually, not many, just over 700. He had slaughtered zombies at 4 subway stations, plus the Eurasia Business College, indeed taking down over 700 zombies. These zombies provided him with more than 300 constitution points and 4 types of abilities, though the gender-changing ability wasn't much to speak of. Are you all okay? Everyone couldn't help but gasp, their eyes filled with awe. Over 700 zombies, they couldn't even imagine it, let alone killing them. Boss, you're amazing. Yang Guang gave a thumbs up. I'm completely convinced. You're the most incredible person I've ever seen. The boss is indeed impressive, but with his strength, it's doable, the chubby Bao Yuning praised. Hunting zombies is like slicing through melons and vegetables, truly admirable. Alright, stop praising me. Zhang Fan was overjoyed inside. The feeling of being complimented was truly unparalleled. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he pointed to the white crystals in the basin and said, each person takes 50 pieces to cultivate first and will continue collecting tomorrow. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, each person took 50 crystals, leaving over 100 pieces in the basin. Zhang Fan set aside 10 pieces for De Huang, not because he was stingy, but because he was afraid of giving too many, as this guy would eat them all. It's still early, how about watching a movie? Zhang Fan suggested with a smile. As long as you held the white crystals, your body would naturally absorb them, so it wouldn't interfere with watching a movie. Watch a movie? Yang Guang asked in surprise. Of course, Zhang Fan said with a smile, turning on the 88-inch TV at home with the remote control. Last night, he had copied many TV shows and movies onto a USB drive. By plugging it in, they could watch even without an internet connection. Boss, you guys really know how to enjoy life. Cui Yen couldn't help but tease. Compared to you, we've been living like rats scurrying across the street these past few days. Isn't that the truth? Yang Guang, Bao Yuning, and Wu Yan all smiled bitterly. Comparing themselves to others was truly infuriating. Over the past few days, they had been hiding here and there, constantly on edge, too afraid to sleep soundly at night or go out casually during the day. They ate instant food and snacks, drank cold water and milk, and stayed in the school's small convenience store. Watching TV? They didn't even dare to dream about it. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and his group were living in a luxurious villa, enjoying delicious meals, and even had TV to watch. The difference was like night and day. Life will only get better from here, Zhang Fan said with a reassuring smile. What kind of movie do you want to watch? Sci-fi? Action? Comedy? The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, while Zhang Fan was still in a deep sleep, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Who? It's me, Jingya. It's so early in the morning, can you let me sleep a bit longer? Stop talking nonsense, open the door quickly. Zhang Fan sat up and saw that it was just past 6 o'clock. The alarm hadn't even gone off yet. Seriously, he muttered, slipped on his slippers, and opened the door to see Jingya standing outside. She was wearing a white silk nightgown that exuded a lazy charm. The gown reached just to her knees, revealing smooth, jade-like legs and delicate feet, captivating to behold. Zhang Fan cleared his throat twice. Is there something you need? Zhang Fan, I've leveled up. Jingya's face was full of excitement as she said excitedly, I've broken through to level 2. Level 2? You broke through? Zhang Fan looked astonished. Just one night, and you've broken through? That's really fast. It wasn't just one night. Actually, I secretly absorbed the white crystal yesterday afternoon. Jingya smiled somewhat sheepishly and said, you know, you were fighting, and I wasn't doing anything. Since I had nothing else to do, I cleaned some white crystals and quietly absorbed them. Counting last night, I absorbed a total of 20 crystals and finally managed to break through. So that's how it is. Zhang Fan suddenly understood. The white crystals were stored with Jingya, and her secretly absorbing them was indeed a feasible approach. Zhang Fan had no intention of blaming her for taking advantage. He was more concerned and asked, after advancing to level 2, what changes are there in your portable space? Bigger. Jingya immediately replied, it used to be 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meters, now it's 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters. 1 million cubic meters? 1 million cubic meters. That's astonishing. It's equivalent to a massive factory building 100 meters long, 100 meters wide, and 100 meters high. If Jingya wanted, she could easily pack up an ordinary 33-story building. And with such a large space, it could hold more than just one building. Just think about how much material could be stored in such a vast space. The most crucial part is, Jingya's portable space has a unique feature. Anything placed inside it will not undergo any changes. What does this mean? It means that whatever condition an item is in when placed placed into the portable space, it will remain exactly the same when taken out. For example, put a bowl of steaming hot instant noodles into the portable space, and 2 days later, when you take it out, it's still piping hot. Store a freshly cut watermelon inside, and a few days later, when you retrieve it, the watermelon is still fresh. Time seems to completely stand still within Jingya's portable space. It's truly incredible, but it's absolutely real. This feature makes Jingya's portable space the perfect refrigerator or preservation vault. Previously, Jingya's portable space was too small and could only be used for transferring supplies, not as a preservation vault. Now, the situation seems to have greatly improved. With a space of 1 million cubic meters, it's large enough to store food while also collecting supplies. Items like perishable, expired, or moldy food, vegetables, fruits, bottled water, etc. can now be stored without worrying about spoilage, rotting, vegetables, or fruits losing their freshness. At the same time, supplies can be collected as the space is large enough to hold everything. Jingya, you're amazing. Zheng Fan was extremely excited. In his excitement, he picked up Jingya and spun her around on the floor. Jingya, who had been single since birth and had never been so close to a man, instantly blushed like an apple. What are you doing? Put me down right now. Zheng Fan snapped out of it and quickly put Jingya down, awkwardly saying, sorry, I got too excited. I can't be bothered with you. Jingya let out a soft hum, her face as red as flames, and hurriedly left Zheng Fan's room. Zheng Fan touched his nose, recalling the scene just now, and couldn't help but reveal a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. After all the commotion, Zheng Fan had lost his desire to sleep, so he got up and went to the bathroom to freshen up. At this moment, Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, and Zhou Ling were already busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast. The three of them were assistants and were not often called upon, with their main task being logistics. Don't think this is an easy job. The villa is so large, with so many people living in it, doing laundry, cooking, cleaning, and organizing supplies. None of these tasks are simple, and there's a lot of work to do. Fortunately, both Chao Jia and Zhou Ling are meticulous and skilled at household chores. Together, they guided Wang Yuan and managed the household in an orderly manner, providing stable support for the team. At 7 o'clock, the teammates had finished freshening up and breakfast was ready. On the table were corn juice, carrot breakfast pancakes, and pumpkin milk soup, both exquisite and nutritious. While eating a breakfast pancake and drinking corn juice, Bao Yuning cheerfully remarked, now this is what life should be like. Everyone laughed. Those who haven't experienced hardship cannot truly appreciate the value of this kind of life. Everyone cherished these hard-earned days. Sister Chao's cooking skills are really good. The corn juice tastes great. I was the one who made the corn juice. Sister Yuan's skills aren't bad either. Now that's more like it. Ha ha. Everyone was laughing and chatting, and in no time, breakfast was finished. Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, and Zhou Ling carried away the bowls and chopsticks, while Yang Linger's younger sister, Yang Miao, played with De Huang nearby. The remaining people held a morning meeting. Everyone sat upright, their eyes uniformly focused on Zheng Fan, waiting quietly for his instructions. Today is June 11th. According to the plan, starting today, we will officially begin collecting supplies. Zheng Fan looked around. My plan is to split into 2 teams, one to collect crystals and the other to gather supplies. Advancing on both fronts will maximize efficiency. Team 1, Yang Wang, Bao Yuning, Cui Yan, Wu Yan, Zhang Wenxi, Yang Linger. You 6, along with my 4 clones, will form a 10-person squad responsible for collecting crystals. Zheng Fan looked at the 6. Any questions? No problem. The 6 nodded one after another. Zheng Fan's clones were as powerful as him. With them leading the team, no one was afraid anymore. The second team consists of me and Jingya, responsible for collecting supplies and, incidentally, gathering white crystals. Zheng Fan turned to Jingya. I have no problem with that either. Jingya nodded slightly. Collecting white crystals didn't take up space. They could easily be stored in a plastic bag. However, gathering supplies required a lot of space, so she had to act together with Zheng Fan. Since there are no objections, it's decided then. Zheng Fan stood up. Remember, you must pay attention to safety, be cautious of zombies, and also beware of survivors. Understood? Understood. Zheng Fan nodded. Everyone, hurry up and get ready. We depart at 8 o'clock sharp and must return before 11:30. The crowd immediately dispersed, each going to prepare. Zheng Fan also planned to return to his room to organize, when Wu Yan's elder sister, Wu Miao, approached him. Boss, give me something to do. Wu Miao looked at Zheng Fan and said, your body hasn't recovered yet. Take a good rest today, and we'll talk tomorrow. Zheng Fan responded with a smile. Wu Miao had also awakened her superpower, and her ability was quite powerful. She could absorb solar energy and store it in her body, then release energy beams through her fingers. This ability was somewhat reminiscent of Superman's powers. Because she could absorb solar energy, during the 10 days of the apocalypse, she managed to survive in the library without eating or drinking. The energy beams she emitted were incredibly destructive, no less powerful than Bao Yuning's laser eyes, almost like Duan Yu's 6 Meridian Divine Sword. Boss, I've almost fully recovered. Wu Miao kept saying, morning, everyone is busy. How can I just stay at home by myself? Her proactive attitude earned Zhang Fan's appreciation, but Wu Miao's body was still weak and not suitable for going out. How about this? Today you can help Sister Chow and the others organize supplies in the basement, and you can go out tomorrow. Alright, Wu Miao agreed. At 8 a.m., the heavy truck and the tanker truck simultaneously departed from the villa. Yang Guang and his team drove the heavy truck along the subway line, where the number of zombies at the subway station was terrifying. Zhang Fan and Jingya drove the tanker truck to a gas station first. Luckily, there was still fuel at the station. Zhang Fan created 2 replicas, took out 3 generators, and sent them to collect diesel. He and Jingya then got a bus and headed straight to a grain reserve processing center. This grain reserve processing center belongs to the Mo High Business Travel Group's grain division and is the largest in scale in the Puyo district, known by locals as the Puyo Granary. Their goal today was to collect grain. In the past, due to limited conditions, they could only scavenge in malls and supermarkets. Now that Jingya's portable space had significantly expanded, Zhang Fan felt there was no need to go to supermarkets anymore. They could head straight to the granary. The only problem was that the grain reserve processing center was a bit far and lacked navigation. Zhang Fan could only rely on Jingya's memory to explore and locate the grain reserve processing center. Today's weather is gloomy, with dark clouds covering the sky. The air is stuffy, as if it might rain at any moment. Adding to the discomfort, the road is cluttered with vehicles scattered haphazardly, forcing one to push through every few steps. The bumpy journey leaves one feeling dizzy and disoriented. At first, the two were chatting and laughing, but as the jolting intensified, their moods gradually grew heavier. Jingya held a few white crystals in her hand, and despite being on the move, she didn't forget to absorb the energy from the crystals. After more than an hour of bumping along, they finally arrived at the grain processing and storage center. On the way, they came across a heavy truck, and Zhang Fan and Jingya decisively switched to it. As they drove into the granary area, they were greeted by rows of upright silos, shallow round warehouses, and many transport vehicles parked nearby. Jingya, we're here, Zhang Fan called out, his eyes scanning the rows of cylindrical warehouses. Excitedly, he asked, are these the granaries? Are they all filled with grain? These are all old grain, Jingya replied. Let's head to the cold storage. The grain stored there should be this year's fresh harvest. Where is the cold storage? Zhang Fan asked. Right in front of us, she pointed. How do you know so well? Zhang Fan asked curiously. I've been here before. Jingya's answer left Zhang Fan feeling a bit surprised. Under her guidance, Zhang Fan drove to a large warehouse, which turned out to be a low-temperature storage for rice. The doors of the storage were tightly shut, but this posed no challenge for Zhang Fan. He opened the doors, and immediately, a rich aroma of rice wafted out. He quickly looked inside and saw bags of rice piled high, resembling small mountains. So much rice. Zhang Fan was stunned, marveling at the sight. It was the first time in his life he had seen so much rice, truly an eye-opener. The rice in this warehouse comes from high-quality grain sources all over the country. It's all premium rice. Jingya looked around and began storing the rice into her personal space. How long will this much rice last us? Zhang Fan thought happily to himself, imagining that with this supply of rice, they wouldn't have to worry about hunger for years to come. Do the math. On average, one person eats 250 grams a day. For 13 of us, that's 3,250 grams a day, which is about 1,186,250 grams a year, roughly 1.2 tons. Jingya said as she continued collecting. If we gather 1,200 tons, it will be enough for a few of us to eat for 1,000 years. Is there really 1,200 tons of rice here? Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. Jingya shook her head helplessly. Brother, this is the largest grain processing and storage base in Puyo district. Just the rice processing workshop alone produces about 200 tons per day. As for the storage capacity, it's around 200,000 tons. Tisk, that's really a lot. Zhang Fan said somewhat awkwardly. We don't need to take too much, just collect 1,200 tons. Jingya said lightly, collecting too much just takes up space and isn't very meaningful. True, Zhang Fan nodded. By the way, Jingya, how much space would 1,200 tons of rice take up? Do the math, Jingya replied. The volume of 1 kilogram of rice is approximately 1.333 cubic decimeters, and 1 ton equals 1,000 kilograms. That means the volume of 1 ton of rice is about 1,333 cubic decimeters, or 1.333 cubic meters. So the volume of 1,200 tons of rice is roughly 1,600 cubic meters, she continued to explain. The rice we've collected is all packed in bags, so the volume will definitely be larger. However, at most, it would take up 2,000 cubic meters of space, no more than that. Only 2,000 cubic meters? Zhang Fan's heart was completely at ease. He had thought that stockpiling food would consume an enormous amount of space, but it turned out to be surprisingly economical. Jingya's portable space was a full 1 million cubic meters, and 2,000 cubic meters was merely 1/500th of that. Moreover, Jingya could still upgrade upgrade. The higher her level, the larger her portable space would become, allowing her to collect even more supplies. In the following moments, Jingya began collecting frantically. Mountains of rice disappeared bag by bag until she had collected about 50,000 bags of rice, finally stopping. "I'm exhausted," she gasped, satisfied, and said, "Each of these bags weighs 25 kilograms. I just collected 50,000 bags, which is 1,250 tons, enough for a few of us to eat for 1,000 years. As long as it's enough to eat, that's all that matters." Zheng Fan nodded in agreement. Squeak! A piercing shriek suddenly rang out. Zheng Fan spun around abruptly and saw a large rat charging toward them from a distance. Then came the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, an endless stream of rats surged in from all directions, like a tide. These rats appeared unusual, their size even larger than cats. All their fur had fallen off, exposing smooth grayish-white skin, making them look like zombies. Their eyes were like dead fish, dull yet ferocious, just like the gaze of zombies. Clearly, these were zombie rats. The most terrifying part was their overwhelming numbers, shockingly vast, pouring in like a tide from all directions, roaring as they lunged at Zheng Fan and Jingya. Jingya asked in terror, "Where did so many rats come from? Zheng Fan, what should we do?" The sheer number of rats surrounded them, leaving no way to escape. Zheng Fan could certainly escape, but Jingya absolutely could not. "Don't be afraid." He decisively created 10 clones to block the oncoming horde of zombie rats. At the same time, he grabbed a bag of rice and activated his alchemical ability, turning the bag of rice into metal. Then, using his metal manipulation power, he transformed the bag of metallic rice into a box. "Jingya, get in quickly." Jingya nodded hurriedly and climbed into the box without hesitation. She understood that staying outside would only be a burden, so she decisively chose to hide. Zheng Fan quickly sealed the box tightly, leaving only a small hole for ventilation. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent the metal box onto a nearby mountain-like pile of rice. After completing all this, Zheng Fan let out a sigh of relief. With Jingya safely settled, the rest would be much simpler. "Bring it on." He twisted his neck slightly, instantly turning into an alloyed form, with electric arcs flickering across his body. Crackle! Bolts of electricity erupted from Zheng Fan's body, striking the surrounding rats in all directions. Snap! Crunch! Crunch! Don't be fooled by the ferocious appearance of these zombie rats. Their vitality is not strong at all. The electric current easily kills them. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombie rats were dead. Each zombie rat's death would drop a golden light orb, though much smaller than the ones dropped by zombies. However, the quantity was overwhelming. Looking around, countless golden light orbs filled the view. Zheng Fan collected the orbs while continuing his attacks. Only 0.1? That's pitifully little. Each golden light orb only increased his physique by 0.1, far less than the orbs dropped by zombies, not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. There was no choice but to make do. These zombie rats were fearless, charging forward one after another, almost indistinguishable from zombies. Zheng Fan speculated that these zombie rats must have eaten zombie flesh to grow so large. Of course, this was just a guess. Zheng Fan didn't know the exact reason. After more than 10 minutes, the number of zombie rats gradually decreased, and the low-temperature chamber was filled with rat corpses. Around Zheng Fan, the corpses had even piled into small mounds, giving an idea of the sheer number of dead rats. Although he didn't count them, the attribute panel showed that he had just killed over 1,600 zombie rats. His physique had increased by 160 points as a result. Killing so many zombie rats would have left an ordinary person utterly exhausted, but Zheng Fan only grew more energized as he fought. These zombie rats should also have white crystals in their bodies. He looked at the rat corpses scattered everywhere, but he had no intention of collecting them. Given the size of the zombie rats, the crystals inside them were likely not small either. Cutting open their heads to search for white crystals? Zheng Fan would have to be crazy to do that. Squeak! Suddenly, a sharp and piercing screech rang out. The sound was incredibly penetrating, as if someone had set off a firecracker right next to his ear, leaving his eardrums buzzing. Zheng Fan whipped his head around and saw an oversized rat crawling out from the corner. What a huge rat! He couldn't help but gasp. The rat before him was enormous, almost the size of an adult husky, and completely hairless. Two long, sharp fangs, resembling curved blades, were stained with filthy blood and bits of flesh. Unlike other zombie rats with dull, grayish, lifeless eyes, this rat's eyes were blood red, exuding a human-like ferocity and bloodthirstiness. As their gazes locked, Zheng Fan immediately realized that this rat was entirely different from the others. This was a rat with intelligence, and indeed, that was the case. This giant rat did not launch an immediate attack like the other zombie rats. Instead, it fixed its scarlet, malevolent eyes coldly on Zheng Fan, emitting an eerie red glow. Under its gaze, Zheng Fan suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. His eyelids drooped involuntarily, and he was on the verge of passing out. Not good. He woke up with a start, shaking his head desperately, forcing himself to stay alert. This rat can hypnotize. Zheng Fan was shocked. Feeling unfortunate that the rat's mental strength wasn't strong enough, otherwise he would have definitely fallen for it. Courting death. Killing intent surged instantly in his heart. Zhang Fan appeared like a phantom behind the giant rat and delivered a fierce punch. Boom! Although the giant rat was agile compared to other rats and zombies, it was far inferior to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's fist landed squarely on the giant rat's forehead and its brain matter splattered instantly. The giant rat didn't even have time to let out a scream before it died on the spot, heading straight to the king of hell's palace. 3 light orbs dropped from its body, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white. Zhang Fan picked them up one by one. Physique +2, spirit +2. He acquired the super hypnosis ability. Super hypnosis ability? Zhang Fan blinked, feeling a bit surprised. Stronger than regular hypnosis abilities? Thinking about it, the giant rat's spirit value was only 2, while his own was as high as 20, a full 10-fold difference. The giant rat, with a spirit value of 2, had almost managed to hypnotize him, someone with a spirit value of 20. The effectiveness of its hypnosis was evident. If my mental strength had been on par with the giant rat's, or worse, if it had been stronger than mine, I probably would have been hypnotized instantly, completely, losing the ability to resist, right? Zhang Fan secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, the giant rat's mental strength was insufficient, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. However, this ability is truly domineering. If used well, it could definitely become a trump card. Zhang Fan was overjoyed, his mind envisioning scenes of the super hypnosis ability being used in battle. In the heat of combat, suddenly hitting the enemy with it, even if it couldn't instantly hypnotize the opponent, it would certainly disrupt their mental state, playing a crucial role. This ability was truly insidious. Zhang Fan, how is it? Jingya's voice came from above. He almost forgot about her. Zhang Fan slapped his forehead, quickly took down the box, and let Jingya out. Are you okay? Jingya asked with concern. I'm fine. Zhang Fan smiled slightly, picked up his phone to check the time. It was almost 10:30. Time to head back. An hour later, the two returned to the villa, and it was exactly 11:30. Yang Guang and the 2 oil-extracting clones had also returned, with the heavy truck and the oil tanker parked in front of the villa. Boss, you're back. Everyone stood up one after another. Yes, we're back. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded, his gaze falling on the 6 clones that had been sent out earlier that morning. The 6 clones walked toward him and then merged into his body one by one. Boom! Zhang Fan felt a surge of unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, as if a movie was playing continuously in his head. These were the experiences of the 6 clones from this morning. Every time he reabsorbed the clones, their experiences would integrate into Zhang Fan's memory, so whatever the clones went through, Zhang Fan knew it all clearly. At the same time, a massive warm current surged through his entire body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. His whole body felt warm and incredibly comfortable. Looking at the physique section of the attribute panel, it began to skyrocket, as if it had boarded a rocket. 620, 650, 700, 750. The physique section quickly broke through the 1000 mark and continued to soar, finally stopping at level 4, 225. At this moment, Zhang Fan felt his entire body brimming with power, as if he had been reborn. His body felt so light, as though a layer of shackles had been removed. Zhang Fan was completely immersed in this wonderful sensation until the others snapped him out of it. Boss, what's wrong with you? Everyone looked at Zhang Fan in confusion. Why was he zoning out for no reason? I'm fine. Zhang Fan replied with an awkward smile. You guys chat. First, I'm going to take a shower. I'm filthy. Go ahead, go ahead. Zhang Fan walked into the bathroom and took the opportunity to check the attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 4 ability user. Physique, level 4, 225/10,000. Spirit, level 2, 22 out of 100. Abilities, infinite pickup ability, metal manipulation, transmute stone to gold, clone creation, alloying, self-healing, lightning control, teleportation, soil control, super strength, super hypnosis. Sure enough, I've advanced to level 4. Zhang Fan was both surprised and delighted in his heart. He understood why he had leveled up. The replicas possessed the same abilities as him, including the infinite pickup ability. The 6 replicas he sent out in the morning, 4 of them went to hunt zombies and collected a large number of golden light clusters. After re-merging with them, all the collected light clusters took effect on Zhang Fan, allowing him to successfully break through. It's just, the growth this time was too rapid, jumping from level 3's 615 directly to level 4's 225. Zhang Fan muttered to himself, calculating it, that's an increase of 610 in total, which means the 4 replicas hunted 1,220 zombies this morning? TSK, even more efficient than if I had done it myself. This is a broad and open path to becoming stronger. Why didn't I think of this before? It seems I need to create more replicas in the future, let them hunt zombies, and collect physical light clusters. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. Breaking through to level 4 was certainly exciting, but what made him happiest was discovering a shortcut to rapid growth. growth. Half an hour later, after Zhang Fan finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom, lunch was ready. How was the harvest today? Zhang Fan asked while eating. Yang Guang smiled and said, this morning, we collected a total of 1,439 white crystals. They've already been soaked in the water basin, and they'll be ready to use tonight. Your harvest is truly abundant. Zhang Fan praised. You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Behind these 1,439 white crystals, it means they had eliminated a total of 1,439 zombies, of which the 4 replicas alone killed 1,220. The other teammates seemed a bit underwhelming. But that's fine, if they were too outstanding, the number of zombies killed by the replicas would have decreased. How could there be any danger? Bao Yuning's mouth was full of food, dripping with grease. With your 4 clones leading the way, killing zombies was as easy as slicing through vegetables. We pushed forward effortlessly and didn't encounter any danger at all. Not bad. Zhang Fan nodded slightly and continued. Jingya and I also had a great harvest today, collecting 1,250 tons of rice. So many? Everyone was astonished. You call that a lot? Zhang Fan chuckled and said, now the rice in the granary is what you'd really call a lot. There are over 200,000 tons stored in there. We only took a tiny fraction, but even this tiny fraction is enough for us to eat for hundreds of years. What about the rest? Chao Jia asked in confusion. Are we just going to throw it away like that? Yeah, what else can we do? This is such a waste. Exactly. After lunch, everyone gathered to chat for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. They had to go out after 2 p.m., so it was essential to rest well at noon and recharge their energy. Zhang Fan lay on the bed, holding a few white crystals in his hand, quickly absorbing the energy within them. After breaking through to level 4, Zhang Fan noticed that his absorption speed for white crystals had significantly increased. At level 3, it took 10 minutes to absorb 1 crystal, but now it only took 8 minutes. Each crystal absorbed increased his physique and spirit by 0.5 points. Although the increase wasn't much, it was steady. Zhang Fan wasn't particularly concerned about the growth in physique. He was more focused on the improvement of his spirit. His spirit level was too low, only at level 2, 22/100, which was a significant drawback. However, there was nothing he could do but rely on absorbing crystals to gradually improve it. That afternoon, Zhang Fan and Jingya went out again to collect supplies. According to their plan, they would gather food and water in the morning, and other supplies in the afternoon. The two decided to collect gas. This was at Chao Jie's request, as the natural gas had long been used up, and meals over the past few days had been cooked using an electric cooker. However, cooking with an electric cooker was inconvenient, especially when preparing meals for 13 people. It was troublesome, not to mention that the food cooked with an electric cooker didn't taste good. So, they decided to collect gas. There was plenty of it. The two first went to an appliance store, where they collected a large batch of gas cylinders and stoves, and then they headed to a gas station. Over the entire afternoon, they collected 54 gas cylinders of various sizes. Among them, there were 29 small 5-kilogram cylinders, 18 medium 15-kilogram cylinders, and 7 large 50-kilogram cylinders. This amount of gas should last for a while. After dinner in the evening, everyone took a walk around the neighborhood for a while before heading back to rest. Woof woof woof. In the middle of the night, Zhang Fan was having a sweet dream when he was suddenly jolted awake by a fierce barking. The silence of the night was shattered, and the urgent barking startled Zhang Fan so much that he almost jumped out of bed. He sat up abruptly and saw De Huang barking furiously at the window, baring its teeth with a ferocious expression. This scene made Zhang Fan quickly realize something was amiss, and he hurried to the window. Then, he gasped. Around the villa, an enormous number of zombies had appeared at some point, surging like a tide. On the lawn, the asphalt road, the basketball court, the swimming pool, zombies were everywhere. They roared, growled, and emitted beast-like low snarls, continuously pouring in from the distance. Zhang Fan's scalp tingled, and only one thought filled his mind. Where did these zombies come from? The zombies around Huading Yaju had already been cleared out, and there hadn't been a single one within a 3-kilometer radius. It had been like this for days. Why had so many zombies suddenly appeared tonight? This made no sense. Xiao Fan. Zombies. Wake up quickly. The intercom placed on the bedside table suddenly buzzed, and Chao Jie's panicked voice came through urgently. Received. Received. Zhang Fan quickly grabbed the intercom. Sister Chao, I understand. Please notify the others immediately. Understood. Putting down the intercom, Zhang Fan didn't bother to get dressed, wearing only a pair of underwear as he dashed out of the room. Outside the villa, he realized it had started raining. The drizzle fell from the sky, soaking the ground and easily drenching anyone caught in it. But Zhang Fan couldn't care less about that now. The zombies were already surging toward the villa. There was no time for words. Fight. Zhang Fan created 20 clones in one go, then dispersed them to hunt down the zombies. As soon as the battle began, Zhang Fan noticed something unusual. Tonight's zombies seemed very peculiar. The degree of decay on their bodies had significantly decreased. Their movements were no longer stiff, and they walked as nimbly nearly as normal humans. Zhang Fan's heart trembled. These zombies before him were clearly much stronger than those encountered during the day, which was highly abnormal. Encountering a powerful zombie during the day was not surprising, but now, none of these zombies were weak. Why was this happening? Had powerful zombies gathered together, or had ordinary zombies collectively evolved? Zhang Fan leaned toward the latter, but he couldn't understand how zombies could evolve in such a short time from day to night. Roar! A bloated zombie suddenly broke through the encirclement formed by the clones and charged straight at Zhang Fan. Its speed was astonishing, and its movements were exceptionally agile. Zhang Fan swiftly drew the short knife from his waist and instantly slashed across the zombie's neck, severing its head. A golden orb dropped from the zombie's corpse. To his surprise, the golden orb was as large as a watermelon. Zhang Fan picked up the golden orb, and a massive warm current surged into his body, increasing his physique by +5. These creatures have indeed evolved. Zhang Fan felt a mix of emotions, both joy and concern. The joy came from the fact that the zombies' evolution meant that killing them now yielded more physique points, making it easier for him to grow stronger. But the concern was that the zombies were evolving at an alarming rate. Previously, a single zombie only provided 0.5 attribute points, but now it provided a full 5 points, a tenfold increase. More importantly, who could guarantee that they wouldn't continue to evolve in the future? Would they become even stronger? The future was uncertain. Forget it, I'll deal with them first. Zhang Fan decided not to overthink and focused on eliminating the zombies before him, leaving future concerns for later. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, build a dam. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Fan gripped a short blade, moving like a flash of lightning, weaving through the darkness and reaping lives with abandon. Wherever he passed, heads rolled, and headless corpses collapsed to the ground one after another. De Huang was equally ferocious, its body engulfed in black flames, resembling a divine hound bathed in dark fire. De Huang spat out black fireballs one after another, striking the zombies in succession. These fireballs, about the size of a fist, ignited into fierce flames the moment they hit the zombies. It was as if gasoline had been poured over the zombies. A single small fireball was enough to set them ablaze completely. In an instant, over a dozen zombies turned into fiery figures. However, they seemed to feel no pain and continued to charge madly. Shockingly, the drizzling rain falling on the burning zombies failed to extinguish the flames. De Huang is incredible. Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, fighting with even greater fervor. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, several dazzling beams of light shot out from the villa, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Yang Guang, Zhang Wenxi, Bao Yuning, Cui Yan, Yang Linger, Wu Yan, and Wu Miao rushed out. Yang Guang let out a furious roar, his body instantly becoming burly, towering over 2 meters tall like a raging bear. In his hands, he wielded a pair of Xianhua axes as he charged into the zombie horde. His Xianhua axes were forged by Zhang Fan using his alchemical ability, made of an incredibly hard metal that could slice through iron like mud. Yang Guang swung the axes with both hands, decapitating zombies with brutal force, creating a scene of utter carnage. Zhang Wenxi, ignoring the pouring rain, pressed his hands against the ground. A cement block the size of a bull's head soared into the air, rising 7 or 8 meters high before crashing down violently. Bang, bang, bang. Some cement blocks missed their targets, while others struck the zombies squarely on the head, causing brain matter to splatter everywhere. Cui Yan, who also possessed earth-controlling abilities, slapped the ground, causing spikes to burst out of the soil, piercing through the zombies' feet, legs, and even their chests. Bao Yuning's powers were equally formidable. His eyes, like laser guns, emitted crimson beams that swept across the zombies. Although his laser beams were not yet precise and required more practice, his potential was immense. Yang Linger, on the other hand, was ferocious. This woman, who usually kept others at arm's length, manipulated the rain to form ice arrows, which she unleashed wildly at the oncoming horde of zombies. One by one, the zombies were pierced through the head by the ice arrows. Wu Yan, meanwhile, was engulfed in crimson flames, her hands acting like flamethrowers, releasing terrifying bursts of fire. However, her flames were weakened by the rain. Once they ignited the zombies, they were quickly extinguished, significantly reducing her power's lethality. In contrast, her younger sister Wu Miao appeared far more formidable. Her index finger continuously fired golden energy beams, resembling the sword energy of the 6th Meridian Divine Sword, accurately piercing through the zombies' heads and leaving gaping holes. Watching their teammates display such extraordinary abilities, Jingya and the others, who were observing the battle from inside the house, were filled with excitement. Everyone is amazing. Chao Jia, both nervous and exhilarated, blushed slightly on her delicate cheeks. We'll definitely be able to repel the zombies, right? Of course we can. Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled. Didn't you see how everyone is taking down zombies as easily as slicing through melons and vegetables? Didn't expect our teammate to be so strong. Zhou Ling widened her eyes, staring outside. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement. You can't tell at all usually. The most impressive one is the boss. Wang Yuan propped her chin with both hands, her face full of admiration. He's so cool, the way he hunts zombies is simply amazing, like an ancient hero, striking with deadly precision. Seeing her infatuated expression, Zhou Ling couldn't help but tease, since he's so handsome, why don't you become his girlfriend? Do you think I don't want to? Wang Yuan retorted without hesitation. But would he even notice me? He's so handsome and so incredible. Splurt! Chao Jia and Zhou Ling burst into laughter. Wang Yuan seemed to wake up from a dream, her cheeks instantly turning red. Her delicate doll-like face blushed as red as a big apple. Something's wrong, Jingya suddenly said in a low voice. The three women immediately stopped chatting and looked at her together. Xiao Yijia, what's wrong? The zombies tonight are completely different from the ones we encountered during the day. Jingya frowned deeply. Look at them, they're faster. Their movements are more agile, their strength is greater, and when they sprint and leap, they're almost indistinguishable from normal humans. Upon hearing this, the three quickly looked outside. It seems that's really the case, Chao Jia exclaimed, saying she hadn't gone out for several days and had almost forgotten what zombies looked like. With Jingya's reminder, she suddenly realized that tonight's batch of zombies was indeed different from before. There's more, Jingya continued. Take a close look at those zombies that were injured but not killed on the spot. Aren't their wounds slowly healing? Healing? How is this possible? Unless they've awakened self-healing abilities. The three women doubted Jingya's words. Zombies are just zombies, aren't they? Because they are the living dead. Although they can still move, their bodies are like real corpses, decaying and emitting a foul stench. For this reason, after the apocalypse began, zombie bodies started to decay to varying degrees. A decaying body that can heal itself? What a joke! However, when they observed closely, they were shocked to discover that the wounds on those injured zombies were indeed healing slowly, visibly to the naked eye. How is this possible? The battle continued. The rain grew heavier and heavier, eventually turning into a torrential downpour. The rain washed away the filthy blood flowing from the zombies, forming a river of blood on the ground. The blood flowed along the ditches, pouring into the sewers, turning the rainwater red. Yet, the zombies seemed endless, surging in from all corners of the neighborhood. They roared and howled like wild beasts that had lost their minds, charging forward fearlessly, one after another. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, but the number of zombies only increased, as if a hornet's nest had been stirred. Kill one wave, and another would come. It was impossible to kill them all. What the hell is going on? Where are all these zombies coming from? This is endless. Could all the nearby zombies be converging here? Damn it! Under the intense battle, all the teammates except Zhang Fan gradually ran out of stamina. This caused their ability to release powers to slow down, the destructive force of their abilities to weaken, and their accuracy to worsen. Boss, I can't hold on much longer. Zhang Wen gasped for breath, his body already soaked, not just with sweat but also rainwater. Boss, I can't go on either. Boss, what should we do now? Boss. Except for Yang Linger, who remained silent, everyone else expressed that they were on the verge of collapse. Even the black flames on De Huan's body were about to extinguish, its tongue hanging out as it panted heavily. This can't go on. There are too many zombies, and no one knows how many more are coming. Zhang Fan decisively ordered, Old Zhang, immediately escort Jingya and the others to board the heavy truck and leave here. We can't wait until we're completely exhausted to leave. That would be certain death. After such a long and intense battle, Zhang Fan was still full of energy. While hunting zombies, he picked up light orbs, feeling his physical strength continuously improving. In just a short while, he had already taken down 40 zombies, earning 200 physical points. Tired? What was that? But his teammates were on the verge of collapse. Boss, are we really going to give up this place? Zhang Wensi asked reluctantly. It's not giving up, it's a strategic retreat. Zhang Fan shouted, these zombies are targeting us, not the villa. As long as we leave, they'll naturally disperse. Once the zombies are gone, we can come back. Zombies won't take out their anger on the house. Exactly. How could zombies possibly be interested in a villa? Boss, can you still hold on? Yang Guang asked worriedly. No problem fighting for another hour. Zhang Fan replied with a relaxed smile. He then created 2 clones, instantly teleporting them into 2 heavy trucks, which he drove to the villa's entrance, parking them tightly against the door. Hurry up! Zhang Fan shouted. Boss, hold on. We're moving immediately. Zhang Wensi shouted loudly, quickly leaving the battle zone and entering the villa, calling for Jingya and the others. Shortly after, Jingya and the other women walked out of the villa and got into 2 heavy trucks. You guys leave too. Zhang Fan shouted to Yang Guang and the others. But boss, stop the nonsense, follow orders. Understood. To cover their retreat, Zhang Fan created 10 duplicates to take their place. Yang Guang, Zhang Wensi, and the others seized the opportunity to board the heavy trucks. Boss, get in the truck. Zhang Fan retracted the 20 duplicates, and with a flash of his figure, he was inside one of the heavy trucks. Speed up, charge through. Come on, you little punks, bring it on. Zhang Wensi, who was driving, slammed the accelerator, and the engine roared as the truck surged forward. The zombies ahead lunged madly, fearless, and seemingly intent on tearing the truck truck to pieces. However, faced with the truck's brutal charge, they could only be crushed into pulp. The truck plowed through, breaking out of the residential area and onto the street. The zombies on the street were relatively sparse, scattered without forming any kind of formation. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking back to the scene of being surrounded by thousands of zombies in the residential area, their backs broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they had finally escaped. "Boss, where are we going?" Zhang Wenxi, who was driving, asked. Zhang Fan was stumped. At the moment, he didn't know where to go, as he was unfamiliar with Demon Sea. "To the central tower," Jingya immediately said. Zhang Wenxi was puzzled. "Why are we going there?" "Don't ask, just go." Jingya couldn't be bothered to explain and then turned to Zhang Fan. "I still can't figure out why these zombies are swarming toward our villa, and specifically heading straight for Villa number 9. It's as if they know we're in the villa. Their target is very clear." "That's what puzzles me too," Zhang Fan said. "Tonight's zombies are very strange, everything about them feels sinister, it's just too bizarre." "Zhang Fan, did you notice that the zombies tonight are unusual?" Jingya asked. "I noticed as soon as we encountered them." Zhang Fan shook his head and said, "This afternoon, when we were collecting gas tanks, the zombies were still normal. But in just half a night, the zombies have significantly increased their strength. It's truly bizarre. Indeed, it's too strange." Jingya also felt puzzled. Could it be because of the rain? Wang Yuan suddenly suggested. "The rain?" Zhang Fan was startled. "What does this have to do with the rain?" "Boss, on the night before the apocalypse arrived, which was May 31st, it also rained," Wang Yuan suddenly said. "Moreover, that rain was very strange. Legend has it the rainwater was red." "Red rainwater?" Zhang Fan asked in confusion. "How come I didn't know about this?" "The rain started at 4 a.m. in the middle of the night," Wang Yuan explained, "and it lasted for a very short time, only half an hour before stopping. With the temperature in Demon Sea, it evaporated shortly after. That's why very few people noticed. Plus, the second day before dawn, zombies appeared. At that time, everyone was on edge. Who would still have the mind to care whether it rained the night before?" Wang Yuan sighed. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged glances. "Are you saying that the apocalypse's outbreak is related to that rain?" "That's not what I mean." Wang Yuan shook her head repeatedly. "I was playing games late into the night that day, went to bed late, and when I woke up, it was already afternoon. But I saw a post online where a survivor speculated that the apocalypse outbreak, the appearance of zombies, is inextricably linked to that bizarre blood rain. Coupled with tonight's strange scene, I can't help but suspect that the sudden frenzy of zombies is related to the rain." Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged glances, both unable to determine whether Wang Yuan's words were true. It was simply too unbelievable. Could a rainstorm really trigger the outbreak of the apocalypse? Could a rainstorm actually cause zombies to collectively evolve? Was that even possible? However, Wang Yuan's reasoning did make some sense. After all, it was indeed after the rain today that the zombies started going berserk. "Actually, we can use a method to verify the truth of Xiao Yuan's words," Jingya suggested. "Rainwater?" Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Exactly." Jingya nodded firmly. "Didn't Wang Yuan say that the rain 10 days ago was red? We can check today's rainwater." As she spoke, she flipped her palm, and a transparent, clean wineglass appeared in her hand. Zhang Fan took the wineglass, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared from inside the vehicle and reappeared on the roof. The rain was still pouring heavily, with bean-sized raindrops falling from the sky, striking the roof with a crisp pattering sound. Zhang Fan raised the wineglass to catch the falling rain. Since it was nighttime, the streets on both sides were pitch black, illuminated only by the truck's spotlight. Under the light, the wineglass reflected an amber hue, but Zhang Fan couldn't discern the color of the rainwater. Once he had collected enough, Zhang Fan teleported back into the vehicle. By this time, Jingya had already prepared a flashlight and shone it on the wineglass in Zhang Fan's hand. The driver, Zhang Wenxi, along with Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, and Yang Linger, all turned to look. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions instantly changed. "Red." Wang Yuan covered her mouth and exclaimed, "The rainwater is red. Why is the rainwater red? This makes no sense." Zhang Wenxi slammed on the brakes, his eyes fixed on the wineglass in Zhang Fan's hand, his face full of shock, confusion, and disbelief. "Rainwater? How could it possibly be red? This was too bizarre." Zhang Fan and Jingya said nothing, silently staring at the bright red, blood-like rainwater in the wineglass. The glass was clean and transparent, yet it held a small amount of rainwater that resembled red wine. It was glaringly red, eerily red, a red that sent chills down their spines. After a long while, Jingya finally spoke slowly. "I understand. Now everything makes sense. The outbreak of the apocalypse and the appearance of zombies must have been caused by this strange rainfall. The massive evolution of zombies tonight must also be due to the rain. I just can't figure it out." Jingya frowned deeply. Where on earth did this red rain come from? Why could 6 or 7 billion people around the world turn into zombies within just a few hours? Yeah, why is that? Zhang Fan also felt puzzled. Rain is nothing more than a normal phenomenon in nature. Water vapor rises into the air, condenses into droplets. When cooled, and then then falls as rain. The earth has existed for billions of years, with countless instances of rainfall, yet there has never been red rain before. It's just too bizarre. Zhang Wenxi said, could it be the work of aliens? Maybe they want to wipe out humanity and take over our planet, so they sprayed some kind of genetic agent? There's another theory online, Wang Yuan added. It says that humans have been recklessly destroying nature, forcing the earth to activate a self-protection mechanism, like the human immune system, to start eliminating humanity. Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. These are all just your speculations. Who can really know the truth? No matter what the reason is, our situation has become more dangerous. Jingya took a deep breath. After this rainfall, the evolution of the zombies will definitely make them even stronger, and our living environment will become even harsher. Exactly. Zhang Fan agreed deeply. What worries me the most is, if every rainfall causes the zombies to evolve, and it starts raining every day, won't the zombies just keep evolving endlessly? Everyone nodded, feeling anxious about the future. After all, no one can stop the heavens from raining. Boss, why have we stopped? Yang Wan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. No problem, Zhang Fan responded, signaling Zhang Wenxi to keep driving. The rain was still falling, and the water on the ground had accumulated to an inch deep, reflecting an eerie red glow under the car's headlights. Countless vehicles were parked along the street, and the closer they got to the central tower, the more vehicles there were. The key issue was, the number of zombies was also increasing. The appearance of the two heavy trucks naturally caught the zombies' attention, and they swarmed toward them. Damn, I forgot this is a bustling area. Jingya slapped her forehead. The number of zombies here is definitely much higher than over at Huading Garden. What do we do now? The central tower was located in a busy commercial district, fully equipped with living facilities, schools, hospitals, large shopping malls, commercial streets, food courts, and markets, all in one place. Before the apocalypse, the population density here was already extremely high, so one could only imagine how many zombies were now in this area. Although Huading Garden also seemed bustling, the difference compared to the central tower was obvious. In just a short time, hundreds of zombies had swarmed in from all directions. In the distance, more zombies were appearing one after another, and the encirclement was becoming increasingly severe. The situation looked grim. Zhang Fan asked Jingya, is it absolutely necessary to go to the central tower? There's an underground vault beneath the central tower, located 25 meters deep underground. It can withstand a nuclear blast and is absolutely the safest and most concealed place in all of Mohai. Jingya said with a bitter smile. I figured tonight would be very dangerous, so I brought everyone here to take temporary shelter in the underground vault. But I forgot this is a bustling area, and the number of zombies here is even greater than at Huading Garden. She said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not thinking it through. The vault beneath the central tower is the largest private vault in the country, with a total construction cost exceeding 15 billion yuan. During its construction, more than 7,000 concrete mixer trucks were used over a span of 49 days. The vault contains over 20 storage rooms, all built to world-class safety standards. The doors are 1.5 meters thick, capable of withstanding temperatures of 1,000 degrees and even resisting nuclear attacks. In Jingya's view, entering this vault, while comfort might not be guaranteed, safety is absolutely assured. Even if countless zombies attacked in waves, they would be unable to breach the underground vault. Of course, if they encountered zombies capable of manipulating metal, that would be a different story. The underground vault is indeed a great refuge, but unfortunately, it's not an option for us. There are simply too many zombies here. Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly. Let's retreat. Find a place with relatively fewer zombies to rest for a while. Don't underestimate these zombies. They have been significantly enhanced, with speed comparable to normal humans and strength far surpassing them. The key issue is their overwhelming numbers. Although Huading Elegant Garden is considered bustling, it pales in comparison to the central tower. At this moment, hundreds of zombies are surging in from all directions. Looking further out, more zombies are appearing one after another, forming an encirclement. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask, Jingya, is it absolutely necessary to go to the central tower? The underground vault of the central tower is located 25 meters below ground and can withstand a nuclear blast. It is undoubtedly the safest and most concealed place in the Demon Sea. Jingya explained with a bitter smile. I thought tonight would be very dangerous, so I brought everyone here to temporarily hide. But I didn't expect this to be such a bustling area, with even more zombies than at Huading Elegant Garden. I'm sorry, I didn't think this through. The vault of the central tower is the largest private vault in the country, with a total construction cost exceeding 15 billion yuan. Its construction involved over 7,000 concrete mixer trucks and took 49 days to complete. The vault contains over 20 storage rooms, all built to world-class safety standards. The doors are 1.5 meters thick, capable of withstanding temperatures of 1,000 degrees and resisting nuclear attacks. In Jingya's eyes, entering this vault, while comfortable comfort might not be guaranteed, safety is absolutely assured. Even if countless zombies attacked in waves, they would be unable to breach the underground vault. Of course, if they encountered zombies capable of manipulating metal, that would be a different story. The underground vault is indeed a good place, but I'm afraid we can't enjoy it. There are simply too many zombies here. Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly. Retreat. Let's find a place with relatively fewer zombies to rest. Don't underestimate these zombies. They have already been greatly enhanced. Their speed is no slower than that of ordinary people, and their strength is astonishing. The key issue is their sheer numbers. Once surrounded, even if they were driving a heavy truck, they would definitely be blocked to death. Zhang Fan was deep in thought. At worst, he could just leave, but Jingya and Wang Yuan would definitely meet a tragic end. For everyone's safety, it was better to retreat first. While the zombies hadn't surrounded them yet, they needed to leave here quickly. Then, they could find a safe place to spend the night and make plans tomorrow. Running around in the dark in the rain was not a good idea. Everyone was exhausted and needed rest now. Boss, where are we going? Zhang Wenxi asked. Zhang Fan was immediately stumped. He wasn't a local of Mo Hai and didn't go out much, so he wasn't familiar with the area. I know a place, Jingya suggested. We can go to Changhang Island. My family has a countryside estate over there. Except during holidays, there are usually very few people there, so there shouldn't be many zombies. Plus, it's not far from here, only a half-hour drive. We should be able to get there quickly. Are you sure? Zhang Fan asked. I'm sure. Jingya nodded firmly. Then let's go to Changhang Island. Zhang Fan made a decisive decision, picked up the walkie-talkie, and shouted, change the destination, head to Changhang Island. Got it, boss. Zhang Wenxi replied. Jingya, guide the way. Okay. Zhang Wenxi immediately changed direction and drove towards Changhang Island under Jingya's guidance. Yang Guang, driving the second heavy truck, followed closely behind. Roar, roar, roar. More and more zombies surrounded the two heavy trucks, chasing and blocking them. Some clung to the front of the truck, others smashed the windows, and still others climbed onto the truck bed. Each one was agile and ferocious, completely unlike their former stiff and sluggish selves. I'll take care of the zombies outside. Zhang Fan appeared in the carriage, wielding a short blade. Several zombies climbing onto the carriage were instantly decapitated. After picking up the dropped light orbs, Zhang Fan moved to the front of the vehicle and cleared away the zombies clinging to the front. Then, he teleported to the heavy truck behind, eliminated the zombies on it, and finally stopped. The heavy truck's speed increased, but the dense horde of zombies behind them continued their frenzied pursuit, roaring incessantly like bloodthirsty beasts eager to tear them to shreds. Watching wave after wave of zombies, a trace of greed flickered in Zhang Fan's eyes. After all, these zombies were walking sources of Constitution light orbs. It would be a shame to miss out. With a thought, Zhang Fan created 10 clones. He planned to send these 10 clones into the city center to hunt zombies and collect Constitution light orbs. Go! Zhang Fan said calmly. Understood. The 10 clones, sharing a telepathic connection with Zhang Fan, fully grasped his intentions. Without further words, they instantly merged into the zombie horde and began a frenzied slaughter. Hopefully, the next time we meet, you'll give me a pleasant surprise. Zhang Fan murmured to himself before teleporting back into the vehicle. Changhang Island is the closest of the Chongming 3 islands to the Demon Sea, with a drive of only half an hour. However, due to traffic congestion and the added difficulty of rain and darkness, the originally short journey stretched to 2 hours. By the time everyone arrived at Changhang Island, it was already 2 a.m. Fortunately, upon entering the island, it felt like stepping into the suburbs. The number of vehicles on the road suddenly decreased, and the way was clear. Zombies were almost nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally letting go of their tense nerves. Surrounded earlier by a dense horde of zombies, everyone had felt immense pressure, fearing the car would be stopped and they would be torn to pieces by the zombies. That scared me to death. Wang Yuan patted her chest, her face full of lingering fear. I almost couldn't breathe just now. Don't just talk about yourself, I was terrified too. Zhang Wen gasped for air. My nerves were completely taut just now, and my back is soaked through. These zombies are absolutely insane. Who knows how many people will lose their lives tonight? Who knows? Zhang Fan exhaled deeply. But tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Many survivors will definitely have trouble sleeping. Yeah, these zombies are like they have noses and can smell our scent. Tonight is really too strange. Jingya's family estate was in the suburbs of Changhang Island, with almost no one around, so they didn't encounter many zombies. After more than 10 minutes of traveling, they finally arrived at her family's 4-person estate. The estate was very large, surrounded by various orchards, including mulberry orchards, loquat orchards, cherry orchards, apple orchards, nectarine orchards, peach orchards, and strawberry orchards. The most surprising thing is that there is also a watermelon field. Since it is now June, various fruits are not yet ripe and cannot be tasted, and strawberries are long past their season. Only the watermelons are growing well. The round 8,424 watermelons are thriving, and just looking at them makes one's mouth water. Jingya, your estate is so beautiful. Chao Jia couldn't couldn't help but exclaim, "You've planted so many fruit trees, can you even finish eating all of them?" "Finishing them is secondary, it's mainly for relaxation," Jingya said with a smile. "My parents often come here to prune the fruit trees, plant some watermelons, and occasionally invite friends over to host parties." "How big is this estate?" Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. "Not big, just a few hundred acres," Jingya answered casually. "Is the land rented?" "Such a large piece of land must cost hundreds of thousands in rent every month, right?" Zhang Wensi asked curiously. "Not much, just a few million. The world of the wealthy truly baffles me." In the middle of the orchard there was a paved road. A heavy truck drove along this road through the orchard and stopped in front of a courtyard. This courtyard was not a villa compound but a classical Chinese courtyard full of Jiangnan-style charm. With white walls and black tiles, the courtyard featured a Chinese bonsai tree, and the walls were adorned with decorations resembling cicada wings or fallen leaves. The entire space exuded the owner's refinement and delicacy amidst its quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Everyone got out of the vehicle and walked to the small courtyard. Fortunately, the courtyard's lock was intact, indicating that no one had been living there. "Zhang Fan," Jingya called out. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, and the lock fell open in response. He then pushed the door open and entered. The courtyard had 2 levels, connected by a long solid wood staircase in the middle. Surrounding the courtyard were various buildings, along with a pavilion, stone tables, and stone chairs. Directly ahead was the reception hall. The hall abandoned the traditional layout of sofas, coffee tables, and televisions. The walls were tiled with dark gray antique-style bricks, with an embedded electric fireplace, perfectly blending classical and modern elements. The walls on both sides of the hall were opened up and made into wooden-framed floor-to-ceiling windows, leading to the front and backyards, making the entire space appear open and bright. "Sister Chow, there's no one in the courtyard, right?" Jingya asked. In the pitch darkness, the scariest thing would be zombies or survivors hiding in the courtyard. That would be terrifying. Chow Jia shook her head. "I sensed it, there's no one." "That's good." Jingya breathed a sigh of relief, let everyone into the courtyard, and casually closed the gate. Since it was already very late and they had been through a restless night, everyone felt exhausted. Under Jingya's arrangements, they each got assigned rooms and bedding, then quickly went to sleep. To prevent any accidents, Zhang Fan left a duplicate of himself to keep watch while he also fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately, this was the outskirts, surrounded by orchards, and there were no zombies at night. Nothing unexpected happened in the latter half of the night. When Zhang Fan woke up, it was already close to 11 a.m. The others were already awake, had freshened up, and were sitting in the dining room drinking porridge. After washing up, Zhang Fan came out and Xiao Jia handed him a bowl of rice porridge. "Xiao Fan, we left in such a hurry last night and didn't bring anything except some rice. Just make do with this for now." "Thank you, Sister Chow." Zhang Fan took the bowl and, ignoring the heat, devoured it ravenously. He hadn't had a drop of water since last night and was indeed starving. "Zhang Fan, what's the plan for today?" Jingya asked while sipping her porridge. "Has the rain stopped?" Zhang Fan glanced out the window. Sure enough, the rain had stopped, the sun had come out with a smile, and the sky was a clear blue, as if freshly washed. The air was filled with a refreshing scent, and as far as the eye could see, there was vibrant greenery everywhere. The sunlight poured down, exceptionally bright. "It stopped." Jingya nodded. "There's something very strange." "What is it?" Zhang Fan felt curious, and the others also turned their attention to Jingya. "Before going to bed last night, I deliberately placed a basin under the eaves to collect rainwater." Jingya frowned and said, "Logically, with that heavy rain last night, the basin should have been full." "Isn't that so?" Zhang Fan asked in confusion. "No. When I got up this morning to check the yard, I found the water basin completely empty." Jingya said in a low voice. "What's even stranger is that there was no water accumulation in the yard or outside. Not a single puddle, as if it hadn't rained at all last night." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shiver, feeling a chill run down their spines. "The heavy rain last night poured down relentlessly for several hours, yet when I woke up in the morning, the ground was dry, without even a trace of water. It's truly unbelievable. Even if the temperature in the Demon Sea is high and evaporation is fast, it shouldn't have left no trace at all. This is real." Xiao Jie chimed in. "I went out with Xiaoya this morning, and both the hardened roads and the orchard's muddy ground were as dry as if it hadn't rained for days." "And your clothes?" Jingya added. "The clothes you wore last night were clearly soaked, but they were dry this morning." "My shoes too," Yang Guang interjected. "When we were hunting zombies last night, my shoes were completely soaked. This morning when I put them on, my shoes were already dry. It's so strange, my shoes are canvas and don't dry easily." "Me too. Not only were my shoes dry, but my clothes as well." Everyone started speaking up, talking about this bizarre incident. "This is so eerie." Zhang Wensi stammered. "With such heavy rain last night, could it be a supernatural event?" "Paranormal events might not be the case, but last night's rain was definitely unusual." Jingya calmly pondered. "I boldly speculate that last night's rain not only turned most humans into zombies but also significantly evolved the zombies, making them stronger. And there's more. This rain must be particularly volatile to have completely evaporated within just just a few hours. Volatile? Wu Yan nodded slightly. That does seem like the only possibility, just like dry ice or concentrated ammonia. Makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Whether it evaporates or not is actually not important. Jingya shook her head and said, the most important thing now is, what should we do next? After last night's evolution, the combat power of all the zombies has increased significantly, making them even more dangerous. Jingya's expression was grave. The combat power of a single zombie has increased several times, which means our level of danger has also multiplied geometrically. Our situation is going to become very severe. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, fully aware of the changes in the zombies' combat power. From an initial level of 0.5 to 5, it had increased tenfold, an astonishing leap. A single zombie might not be much, but a group of zombies, or even countless zombies gathered together, would unleash an absolutely terrifying force. Zhang Fan did not rush to express his opinion but instead looked at everyone and asked, what are your thoughts? Of course, we should fight our way back, clear out the zombies around the villa, and continue living there. Yang Guang immediately said, the supplies, clothes, food, and everything we've collected are all in Huading. That's our base, and we must return. Going back is inevitable, but the question is, what if the zombies come to attack us again in the middle of the night after we return to the villa? I don't want to be ambushed in the middle of the night. Bao Yuning shook his head, his expression tense. Exactly, we still haven't figured out why the zombies surrounded us. Cui Yin agreed. I think it's best not to go back until we figure out the reason. That makes sense. Bao Yuning and Cui Yan's suggestion was supported by Wang Yuan, Xiao Jia, Zhou Ling, and Wu Yan. Being sound asleep in the middle of the night and suddenly having a group of zombies surround the villa was truly terrifying, and no one wanted to go through that again. So, everyone means we won't return to the villa for now and we'll stay here instead? Zhang Fan looked at the group. Staying on Changhang Island isn't actually a bad idea. Zhou Ling said, Changhang Island is just a small island, surrounded by the river on all sides, with only the Yangtze River tunnel connecting it to Imohai. If we can cut off or block the Yangtze River tunnel, the zombies won't be able to get in. As long as we clear the zombies on the island, the entire Changhang Island will become a zombie-free haven. Zhou Ling became more and more excited as she spoke. Moreover, the land on Changhang Island is extremely fertile. We can completely grow vegetables, grains, and raise livestock here, achieving sustainable development. I have to say, Zhou Ling's words are very compelling, and everyone started to feel tempted after hearing them. Boss, I think Zhou Ling's proposal is very feasible. Zhang Wenxi immediately nodded in agreement. Changhang Island is surrounded by the river on all sides, with the Yangtze River being over 10 meters deep, naturally forming a barrier that completely blocks land zombies from entering Changhang Island. Moreover, Changhang Island has a total population of only 120,000. Jingya continued, even if all 120,000 people turn into zombies, with our hunting speed, we can eliminate all the zombies on the island within a month at most. By then, the entire Changhang Island will become a utopia free of zombies. We can live here peacefully, grow food without worry, raise livestock, and completely turn Changhang Island into our private territory. When I was reading online novels before, I came across a rule for surviving the apocalypse. Cui Yin said, if a zombie outbreak occurs worldwide, the safest places are often those rarely visited by people, such as deep mountains and remote islands. On an uninhabited island, there are naturally no zombies. Without zombies, of course, it's safe. That's why I also agree to stay on Changhang Island. Changhang Island is isolated in the middle of the river, with only a tunnel and a bridge connecting it to the mainland. Wu Yan slowly said, and Huading Elegant Garden is located in a bustling area. Even if we clear out the zombies around the neighborhood, more will still swarm in. By comparison, Changhang Island is undoubtedly more suitable as our rear base and stronghold. I agree as well. Changhang Island has an area of only 88 square kilometers, and the number of zombies can be completely eradicated, unlike on land, where no matter how many you kill, they just keep coming. By the way, near Changhang Island, there are also Shaxing Island and Chongzhou Island. If we want to expand our base, we can target Shaxing Island and Chongzhou Island. Using Changhang Island as a base, Zhang Fan inwardly agreed. As everyone said, Changhang Island is surrounded by rivers on all sides, making it an isolated island. Its area is not large, and the number of zombies is limited, at most around 100,000, which can be completely eliminated. Once the zombies on Changhang Island are cleared, it will become a safe zone free of zombies. Without zombies, the entire Changhang Island will become their territory, where they can grow vegetables, grains, and fruits, raise livestock, and achieve sustainable development. Additionally, Changhang Island is very close to Imohai, only a half-hour drive away. They can easily enter Changhang Island to collect supplies, hunt zombies, and gather crystals, achieving two goals at once. Since everyone thinks this way, let's do it. Zhang Fan stood up and said, I hereby announce that Changhang Island is officially our base. From now on, we will develop Changhang Island as our headquarters. Boss, you're brilliant. Everyone cheered excitedly, creating a commotion. Zhang Fan raised his hand to signal for silence. Before that, we need to transfer the supplies left at the villa over here. Otherwise, all our recent efforts will will be wasted. Of course, we've gathered so many supplies in the villa, how could we just give them up like that? They must be transferred over. That's easy, my portable space is large enough to pack everything in one go. Very good. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. In that case, it's settled. The others will stay on the island to clear out the zombies, while Jingya and I will make a trip back to the villa to transfer the supplies. Alright, no problem. After lunch, everyone went their separate ways. To ensure everyone's safety and quickly clear the zombies on the island, Zhang Fan left behind 10 clones. He is now at level 4 and can create up to 40 clones. Last night, he created 10 and deployed them to the Zhongxin building. Today, he created another 10, leaving the capacity to create 20 more. Zhang Fan drove a heavy truck, taking Jingya with him, and left Changhang Island, heading toward Demon Sea. Thanks to the path cleared last night, the journey was smooth, and they returned to Demon Sea in less than 40 minutes. It was exactly 12:30 at this time, with the sun high in the sky and the temperature rising. Zhang Fan wore sunglasses, one hand resting on the car window and the other on the steering wheel, as the scenery outside sped past. Beside him, Jingya stood gracefully, the airflow gently brushing her hair, making her beauty truly captivating. Jingya, don't we look like a couple? Zhang Fan joked. No, we don't. Jingya shook her head in response. Why? Zhang Fan glanced at her. Have you ever seen a couple driving a heavy truck? Jingya pursed her lips and smiled. That's easy. Just find a luxury car later. Nowadays, there are plenty of luxury cars around. Zhang Fan burst into hearty laughter. Just focus on driving. Jingya glared at him. We're about to enter the downtown area. There are quite a lot of zombies here, so be careful. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As they entered the downtown area, the number of zombies indeed increased. On the roads, on the lawns, in front of the shops, on the overpasses, zombies were swaying everywhere. The ground was so dry that there wasn't a trace of water, as if it hadn't rained the night before. However, the bloodstains on the streets had disappeared, as if they had been washed away. Garbage was piled up at the sewer entrances, evidence of last night's heavy rain. Rumble. The heavy truck drove into the street, emitting a deep roar that immediately caught the zombies' attention. They turned their heads one after another, like flies drawn to a stench, roaring as they charged forward. When vehicles blocked their way, some zombies leaped over directly, while others pushed off the roof and tumbled down. These zombies were agile, though not on par with Olympic athletes. They were not far off from young people. The key point was that this wasn't an isolated case. Every zombie on the street was like this. In just one night, these zombies seemed to have been completely transformed. Zhang Fan exclaimed, I'm really curious. What on earth was that blood rain last night? Who knows? Jingya grabbed the seatbelt with one hand and the handle with the other, nervous to the extreme. How could she not be? The zombies before, even if she couldn't defeat them, she could still escape. But today's zombies, she couldn't outrun them at all. If she were left here alone, there would be no way for her to escape. Hold on tight. Zhang Fan shouted, slammed on the gas pedal, and the heavy truck roared forward. Bang, bang, bang. Several zombies ahead were immediately sent flying, their bones shattered, flesh mangled, and blood splattered everywhere. The heavy truck sped away, leaving behind a trail of broken flesh and pools of filthy blood. If Zhang Fan had gotten out to take a closer look, he would have noticed that the blood of today's zombies was no longer the dark, foul-smelling kind. It was noticeably brighter and fresher. Plowing through without stopping, in less than half an hour, Zhang Fan and Jingya returned to Huading Elegant Garden. The neighborhood was teeming with wandering zombies, aimlessly roaming like prisoners on a break. However, the appearance of the heavy truck caught their attention, and they all roared and surged toward it. Zhang Fan didn't stop the truck until he reached Building 9, then created 10 clones. Go! The 10 clones activated instant teleportation, positioning themselves in front of the villa to form a blockade. Instant teleportation had a range limit. At level 1, Zhang Fan could teleport up to 3 meters, at level 2, up to 10 meters, at level 3, up to 20 meters, and at level 4, a maximum of 50 meters. 50 meters. Now, as a level 4, Zhang Fan could move freely within a 50-meter radius, appearing anywhere within that range. Roar! 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 The zombies immediately lunged at the clone, leaving the heavy truck unguarded. Come, I'll take you inside. Zhang Fan extended his right hand. What for? Jingya asked in confusion. Hold on to me, Zhang Fan said, and without waiting for Jingya to refuse, he grabbed her hand. Her small hand was smooth and soft, yet icy cold. How could it be so cold? In the middle of summer? Why is your hand so cold? Zhang Fan asked, puzzled. Jingya tried to pull her hand back but failed and didn't bother to try again, softly humming. It's always like this. Then you must really hate the cold in winter, right? Zhang Fan shook his head and said, Molly is especially afraid of the cold in winter. She always likes me to warm the bed for her at night. Adulterous couple. Jingya bared her teeth and said through gritted teeth, born single dog. Zhang Fan laughed in retaliation, then activated instant teleportation. Swish! The two instantly disappeared from the car and reappeared in the villa's basement. We're already in the basement? Jingya exclaimed, you can teleport with someone else? It wasn't possible before, but after I broke through to level 4, it is is now? Zhang Fan replied with a smile. You're already level 4? Jingya gasped. She was only level 2, and couldn't help but wonder how the gap between people could be so vast. Yes. Zhang Fan nodded and urged, hurry up and gather the supplies, let's move quickly. Got it. Zhang Fan understood that the villa was very safe, but to be cautious, he still followed closely behind Jingya. As Jingya moved along, batch after batch of supplies disappeared. What a pity, we spent several days organizing these supplies, and now we have to take them away. Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh. What can be done? Jingya continued collecting supplies. About half an hour later, the supplies in the basement had been completely cleared out. Zhang Fan led Jingya to the first floor, where the sofa, TV, dining table, chairs, everything was taken away. The clothes in the wardrobe were also packed up, along with the bed, sheets, bedding, and even the bamboo mat. In the kitchen, the gas cylinder, stove, refrigerator, bowls, chopsticks, and the remaining vegetables, all were taken. An hour later, the villa in Building 9 was almost completely emptied by Jingya, leaving nothing that could be carried away. Time to retreat. The two walked out of the villa and found that the zombies in the neighborhood had been completely cleared out. The replicas were busy collecting crystals. About 10 minutes later, the replicas returned, carrying the collected crystals. Zhang Fan took the plastic bag filled with crystals, looked down, and was astonished. The crystals had grown several times larger. The crystals, which were previously the size of peanuts, were now as big as fingers, and every single one was this large. Sure enough, it evolved. Zhang Fan handed the plastic bag to Jingya, then retracted the 10 replicas. Boom! A warm energy instantly surged into Zhang Fan's body, and his physique began to soar again, ultimately increasing by 212 points, reaching level 4, 1037/10,000. 5 points per zombie. This is so fast. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly. I wonder how many zombies the 10 clones I sent out last night managed to kill? Although he was filled with curiosity, Zhang Fan was in no hurry to retrieve them. The number of zombies near the central tower was overwhelming, so it was better to let them continue the slaughter. Once they had grown stronger, it wouldn't be too late to call them back. Jingya, let's go. The two of them didn't get into the heavy truck but instead chose the tanker parked nearby. In their rush to leave last night, they hadn't been able to take the tanker with them. Today, no matter what, they had to drive it back. There were still over 100 liters of diesel in it. Although Zhang Fan wished he could take the heavy truck as well, it was simply too large for Jingya to store, so he had to give up. While Jingya's portable space was spacious, she couldn't store items that were too heavy or too large. Based on her experiments, she could currently store items weighing up to 200 kilograms in one go. Anything heavier would have to be broken down into smaller pieces and stored bit by bit. Go straight back, or head somewhere else to gather supplies? Zhang Fan asked while driving. According to the original plan, we should go to the Sub-Zero distribution warehouse under the MO High Commercial Travel Group today. Jingya replied, this warehouse is also called Mountain Azure. It's an important supply point for MO High and is different from the grain warehouse we visited yesterday. The variety of supplies here is very comprehensive. Not only do they have rice and flour, but also millet, sorghum, noodles, cooking oil, and various other supplies. If we empty this granary, our food reserves will be very abundant, and we won't have to worry about food at all. Then let's go to this granary. Anyway, it's still early today, and we have plenty of time. Zhang Fan stepped on the gas. You lead the way. Take the Ring Road Highway and try to avoid the city center. Alright, the mountain warehouse is far from Wooding Elegant Garden, and with the heavy traffic on the Ring Expressway, it took over 2 hours of bumpy travel to finally reach the mountain warehouse. More than a dozen large trucks and 20 to 30 logistics delivery vehicles were parked at the warehouse entrance. The weekly turnover of the mountain warehouse exceeds 400 tons, with 50 to 60 logistics delivery vehicles operating daily. Jingya explained, this ensures that supplies can be delivered to various supply points in the city as quickly as possible. No wonder there are so many vehicles. Zhang Fan parked the oil tanker outside the warehouse. From a distance, he could see that the over 3,000 square meter warehouse was neatly filled with packaged rice, flour, noodles, cooking oil, and various other supplies. The tall shelves were stacked to the brim, and several forklifts were also placed inside the warehouse. There are so many supplies here. Zhang Fan exclaimed, if we looted this place, we wouldn't have to worry about flour and cooking oil for a long time. I'm starting to collect. Hurry up and collect. Jingya's hand lightly brushed over the shelves, and the flour and cooking oil on them instantly disappeared. Watching her walk along the shelves as supplies quickly vanished, Zhang Fan felt secretly delighted. The apocalypse truly was a great place. Everything could be taken for free, without spending money or needing anyone's permission. How satisfying. Just then, Zhang Fan suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps approaching quickly from afar. There's movement. Zhang Fan immediately shielded Jingya behind him. What's wrong? Jingya instantly became nervous. Someone's coming. Zhang Fan looked in the direction of the approaching footsteps. After breaking through to level 4, his physical fitness had greatly improved, along with his hearing and vision. He could hear many subtle sounds, let alone alone such heavy footsteps. A moment later, a crowd of people surged in from all directions, forcing the two into the aisle between the shelves. In their hands were steel pipes, baseball bats, electric batons, and even kitchen knives and bows and arrows, forming a tight encirclement. Zhang Fan. Jingya grabbed Zhang Fan's arm, her delicate face full of tension, with a trace of panic in her eyes. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhang Fan held her hand tightly, smiled at her, and gave her a reassuring look. Jingya nodded heavily, her cold little hand turning over to tightly grasp Ling Tian's solid palm. Zhang Fan remained calm, looking at the survivors who had surrounded them. Everyone, what can I do for you? The survivors remained silent, merely sizing the two of them up and down, their eyes full of vigilance. Make way, everyone. A shout came from behind the shelves, and the circle of survivors immediately opened up a path. 3 women walked in. One of them, a middle-aged woman, was dressed in a granary uniform, her skin rough and dark, exuding a mature and steady demeanor. Another, around 20-something, wore an office lady suit, dressed professionally, with an average appearance. The last person to walk in was a sexy and elegant woman in her 30s, with a voluptuous figure resembling a ripe peach, exuding the charm of a mature woman. She wore high heels, her skin was fair and well-maintained, and she carried an air of nobility. Auntie! Seeing this mature woman, Jingya's beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise, Xiaoya, it really is you. The sexy and elegant woman was so excited she almost jumped up, rushing over to Jingya in just a few steps and looking her up and down. Auntie, it's me, Auntie. Jingya let go of Zhang Fan's hand and threw herself into Lu Mu's arms, tears streaming down her face in excitement. This is wonderful, Auntie. I'm so happy to see you. I thought you. When I saw you on the surveillance earlier, I thought I was mistaken. I never expected it to really be you. Lu Mu's eyes brimmed with tears as she sobbed in excitement. Auntie is so happy. I never thought you were still alive. Zhang Fan was a bit stunned. He had originally thought the person coming was an enemy and had already prepared for battle, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be Jingya's aunt. Truly surprising. After a long while, Jingya and the alluring woman finally calmed their emotions. Auntie, have you been here all this time? Jingya asked. I came over from the Tea Mountain Estate 3 days ago. Lu Mu's eyes were slightly red. There was no food at the Tea Mountain Estate, so I took the risk and brought everyone here. Fortunately, we made it through without any major incidents. What about my parents? Jingya asked nervously. Lu Mu's expression darkened, and she gently shook her head. When the apocalypse first broke out, they turned into zombies. Jingya's delicate body trembled, and tears streamed down her face. Even though she had long anticipated this outcome, hearing the news with her own ears still brought unbearable sorrow. Good child, don't cry. Lu Mu picked up a tissue to wipe the tears from Jingya's eyes and gently comforted her. From now on, it will be just the two of us depending on each other. I will take good care of you and never let you get hurt. I understand, Auntie. Jingya sobbed softly, crying her heart out. Lu Mu comforted her from the side, and only after her emotions had calmed down a bit did she ask, Xiaoya, you came here to gather food supplies, didn't you? Yes, Aunt. Jingya nodded. I know the food here is abundant, so I brought Zhang Fan along. Saying this, she pointed to Zhang Fan and said, Aunt, he is my friend, his name is Zhang Fan. Lu Mu glanced at Zhang Fan a few times and smiled. Mr. Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for taking care of Xiaoya these past few days. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Zhang Fan responded with a polite smile. Lu Mu gave him a kind smile and then said to Jingya, Xiaoya, from now on, you two can stay with us. We can help each other and look out for one another. Jingya hesitated for a moment and said, Auntie, you should come with us. It's safer on our side. Follow you? Lu Mu looked slightly puzzled. Where are you living now? Is it close to here? Just as Jingya was about to answer, a loud voice suddenly came from outside. President Lu, I have returned. Hearing this, Lu Mu's face turned livid with anger, and she cursed, that scumbag, he's back again. Aunt, who is it? Jingya asked in confusion. Zhao Yanhui, Lu Mu said through gritted teeth. Zhao Yanhui? Jingya frowned slightly. You don't mean that second-generation heir from the Zhao family, do you? It's him, Lu Mu said angrily. That guy is still alive. It's true that good people don't live long, but disasters last for 1,000 years. Jingya was filled with disgust. Zhao Yanhui was notorious in the Mo High second-generation circle as a useless second-generation heir. His family was in real estate, with a massive business empire. Being a late-born child of his father, he was overly pampered and spoiled from a young age. This indulgence led to Zhao Yanghui's arrogant and reckless behavior, running rampant in Mo High, especially enjoying the manipulation of women. Logically, with his family background, he could have any woman he wanted, but he had a peculiar preference for virtuous women. A few years ago, he broke into a young married woman's home in the middle of the night with his men, not only assaulting her but also cutting out her husband's kidney. Such behavior was not uncommon for him. It wasn't just that everyone despised him, even the other spoiled brats in the Mo High second-generation circle looked down on this scum. With the apocalypse upon them and so many people dead, the fact that someone like him was still alive truly felt like a mockery of justice. The heavens must really be blind. mind. Lumu shook her head with a bitter smile. Not only is Zhao Yonghui alive and well, but his abilities are incredibly powerful. And, what is his ability? Jingya asked with a frown. Time freeze, Lumu said slowly. He can freeze time around him while being able to move freely himself. Time stands still. Jingya and Zhang Fan exchanged a glance, both showing shock in their eyes. Time standing still, this is undoubtedly a superpower. That could be considered a bug. Time is the most incredible, elusive, and uncontrollable force in this world. Once time stops, everything will pause. Just like the pause button on a video player, no matter how powerful the characters in the video are or how grand the scene is, once you press pause, everything in the video has to stop. Time standing still is equivalent to the pause button in a movie. It can make everything come to a halt. With this superpower, he gathered a group of survivors and proclaimed himself King Zhao. Lumu said angrily. He goes around capturing women, calling it a selection process to fill his harem. He's nothing but a beast. That bastard. Jingya couldn't help but curse. Based on her understanding of Zhao Yonghui, with such a bug-like superpower in this kind of world, this villain is absolutely capable of doing anything. Proclaiming himself King Zhao? Filling his harem? Does this guy really think he can become an emperor? Auntie, what does he want to do now? Jingya asked again. They came yesterday afternoon. Lumu said through gritted teeth. Not only does he want to seize the food here, but he also threatened me, demanding that I become his woman. If I refuse, he'll force himself on me today. He wouldn't dare. Jingya's delicate brows furrowed in anger. But we can't stop him. Lumu gave a bitter smile. Time freeze is a bug. No supernatural ability works in front of him. President Lu, have you made up your mind? That frivolous voice rang out again. Will you obediently submit to this king, or obediently submit to this king? That's scum. Lumu cursed, then turned to Jingya and urged, Xiaoya, quickly find a place to hide. Make sure he doesn't find you, or else your aunt won't be able to protect you. Jingya glanced at Zhang Fan and said, Aunt, don't be afraid of him. With Zhang Fan here, he can't do anything to us. Lumu looked at Zhang Fan and shook her head, saying, no, you should still hide. Jingya wanted to say more, but Zhang Fan shook his head at her. Over these many days, they had developed a tacit understanding. Seeing Zhang Fan shake his head, Jingya immediately understood his meaning and said no more, only reminding, Aunt, you must be careful. I understand. Lumu nodded, gently tidying Jingya's hair, and sighed, you must hide well. Wait until we leave before coming out. Do you understand? Understood. Jingya nodded repeatedly. Mr. Zhang, I entrust Xiaoya to you. Lumu instructed, then left the warehouse with his men. After they had completely left, Zhang Fan gave Jingya a look and quietly followed them. At the warehouse entrance, 6 or 7 heavy trucks were parked, the kind used on construction sites to haul dirt and stones. Among the heavy trucks, there was a flashy Rolls-Royce. Leaning against the hood was a young man with long hair, dressed in designer clothes, wearing sunglasses. He held a cigarette between his fingers, his gaze frivolous as he leisurely exhaled smoke rings. On either side of the young man stood 7 or 8 sturdy youths, their hands folded over their lower abdomens, seemingly acting as his bodyguards, lined up in a row to guard him. This young man was none other than Zhao Yonghui. Seeing Lumu walk out, Zhao Yonghui took off his glasses, casually flicked away his cigarette butt, and exhaled a puff of smoke. His gaze, like that of a vicious wolf, swept over Lumu's voluptuous and mature figure a few times before he smiled and said, President Lu, have you made up your mind? Zhao Yonghui, I'll give you half of the grain in the warehouse. Take your people and leave. Lumu responded expressionlessly. Half the grain and you think you can dismiss me? President Lu, are you joking, or are you insulting me? Zhao Yonghui chuckled and said, President Lu, let's not beat around the bush. Only someone as exceptional as you is worthy of me. I'll ask you just once, are you going to agree or not? After speaking, he took out a nail clipper and casually trimmed his nails. Mr. Lu, you know, while I prefer things to happen naturally, I don't mind forcing the issue. No room for negotiation? Lumu's face was as cold as frost. What do you think? Zhao Yonghui asked with a smile in return. Mr. Lu, I assure you, as long as you obediently comply with me, you can become the queen of my harem, holding a position higher than any other woman. Since Mr. Zhao is pressing so hard, I suppose I have no choice but to agree. Alright, I agree. Lumu suddenly broke into a radiant smile and walked up to Zhao Yonghui with her shapely, long legs. She extended her snow-white lotus-like arm, gently wrapped it around Zhao Yonghui's neck, and blew softly. That's more like it. Zhao Yonghui took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Lumu's slender waist. Together, we are an unstoppable force. We will surely establish a great empire in this chaotic apocalypse and become true kings. Then you mustn't treat me unfairly. Lumu smiled sweetly, but her expression quickly turned ferocious as she let out a low roar. Die! Die! Lumu's face twisted with ferocity as a sharp, slender wooden spear, resembling a steel awl, appeared in her hand. She thrust it fiercely toward Zhao Yonghui's neck. If it struck, it would undoubtedly pierce through his neck. However, just as the spear was about to hit, it suddenly stopped. Lumu froze as well, her face still bearing a ferocious smile, and the wooden spear in her hand seemed to remain in the thrusting motion, but it was stuck in place place, as if she had been immobilized. Zhao Yanghui pushed aside Lu Mu's arm, stepped back 2 paces, and looked at her with a smile, saying, "President Lu, playing this trick in front of me is pointless. Come on, tie her up for me." Zhao Yanghui waved his hand, and 2 of his subordinates immediately took a rope out of the trunk and rushed forward, attempting to tie up Lu Mu. "Everyone, stop it." Seeing this, Lu Mu's subordinates immediately surged forward, surrounding her protectively, especially the 2 women beside Lu Mu, who stood in front of her like bodyguards. One woman, with dark skin and a burly build, had veins bulging on her face, her gaze sharp as a blade, glaring at Zhao Yanghui like a mother bear ready to attack. The other woman, dressed in an office suit and exuding a professional elegance, had a flying knife hovering beside her, also staring coldly at Zhao Yanghui. Seeing this, Zhao Yanghui's subordinates also rushed forward. The 2 sides were instantly face to face, brimming with hostility, and the atmosphere became tense and explosive. Zhao Yanghui's expression darkened, a flash of menace in his eyes, as he shouted, "Everyone, stand down." "Yes, my king." Zhao Yanghui's underlings were very obedient and retreated behind him without protest. Zhao Yanghui was quite satisfied with their attitude and turned his gaze to Lu Mu's subordinates, the corners of his mouth curling into a slightly wicked smile. "I'll give you a chance, kneel before me immediately, and I might spare your lives." "Cut the crap. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. You're not welcome." A dark-skinned, burly middle-aged woman shouted fiercely, showing no respect for Zhao Yanghui. "Exactly. Get lost. This is our turf, so stop causing trouble here." Lu Mu's other underlings chimed in, cursing one after another. "Get out of here. You are not welcome here." Fine, fine. Very well." Zhao Yanghui laughed in anger. "Since you're courting death, I don't mind granting your wish." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly. Swish, a strange ripple spread out, and the previously noisy commotion came to an abrupt halt. Lu Mu's underlings froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell, their faces still bearing expressions of cursing and swearing, as though time had stopped for them. "Knife." Zhao Yanghui extended his hand, and a subordinate immediately handed him a knife, a Longquan sword covered in intricate patterns. Holding the Longquan sword, he slowly approached Lu Mu's subordinates. "Zhao Yanghui, what are you trying to do?" Lu Mu suddenly revived and rushed in front of Zhao Yanghui. "Let's talk this out. Don't resort to violence." "President Lu, do you know why I spared you?" Zhao Yanghui's lips curled into a cruel smile. "I just want you to see the consequences of daring to defy me." After speaking, he paused Lu Mu's time again and ordered his underlings to tie her up. Once she was securely bound, he lifted the time freeze, allowing Lu Mu to move again. "Zhao Yanghui, what exactly are you trying to do?" Lu Mu was furious, struggling desperately, but her body was tightly bound by the ropes, making it impossible to break free. "If you don't obey, I will have to deal with your little underlings to set an example." Zhao Yanghui revealed a ferocious smile, brandishing the Longquan sword in his hand, the blade aimed directly at the throat of the middle-aged woman in work clothes. With the sharpness of the Longquan sword, one strike would undoubtedly slit her throat. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to touch her, it suddenly stopped. Zhao Yanghui turned his head and found that his right wrist had been grabbed by someone. He immediately looked at the person. The figure was entirely clad in silver metal, as if forged from silver alloy, gleaming blindingly under the sunlight. "Who are you?" Zhao Yanghui coldly questioned. "You don't need to know." The person who arrived was naturally Zhang Fan. He glanced at Zhao Yanghui and, without giving Zhao Yanghui a chance to use his abilities, directly activated super hypnosis. Buzz. Zhao Yanghui's pupils widened, then he closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Zhang Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had witnessed Zhao Yanghui's actions the entire time. Besides feeling disdain for Zhao Yanghui's behavior, he also gained a profound understanding of the immense power of time suspension. No matter who you are or what abilities you possess, as long as time is paused, you can be frozen in place. Time suspension truly is a cheat. Zhang Fan knew that if Zhao Yanghui were given time, he would have no way to counter it. Therefore, before stepping in to save the person, he directly alloyed himself. This way, even if Zhao Yanghui immobilized him, he wouldn't be harmed. Moreover, Zhao Yanghui couldn't maintain time suspension indefinitely. As soon as there was the slightest lapse, Zhang Fan could use super hypnosis. As it turned out, Zhang Fan had somewhat overestimated Zhao Yanghui. Bang! Zhang Fan lifted his foot and stomped on Zhao Yanghui's head, sending him to report to the King of Hell. Swish! 3 orbs of light fell from his body, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white. Zhang Fan picked them up one by one. Physique plus 18, Spirit plus 18. Acquired the ability of time stop. Got it! Zhang Fan was secretly delighted. However, everyone present was utterly shocked. What's going on? Dead? He killed the boss. This guy killed the boss. All together. Avenge the boss. The crowd erupted in an uproar, but their reactions were completely different. Lu Mu and her underlings were utterly confused, still trying to figure out what was going on. On the other hand, Zhao Yanghui's subordinates were shouting about avenging him. However, only one person actually made a move, while the others remained motionless, all talk fucking no action. Of course, they didn't dare step forward. Zhao Yanghui was stronger than them, and even he had been instantly defeated by Zhang Fan. Wouldn't they just be courting death if they tried? Besides, their loyalty to Zhao Yanghui wasn't that deep. At most, they had only submitted to his intimidation. How could they possibly risk their lives for him? Die for me. The one who made a move was a burly young man with a ferocious expression. Clenching his fists tightly, he charged at Zhang Fan. Buzz buzz buzz. Two terrifying vibration waves burst out from his fists, crashing violently toward Zhang Fan. These two waves of vibration had completely materialized, forming visible, substantial shockwaves to the naked eye. Boom! Zhang Fan was hit squarely by the two vibration waves, as if struck by a speeding train, and was sent flying backward. Lu Mu and her two underlings, who were standing behind Zhang Fan, were also caught in the impact and thrown into the air. The four of them were flung 7 or 8 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Fan, having already undergone alloy transformation with invincible defense, was naturally unharmed. However, Lu Mu and the two underlings were struck so hard that they coughed up blood, and their ribs seemed to have been broken. Aunt! Jingya ran out from the warehouse, panicked, and threw herself toward Lu Mu. Aunt, are you okay? Poof! Lu Mu spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. I'm fine, not dying yet. That's good, that's good. Jingya looked at her aunt's two underlings again. They were both lying on the ground wailing, but they probably wouldn't die anytime soon. Zhang Fan, we need to take my aunt and the others back for treatment, Jingya said to Zhang Fan. Got it. Zhang Fan flipped up and instantly appeared in front of the underling, unexpectedly revealing a smile. Vibration ability, nice. He didn't give the underling a chance to launch a second attack and immediately used the hypnosis combo. Buzz. The young man's eyes rolled back, and he fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, activating the touch of gold. Silently, the young man's body transformed into a shimmering metal, a golden yellow metal. Swish! 3 light clusters fell from his body, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 silvery white. Zhang Fan collected them one by one, physique plus 13, spirit plus 11, and acquired the super vibration ability. Today is truly a big harvest. Although the fusion of the new ability caused excruciating pain, Zhang Fan felt immense joy. Time freeze, bug control ability, and the power of the super vibration ability were not to be underestimated. Just now, this young man's physique was only 13, clearly just stepping into level 2, a beginner. Yet, the vibration wave he emitted was strong enough to blast Zhang Fan away. Its power was evident. Zhang Fan was confident that, with this ability in his hands, it would unleash even more terrifying destructive force. Another powerful ability added. What a huge gain! Zhang Fan adjusted his mood and turned his gaze to Zhao Yanghui's other subordinates. Do you want to avenge Zhao Yanghui? The underlings mumbled, lowering their heads and not daring to make a sound. Revenge? What a joke! You're so strong. How could we possibly take revenge? Scram! Zhang Fan commanded coldly. Why yes. A group of underlings immediately climbed into the heavy truck and quickly left, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fan created a duplicate, and said to Jingya, let the duplicate take them back for treatment. The two of us will stay here to continue collecting supplies and head back once we're done. I'll listen to you. Lu Mu and his underlings were initially unwilling to leave for 2 reasons. First, the food in the warehouse was enough to last them a long time. What would they do about food after leaving? Second, there were too many zombies outside, especially the ones that had evolved after last night, becoming exceptionally powerful. Leaving the warehouse now would be extremely dangerous. Jingya patiently explained for a long time and had Zhang Fan demonstrate his strength. Only then did Lu Mu agree to leave with his men, following the replica. Zhang Fan and Jingya stayed behind to collect the food. This time was different from the last. Jingya was determined to empty the entire mountain warehouse of food. With the addition of Lu Mu and his dozen or so people, food consumption would inevitably increase significantly. Simply collecting food for the 13 of them would clearly not be enough. After 2 hours of hard work, all the food in the mountain warehouse was stored in Jingya's personal space, leaving the warehouse completely empty. Time to go back. Go back. The two walked out of the warehouse and saw the Rolls-Royce that Zhao Yanghui had left at the door. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled. Didn't you say we didn't have a luxury car? Well, here it is. Jingya rolled her eyes at him. In this day and age, it's not as useful as a heavy-duty truck. Take it back. It'd be a waste to leave it here. Zhang Fan created a duplicate and said, you drive the tanker back. Got it. The duplicate responded cheerfully and got into the tanker. Zhang Fan walked toward the Rolls-Royce. Get in. Zhang Fan took the driver's seat, while Jingya sat in the passenger seat. They followed the tanker out of the mountain warehouse. What a great car. Driving it is so comfortable, way better than a heavy-duty truck. The zombies on Changhang Island have been mostly cleared out. This car can be driven on Changhang Island, but forget about the Demon Sea, there are too many zombies, and it's impossible to drive there. The journey from Shanyue warehouse to the Yangtze River tunnel was over 10 kilometers, and they encountered quite a few zombies along the way. Even with the heavy truck clearing the path ahead, they still couldn't avoid being surrounded and chased by zombies. To protect the luxury car, Zhang Fan created 2 duplicates, one at the front of the car and one at the rear, specifically to deal with the attacking zombies. After nearly an hour and a half of stop-and-go progress, they finally reached the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel. There were no zombies left on this stretch of the road. Zhang Fan drove the car into the tunnel and then stopped. "What's wrong?" Jingya asked in confusion, wondering why Zhang Fan had suddenly stopped. "The Yangtze River Tunnel is the only path to Chanhan Island. As long as we block these 2 tunnels, the zombies won't be able to get through. Of course, other survivors won't be able to come in either." Zhang Fan explained with a smile, "This way, Chanhan Island will become our private territory." "Great idea." Jingya's eyes sparkled as she nodded repeatedly. "Zhang Fan, as expected, you think of everything. The zombies in Demon Sea are truly numerous, and there are also quite a few survivors. There might be zombies and survivors running along the Yangtze River Tunnel to Chanhan Island. Especially those survivors, if they can think of this treasure land of Chanhan Island, others can think of it too. Therefore, there will definitely be people coming to Chanhan Island, and this place will become their base." Jingya certainly didn't want these people to flood in. Although it might seem a bit selfish, in such a dire world, she was barely surviving herself. How could she have the energy to care about others? "But if we block the tunnel, we won't be able to get through either," Jingya said, frowning. "Isn't that simple?" Zhang Fan responded with a smile. "Just park a car on each side of the blockage, then teleport across. Problem solved." Of course, Jingya suddenly realized. The Yangtze River Tunnel is a dual-line circular tunnel, with 1 lane on the left and 1 on the right. One leads to Chanhan Island, and the other leads away from it. To block the tunnel, both lanes must be sealed. This wasn't difficult. On both sides of the tunnel entrance were dirt slopes, with plenty of soil to use. Zhang Fan made a grabbing motion in the air, and the dirt slopes began to shake violently. Rumble, with a loud noise, an earth dragon burst out of the ground and surged toward the tunnel. Before long, the tunnel leading to Chanhan Island was blocked by soil. Zhang Fan teleported to the other side and similarly blocked the tunnel leading away from Chanhan Island. After completing these tasks, he made 2 stone tablets and placed them in front of the mounds of earth. On the tablets were inscribed the 8 characters, "Private Territory. Trespassers will die." This was naturally a warning to the survivors, as Zhang Fan did not want any more survivors setting foot on the island. "You've gone too far," Jingya couldn't help but say. "I had no choice." Zhang Fan sighed. In the apocalypse, human nature is unpredictable. Compared to those clumsy zombies, humans are far more dangerous. After all, none of us knows what kind of soul is hidden beneath that human skin. Jingya agreed deeply. "Let's go back." The 2 sped all the way and returned to the manor in the suburbs of Chanhan Island in just half an hour. The same small courtyard's paved road was filled with cars, likely brought by Lu Mu and the others. Unable to drive further in, Zhang Fan had to get out of the car early and walk with Jingya toward the small courtyard. "By the way, Jingya, how old is your aunt?" Zhang Fan asked as they walked. "She looks so young." 32 years old, Jingya replied. "So young?" Zhang Fan said in surprise. "Is she your biological aunt?" "My mom has 6 siblings. She's the eldest, and my youngest aunt is the 6th, so there's quite an age gap," Jingya explained. "Your grandma sure had a lot of kids." Zhang Fan shook his head. "By the way, your youngest aunt is so young. How should I address her?" "How do you want to address her?" Jingya looked at Zhang Fan with a faint smile. "By seniority, I should call her aunt, but she's so young, she definitely wouldn't like that." Zhang Fan pondered. "How about I call her sister?" "Sister Lu?" "Ha!" Jingya's expression instantly turned serious. She glared fiercely at Zhang Fan. "Suit yourself." After saying that, she ignored him, turned around, and walked toward the small courtyard. "What are you angry about now?" Zhang Fan called out from behind, but Jingya still ignored him. Watching her back, Zhang Fan suddenly chuckled twice, a trace of smugness flashing in his eyes. Lu Mu and his underlings had all come over. On Zhang Fan's side, only Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, and Yang Linger's younger sister Yang Miao were at home. Zhang Wenxi, Yang Guang, Ba Yuning, Cui Yin, Wu Yan, Wu Miao, and Yang Linger had all gone out to hunt zombies. Seeing them return, Lu Mu let out a sigh of relief. "Xiaoya, you're finally back. Auntie, are you feeling better?" Jingya asked with concern. "All right, everyone is fine now." Lu Mu beamed and looked at Wang Yuan, saying, "It was this sister who healed me. Her ability is amazing." "Xiao Yuan, thank you." Jingya expressed her sincere gratitude. "Xiao Yujia, no need to be so polite with me." Wang Yuan was also overjoyed. Ever since joining Zhang Fan's team, she had been helping Chao Jia with cooking, unable to put her ability to use, which naturally left her a bit frustrated. Today, she finally got to showcase her skills, and her mood couldn't be better. "Auntie, from now on, you can live here with peace of mind." Jingya held Lu Mu's hand. "As long as you're willing to take us in, of course, I'm more than happy to." Lu Mu nodded repeatedly. She then looked at Zhang Fan. "Mr. Zhang, thank you so much for saving us today. If it weren't for you, we would have really fallen into the hands of that scum Zhao Yangui." After speaking, Bowing, she gave Zhang Fan a deep bow. "Aunt Lu, you're too kind." Zhang Fan quickly waved his hand. Someone like Zhao Yanghui, no one would stand by and do nothing when they see him. Hearing how Zhang Fan addressed her, Jingya couldn't help but roll her eyes, realizing she'd been tricked by him. "Thank you." Lu Mu expressed her gratitude again, then pulled Jingya aside to talk. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, greeted Lu Mu's subordinates one by one, getting to know them briefly, and then headed to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Chao Jia, Zhou Ling, and 4 other women were busy cooking. These 4 women had been sent by Lu Mu to help. 2 of them were washing vegetables, and the fresh produce in their hands was a dazzling array: cucumbers, carrots, tomatoes, lettuce, romaine, asparagus lettuce, and 2 large watermelons. Seeing these fresh vegetables, Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. "Sister Chao, where did all these fresh vegetables come from?" Chao Jia smiled while cutting the meat and said, "This is what Zhou Ling and I picked in the vegetable garden." "Vegetable garden?" Zhang Fan asked in confusion. "Sister Chao, is there a vegetable garden in this manor?" "Yes." Sister Chao nodded repeatedly. "It's right behind the small courtyard. Although it's not big, it has a full variety of vegetables." "Not bad, not bad." Zhang Fan praised repeatedly. "With a vegetable garden, we can have fresh vegetables from now on." "Yes." Sister Chao also seemed very happy. "But with more people in our team, the small vegetable garden definitely won't be enough. Next time you go to the Demon Sea, bring back some vegetable seeds and plant more." Zhang Fan agreed without hesitation, thinking to himself that it's only June, and with the temperature in the Demon Sea, any kind of vegetable can be grown. Xiao Yuan, save them. Come quickly and save him." Suddenly, a few anxious shouts came from outside the small courtyard. Upon hearing them, Zhang Fan immediately recognized Zhang Wenxi's voice. Something's wrong. He exchanged a glance with Chao Jia, instantly teleported back to the living room, and then walked outside. Jingya, Lu Mu, Wang Yuan, and the others, who were chatting in the living room, exchanged looks and followed him out. As everyone stepped out of the courtyard, they saw Zhang Wenxi sprinting toward them with someone on his back. That person was covered in blood, and even Zhang Wenxi's body was stained with it. The ground was littered with blood droplets. Cui Yan, Yang Linger, Wu Yan, and Wu Miao were chasing closely behind, all 3 of them also bearing traces of blood. What happened? Yang Guang had suffered severe injuries, primarily concentrated on his chest, where several claw marks cut deep to the bone. His clothes were shredded, and his body was a bloody mess. Through the gashes, his bright red ribs were visible. The most critical injury was a claw mark on his carotid artery, from which blood gushed like a fountain. Due to excessive blood loss, Yang Guang had already fallen into a state of shock. Without immediate treatment, he would undoubtedly die from the blood loss. Fortunately, Zhang Wenxi managed to carry Yang Guang back in time, and Wang Yuan immediately began treatment. Her hands emitted 2 green halos, which shone over Yang Guang's body. The deep wounds, which reached the bone, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bleeding gradually stopped. After more than 10 minutes of effort, Yang Guang's injuries were completely healed, leaving not even a scar. Wang Yuan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, with fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, looking utterly exhausted. "Xiao Yuan, you've worked hard. Go back and rest." Zhang Fan called over Chao Jia and Zhou Ling, who helped Wang Yuan up and headed toward the courtyard. Yang Guang remained unconscious, but his breathing was steady, and his complexion gradually turned rosy. He had finally passed the critical stage. "Carry old Yang inside to rest." Zhang Fan quickly fashioned a stretcher, and Cui Yan and Bao Yuning carried Yang Guang into the courtyard. Watching them enter the small courtyard, Zhang Fan then turned to Zhang Wenxi. "Old Zhang, what happened to you?" Judging by old Yang's injuries, it doesn't look like they were caused by zombies, right? Yang Guang's injuries were clearly inflicted by some kind of large feline, rather than a zombie attack. Zhang Wenxi took a pack of tissues from Jingya's hand and wiped the blood off his body. He was so covered in blood that his appearance was unrecognizable, looking like a man entirely drenched in red. "Not a zombie." Zhang Wenxi shook his head and replied, "It's a Siberian tiger." Mentioning the Siberian tiger, a trace of fear flashed in Zhang Wenxi's eyes. "This creature must have escaped from the zoo and attacked us as soon as it spotted us." "Siberian tiger?" Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned, and Jingya continued to explain, "There are 2 zoos on Changhang Island, one of which is a wildlife park that has 5 adult Siberian tigers." Zhang Fan suddenly understood and looked at Zhang Wenxi again. Was old Yang injured by the Siberian tiger? "It's it," Zhang Wenxi said with a bitter smile. "This Siberian tiger is extremely formidable. Old Yang, Old Bao, Old Chui, Linger, Wu Yan, Wu Miao, and I joined forces, plus a big yellow dog, and we still couldn't beat it. You are all level 2 ability users, and 7 people plus a dog joined forces, yet you were still overpowered by a Siberian tiger?" Zhang Fan found this somewhat hard to believe. After starting to absorb the white crystals for cultivation, Old Yang and the others successively broke through to level 2. Now, they were all level 2 ability users. However, even with 7 level 2 ability users joining forces, they still couldn't handle a single Siberian tiger. This was truly incomprehensible. "Boss, this Siberian tiger has not only awakened a superpower but its ability ability is extremely bizarre. Wu Yan interjected. Absorb? Zhang Fan slightly furrowed his brows. Yes, absorb. Zhang Wenxi sighed and said, whether it's stones, flames, lasers, ice swords, or energy beams, all attacks are absorbed by it, making it completely invulnerable. There's no other way. Old Yang could only engage it in close combat, but this creature's physical body is also incredibly formidable. After several encounters, Old Yang was seriously injured. Fortunately, your duplicate arrived in time, allowing us to escape. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged a glance, both filled with shock. While the awakening of abilities in the Siberian tiger surprised them, it didn't seem strange after all. Da Huang had also awakened abilities. What was truly astonishing was the bizarre nature of this tiger's ability. It could absorb all attacks. What kind of ability was this? Where is it? Zhang Fan immediately asked. Faced with such a powerful Siberian tiger, it must not be allowed to act recklessly and threaten everyone's safety. It had to be eliminated. It's at the suburban wildlife park. Zhang Wenxi quickly replied. Zhang Fan nodded slightly and instructed, you all stay home and rest. I'll go take a look. I want to go too, Jingya said without hesitation. Lu Mu also volunteered. I want to go as well. Maybe I can help. Alright then. Zhang Fan did not refuse. With his current strength, he was more than capable of ensuring the safety of the two. A dozen minutes later, Zhang Fan arrived near the suburban zoo in his Rolls-Royce. From a distance, he could already hear the earth-shaking roar of a tiger, as thunderous as a clap of thunder, filled with an overwhelming sense of power. Zhang Fan quickly followed the source of the sound and soon found the Siberian tiger. Good heavens! Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The moment he saw the Siberian tiger, he finally understood why Zhang Wenxi and the others had teamed up but still got overpowered. This Siberian tiger was simply enormous. Its body length was about 3 meters, its shoulder height exceeded 1.7 meters, resembling a fully grown bull, and it exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Was this really a Siberian tiger? It was practically an enhanced version of one. At this moment, one of Zhang Fan's replicas was fiercely battling the Siberian tiger. The replica had already undergone alloy transformation, using teleportation to constantly evade while the blade in its hand repeatedly slashed at the tiger. However, every attack proved futile, as the blade's power vanished without a trace the moment it made contact with the tiger. The replica tried attacking with its fists, but the result was the same. The heavy punches, carrying terrifying force, struck the tiger, only for the power to dissipate instantly. What kind of superpower is this? Zhang Fan and the other two exchanged shocked glances. It's somewhat like the Black King's ability in X-Men, capable of absorbing any form of energy for personal use, Lu Mu said with a slight frown. Absorbing any form of energy? Zhang Fan nodded slowly. It does seem similar. Kinetic energy is also a form of energy. Physical attacks like punches and daggers are essentially manifestations of kinetic energy. The Siberian tiger easily absorbed the kinetic energy of the dagger and fists, coupled with what Zhang Wenxi mentioned about it being able to absorb flames, lasers, energy beams, and all other attacks. Its superpower is very likely the ability to absorb any form of energy. Zhang Fan created 2 clones to protect Jingya and Lu Mu, while he himself walked toward the battlefield. Stand down! Zhang Fan shouted to the clones. Got it! The clone didn't waste any words and immediately teleported away. Roar! The Siberian tiger let out a thunderous roar toward the sky, with rolling sound waves exploding like thunder, causing the leaves to tremble slightly. The Siberian tiger fixed its cold and emotionless gaze on Zhang Fan and pounced instantly. Its speed was astonishing, closing in on Zhang Fan within a few leaps. A fierce gust of wind followed as it opened its massive blood-red maw, aiming straight for Zhang Fan's neck. Good timing! Zhang Fan thrust both fists forward and struck fiercely. Buzz! The super vibration ability activated instantly. Visible high-frequency vibration waves rippled out from Zhang Fan's fists, hitting the Siberian tiger squarely. Isn't this Zhao Yanghui's subordinate's superpower? Lu Mu's face showed astonishment. Jingya hesitated for a moment, then leaned close to Lu Mu's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Mu was instantly dumbfounded. This guy is truly a freak. On the other side, under the attack of the vibration wave, the Siberian tiger's skin trembled violently, and the vibration wave quickly weakened. In an instant, the vibration wave disappeared without a trace, yet the Siberian tiger still lunged at Zhang Fan. This superpower is truly overbearing, to be able to easily absorb such high-frequency vibration waves. Zhang Fan was both surprised and excited, his gaze fixed on the Siberian tiger as if it were a rare treasure. Fat tiger, I must obtain this superpower. Zhang Fan decisively activated time freeze. Buzz! A strange ripple quickly spread out, and the Siberian tiger, suspended in mid-air, was instantly frozen. It floated stiffly in the air, its mouth wide open in a ferocious bite posture, ready to pounce, but unable to move an inch. At this moment, its claws were less than 10 centimeters away from Zhang Fan's neck. Time freeze! Lu Mu couldn't help but gasp. He actually mastered Zhao Yanghui's time freeze ability too. Jingya, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised. She sighed and said, the ability to plunder others' powers is just too domineering. Zhang Zhang Fan silently and continuously acquired both time freeze and super vibration. In the future, he would also gain the mutated ability of the Siberian tiger, and his strength would only keep growing. Zhang Fan reached out and gently stroked the Siberian tiger's head. Although the tiger looked fluffy, its fur was as coarse as pig bristles, making it not very pleasant to the touch. Turn stone into gold. Swish. Zhang Fan extended his index finger and lightly tapped the Siberian tiger's head. A golden light instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the tiger's head turned into metal, shining brilliantly. Zhang Fan released the time freeze, and with a thud, the Siberian tiger collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Swish. 3 light orbs fell from its body. 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white. Zhang Fan picked them up one by one. Physique plus 145, spirit plus 46, and the ability to absorb energy. 145 in physique? Zhang Fan exclaimed. This Siberian tiger actually reached level 3. How did it cultivate? Zhang Fan wondered. He had already summarized his experience. A single-digit physique is level 1, a double-digit physique is level 2, and a triple-digit physique is level 3. This Siberian tiger's physique was 146, clearly level 3, which was simply unbelievable. As an animal, how could it cultivate so quickly? Did this thing absorb a lot of crystals, or did it starve and directly eat zombies? Forget it, who cares? Zhang Fan was too lazy to think further and began to examine the newly acquired ability. Energy absorption? This wasn't just a simple ability but an extremely domineering one. Its effect was, it could absorb nuclear energy, mechanical energy, kinetic energy, potential energy, chemical energy, thermal energy, electrical energy, radiation energy, light energy, biological energy, and almost any form of energy, using the absorbed energy to replenish its own energy deficiency. Seeing this effect, Zhang Fan was stunned. He completely understood the meaning of this ability. Almost all attacks release kinetic energy or other forms of energy. A fist? Kinetic energy. A blade? Kinetic energy. Electric current? Electrical energy. Flames? Thermal energy. Shockwaves? Kinetic energy. With this ability, except for a few attacks like hypnosis or time suspension, I can almost be immune to most attacks, and the more I get hit, the stronger I become. Zhang Fan was incredibly excited. This is an ultra-powerful defensive ability. I've really hit the jackpot. Zhang Fan, what are you so happy about? Jingya walked over and asked, did you plunder this Siberian tiger's ability again? Ha, you can't hide anything from me. Zhang Fan nodded, then deliberately changed the subject. What should we do with this Siberian tiger? Take it back and braise it? Jingya shook her head like a rattle. Just toss it away. I wouldn't dare eat a feline. Alright then. Zhang Fan didn't say much more. He had previously raised cats and dogs, held a special affection for them, and never touched cat or dog meat. Tigers were essentially big cats, so he decided not to eat it either. It's 5 o'clock. We should head back. Let's go. Having only had 2 bowls of plain porridge in the morning, Zhang Fan was feeling a bit hungry and wanted to go back for something to eat. Driving the Rolls-Royce, it took them just over 10 minutes to return to the estate. Yang Guang was already awake, his body mostly recovered, though still a bit weak and in need of a few days' rest. Dinner was already prepared, and tonight's meal was quite lavish. Although there were many people, the variety of dishes wasn't extensive, only 8 dishes, but the portions were generous. The living room couldn't accommodate everyone, so they set up 4 tables directly in the courtyard and sat around them. While enjoying dinner, everyone chatted casually. Are we going to settle down here from now on? What? You don't want to? Of course I do. I just don't know how President Liu plans to arrange us. Also, who's going to be the boss? That's really hard to say. Our President Liu is indeed remarkable, but that Zhang Fan guy seems even more outstanding. Exactly, Zhao Yanghui was so formidable, yet he was easily defeated by him. I still can't figure out how he managed to do it. Let him be the boss. It's actually a good idea. At least following him ensures safety. Zhang Fan sat at a table with Jingya, Lumu, Chaojia, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, Yang Linger, and Yang Mao. Lumu picked up a bite of stir-fried lettuce with her chopsticks and said, with a smile, Xiao Fan, did you hear that? My little crew here has only known you for less than a day, and they're already planning to betray me and pledge allegiance to you. Aunt Lu, you're really funny with that comment. Zhang Fan responded with a smile. I'm not joking. From now on, all of us will be following you. I hope you'll take good care of us. Lumu raised a disposable paper cup. Come, I toast to you. Aunt Lu, you're too kind. Zhang Fan raised the paper cup and lightly clinked it before downing its contents in one go. You all didn't see it, but these past few days I've been leading everyone, dodging here and there. Not only did we have to fight off zombies, but we also had to gather supplies and calm everyone's nerves. Lumu let out a long sigh. It's only been a few days, and my hair is already starting to turn white. The pressure is just too much. Now that we've joined you, the weight on my shoulders has lightened considerably. Auntie, everything will get better. Jingya comforted her. From now on, we'll work hard together, and I believe we'll live well. Yes, definitely will. After dinner, Chao Jia and the others went to wash the dishes, while the rest sat in the courtyard chatting. chatting. Zhang Fan and Jingya were not idle. Today, more than a dozen new people had joined, and they were still unfamiliar with each other. They needed to register everyone to understand each person's abilities and powers. As the number of people increased, the difficulty of management also rose, and the first step in management was to understand everyone's capabilities. In the courtyard, there was a table with an Alienware laptop on it. Jingya opened Excel and created a spreadsheet. The headers included name and abilities, with abilities further divided into levels and powers. Zhang Fan stood nearby, scanning the people in the courtyard, and said, "Everyone, please take turns coming over here to register." "Alright, no problem." Everyone cooperated well, quickly forming a line in front of the table, eager to complete the registration. "The first one is Zhang Wenxi." "Boss." Zhang Wenxi grinned sheepishly. Zhang Fan glanced at him and smiled as he said to Jingya, "Zhang Wenxi, level 2, Earth Manipulation." Jingya quickly recorded it in the table. "Bao Yuning, level 2, Laser Eyes." "Chui Yan, level 2, Earth Manipulation." "Yang Guang, level 2, Super Physique." "Wu Yan, level 2, Controls Flames." "Wu Miao, level 2, Absorbs Solar Energy." One by one, the registrations were completed in less than half an hour, including 8-year-old Yang Miao. The entire team currently consisted of 29 people. This meant that Lu Mu had brought a total of 16 people. Among them, 9 possessed special abilities, while the remaining 7 were ordinary individuals. Of the 9 with abilities, only Lu Mu, the burly middle-aged woman Li Hong, and the business-suited Ol Wang Li were level 2, the others were all level 1. Lu Mu's ability was controlling plants, Li Hong possessed super strength, and Wang Li's ability was controlling metal. Among the remaining 6 ability users, 5 had combat-related abilities, and 1 had a support ability, clairvoyance. After understanding these details, Zhang Fan had a general idea in his mind and then gathered everyone together. "Let's have a quick meeting." Zhang Fan looked around at everyone. "I've already got a pretty good understanding of everyone's information. I don't have much to say either, so I'll keep it simple with 3 points. First point, from now on, we are all one team and will live together, so we must follow the rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Without rules, our team will fall apart sooner or later. And the rules are very simple. The laws before the apocalypse remain the same now." Everyone nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to comply. They had been law-abiding citizens before the apocalypse, accustomed to following rules, and naturally had no resistance to this. In fact, they hoped to maintain order and create a harmonious atmosphere. After all, having experienced these days after the apocalypse, they deeply understood the importance of order and law, yearning to return to those stable days. Second point, the development plan moving forward. Zhang Fan continued, "From today onwards, Changhan Island will be our headquarters. Unless something unexpected happens, we will be living here for a long time in the future. To survive, we must eliminate the zombies. Therefore, in the next half-month, our top priority is to wipe out all the zombies on the island completely. In order to hunt zombies more effectively, the 15 combat-type ability users, aside from myself, will be divided into 3 teams. Each team will consist of 5 members, led by a duplicate, to go out and hunt zombies. Any objections?" "No objections." Everyone shook their heads one after another. Although some felt fearful about going out to hunt zombies, the thought of being led by Zhang Fan's clone immediately gave them courage. After all, Zhang Fan's clone was truly formidable. "The remaining people will form the logistics department." Zhang Fan looked at Chao Jie. "Sister Chao, the logistics department will be entrusted to you. You will be fully responsible for specific tasks such as household management, planting vegetables and fruits, and so on." "Xiao Fan, I understand." Chao Jie nodded in response. Entrusting the logistics department to her made Zhang Fan feel at ease. Chao Jie was diligent and hardworking, capable of enduring hardships, meticulous in her thinking. With her in charge, the logistics department would surely be well organized. However, Zhang Fan also knew she was soft-hearted and shy, which made him worry about her being too lenient in management. So, he addressed the 7 assistants and 7 regular staff. "I hope everyone can actively cooperate with Chao Jie to ensure the team's logistics work is done well. Let me say the harsh words up front. If anyone tries to slack off or coast through, sorry, you're out immediately. I'll say it again. My team will never tolerate discrimination, nor allow harm to one another, and absolutely no idlers. The world is tough nowadays, and life isn't easy for anyone. Coasting through is unfair to others." Finally, Jingya and I have been assigned to continue heading to the Magic Sea to collect supplies. Zhang Fan turned to Jingya. "Now that we have more people, the consumption of supplies has also increased. Clothes, shoes, toilet paper, drinking water, and all other supplies need to be collected. The task of collecting supplies will temporarily be entrusted to the 2 of us." "I'm done speaking," Zhang Fan said. "Next, let Jingya arrange everyone's accommodation for tonight and the future. There's a resort not far from the manor." Jingya said, "This resort covers an area of about 200 acres, including 40 acres of residential space and 160 acres of farmland. It is a comprehensive vacation area that integrates hotels, villas, eco-farms, restaurants, and entertainment. excellent. We'll be staying there from now on. Because it was already late, everyone finished tidying up and arrived at the Changhun Island Resort. It felt as if they were in the countryside, surrounded by orchards filled with kiwis, strawberries, jujubes, honey pears, golden melons, and watermelons. In the vegetable fields, fresh vegetables such as lettuce, romaine, spinach, oilseed lettuce, cucumbers, and tomatoes were thriving. Within this rustic ecological farm area, courtyards surrounded by white walls and black bricks were scattered around. There are so many vegetables growing here, and they are thriving. We won't have to worry about running out of vegetables in the future. This lettuce is so tender, I feel like picking a few to wrap with bean curd skin and barbecue for a raw snack. A group of people followed Jingya, walking along the pebble-paved path, passing through orchards and vegetable fields, each with an uncontrollable joy on their faces. Most of the fruits, except for watermelons, were still unripe. Although they were growing well, they couldn't be eaten yet. Vegetables, however, were a different story. The vegetables here were thriving, with lush green lettuce, tender cucumbers, and bright red tomatoes that were a feast for the eyes and lifted everyone's spirits. Zhang Fan walked up to a tomato field and casually picked two bright red tomatoes. He handed the better-looking one to Jingya and took a bite out of the other one himself. Juice splattered, and the sweet and sour taste of the tomato instantly filled his palate. Wow, this tomato is delicious. Zhang Fan praised enthusiastically. It tastes exactly like the ones I ate when I was a kid. So good. The tomatoes in supermarkets are either grown in greenhouses or ripened with chemicals. They don't have any flavor at all. Zhang Wenxi also picked a tomato, eating as he said, "This tomato has absorbed plenty of sunlight. It's clearly naturally ripened, and the flavor is so rich." Jingya didn't eat, her face full of disdain as she said, "You guys eat without washing it? Aren't you afraid it's dirty? We used to eat like this when we were kids. Who would wash it?" Zhang Fan said indifferently, "Besides, a little dirt won't hurt, eating it is fine." Yes, a little dirt won't hurt, eating it is fine. Zhang Wenxi immediately chimed in. Ha! Everyone chatted and laughed along the way, and before long, they arrived in front of a courtyard. Outside the courtyard was a 2-meter-high white wall, resembling the walls of rural courtyards. There are 22 such courtyards in the resort. Jingya pointed to the small courtyard and said, "Each yard has those 2-story rural villas. The interior decoration is also quite nice. Once the zombies on the island are cleared, we can move in with peace of mind. Living in a place like this is definitely a kind of enjoyment." Zhang Fan praised, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, enjoying the tranquility of the countryside, breathing fresh air, eating organic vegetables you grow yourself, living another 10 or 20 years wouldn't be a problem. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became relaxed and cheerful. Since the apocalypse began, everyone had been in a state of high tension, but now, being here, seeing the fields full of vegetables and the beautiful scenery, their mood naturally lightened. "By the way, Sister Ya, where are we staying tonight?" Wang Yuan suddenly asked. Although these farm courtyards looked nice, each one could only accommodate a limited number of people, so they would obviously have to split up. And splitting up wasn't safe, as the zombies hadn't been completely cleared out yet. "There's a holiday hotel further in." Jingya pointed ahead and said, "The hotel has plenty of rooms, as well as a restaurant, conference center, children's playground, KTV, game rooms, and various other entertainment facilities. We'll stay at the Holiday Inn tonight and for the next few days. Once the zombies are cleared, anyone who wants to move into a farmhouse can do so anytime." After hearing her introduction, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. It sounded pretty good. As they continued walking forward, they came across another yard. From a distance, they could hear loud and resonant goose calls coming from the yard. "There are geese in this yard," Zhang Wenxi exclaimed excitedly. "Boss, there are geese in this yard. Let's make iron pot stewed goose." The crowd burst into laughter again. "Stew it? No way, this is a goose that survived the apocalypse, a warrior among geese. How could we eat it so easily?" Zhang Fan joked with a smile. "Next, we not only need to grow vegetables and grains but also raise poultry and livestock. So from now on, when hunting zombies, if you come across live poultry or livestock, make sure to bring them back instead of killing them. They are the seeds of hope and can reproduce in the future." "I was just saying it casually." Zhang Wenxi gave an awkward smile. "But seriously, where would a goose come from here?" Jingya explained, "This resort has specially set up activities like picking vegetables and fruits, adopting garden plots, and raising chickens and geese, so that visitors can experience rural farm life. So that's how it is." The group arrived in front of a small courtyard. Zhang Fan casually unlocked the gate, and everyone walked in. As soon as they entered, they were all stunned. Standing in the courtyard was a goose, a completely snow-white, majestic goose that seemed a bit too big. Its back is nearly a meter high, and with its 1-meter-long neck, this giant goose stands a full 2 meters tall. Its body is solid and strong, its feet are like fans, and its eyes are sharp and piercing. When it noticed the group intruding, it tilted its head and stared at them with an extremely domineering posture. "Is this a goose?" Bao Yuning opened his mouth wide in shock. "This must be a genetically modified goose. It's even bigger than an ostrich. This giant goose seems to have mutated too, just like that Siberian tiger this afternoon." Yang Guang stared at the big goose, secretly wondering how these creatures had mutated. Who knows? The weeds in the small courtyard were meticulously cleaned, with peck marks everywhere, clearly the work of this big goose. It made sense after so many days since the apocalypse began, trapped in this small courtyard with nothing to eat or drink. It could only peck at the grass in the yard. Boss, what should we do with it? Zhang Wenxi asked. Give it some food and keep it in the small courtyard for now. We don't have a place to settle it if we take it away now. Zhang Fan pondered and said, after we clear out the zombies, we'll set up a special place to keep it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Wenxi appeared slightly regretful. What a pity for such a big goose. If we made braised goose in an iron pot, it would be enough for all of us to eat. As he spoke, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the goose, which had been staring at everyone, suddenly spread its wings and lunged at Zhang Wenxi. Its long neck, resembling a snake's head, darted fiercely toward Zhang Wenxi's nose. Damn, this thing bites. Zhang Wenxi was startled and immediately turned around and ran. Zhang Fan said he wanted to keep it, so Zhang Wenxi didn't dare to harm the big goose, fearing he might accidentally kill it. Although the goose had a big belly, it wasn't slow at all. In just a few steps, it caught up with Zhang Wenxi and started pecking and biting at his head, leaving him crying out in pain. The big goose suddenly went crazy, startling everyone, who quickly prepared for battle. However, they soon realized it was only chasing and pecking at Zhang Wenxi, unable to actually harm him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Old Zhang, do you still dare to think about stewing the big goose in an iron pot in the future? This is karma, Yang Guang said with a face full of schadenfreude. Every time I see this big goose, I can't help but recall the fear of being dominated by the goose at the village entrance when I was a child. Chui Yen sighed. Domestic geese have bad tempers, are easily provoked, naturally aggressive, and utterly fearless. Yang Guang chuckled. I used to be terrified of geese after being pecked by one. Now I avoid them whenever I see them. Don't get carried away. Hurry up and get rid of this stinky goose. Zhang Wenxi shouted loudly. Ha ha ha. The scene was incredibly funny, and everyone was laughing heartily. Zhang Fan shook his head, used time freeze to immobilize the goose in place, and Zhang Wenxi quickly fled the courtyard. Let's go too. Everyone left the courtyard. Zhang Fan locked the door again, and then said to Jingya, give me a bag of wheat. Jingya took out a bag of wheat from reportable space, and Zhang Fan picked up the wheat and tossed it into the air. The bag flew into the sky, and with a casual gesture from Zhang Fan, a flash of blade light appeared, splitting the bag open. The wheat scattered with a roar, covering the small courtyard. This bag of wheat was enough to feed the geese for several days. Passing through the farmhouse courtyard, the group arrived at the Holiday Hotel. The 7- or 8-story hotel was surrounded by fruit trees and bamboo groves, creating a serene and elegant environment with fresh and pleasant air. Sister Chow, are there zombies in the hotel? Everyone turned to look at Chao Jia. Chao Jia possessed detection abilities, and after leveling up to Tier 2, her detection range had greatly increased. At Tier 1, her range was 1 kilometer, but now it extended to 2 kilometers. Let me check. Chao Jia closed her eyes to sense, and after about 10 seconds, she opened them again, her brows furrowed tightly. Strange. There are a total of 8 zombies in the hotel, and there's also a survivor. Strangely, this survivor and the 8 zombies are all staying in the same room. Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. Zombies and survivors in the hotel were not unusual, but zombies and a survivor in the same room was truly inconceivable. Could it be that the survivor was trapped by the 8 zombies in the bathroom or a suite? Lu Mu offered his opinion. That's possible. Zhang Fan nodded and said, but that's not important. We'll know once we go up and take a look. Sister Chow, which floor are they on? 4th floor. Sister Chow immediately replied. Let's go take a look. Zhang Fan led everyone to the 4th floor. The hotel was unexpectedly clean. There were no corpses or dried bloodstains, not even a speck of dust. This was clearly abnormal. Someone has been cleaning here regularly. Li Hong, the burly middle-aged woman beside Lu Mu, suddenly said. Everyone immediately turned to look at her. Li Hong was usually quiet. Before the apocalypse, she was a cheerful cleaning lady at the Tea Mountain community. However, after witnessing her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson being brutally devoured by zombies, she became silent. Hongjie, are you sure someone has cleaned here? Lu Mu quickly asked. Yes. Li Hong said firmly, not only has it been cleaned, but someone cleaned it today. That's strange. Lu Mu looked at Zhang Fan and Jingya. Wasn't it said that the only survivor here was trapped in the hotel? Then who cleaned this hotel? Everyone felt puzzled. At this moment, Chao Jia suddenly said, Xiao Fan, a zombie just came out of the hotel. Let's go check it out. Zhang Fan immediately led everyone to the 4th floor. Then, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. In the corridor on the 4th floor, there indeed appeared a zombie. It was a female zombie with twin ponytails, a tall and slender figure, long legs, and a height close to 1.7 meters. Even more bizarre, this zombie was wearing a maid outfit, holding a mop in her hand, and mopping the floor? A zombie mopping the floor? Everyone's expressions were a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Wait, is she really a zombie? Zhang Wenxi asked. Grayish white skin, like a bloated, waterlogged corpse. She's definitely a zombie, no doubt about it, Cui Yen said without hesitation. Having dealt with zombies every day recently, he could recognize one at a glance. Zombies mopping the floor? Do you believe it? Zhang Wensi looked puzzled. The others were also unsure. Zombies, as creatures, behave like irrational beasts when they see living humans. When quiet, they are usually in a dormant state, either standing foolishly or wandering aimlessly. A zombie that mops the floor? Unheard of. This inevitably raised doubts about whether she was still human. She is a zombie. Chao Jia, however, was firm in her judgment. Judging by her aura, she is definitely a zombie. Zhang Wensi raised a question. Then why is she mopping the floor? How do you explain that? Chao Jia shook her head. I don't know. At this moment, their conversation caught the attention of the maid. Zombie. She lifted her head and swept her gaze over them. Seeing her eyes, everyone immediately realized that she was indeed a zombie. Without a doubt. Even the skeptical Zhang Wensi no longer questioned it. The maid zombie's eyes were identical to those of other zombies, pupils gray and lifeless, like the eyes of a dead fish, cold and devoid of spirit. These were unmistakably the eyes of a zombie. Roar! The zombie maid suddenly opened her mouth, letting out a fierce roar as she lunged toward the group. Whoosh! Her speed was astonishingly fast, and the group only felt a sharp gust of wind rushing toward them before the zombie maid was already right in front of them. Roar! She leapt forward, her bloodthirsty jaws aiming directly at Zhang Fan. Her speed was so overwhelming that the others had no time to react, let alone counterattack. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhang Fan quickly activated time freeze at the critical moment. A strange ripple spread out, instantly enveloping the rapidly charging zombie maid. Swish! The zombie maid abruptly froze between extreme motion and extreme stillness, halting just a dozen centimeters in front of Zhang Fan. The scene froze at this moment, with the zombie maid's ferocious face, full of sharp fangs, looking exceptionally menacing yet completely immobilized, suspended quietly in midair. The hotel was eerily silent. Everyone was about to check in here, and Zhang Fan didn't want things to get too gruesome. Thus, he chose to use his transmutation ability to end the zombie maid's life. Swish! A golden light spread from the top of the zombie maid's head to her feet, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a gleaming alloy statue. Swish! 3 light spheres dropped to the ground, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white. Zhang Fan waved his hand, tossing the zombie maid out the window, then picked up the 3 light spheres. Physique plus 38, speed ability acquired. Zhang Fan endured the intense pain and pulled up the attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 4 ability user. Physique, level 4, 1221/10,000. Spirit, level 2, 98 out of 1000. Abilities, infinite pickup ability, metal manipulation, transmute stone to gold, clone creation, alloying, self-healing, lightning, manipulation, teleportation, soil control, super strength, super hypnosis, time freeze, super vibration, energy absorption, speed ability. No wonder this zombie's speed is so astonishing. It turns out it has awakened a speed ability. Zhang Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Among all martial arts, speed is invincible, and the speed ability is undoubtedly an extremely powerful skill. His combat strength had just been enhanced again. Damn it! Who killed my servant? At that moment, an enraged roar echoed from the hotel. Everyone turned to look and saw a fat man storming out of the hotel, shirtless, wearing shorts and flip-flops. This man was incredibly obese. His waistline resembled that of a hippopotamus, and his large head seemed embedded in a mountain of flesh. His round, bulging belly hung down to his hips, and his shorts barely managed to cover him. His skin was dull, his face covered in acne, giving off an impression of greasiness, obesity, and sleaziness. The fat man stormed out furiously, but when he saw the crowd in the hallway, he visibly froze. So many people. Faced with the clearly overwhelming numbers, the fat man seemed a bit intimidated and asked in a blustering yet timid tone, "Who are you people?" Zhang Fan was about to respond when 7 zombies suddenly rushed out of the hotel, snarling as they charged toward the group. "Stand down," the fat man snorted coldly. At his command, the 7 zombies halted, growling lowly as they retreated behind him. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Since the apocalypse began, zombies had been like wild beasts, going berserk at the sight of living humans, eager to tear them to shreds. This impression was deeply ingrained in everyone's mind, but the scene before them completely overturned their understanding of zombies. Zombies could obey commands? What on earth is going on with this guy? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Why are these zombies not only refraining from attacking him but also obeying his every command? No idea. Everyone shook their heads. Seeing Zhang Fan and the others stunned by him, the chubby man felt smug and continued to ask, "Who exactly are you? Were you the ones who killed Martha just now?" Martha? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "Are you referring to the servant zombie mopping the floor in the hallway just now? If it's her, I can tell you with absolute certainty that I was the one who killed her." "Bastard!" the fat man shouted angrily, the fat on his belly shaking. "Why did you kill her? She was so obedient, so well behaved." "So well behaved? How could you bring yourself yourself to do it. Are you out of your damn mind? Yang Guang couldn't help but curse angrily. It's a zombie. Do you understand what a zombie is? Is it wrong for us to kill zombies? I don't care. The fat man responded furiously. You killed Martha. It's absolutely unforgivable. All of you, go to hell. Kill. At the fat man's command, the 7 zombies behind him charged at Zhang Fan and the others like ferocious tigers unleashed from their cage. Zhang Fan let out a cold snort, and the power of time freeze activated instantly. Buzz. A strange ripple spread out, instantly enveloping the 7 zombies. Swish! The 7 zombies froze in the hallway, as if hit by a paralysis spell, completely motionless. What happened? The fat man's face changed drastically. Swish! Zhang Fan took a step forward, standing in front of the 7 zombies. A dazzling golden light radiated from his body. The golden light quickly spread, enveloping the 7 zombies. Their bodies were instantly coated with a layer of gold, as if painted with golden lacquer. The gold spread from the outside inward, gradually covering the entire bodies of the zombies. Silently, they transformed into golden statues. Zhang Fan lifted the time freeze, and the 7 uniquely shaped statues crashed to the ground, never to rise again. This. Seeing this scene, the fat man looked as if he had seen a ghost, retreating a few steps in fear. A trace of terror flickered in his gaze toward Zhang Fan. Those 7 zombies were his carefully selected servants, possessing extremely strong combat capabilities. Relying on these 7 zombies, he had been living a comfortable life in the apocalypse, even better than before it began. Before the apocalypse, he was just a shut-in, not working and making a living by playing games for others. His daily meals consisted of instant noodles or takeout, and his life was utterly miserable. Shortly after the apocalypse began, he unexpectedly awakened a rare enslavement ability. He then took the risk of enslaving a zombie, and from there, he couldn't stop. With these zombies, the fat man's life suddenly became colorful, with zombies protecting him wherever he went. Cooking, laundry, mopping, massages, leg rubs, all were handled by the zombies, and his days were filled with bliss. The fat man had thought that with these 8 powerful zombie servants, he could dominate the apocalypse without opposition. Yet, to his shock, they were so easily defeated. Zhang Fan killed them, all in a single move. What baffled him even more was that he couldn't comprehend how Zhang Fan had done it. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, the fat man noticed Zhang Fan walking toward him, and his chubby face changed color once again. What do you want to do? Not doing anything, just asking you a few questions. Zhang Fan stared at the fat man. Why can you command zombies? Is it because of your ability? Apart from abilities, Zhang Fan couldn't think of any other possibility. The fat man responded warily. Why should I tell you? The fat man was a bookworm who had read many online novels, especially those with apocalyptic themes. He understood in his heart that with the apocalypse descending and zombies rampaging, his ability to command zombies made him the chosen one, destined to become the ruler of the apocalypse. As long as he had time, he could assemble a zombie army, sweep through everything, and dominate the post-apocalyptic world. The fat man deeply understood the principle of a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind. Before rising to prominence, he needed to act like the protagonists in those novels, hiding his talents and not revealing his trump cards, to avoid falling midway and shooting himself in the foot. Now, hearing Zhang Fan trying to inquire about his abilities, the fat man instinctively felt wary. Not going to say? Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Do you know what ability I just used? It's called turning stone into gold. This ability can transform any material into metal. The fat man suddenly realized. No wonder the 7 zombie servants inexplicably turned into statues. This was the reason. Since you don't want to talk, then there's no need. After turning into a statue, you can remain silent forever. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and activated the ability to turn stone into gold. Wait a moment. The fat man's face changed drastically, trying to stop it. However, it was too late. A flash of golden light swept over, starting from his head and spreading to his feet. The fat man also turned into a metal statue, his face still frozen in an expression of terror. Swish! 3 light clusters fell. 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white. As usual, Zhang Fan first picked up the golden light cluster representing physique and the silver one representing spirit. Physique plus 39, spirit plus 17. There was little change in physique, but the improvement in spirit was extremely significant. A cool stream of air flowed into his mind, and Zhang Fan felt his spirit greatly enhanced. His thinking became sharper, his awareness more active, his thoughts clearer, and his reactions more agile. He then looked at the attribute panel. Spirit, level 3, 14 out of 1000. My mental strength has finally broken through to level 3. It wasn't easy at all. Zhang Fan's heart was filled with joy. The growth of mental strength was extremely slow. Even after starting to absorb crystals, the progress remained sluggish, far behind the improvement of his physical condition. However, today he finally reached level 3, and the gap between his mental strength and physical condition was no longer so pronounced. What an unexpected surprise! Zhang Fan discovered that after reaching level 3, 3. He could now multitask with 3 different focuses. This so-called 3-way multitasking meant performing 3 completely different tasks simultaneously without any interference between them. This ability was not the usual kind of multitasking, where one is already very familiar with the tasks and can perform them out of habit. For example, using the phone or smoking while in the restroom. Zhang Fan's 3-way multitasking allowed him to perform 3 entirely new tasks simultaneously without affecting one another. For instance, he could use 3 different abilities at the same time without interference, or control 3 flying knives to attack enemies in different directions, as if 3 people were operating them. 3-way multitasking undoubtedly enhances my combat power, especially in situations involving group attacks. Zhang Fan thought to himself with pride, when I get the chance, I must thoroughly test the power of this 3-way multitasking. 10 personnel responsible for security were stationed around the hotel. This meant that if an emergency occurred, Zhang Fan could only create 10 more replicas. Everyone played until 9 p.m. before dispersing to rest. Zhang Fan's room was located at the stairway entrance on the 2nd floor, a location he had specifically requested. De Huang shared the room with him. If anything came up the stairs, De Huang could detect it immediately and respond. After turning off the lights, Zhang Fan lay on the bed, holding several white crystals in his left hand and his phone in his right. On the bedside table next to the bed, there was a bowl and a walkie-talkie. The bowl contained half a bowl of white crystals, which Zhang Fan absorbed at an impressive speed, averaging just 7 minutes per crystal. The crystals in the bowl were backups. The walkie-talkie was for contacting teammates. He had distributed one to each person earlier in the evening so they could quickly communicate in case of an emergency. Zhang Fan picked up the white light orb that symbolized a new ability. After enduring excruciating pain, he finally obtained a new ability as he had hoped. Enslavement ability? Zhang Fan examined it carefully, and after a moment, he finally understood why the zombies wouldn't attack the fat man but instead obeyed his commands. It was all because of the enslavement ability. This ability was incredibly powerful. Once enslaved, the victim's thoughts and consciousness would be completely altered, recognizing the ability user as their master deep in their heart and absolutely obeying the master's commands. Moreover, it was irreversible, with no time limit. In other words, once enslaved, there was no escape, and the victim would remain a servant for life. What a domineering ability! Zhang Fan couldn't help but glance at the fat man. This guy may look unremarkable, but his ability is ridiculously overpowered. De Huang curled up in the dog bed on the floor, which also had a small bowl next to it containing half a bowl of crystals. Zhang Fan had initially worried that De Huang might swallow too many crystals at once, but he eventually realized his concern was unnecessary. De Huang would only swallow 3 crystals at a time, and would wait until he had absorbed them before swallowing another 3. Relieved, Zhang Fan prepared half a bowl of crystals for De Huang to absorb at will. After playing on his phone for a while, Zhang Fan fell into a deep sleep. Creating 30 replicas had drained a lot of his energy, and he needed to rest early. If given enough time, wouldn't he be able to cultivate a massive zombie army? In the apocalypse, zombies were everywhere, and they would only grow stronger over time. What was a source of fear for others in the apocalypse was an endless opportunity for the fat man, a world full of zombies, providing an inexhaustible supply of soldiers. Thinking about it this way, the fat man indeed had the potential to become the protagonist of a web novel. Unfortunately, fate was a bit unfair to him, and he met his end too early. What a frustrating way to go. Seeing Zhang Fan lost in thought, Jingya asked, Zhang Fan, what is this guy's ability? Just as he was drifting off to sleep, De Huang suddenly started barking furiously. Woof woof woof. Though De Huang was not large, his voice was incredibly loud, instantly waking Zhang Fan. He threw off the blanket and reflexively sprang up, using his left hand to push off the bed frame and quickly jumping to the floor. Da Huang, what's going on? Zhang Fan looked toward De Huang. Da Huang was barking fiercely at the door, baring his teeth and showing his fangs, his demeanor extremely aggressive. The door? Zhang Fan immediately activated his alloy transformation and appeared at the door. He turned on the light and opened the door. Roar, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the glass windows until they buzzed. Zhang Fan felt his scalp tingle and his ears ring. A strong gust of wind hit him, and he sensed a powerful force striking his chest heavily. Sparks burst from his chest, and Zhang Fan saw the alloy skin on, his body trembling violently as a warm energy surged into him through his skin. I've been attacked, was Zhang Fan's first thought. Enslavement ability. Zhang Fan didn't hold back. This ability can enslave not only zombies but also other animals. His second thought was, after being attacked, his energy absorption ability had passively activated, converting the attack into energy. To replenish himself, Zhang Fan looked at the creature that had attacked him. It was a tiger as tall as he was. This tiger was incredibly large, no smaller than the Siberian tiger he had encountered earlier that afternoon. Where are all these tigers coming from? Zhang Fan wondered in astonishment. Jingya had mentioned that the Changhan Island Wildlife Zoo housed housed 5 Siberian tigers, but that was all. 90% of people had turned into zombies, so logically, 90% of tigers should have turned into zombies as well. Based on this ratio, it would be a miracle if 1 tiger out of 5 remained. Where did the second one come from? Of course, this was also a matter of probability. Sometimes, even the smallest chance could occur. Just like how the probability of twins having 2 different fathers is only 1 in 10 million, yet it has happened in real life. Who could argue with that? Jingya gasped softly in surprise. As sharp as she was, she instantly grasped the immense power of the enslavement ability. Now that Zhang Fan had acquired this ability, didn't it mean he could also enslave zombies? You're really too lucky. Jingya looked at Zhang Fan with a meaningful expression, her tone carrying a hint of envy. The gap between people was truly disheartening. She only had a spatial ability, while Zhang Fan had continuously acquired all sorts of overpowered abilities, and now he had even obtained this perverse enslavement ability. How could the disparity between people be so vast? No wonder this guy can command zombies. It turns out he possesses the enslavement ability. The originally motionless tigress suddenly began to tremble violently, her whole body convulsing and her head shaking wildly. It was as if she was enduring immense pain. Fortunately, this torment lasted only half a minute before the tigress calmed down. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Fan. The coldness, killing intent, and iciness in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by closeness, submission, and adoration. The tigress walked over, crouched in front of Zhang Fan, lifted her massive head, gently rubbed against his leg, and then extended her tongue to lick his foot. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan was utterly shocked by the overwhelming power of his enslavement ability. Who could have imagined that the ferocious tigress, brimming with killing intent just moments ago, would suddenly turn into a sycophant? No, a sycophantic tiger. This was simply absurd. Enslaving zombies, commanding zombies, this ability is simply too powerful. If I had some time. After the fat man and his 8 zombie servants were taken out, there were no more threats inside the hotel. The group explored various parts of the hotel and ultimately decided to stay on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The 1st floor of the hotel housed the restaurant, conference center, KTV, game rooms, and a small cinema, all of which were clearly unsuitable for living. The 2nd floor had only 15 rooms, accommodating a maximum of 15 people, so the remaining individuals had to stay on the 3rd floor. The hotel rooms were quite well furnished, and the environment was satisfactory. Through the windows, one could see sprawling orchards and vegetable fields, as well as rural courtyards with white walls and black tiles. The surroundings were indeed impeccable. Boss, what happened? The commotion alarmed the others, and they rushed over. When they saw the tigress crouched inside Zhang Fan's room, their expressions changed drastically, as if facing a formidable enemy. This is bad. Another tiger. Zhang Wen called a few men to help set up the generator, and soon the hotel's power was restored. Night quietly descended, and darkness enveloped the land. Tonight's sky was exceptionally bright, with the dazzling Milky Way hanging in the heavens like a colorful ribbon. After the apocalypse broke out, the global power outage eliminated light and dust pollution, allowing the sky to become clear once more. Everyone secured the hotel doors and enjoyed themselves in the various entertainment facilities on the 1st floor. It was still early after nightfall, so they played for a while before preparing to sleep. Some chatted, others sang, some played chess, others played mahjong, and those watching movies were engrossed in the big screen. The atmosphere was harmonious and lively. To prevent a zombie attack, Zhang Fan created 10 more replicas, dispersing them around the hotel to stand guard. He had now reached level 4 and could create up to 40 replicas. So far, he had made 30. 10 were deployed at the Magic Sea Center building, while another 10 were scattered across Changhan Island to clear out zombies. Roar. Although the tigress obeyed Zhang Fan, she remained vigilant toward the others. Seeing them approach, she immediately got up and roared at them, seemingly ready to attack. Stop! Zhang Fan commanded. The tigress obeyed his order without question, growling lowly at the group before obediently retreating behind Zhang Fan. Everyone was stunned. Here's what happened. Zhang Fan briefly recounted the events, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Boss, you actually enslaved this tiger? Zhang Wenxi stammered. This tigress is incredibly fierce, can it really be enslaved? Of course. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and reached out to pat the tigress on the head. To his surprise, not only did the tigress not bite him, but it also obediently squinted its eyes, appearing to enjoy it immensely. Everyone was left speechless. It's currently nursing, so there should be a few tiger cubs. I want to go take a look, Zhang Fan said. If possible, I plan to bring the cubs back. It'll be safer that way. Zhang Fan, it's already nighttime. Why not wait until tomorrow? Jingya quickly advised. Yeah, boss, it's too dangerous to go out so late. Better to go in the morning. The others chimed in to dissuade him. Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, no one can hurt me. Da Huang, you'll stay in Jingya's room tonight. With that, Zhang Fan left the room with the tigress, then exited the hotel. He got into a Wuling minivan and drove off with the tigress, leaving the resort. This Wuling minivan was the same one Lu Mu and his group had driven here, and it happened to come in handy tonight. Under Fat Tiger's guidance, Zhang Fan quickly found its nest and the tiger cubs inside. Fat Tiger was the name Zhang Fan gave to the mother tiger. Despite being in the nursing period, it was round and plump, making the name Fat Tiger perfectly fitting. Fat Tiger's nest was located in the suburban wildlife park, right within the tiger enclosure. Inside one of the rooms in the tiger enclosure, 3 newly open-eyed tiger cubs were crawling around on the ground, meowing helplessly and pitifully. Clearly, the 3 cubs were hungry and could only call out, hoping their mother would return. Roar! A low growl sounded as a zombie dressed in zoo staff uniform broke into the tiger enclosure. The cubs' calls not only failed to summon their mother but instead attracted the zombie. Drawn by the sound, the uniformed zombie entered the room where the tiger cubs were. Hearing the commotion, the 3 cubs mistook the zombie for their mother and eagerly crawled toward it. They were so tiny, with small bodies, short legs, and fluffy fur, making them irresistibly adorable and evoking a desire to hold them close and care for them tenderly. However, the uniformed zombie had no such compassion. It lunged to the ground, baring its blood-stained teeth, and viciously bit toward one of the cubs. Just as the cub was about to meet its end, a strange wave of energy suddenly spread out. Buzz! The uniformed zombie froze mid-air, the scene suspended in time. It remained in its forward lunging position, mouth wide open in a bloodthirsty snarl. It was the time-stopping ability. At that moment, Fat Tiger charged in from outside the door. Upon seeing the uniformed zombie, it let out a sky-shaking roar and then opened its mouth wide. Buzz! A terrifying suction force swept out from its mouth, targeting the uniformed zombie. The zombie immediately flew toward Fat Tiger's mouth. Strangely, the closer it got, the smaller it became. By the time it reached Fat Tiger's mouth, it was only 10 centimeters in size. Fat Tiger swallowed it whole, and the uniformed zombie vanished. Zhang Fan witnessed all of this and stood frozen in place. What kind of ability is this? Roar! The tiger let out another roar, suddenly opened its blood-red mouth and inhaled sharply. In an instant, Zhang Fan felt a terrifying suction force emanating from the tiger's mouth, directly acting on him, pulling his body uncontrollably toward the tiger's maw. What kind of superpower is this now? Zhang Fan exclaimed in disbelief, but his hands didn't remain idle. Time freeze! A strange ripple spread out, and the time in the entire room quietly came to a halt. The tiger froze in place, and the suction force from its mouth stopped as well. Zhang Fan extended his finger, preparing to activate the ability to turn objects into gold, but then noticed that the tiger's belly was completely hairless, with several large, swollen grapes. When Fat Tiger had attacked him earlier, Zhang Fan had already felt the immense power of this ability. The suction force was indeed astonishing. However, the attack had been interrupted halfway by Zhang Fan's time-stopping ability, so he hadn't seen the full process and hadn't paid much attention to it. He hadn't expected it to be so bizarre. A zombie standing 1.7 meters tall had been swallowed in one bite, and its body had continuously shrunk in size. What kind of operation was this? Moreover, Fat Tiger had swallowed a zombie. Wouldn't it get infected and turn into a zombie itself? Zhang Fan suddenly felt a wave of concern. However, thinking about Fat Tiger's practiced actions, Zhang Fan secretly suspected that it might have devoured zombies before. Since it had been fine previously, it should be fine this time too, right? He comforted himself with this thought. Zhang Fan's heart stirred. It turned out this was a female tiger, and not just any female tiger, it was a nursing mother tiger. In other words, she had tiger cubs to feed. Zhang Fan felt a pang of compassion and decided to spare the mother tiger, changing his plan from killing to enslaving. Besides, he had just acquired the enslavement ability today, so he could use this mother tiger to test out the new power. With this thought, Zhang Fan activated the enslavement ability. A black beam of light immediately shot out from the center of his forehead, piercing into the mother tiger's head like an arrow before disappearing. Zhang Fan had to lift the time freeze, otherwise, the mother tiger's time would remain frozen, and the enslavement ability wouldn't take effect. Roar! Fat Tiger let out a low growl and slowly walked up to the 3 tiger cubs before lying down. The 3 little tigers trembled as they crawled under her, meowing softly as they began to nurse. Fat Tiger gently licked the 3 little ones, showing not a trace of her usual ferocity or wildness. The scene was harmonious and touching. Even in this chaotic world, the fiercest tiger still retained her maternal instincts. Zhang Fan squatted down and gently stroked the 3 little cubs, a warm smile appearing on his face. He had loved raising cats and dogs since he was a child. When he was young and couldn't make decisions for himself, he cried and fussed for a long time until his father finally brought him a little tabby cat from the village. Zhang Fan was overjoyed and would go to the river every day to catch fish for the tabby cat to eat. After nearly 10 years, the little tabby cat had grown into an old tabby cat, and its temperament had changed. It no longer wanted Zhang Fan to touch it, and if provoked, it would scratch him. Zhang Fan, in a fit of anger, gave it a hard beating. After that, it never came back. The next time he saw it was in a cave behind the village. It had died and was just a lifeless body. Zhang Fan was heartbroken for a long time. Later, Sure, he raised several other cats and even dogs, but he always felt they weren't as close to him as that tabby cat had been. As he grew older, he saw videos on social media of Dubai tycoons walking tigers and lions, and Zhang Fan dreamed of raising a tiger himself. Unfortunately, it was just a dream. In China, keeping lions and tigers was not allowed, and even if it were, Zhang Fan couldn't afford it. Unexpectedly, in the apocalypse, his dream of raising a tiger came true, and not just any tiger, but a tiger plus. Not bad, not bad. The 3 tiger cubs, full from nursing, began to play. One climbed onto their mother's back, another pawed at a small stone, while the third crawled up to Zhang Fan and started gnawing on his shoe. Zhang Fan picked up the little tiger, and the tiny creature opened its mouth, meowing adorably, its cuteness absolutely overwhelming. What a cute little one. Zhang Fan gently stroked the cub's head. He had always been envious of the adorable tiger cubs he'd seen in videos, their cuteness tugging at his heart. He had wanted to pet them but never had the chance until today, when he could finally give this little one a good cuddle. Fat Tiger quietly watched as Zhang Fan played with its cubs, showing no signs of aggression. After some playful moments, Zhang Fan suggested taking the little tiger away, as it was too dangerous to stay here. If they remained, who knew when a situation like today's might happen again while Fat Tiger was out hunting? So, it was better to leave and take the family of 4 back to the resort to settle down there. Fat Tiger obeyed unconditionally, and Zhang Fan carried the 3 tiger cubs out of the tiger park, with Fat Tiger obediently following behind. Outside, Zhang Fan got into the wooling van and took Fat Tiger's family of 4 back to the resort. Upon returning to the holiday hotel, Zhang Fan noticed that everyone was still awake and the lights in the hotel were still bright. Feeling a pang of guilt, he quickly parked the car and brought Fat Tiger's family into the hotel. Boss, you're finally back. Wow, such adorable little tigers. Let me hold one. Seeing the 3 little cubs in Zhang Fan's arms, everyone's eyes lit up with hearts, especially the women, who immediately rushed over, eager to hold the little tigers and give them a big kiss. Roar! A low growl came from behind Zhang Fan as Fat Tiger emerged, glaring fiercely at everyone. It allowed Zhang Fan to handle its cubs but would not let anyone else come close. Seeing Fat Tiger appear, everyone froze in place, immediately stopping in their tracks, not daring to approach. Zhang Fan patted Fat Tiger's head and said, "These are all my friends, and they will also be your friends in the future. They won't hurt you, and they definitely won't harm your cubs. So, you can't be fierce to them, and you absolutely can't attack them, understand?" Fat Tiger's combat strength was extremely high, comparable to the Siberian tiger they encountered earlier in the afternoon. Zhang Fan estimated that Fat Tiger was also at level 3, and apart from him, no one present could match it. If Fat Tiger suddenly attacked someone, no one would be able to stop it. Therefore, it was necessary to warn it in advance. Zhang Fan firmly believed that Fat Tiger could understand, as Big Yellow had become particularly intelligent after awakening its abilities. Fat Tiger must also be very smart. Panghu let out a low growl, nodded his massive head, and indeed understood Zhang Fan's meaning. Good boy. Zhang Fan gently patted Panghu's head and said to everyone, "You can try again." Everyone exchanged uncertain glances, their eyes turning to Panghu with apprehension. It was Jingya who showed courage. She cautiously stepped forward and reached out to gently stroke the little tiger. Sure enough, Panghu did not attack. Jingya cheered and directly picked up the little tiger, exclaiming excitedly, "So cute." Others couldn't help themselves either and gathered around, vying to tease the little tiger. Although Fat Tiger's gaze was unfriendly, it didn't make another move. After some playful commotion, as time grew late, everyone dispersed and returned to their rooms to rest. Zhang Fan arranged for Fat Tiger's family to stay next door to him. He moved the bed out of the room instantly, creating a spacious area, enough for Fat Tiger's family to live in. After that, nothing unexpected happened, and Zhang Fan slept until dawn. It wasn't until 7 a.m. that the alarm clock woke him up. After washing up and having breakfast, they proceeded to form groups. 15 combat-type ability users were divided into 3 groups, each with 5 members, led by a duplicate. Group 1, head to the direction of Pan Town. Group 2, head to the direction of Chonghung Manor. Group 3, head to the direction of Huajian Heavy Industry Residential Area. Zhang Fan finished assigning the tasks and earnestly reminded, "Remember, safety first, mission second. No matter what happens, preserving your life comes first. Do you understand? Set off at 8 o'clock and return promptly by 11:30. Let's go." 15 combat superhumans, led by 3 clones, left the resort by car. Only Zhang Fan, Jingya, and the logistics team remained in the hotel. "Sister Chow, the house is in your hands," Zhang Fan instructed. "I left a clone at home. If you run into trouble, feel free to find him. My walkie-talkie is with him." "Got it, Xiao Fan." Sister Chow nodded heavily. "We're setting off." Zhang Fan smiled and said, "Jingya, De Huan, let's go." Today is June 12th, Monday, sunny. It is also the 12th day since the apocalypse began. The sky is azure, like a mirror. A few thin clouds, as if scorched by the sun, drift leisurely. A sleek Rolls-Royce sped across the Yangtze River Interchange Bridge, bridge, with clear river water on both sides of the bridge. Since the apocalypse descended, the once murky river water had gradually become clear. The river breeze carried a salty tang. Although it was only 8 a.m., the temperature had already climbed to 28 degrees Celsius. Zhang Fan rolled down the car window. The river breeze wafted through the window, gently brushing his face like a young girl's delicate hand, so comfortable it was intoxicating. Jingya sat in the passenger seat. Today, she was dressed in a white tracksuit, her hair tied in a ponytail, wearing white sneakers, exuding a youthful and vibrant energy. The river breeze lightly tousled her long hair, making her look even more radiant and charming. De Huan lay by the rear car window, staring intently at the swiftly passing river scenery outside, admiring the beautiful view. Jingya, being with me, does it feel like you're in a relationship? Zhang Fan rested one hand on the car window while steadily gripping the steering wheel with the other, asking casually and cheerfully. Jingya gave him a charming sidelong glance, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. No, I don't believe you. Zhang Fan continued to tease. A man and a woman, alone together, racing against the wind in such a luxurious Rolls-Royce. How could you not feel anything? Believe it or not? Jingya replied helplessly. In truth, she did feel something in her heart. Before the apocalypse, many had pursued her, but her standards were so high that she dismissed all those ordinary people. When the apocalypse struck, she hid in her dormitory, filled with fear, enduring hunger and despair. It was Zhang Fan who rescued her from that hopeless situation. Jingya was filled with gratitude. Though the hero saving the damsel in distress trope was cliché, it was undeniably the most effective way to stir feelings of affection. Moreover, not only did Zhang Fan save her from the clutches of death, but he also provided her with a safe living environment. Despite the dangers of the apocalypse, staying by Zhang Fan's side made Jingya feel particularly at ease. She was a smart person and understood that she had become dependent on Zhang Fan and could no longer leave him. Furthermore, Jingya dared not imagine what might happen to her or how she would survive if she left Zhang Fan. Having been single all her life, it was rare to meet someone like him, so of course, Jingya was willing to stay with Zhang Fan. At the same time, with so many women in the team and numerous admirers surrounding Zhang Fan as the leader, she felt a slight sense of crisis. She realized she could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor and needed to take the initiative to secure Zhang Fan in advance. Otherwise, if someone else got ahead of her, it would be too late for regrets. Zhang Fan laughed heartily and suddenly held Jingya's small hand, his thumb gently stroking her palm. Jingya's heart fluttered, and her whole body tingled, yet she did not pull her hand away from Zhang Fan. Still saying you don't feel anything? You women just love to say the opposite of what you mean, don't you? Half an hour later, the two arrived at the exit of the Yangtze River Tunnel, where the road ahead was blocked by a pile of dirt. Time to switch vehicles, Zhang Fan said with satisfaction as he looked at his handiwork, parking the Rolls-Royce by the roadside. The two of them, along with the dog, got out of the car. Zhang Fan held Jingya's hand in one hand and carried De Huang in the other, instantly teleporting away. In the blink of an eye, they were on the other side of the dirt pile. Zhang Fan released Jingya and De Huang, casually found a Mercedes-Benz, and continued on their way. According to the plan, food and water were to be collected in the morning, while other supplies were gathered in the afternoon. Although they had enough food, drinking water was still scarce, so the task for this morning was to collect as much drinking water as possible. Water, being such a vital resource, could never be too abundant. They had set 3 destinations, 1 purified water plant, and 2 mineral water factories. All 3 locations were in the Puyao district, the closest water facilities to Changhan Island. Encountering numerous zombies along the way, Zhang Fan released his duplicates to easily deal with them, collecting a significant number of physique light clusters. The trouble was the many vehicles on the road, causing severe traffic congestion, making it difficult for the Mercedes to pass. With no other choice, they switched to a heavy truck to continue forward. The heavy truck barreled through, forcefully creating a path, attracting many zombies. Although the zombies had indeed evolved under the nourishment of the blood rain, they still couldn't catch up with the speeding heavy truck. Roar! Pushing forward all the way, they finally arrived at the Ripple Purified Water Plant. Outside the plant, a considerable number of zombies were wandering around, at least more than 10 at a glance. Originally, these zombies were in a dormant state, but as soon as the heavy truck approached, they immediately became frenzied, swarming toward it. Zhang Fan teleported out of the vehicle and, looking at the oncoming zombies, lightly pointed a finger. Buzz, from his fingertip, visible, tangible vibration waves shot out, directly striking the first zombie. With his super vibration ability, Zhang Fan could emit vibration waves in various ways through his fists, palms, fingers, feet, legs, and even his tongue. Moreover, he could control the size, range, power, frequency, and direction of the vibration waves. Emitting vibration waves through his fingers had become routine. Bang! The zombie was as fragile as tofu. Its chest was struck by the vibration wave, instantly torn open with a large hole. The wave passed through the hole and exited from its back, crashing into the air behind it. However, the zombie did not die. Though its chest was pierced, its head remained remained intact, and it roared as it lunged at Zhang Fan again. Courting death. Zhang Fan pointed again, aiming at the zombie's head. Bang! The zombie's head exploded instantly, blood splattering and brain matter flying. Zhang Fan showed no mercy, pointing repeatedly, blasting the heads of each zombie one by one, killing them on the spot. In less than a minute, all the zombies in front of the purified water plant were dead, sent to meet the king of hell. Let's go! Zhang Fan gestured. Jingya, who had switched to the driver's seat, nodded, stepped on the gas, and drove the heavy truck into the purified water plant. This purified water factory clearly had no visitors. There were zombies outside the factory, and zombies inside as well. Zhang Fan pushed forward all the way, quickly, clearing out the zombies within the purified water factory and found many barrels of water. These barrels were all sealed and unopened, with a shelf life of 3 months. Due to the short shelf life, Zhang Fan and his group had been using the barrel water in recent days. As for bottled water, everyone was reluctant to use it since bottled water has a much longer shelf life of up to 24 months. They decided to save it for later, using it only after finishing the barrel water. After scavenging the Ripple Purified Water Factory, they collected a total of over 1,200 barrels of water, 90% of which were large 5-gallon barrels. 5 gallons equals 18.9 liters. If used solely for drinking, these 1,200 barrels of water would be enough for everyone to drink for 7 to 8 months. However, it still wasn't enough, so they needed to continue collecting. After leaving the Ripple Purified Water Factory, they headed straight to their second destination, the Siyuan Mineral Water Factory. Along the way, they encountered many more zombies. Zhang Fan, of course, wasn't satisfied with merely collecting water. He also wanted to gather some light orbs. Thus, he deliberately slowed down the truck, driving at a pace where the zombies couldn't catch up but wouldn't fall behind either. Sure enough, this tactic attracted a large group of zombies, who followed the heavy truck while growling and howling, their numbers growing larger and larger. Jingya watched nervously and said, Zhang Fan, aren't you afraid of flipping the truck while walking these zombies like this? Don't worry, I've got it under control. Zhang Fan smiled confidently and continued leisurely driving the heavy truck as if he were walking a dog. Along the way, survivors in the high-rise buildings saw the scene on the streets and were left utterly stunned. So many zombies? This is simply courting death. The apocalypse has arrived, and yet someone dares to drive a heavy truck around the streets recklessly. Truly clueless. I bet this guy will definitely be torn to shreds by the zombies. Understood. Similar curses echoed one after another, but Zhang Fan paid no attention to them. Finally, when there was only one traffic light left before reaching Siyuan Mineral Water Factory, he stopped the heavy truck. Hunting time begins. Wang Siphon is a resident of Bali community, 52 years old this year, and also the leader of the community's square dance group. Years of square dancing have made Wang Siphon exceptionally robust. She eats well, drinks well, and can jump and dance energetically. If the supermarket has a promotion on eggs, she can even sprint 100 meters. Although she can't finish in under 10 seconds, she can always manage it in 11. She once led her sisters to occupy a basketball court, personally stepping in to face off against the young men trying to take over the space. With her signature 9-in skeleton claw, she left several young men bruised and battered. When it comes to physical fitness, there's no question many young people can't compare to her. However, after the apocalypse arrived, Wang Siphon witnessed with her own eyes the horrifying scenes of zombies frantically chasing humans and biting them to death. This left her deeply unsettled. Though she was formidable on the square and basketball court, zombies wouldn't reason with her. She swore she would never step out of her room again in this lifetime, preferring death over venturing outside. She relied on her home's food supplies to survive for 12 difficult days, but today, she could no longer hold on. Her food had run out 3 days ago. Wang Siphon felt an overwhelming hunger and despair. Her stomach ached so much that she didn't know how much longer she could endure. She even considered suicide to end her suffering. As the dance queen of Bali community, she shouldn't have to die of starvation in such a humiliating way. In truth, she couldn't take it anymore. If she died, she wouldn't have to endure the hunger any longer. Living on the 15th floor, all she had to do was jump out of the window, and all her troubles would be over. But every time she looked at the height, her legs turned to jelly, and she ultimately climbed back down from the window. After several failed attempts, Wang Siphon adjusted her mindset and prepared to try jumping again. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly saw an endless horde of zombies flooding the street below, chasing after a heavy truck. She was so frightened that she trembled all over and didn't dare approach the window again. If she jumped and died from the fall, wouldn't she be torn to pieces by so many zombies? Wouldn't she be unable to leave an intact corpse? As the dance queen of Bali community, not even leaving a whole body behind would be utterly disgraceful. Thinking of this, Wang Siphon couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn bastard, why did you attract so many zombies? You despicable scum, do you think driving a heavy truck makes you so great? I'll just watch you get eaten by zombies. At this moment, she saw the heavy truck suddenly come to a stop, and a young man appeared out of nowhere on the the roof of the vehicle. What is this doomed fool trying to do? Wang Siphon cursed inwardly. The doomed fool she referred to was Zhang Fan. After appearing on the roof, he twisted his neck, stretched his muscles, and revealed a cruel smile. In the next instant, he appeared out of thin air above the densest cluster of zombies, his fists slamming down fiercely. Two solidified shockwaves erupted violently from his fists, crashing into the dense horde of zombies below. Boom! Two rings of shockwaves rapidly spread out, enveloping the zombies within a radius of 5 or 6 meters. Crack! All the zombies in this area were as fragile as tofu, instantly turning into minced flesh. Have you ever seen a sledgehammer smash a watermelon? The scene before their eyes was exactly like that. In an instant, more than a dozen zombies were reduced to pulp, a sight that completely stunned Wang Siphon upstairs. Is this even human? Wang Siphon's tongue was trembling. Zhang Fan's performance continued. After releasing two shockwaves, he did not fall to the ground but was instead propelled into the air by the force of the waves. Newton's third law, action and reaction. Zhang Fan traced a parabolic arc in the air before descending again. Just as he was about to fall into the horde of zombies, he unleashed two more shockwaves. Another dozen zombies were blasted into pulp. Over and over, Zhang Fan rose and fell. Each time he descended, he released two rings of shockwaves, killing a large swath of zombies. After several repetitions, over 100 zombies had met their gruesome end at Zhang Fan's hands, reduced to minced flesh. From Wang Siphon's perspective, the street was a river of blood, littered with gore. From Zhang Fan's perspective, he saw over 100 golden, radiant orbs shining brilliantly. The densest group of zombies had been completely eliminated, and the remaining zombies were relatively scattered, making the use of super vibration clearly not cost-effective. Zhang Fan drew a short knife from his waist, then split it into 3 parts and hurled them toward 3 zombies. Puff, puff, puff. The heads of the 3 zombies instantly shattered. Zhang Fan immediately adjusted his direction and continued attacking another 3 zombies. What was astonishing was that the 3 flying knives seemed to be controlled by 3 different people, precisely hunting down the zombies, turning, and seeking new targets without interfering with or affecting each other. This was the realm of multitasking mastery, simultaneously performing 3 different tasks, completely unrelated, as if 3 individuals were fighting. Puff, puff, puff. Under the slaughter of the flying knives, the zombies' heads rolled to the ground one after another like dumplings. A few minutes later, all the zombies on the street were wiped out, leaving only scattered limbs and blood everywhere. Zhang Fan collected the light orbs one by one, and his physique grew at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, his physique increased by 980 points, reaching level 4, 2201/10,000. At this moment, Wang Siphon upstairs was utterly stunned. She stared blankly at the young figure standing proudly amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, her heart filled with shock. Was that even a human? This was practically a superhuman, hunting zombies as easily as slicing through vegetables. If that wasn't a superhuman, then what was? At this moment, Wang Siphon saw the young man on the street merge the 3 flying knives back into a short sword, clearly intending to leave. Her heart grew anxious, and she quickly raised her voice to shout, "You short-lived ghost, no, young man, don't go, save me." Witnessing Zhang Fan's immense strength with her own eyes, Wang Siphon completely regarded him as her lifeline. Zhang Fan was so powerful, he was bound to save her. Even if he was unwilling to take her away, surely he could at least bring her some food? For someone as capable as him, delivering some food would be as easy as drinking water. Young people should respect their elders. What's the problem with giving a little food? However, no matter how much Wang Siphon shouted, Zhang Fan acted as if he hadn't heard her. In the end, under her gaze of despair and fury, he slowly got into the heavy truck and left. Your mother. Are you deaf, or is your ear stuffed with donkey hair? There's a living person standing right here, and you just ignore me like that. I don't believe it. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Wang Siphon was furiously cursing, the security door outside suddenly resounded with violent pounding. She shuddered all over, only then realizing that there had always been 2 zombies wandering outside. They were her neighbors who had turned into zombies. Her loud shouting just now must have attracted them. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of pounding on the door grew more intense and violent, like a deathly alarm clock, heavily striking Wang Siphon's heart. Bang. The security door was finally smashed open, and 2 zombies roared as they charged in. Did someone just scream for help? Jingya turned her head and said in confusion, "No, you misheard." Zhang Fan smiled faintly and continued driving leisurely. Moments later, the heavy truck arrived in front of the Siyuan mineral water factory. There wasn't a single living zombie on the street in front of the factory, only a dozen or so corpses. These bodies were clearly freshly dead, still dripping with foul blood, and the pungent stench of blood filled the air. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged a glance. Someone got here first. What should we do? Retreat. Zhang Fan had no intention of rushing in to confront the other party and seize the bottled water. The apocalypse had just begun, and supplies were still abundant. Far from reaching the point of life and death struggles and bloody battles. Even if this place had been preempted by others, there were still other bottled water factories to go to, so there was no need to get entangled here. Moreover, human survivors were already scarce, so conflicts should be avoided whenever possible. Zhang Fan did not believe that his strength made him invincible or allowed him to act recklessly. There is always someone stronger, and one should always maintain a sense of humility and respect. Alright, Jingya nodded in agreement, fully supporting Zhang Fan's decision. Zhang Fan turned the car around, ready to leave. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the screams came one after another, like the wails of vengeful spirits, sending chills down the spine. Jingya quickly looked toward the Siyuan mineral water factory. Did the people inside encounter zombies? Not sure. Zhang Fan's eyes flickered. Let's go down and take a look. If we're lucky, we might come across a powerful zombie. Zhang Fan is a helpful young man with 5 virtues. When he sees others in trouble, he naturally extends a helping hand. However, Zhang Fan admits that compared to the joy of helping others, he is more interested in powerful zombies. The stronger the zombies, the more abnormal their abilities, which is the main reason he is willing to lend a hand. Zhang Fan, accompanied by Jingya and De Huang, charged into the Siyuan mineral water factory, only to be greeted by a scene of panic-stricken people. They were all running for their lives, faces pale, as if wishing they had more legs to escape faster. Behind them, a thin, middle-aged zombie in work clothes was actually floating in mid-air, rapidly chasing after them. A flying zombie? It was real. The middle-aged zombie's feet were off the ground, hovering a meter above, closing in quickly. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the slowest survivor. Its arms pressed down forcefully. Thud. The survivor, a long-haired woman around 25 or 26 years old with delicate features, was immediately knocked to the ground. Help me! Please help me! Wang Yani desperately reached out to her companions for help, her cries heart-wrenching, hoping someone would come to her aid. However, her companions chose to ignore her, continuing to flee frantically toward the factory's exit. Not a single person stopped asking for help. It was utterly futile. Faced with such a terrifying zombie, they absolutely did not want to risk their lives by staying behind. Ms. Wang, don't you always teach us to be selfless and help others? A male companion shouted while running away. Now's the time for you to fulfill your promise. Hold it off here and buy us some time to escape. Watching her students flee one after another, Wang Yani felt an overwhelming sense of despair and coldness in her heart. As the homeroom teacher of Class 8, Grade 9 at MO High No. 3 Middle School, she had just graduated and was leading a class for the first time. After the zombie outbreak, she had taken the surviving students and hidden with them, struggling to survive until now. At night, she kept watch. Food was given to the students first. In times of danger, she stepped forward without hesitation. When emotions ran high, she offered comfort, and when conflicts arose, she mediated. It was no exaggeration to say that without her meticulous care, these students would have long perished in the chaos of the apocalypse. But to her shock, when faced with danger, these usually obedient students ran faster than anyone else, and not a single one was willing to lend her a hand. Some even mocked her with cold sarcasm. At this moment, the temperature had already soared to 30 degrees, but Wang Yani felt as if her heart was frozen. She thought of herself as a failure, the care she had shown her students before the apocalypse, and the protection she had provided after it had only been met with heartless betrayal. She realized that what these students had always lacked was not knowledge or protection, but a conscience. Roar! The middle-aged zombie let out a low growl and lunged at Wang Yani like a tiger pouncing on its prey, as if it intended to tear her to pieces. It's over. Wang Yani felt utterly hopeless and simply closed her eyes. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't feel the zombie's attack. Instead, she heard a teasing voice in her ear. Hey, beauty, are you planning to lie on the ground until New Year's? Wang Yani abruptly opened her eyes and saw that the zombie was still suspended in midair, completely motionless. Not far from her stood a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, with a medium-sized yellow dog by their side. What's going on? Wang Yani was stunned. Did they save me? The newcomers were none other than Zhang Fan and Jingya. Zhang Fan paid no attention to the still-dazed Wang Yani and kicked the middle-aged zombie away. He didn't rush to kill it, though. He wanted to see what kind of special ability this middle-aged zombie possessed. Could it actually fly? Zombies could fly now? Roar! The middle-aged zombie flipped up, its gray-white eyes coldly staring at Zhang Fan, raising both hands to press down fiercely. Boom! In an instant, Zhang Fan felt a terrifying pressure crashing down on him, as if every cell, every organ, every inch of his skin was being crazily compressed. Thump thump thump! Zhang Fan's heart pounded violently, almost leaping out of his chest, while blood rushed rapidly through his veins, producing a gurgling sound. Gravity! He was startled, both shocked and delighted. This zombie's ability is actually controlling gravity. This trip was definitely worth it. Roar! Seeing Zhang Fan standing motionless, the middle-aged zombie assumed he was pinned to the ground and unable to move, so it roared and lunged at him. Swish! Zhang Fan vanished into thin air. The middle-aged zombie missed its target, and just as it was about to turn its head to search for Zhang Fan. It felt waves of vibrations striking its head. Crack! The middle-aged zombie's head exploded with a bang, like a watermelon bursting open, instantly shattering into pieces. 3 orbs of light fell from its body, golden, silver, and white, leaving Zhang Fan stunned. A silver orb? Silver light spheres actually dropped from the zombie's body? Zhang Fan felt incredulous. He wasn't surprised when silver light spheres dropped from humans or animals, but for a zombie to produce silver light spheres? That was simply absurd. Silver light spheres symbolize spirit, and zombies are lifeless creatures devoid of any spirit or consciousness. How could they possibly have spirit? None of the zombies he had killed before had ever dropped spirit light spheres, which was undoubtedly the strongest evidence. What was going on with this zombie? Why did it drop a spirit light sphere? Could it be a mutated zombie? Or perhaps zombies were gradually evolving intelligence? Zhang Fan pondered silently, leaning more toward the latter. This was because the spirit light sphere was very small, far smaller than any spirit light sphere he had encountered before. Thus, this middle-aged zombie might have evolved the most rudimentary form of intelligence. This is not good. Zhang Fan picked up the physique light sphere and the spirit light sphere. Physique plus 102, spirit plus 0.2. The 102 physique value confirmed that this zombie was a level 3 zombie. Meanwhile, the 0.2 spirit value indicated that the zombie's spirit was extremely weak, possessing only the most basic intelligence. This was not a good sign. Zombies were already terrifying in their sheer numbers, and if they gradually evolved intelligence, how could humanity survive? Imagine zombies hiding, uniting, collaborating, and even using schemes and tricks just like humans. The thought sent chills down his spine. I have to become stronger, Zhang Fan thought to himself. While they're still not too smart, I need to hunt as many zombies as possible. Every zombie he killed would reduce a threat, and at the same time, he himself would grow stronger. Therefore, hunting zombies was imperative. Zhang Fan picked up the white light sphere symbolizing special abilities. Accompanied by a sharp pain, he successfully acquired a new ability, gravity manipulation. Zhang Fan carefully sensed this ability, gradually becoming aware of the omnipresent force of gravity, the force exerted by Earth on every living being and object with mass. Strangely, Zhang Fan felt as though there was an indescribable connection between him and gravity. This connection felt similar to his link with metal and earth, a tangible sense of control. Zhang Fan cautiously experimented and gradually discovered that he could not only alter the magnitude of gravity but also change its direction. Gravity naturally pulls vertically downward and is unchangeable. Yet Zhang Fan realized he could change it, changing the direction of gravity. He tried shifting gravity from vertically downward to vertically upward. An astonishing scene unfolded. His feet gradually left the ground, and his entire body slowly floated upward. Yes, he was truly floating. Just like the wire harness scenes in movies, it was utterly unbelievable. Flying? I'm flying? Zhang Fan was overwhelmed with excitement, his blood boiling. He never dreamed that one day he would actually be able to fly. It was simply unbelievable. Jingya and Wang Yani were also stunned, though their shock came from different reasons. Jingya understood that Zhang Fan must have acquired the superpower of the middle-aged zombie, which allowed him to fly. What amazed her wasn't the superpower itself, but the act of flying. Zhang Fan was actually flying. Could humans really fly? It was incredible. Wang Yani, on the other hand, was shocked by the fact that Zhang Fan could fly at all. Could humans truly fly? Zhang Fan had no time to care about their astonishment. He continued to control the direction of gravity, gradually adjusting the vertical upward force to a horizontal forward force. He immediately flew forward. When gravity shifted backward, he started moving in reverse. When gravity shifted left, he flew left. When gravity shifted right, he flew right. Zhang Fan was like a child who had just gotten a new toy, joyfully experimenting with his new superpower, flying back and forth in the air. This made Jingya envious, and she called out sourly, Zhang Fan, what kind of superpower is this? Gravity manipulation. Zhang Fan looked down and replied with a smile, Jingya, do you want to try the feeling of flying? Can I? Jingya asked, with eager anticipation. Of course. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and began to adjust the gravity acting on Jingya, changing the direction of the gravitational force. Whoosh! In that instant, Jingya clearly felt the gravity acting on her body vanish. Her body became light as a feather, as if a shackle had been lifted, and she felt an incredible sense of ease. Then, an upward force acted on her, and her body began to float gently into the air. Flying? I'm flying too? Jingya stammered, almost incoherent. Come here. Zhang Fan beckoned with a finger, and Jingya immediately floated toward him. Zhang Fan's face broke into a mischievous grin as he opened his arms, waiting for the beauty to fall into his embrace. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Jingya was both embarrassed and angry, her long legs kicking wildly in the air, her hands covering her face. Put me down. You're trying to take advantage of me. Put me down now. Ha, too late. Zhang Fan's lips curled into a smile. Just as Jingya was about to be thrown into the bowl by him, Zhang Fan suddenly heard a rumbling sound. He turned his head and saw a heavy truck speeding toward them them at 80 miles per hour, heading straight for Wang Yani on the ground. The heavy truck roared as it rushed forward, quickly aiming to hit Wang Yani. If it collided with her petite frame, she would likely be crushed into pulp. Swish! At the critical moment, a streak of light flashed, and Wang Yani suddenly disappeared from where she was. In the next instant, she had retreated 7 or 8 meters away, with Zhang Fan and Jingya by her side. In the moment of danger, Zhang Fan had acted in time to save her. Wang Yani's face was pale, her body trembling, clearly terrified. Zhang Fan and Jingya both looked toward the heavy truck, their expressions grim. Who's driving the heavy truck? What are they trying to do? Jingya asked in a deep voice. The heavy truck was clearly targeting Wang Yani, obviously intending to take her life. Jingya was puzzled. Who could be so ruthless as to go after a woman? Zhang Fan frowned and said, "It must be those people who just escaped. Besides the 3 of us, there's no one else here." Indeed, apart from them, the courtyard only had the 7 or 8 people who had fled earlier. Aren't they on the same side as her? Why would they want to kill her? Jingya glanced at Wang Yani with confusion. Who knows? Watch out. Just as Zhang Fan finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the heavy truck change direction and head straight toward them. The driver was going all out, flooring the gas pedal. The engine roared urgently, like a wild horse breaking free, charging at them with madness. Zhang Fan's heart burned with rage as he thought, just how deep is this hatred that they wouldn't even spare 2 bystanders? Courting death. He instantly transformed into alloy, becoming a silver-white alloy man, while simultaneously activating his super strength ability. At this moment, the heavy truck was coming straight at him. Zhang Fan threw a punch with all his might, unleashing his super strength ability without holding back in his anger. Boom! The immense power erupted violently, smashing and deforming the front of the heavy truck in an instant. The speeding truck was forcibly stopped by him, transitioning from extreme motion to complete stillness. A muffled groan came from the driver's seat. The driver was clearly seriously injured. However, the anger in Zhang Fan's heart had not subsided. He suddenly leapt into the air, landing above the heavy truck, and clenched his fists in the void. Ka. It was as if 2 invisible giant hands were kneading the heavy truck like dough, crazily squeezing and pressing it together. Amid the crisp sound of metal, the heavy truck was gradually compressed and deformed, accompanied by bursts of piercing screams. It sounded like the wails of vengeful ghosts from hell. In the blink of an eye, the once square and solid heavy truck was forcibly kneaded into a dough ball? No, it should be called a lump of metal. Plop, plop. Diesel mixed with blood seeped out from the lump of metal, dripping onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yani was utterly shocked. Such a massive heavy truck had been flattened and rounded, turned into a lump of metal. Was this even humanly possible? This guy. Jingya was also stunned. She knew Zhang Fan was extraordinarily powerful, but she never imagined he could be so terrifying when enraged. The anger in Zhang Fan's heart subsided slightly, and he casually tossed the heavy truck, now crumpled into a metal lump, to the side. Are you two okay? He asked Jingya and Wang Yani with concern. Of course, we're fine. Jingya said helplessly, you've messed up the heavy truck like this, now the 2 of us will have to find another vehicle later. Zhang Fan waved his hand and laughed nonchalantly, no problem. On the way here, I saw an armored MPV on the street. I'll drive that later. An armored MPV? Jingya's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. While the heavy truck was safe, its comfort level left much to be desired. In comparison, the MPV was much better. Moreover, the armored MPV had BR7 level armor protection, making it even safer. The only downside was that this thing consumed too much fuel, 50 liters per 100 kilometers, practically guzzling oil. But in this post-apocalyptic world, diesel was abundant, and as long as safety was ensured, fuel consumption didn't matter. Thank you for saving me, I really appreciate it. Wang Yani, still shaken, bowed deeply to Zhang Fan, her face full of gratitude. In just a few minutes, Zhang Fan had saved her 3 times. She had hovered at death's door 3 times, and her gratitude toward Zhang Fan was beyond words. You're welcome, Zhang Fan said with a light smile. It seems your companions have all fled. What are you planning to do next? I don't know either. Wang Yani replied with a bitter smile, her face showing the sorrow of an abandoned orphan. Since the apocalypse began, she had relied on that group of students for survival. Although she had taken care of them in every way, they were also her emotional support. But now, that support had crumbled, leaving Wang Yani feeling lost and unsure of where to go. If there's nowhere else to go, then come with us. We have quite a few survivors there, Zhang Fan said with a smile. As the team grew larger, Zhang Fan appropriately relaxed the selection criteria, allowing ordinary people to join. Changhang Island is so vast, whether it's farming, breeding, maintaining orchards, or planting crops, every task requires manpower. Wang Yani hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. Thank you, I'm willing to join. With nowhere else to go, following a strong figure like Zhang Fan at least offered some security. It was far better than her previous situation, leading a group of students, wandering around, and searching for supplies. Alright, Ms. Wang, are you okay? Woo, Mr. Wang, it's so great that you're okay. I was scared to death just now. At this moment, the 7 or 8 people who had just fled flood returned, swarming in. Zhang Fan finally got a clear look at them. There were 8 in total, all middle school students around 15 or 16 years old, with youthful faces, 6 boys and 2 girls. At this moment, the teenagers' faces were full of excitement, and the 2 girls were even moved to tears, seemingly genuinely relieved by Wang Yanni's safety. They had completely forgotten the scene where they had heartlessly abandoned Wang Yanni just moments ago. Zhang Fan ignored these teenagers and turned to Wang Yanni. "Are you a teacher?" Wang Yanni nodded. "A middle school teacher." "Hello, teacher. Our team is in need of various talents, and you are one of them." Zhang Fan said with a smile, "In the future, you can impart knowledge to the children, teach them to read and write." "What's going on? People don't live just for a few days, they live for a lifetime. Since we are alive, we should get married, have children, and pass on our genes. When children grow up, they will definitely need to learn cultural knowledge. Although we don't expect them to be extremely knowledgeable, at the very least, they shouldn't be illiterate. With teachers, children can learn to read and write. Why not take advantage of that? Whenever there's a place where I can be of use, just let me know, and I will do my best." Wang Yanni nodded repeatedly. "Teacher Wang, are you going to leave with them?" A tall male student glanced at Zhang Fan and then at Wang Yanni, asking expectantly, "Can you take us with you?" "Yes, Teacher Wang, take us with you. We've always followed you, you can't leave us behind." "Teacher Wang, in this apocalypse, I only trust you. No matter where you go, I will follow." "Teacher Wang, I always listen to you the most, you can't leave me behind." The boys and girls spoke up one after another, all hoping that Wang Yanni would take them along to follow Zhang Fan. In fact, they hadn't fled earlier but had been hiding outside the mineral water factory, witnessing with their own eyes how Zhang Fan defeated the zombies and astonishingly crushed and reshaped the heavy truck. They were shocked by the scene. After some discussion, they decided that no matter what, they had to follow Zhang Fan. In this apocalyptic world where human lives were as insignificant as grass, only by following a strong person like Zhang Fan could they survive. Therefore, they pleaded with Wang Yanni to take them along. They were well aware of their teacher's character. Teacher Wang was kind-hearted and emotionally soft. As long as they asked her, she would surely agree. However, this time Wang Yanni did not agree. Instead, she coldly asked, "Shi Inxiang isn't here. The one who drove the heavy truck to hit me just now, that was him, wasn't it?" The boys and girls looked at each other and nodded in unison. Why? Wang Yanni's emotions were somewhat agitated. Why would he do that? What did I ever do to offend him? Well, the students looked troubled, not knowing how to respond. "Not going to say, huh?" Wang Yanni sneered. "From now on, go wherever you want, just don't follow me anymore. I am no longer your teacher, and you are no longer my students. Let's part ways and never see each other again." "Don't, Teacher Wang." The students panicked. A male student quickly said, "Shi Inxiang said you're too controlling. It's already the apocalypse, yet you still won't let us do this or that, and you won't even let us interact with the female classmates. He also said that since it's already the apocalypse, there's no need to attend school anymore, and teachers are useless. Moreover, as long as you're here, we can't do whatever we want, act however we please, so..." Wang Yanni was stunned. She never expected that her student would want to kill her for such a reason. Just because she was a bit strict, they wanted to run her over with a car? This was simply absurd. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged glances, their hearts filled with doubt. Could the hostility of today's children really be this intense? "Miss Wang, I've already answered your question. Can I leave now?" the boy asked eagerly. Wang Yanni was somewhat dazed. "Shi Inxiang wants to kill me, and none of you tried to stop him?" The boy immediately fell silent, and the others said nothing either. Stop him? That was never the plan. Deep down, they actually agreed with him. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, there was no need to attend school, no need to struggle with practice tests or prepare for the high school entrance exam. Everyone was completely free, completely liberated. Yet you, the teacher, were still trying to restrain us. What kind of apocalypse is that? Shi Inxiang was right. Only if you die can we truly be free and start a new life. Of course, they didn't dare say this out loud, only silently thought it in their hearts. Wang Yanni felt incredibly lost. She had just graduated, just become a teacher, and was full of passion. But now, all her enthusiasm had vanished, leaving her disheartened and dejected. "Miss Wang, can we follow you?" another boy asked. "Don't ask me, I don't know." Wang Yanni replied in a daze. "I was taken in by someone else. If you want to ask him." The 8 young boys and girls immediately turned their gaze to Zhang Fan. "I refuse." Zhang Fan refused without hesitation. A young man angrily questioned, his emotions appearing somewhat agitated. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and said slowly, "No reason, I just don't want to take you in. You can't do this. Don't you know that with great power comes great responsibility? You're so strong, you have the ability and the obligation to protect us. This is the basic morality of a citizen. Big brother, humanity is already dwindling. Those of us who are still alive must unite and help each other to pass on the spark of humanity. Big brother, from today on, you are my big brother, and I am your little brother. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west." The boys and girls were so excited that they scrambled to be first. Zhang Fan looked at these emotional additional boys and girls and sneered coldly, I am not your father, nor your mother. I have no responsibility or obligation to take you in. Q. How can you be like this? A tall boy, upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, became agitated and blurted out profanities. Do you have any sense of public decency? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Fan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending the tall boy flying several meters away before he landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with a few teeth. Who taught you to speak such filth? Zhang Fan said coldly, you kids, one by one, have no skills, yet your arrogance is unmatched. Who do you think you are? Seeing the tall boy seriously injured, the others were immediately terrified, trembling, and not daring to make a sound. Needs discipline. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, too lazy to bother with this group any longer. He turned around and said to Jingya and Wang Yani, let's go. Jingya glanced at these youngsters but said nothing, getting into the front passenger seat. Wang Yani, on the other hand, like a puppet, didn't even look at her students and mechanically got into the car. The armored MPV roared and sped away. Watching the armored MPV disappear into the distance, the boys and girls could no longer hold back and started cursing loudly. Think you're so great just because you have superpowers? Not taking me in? You think I care? And that Wang Yani, that wretch, I really regret not killing you earlier. After cursing for quite a while and venting their anger, the 8 people suddenly fell into confusion. They had always been led by Wang Yani, who was responsible for gathering supplies and coordinating everything. It was precisely because of Wang Yani's guidance that they had managed to survive until now. But now, with Wang Yani abandoning them, they were at a complete loss about what to do. What should we do now? A girl asked anxiously, should we go back to the previous building, or find a new shelter? Let's go back to that building. It was carefully chosen by Teacher Wang, so at least it's safe, another girl responded. A tall boy covered his face, glaring angrily in the direction where the armored MPV had driven away. The remaining 5 boys remained silent, exchanging glances with one another, and finally, as if by tacit agreement, turned their gaze toward the 2 girls. When their eyes fell on one of the girls, who appeared relatively mature and had a curvaceous figure, a hint of eagerness flickered in their eyes. Ahem. A boy cleared his throat and said seriously, I agree with Yang Dandan's opinion. It's too dangerous outside. We should hurry back to that building. Yes, there are so many zombies outside. The longer we stay, the greater the danger. Hurry back, this place is too terrifying. The 5 boys were eager to return to the shelter immediately. Their emotions were a bit stirred, and they only wanted to get back quickly and prepare for action. The 2 girls, frightened by staying outside, also longed to return as soon as possible. They had no idea what fate awaited them once they went back. Fortunately, on the way back to the shelter, they encountered a few zombies. Oh no, zombies. Run. My God. The group was terrified and immediately took to their heels. Their situation was dire, as not a single one of them had awakened any special abilities. Being still young and in the midst of physical development, they had no advantage against the zombies and could only run for their lives. Luckily, they were all teenagers and ran fast enough, even more agile than monkeys. The 2 girls were not to be outdone either, and soon they had left the zombies far behind. Buzz. At that moment, the air ahead suddenly rippled slightly, like ripples spreading across a lake. Immediately afterward, the ripples began to rotate clockwise, forming a rapidly spinning vortex. The vortex grew larger and larger, with its diameter gradually reaching several meters. At the center of the vortex, a black hole eerily appeared. Witnessing this strange scene, the group froze in place, staring in disbelief. The sight before them was completely beyond their comprehension. Though their hearts were filled with fear, there was also a trace of curiosity. Could it be they were about to experience some extraordinary encounter? Or was this a sign of gaining supernatural powers? Plop, plop. Footsteps echoed. From the black hole at the center of the vortex, a zombie slowly emerged, a zombie nearly 2 meters tall. Zombie. Oh my God. Run. Seeing the zombies emerging from the vortex, everyone immediately turned and ran in fear. Roar. The zombie let out a roar. Invisible, solidified sound waves spread from its mouth. Within a 10-meter radius, the air instantly rippled, vibrating at high frequencies, as if resonating. Ah, my head hurts. The boys and girls hit by the sound waves immediately clutched their heads and screamed in agony, blood gushing out from their ears, nostrils, mouths, and eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The boys and girls fell one after another, convulsing all over, unable to get up again. What a great car. Zhang Fan drove the armored MPV, charging forward recklessly. Whether it was the acceleration, speed, or comfort, this vehicle far surpassed heavy trucks. What Zhang Fan was most satisfied with was the car's full-body armor. Even if zombies attacked, it couldn't be shaken and could simply push through directly. Jingya was equally full of praise for the car, noting that sitting inside was not only safe but also extremely comfortable. Wang Yani, however, remained somewhat silent, staring blankly out the window as if lost in thought. Half an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the second mineral water factory, ready to continue collecting bottled mineral water. At Siyuan Mineral Water Factory, they collected a total of 1,852 packs of mineral water. Each pack contained 24 bottles, and each bottle was 550 milliliters, calculating. Based on each person needing 3,000 milliliters per day, the team of 30 people would require 90,000 milliliters daily. With 1,852 packs of mineral water, it would only last for a maximum of 271 days. Clearly, the quantity was far from sufficient, and they had to continue searching for more water sources. Farmer's Mineral Water Factory. Zhang Fan parked the car by the roadside, looking at the mineral water company. Hopefully, we can collect more this time. Definitely, Jingya said with a smile. This is the Farmer's Mineral Water Company MO High Branch. There's a large warehouse inside, and all the mineral water supplied to the various districts of MO High is distributed from here. That's great. Zhang Fan's face lit up with joy, thinking to himself that compared to emptying supermarkets and malls, he much preferred emptying warehouses. Warehouses meant large quantities of stock, just like when they emptied 2 granaries before, directly stockpiling enough food to last them 100 years. So, warehouses were the ideal choice. Zhang Fan and Jingya got out of the car, only to find Wang Yani still sitting inside without moving. Sister Wang, aren't you getting out? You guys go ahead, I'll rest for a bit, Wang Yani sighed. Alright, Zhang Fan agreed after a moment of thought. The armored vehicle's plating was sturdy. Even if they encountered zombies, it would be difficult to breach this layer of protection. Unless they ran into a metal-manipulating superhuman, even humans would be helpless. The chances of encountering such a superhuman should be low unless Wang Yani had extremely bad luck. Sister Wang, you rest here alone. We'll be back soon. Remember, don't drive. Zhang Fan instructed, then entered the Nongfu Spring Company with Jingya and found the warehouse. They were not disappointed. In the spacious warehouse, mountains of Nongfu spring water were neatly stacked. 24 bottle boxes of 380 milliliters, 24 bottle packs of 550 milliliters, and 12 L barrels, neatly arranged, pack after pack, box after box, barrel after barrel, almost filling the entire warehouse. With so much bottled water, how long will it last us? Zhang Fan stared unblinkingly at the mountain of bottled water, feeling so overjoyed that he almost wanted to cry. It's definitely much more than the Siyuan Mineral Water Factory. Jingya also became excited. People can go days without food, but they absolutely can't go days without water. In a certain sense, water is even more important than food. Such a large amount of mineral water would last them a long time. This was truly a great blessing. Jingya, hurry up. Zhang Fan, worried that the mineral water might disappear before his eyes, urged, quick, pack it up. Jingya cast him a charming glance and playfully scolded, it's just the two of us here. Are you afraid they'll grow wings and fly away? Better safe than sorry. Zhang Fan replied with a laugh. That's true. Jingya stopped hesitating and began putting away the bottled water one by one. With a gentle wave of her hand, boxes of bottled water disappeared into thin air, as if by magic. In less than half an hour, half of the bottled water in the warehouse had already vanished, and the amount was still decreasing. Zhang Fan stayed close to Jingya, watching the bottled water disappear one by one, feeling secretly pleased. Such a large amount of bottled water was undoubtedly a precious resource. Stored in Jingya's personal space, there was no need to worry about spoilage. It could last 100 years, enough to drink for a century. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, Zhang Fan suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps approaching from afar. Woof, woof, woof. The big yellow dog following behind Zhang Fan also sensed the commotion and immediately started barking furiously toward the warehouse door. What's wrong? Jingya stopped in her tracks. Someone's coming, Zhang Fan replied, feeling not the least bit surprised. With such a large warehouse of bottled water here, it would be strange if no one had their eyes on it. In fact, when they first entered and saw the bottled water in the warehouse, untouched, Zhang Fan was already astonished. So much bottled water, yet none of it had been taken. Truly unbelievable. This is an essential resource. Now that someone is coming, it shows there are still smart people who know there's bottled water here. Zhang Fan. Jingya sounded a bit nervous. It's okay. Zhang Fan held her small hand and gave her a reassuring smile. I'm here. Jingya nodded vigorously, letting out a sigh of relief. In her eyes, Zhang Fan was the strongest ability user. No one could defeat him. Under the watchful eyes of the Tuan de Huang, a group of people rushed into the warehouse, surrounding them completely. There were quite a few of them, more than 20, both men and women, all young. Judging from their attire, they seemed to belong to the urban white-collar class. The men were poised and confident, while the women were graceful and elegant. This was a stark contrast to the previous groups of survivors Zhang Fan had encountered. Zhang Fan and Jingya sized up the group, while the group also scrutinized them. Seeing only 2 people and a dog, the group's eyes revealed surprise and confusion. Since the night of June 10th, when the bloody rain fell and zombies underwent significant evolution, there were very few survivors who dared to act alone. It was simply too dangerous. Facing zombies alone usually led to only one outcome, being torn to shreds. As a result, they always moved as a group during their operations, relying on their numbers to suppress enemies. They hadn't expected Zhang Fan and Jingya to dare venture out alone alone, their courage was truly extraordinary. At this moment, a soft cough sounded, and the crowd immediately parted, making way for a middle-aged man with a square face. The man was dressed casually, wearing a simple white shirt paired with black suit trousers and thick-soled leather shoes on his feet. Despite his casual attire, Zhang Fan and Jingya did not dare to underestimate him. Zhang Fan sensed a hint of danger emanating from the square-faced man, while Jingya recognized his identity. Even if she hadn't recognized him, Jingya would not have taken him lightly. Truly discreet and understated wealthy individuals often rarely reveal their opulence through their attire. In contrast, it is usually the nouveau riche and flashy tycoons who flaunt their wealth, wearing gold and silver all day, eager to display every luxury brand logo to let the world know they are rich. Xiaoya, is that you? The square-faced middle-aged man, Lu Jianshu, looked at Jingya in surprise. What are you doing here? Hello, Uncle Lu. I came here to collect supplies. Jingya responded politely, not forgetting to introduce him to Zhang Fan. This is Uncle Lu Jianshu, a business friend of my father. He specializes in real estate and runs a very successful business. Zhang Fan nodded and smiled at Lu Jianshu, saying, Hello, Uncle Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Lu Jianshu chuckled a few times, then turned to Jingya. Xiaoya, where are your parents? They're both gone. A trace of sadness could be heard in Jingya's tone. Heaven takes the talented too soon. Lu Jianshu sighed, then said, Xiaoya, from now on, stay with me. For the sake of your father, I will take care of you no matter what. After the apocalypse descended, he awakened a powerful supernatural ability, organized the company's employees to hunt zombies, and collect supplies. Now, life was going exceptionally well. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Lu, but there's no need. I'm doing very well now. Jingya politely declined. She understood that her father and Lu Jianshu didn't have a deep relationship, and there was even a competitive dynamic between their families. Therefore, Lu Jianshu had no obligation to take care of her, and Jingya wouldn't shamelessly seek his protection. Besides, in this post-apocalyptic world, apart from Zhang Fan, her aunt, and a few others, she didn't trust anyone else. Alright then, Lu Jianshu didn't insist. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Jingya expressed her gratitude. If there's nothing else, we'll continue collecting mineral water. Feel free, Lu Jianshu said with a smile. There's plenty of mineral water here. Take as much as you want. The warehouse of the Nongfu Spring Company was stocked with a considerable amount of goods, something Lu Jianshu was well aware of. 2 days ago, they had already arrived here, and he had since regarded the mineral water in the warehouse as his private property, absolutely forbidding anyone else from touching it. In fact, fearing that other survivors might covet it, Lu Jianshu had secretly instructed his men to transfer some of the mineral water elsewhere. However, due to time constraints, it was impossible to move all of it, so he had no choice but to assign people to keep watch 24/7. Thus, as soon as Zhang Fan and Jingya arrived, Lu Jianshu received a report from his subordinates. Without hesitation, Lu Jianshu immediately brought his men over. Not only did he intend to stop them from taking the mineral water, but he also planned to eliminate them entirely to prevent them from attracting more people. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be acquaintances, or more precisely, people he knew. But what difference did that make? Lu Jianshu had already made up his mind. Once Zhang Fan and Jingya left, he would send someone to deal with them. Under no circumstances could the mineral water here be exposed. As for letting Jingya take as much as she wanted, that was merely a polite remark for appearances. With just the two of them, how much could they possibly carry by hand? However, the next scene almost blinded Lu Jianshu's 32K titanium alloy dog eyes. Jingya and Zhang Fan walked to the side. Zhang Fan, what should we do? Jingya glanced at Lu Jianshu and the others, asking softly, should we still move? Zhang Fan didn't answer immediately but instead asked, what's your relationship with Lu Jianshu? If Jingya and Lu Jianshu were very close and good friends, then for Jingya's sake, Zhang Fan wouldn't mind leaving them a little, but if their relationship was just average, at most, we just know each other. Jingya said softly, not really friends. Got it. Zhang Fan understood, then let's go all out and move it. Leave them a third, no, a fifth. As someone involved in real estate, Lu Jianshu definitely didn't own the Nongfu Spring Company. Since it wasn't his, it was unclaimed property, and Zhang Fan had no psychological burden moving it. Leaving a fifth, Zhang Fan considered himself to have done his utmost. Lu Jianshu and his group definitely won't sit idly by. It'll all depend on you later. Jingya whispered a reminder. This was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Just thinking about what might happen later with her voluptuous figure, Jingya was already aware of the potential consequences, but there was no way she could give up on these bottles of mineral water. The warehouse had an enormous stockpile of mineral water. Jingya roughly estimated there were at least several million bottles. The team consumed 100 liters of water daily, and the mineral water here would be enough for the team to use for decades. With such abundant resources, who could bear to give them up? Lu Jianshu wasn't her father, so why should she hand over this fat piece of meat to him? If it's a fight they want, then so be it. Resources were so scarce in the apocalypse apocalypse. If you didn't fight for them now and tried to play the saint, you deserve to starve to death. Don't worry. Zhang Fan gave her a reassuring look. I'm starting now. The two worked seamlessly together, and Jingya trusted Zhang Fan completely. Without hesitation, she continued collecting. With a gentle swipe of her small hand, boxes of mineral water disappeared. With another wave, packs of ice dew vanished as well. This scene left Lu Jianshu and the others dumbfounded. Lu Jianshu narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering silently. Honey, maybe it's a superpower. Secretary Wang Hongyan whispered. It's like Doraemon's magic pouch, a superpower similar to an interdimensional space. Wang Hongyan has a stunning figure, standing at 1.75 meters tall, with an oval-shaped face. Paired with black stockings and a bodycon skirt, her alluring curves and long, slender legs exude an astonishing charm. No wonder the men under Lu Jianshu's command often follow her with their eyes, though they only dare to admire her from afar, fully aware that they cannot take any action. Before the apocalypse, Wang Hongyan was merely the boss's secretary, handling trivial matters. But ever since the apocalypse descended, the boss personally dealt with his nagging wife, allowing Wang Hongyan to rise to the top. Now, she is not only the boss's wife but also the second in command of the company. Even if someone harbors ill intentions toward her, they can only bury those thoughts deep within, for if the boss were to find out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dimensional space ability? Lu Jianshu's expression darkened slightly, but he did not lose his temper. He wanted to continue observing to see if it was truly as he suspected. If it were, the value of this ability would be immense. Jingya continued collecting as if no one else was around, lifting the boxes. In no time, she had gathered over 100 boxes of bottled water and was still going. At this moment, Lu Jianshu finally understood Jingya indeed possessed a dimensional space superpower similar to a magic pouch. Honey, we can't let her keep collecting, Wang Hongyan whispered, otherwise, all the bottled water in the warehouse will be taken by her. Lu Jianshu, however, had a different opinion. Yen, don't you think this superpower is incredibly valuable? Wang Hongyan was startled, then immediately realized, husband, you mean? In this apocalypse, resources are the most important thing. Lu Jianshu's gaze was sharp, especially in the later stages, when resources become increasingly scarce, everyone will struggle to eat and drink properly. At that time, even a tiny bit of resources could spark a war. That's why I've always emphasized that we must collect as many resources as possible while they are still relatively abundant. Flour, rice, drinking water, oil, salt, seasonings, clothing, everything must be gathered. Prepare for a rainy day. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lu Jianshu's eyes, and Jingya's ability is practically a divine skill for gathering supplies. Honey, what you said makes a lot of sense. So, what do you plan to do? Wang Hongyan asked softly. Although she hadn't fully absorbed Lu Jianshu's words, she realized the immense value of Jingya, which made her feel a tinge of threat. Her current position in the company was entirely due to her beauty, as she hadn't awakened any abilities herself. She understood that she could be replaced at any moment. Looking at Jingya, though still undeveloped, she was already more outstanding. Imagine, once Jingya fully developed, her beauty would undoubtedly surpass her own. Coupled with her invaluable ability, if Jingya stayed by Lu Jianshu's side, where would that leave her? Simple, win her over and make her join us. Lu Jianshu smiled faintly and walked straight toward Jingya. Upon seeing this, a trace of gloom flashed in Wang Hongyan's eyes, and she hurriedly called her subordinates to follow quickly. Xiaoya, what kind of ability is this? Lu Jianshu approached with an eager expression. It feels like one of those spatial rings from novels. Jingya paused to collect the bottled water and politely responded, Uncle Lu, this is a portable space ability. Portable space ability? That's quite an impressive ability. Lu Jianshu praised her and continued to ask, how big is your portable space? How much can it hold? Jingya replied modestly, not very big, just a few hundred cubic meters. She dared not reveal the true size, lest she invite trouble. Even so, Lu Jianshu was astonished. Several hundred cubic meters, it was simply enormous. To put it into perspective, a heavy-duty truck with dimensions of 8.7 m times 2.4 m times 2.7 m has a volume of only 55 cubic meters, while the largest single-axle box truck on the market, the Juka 4X single-axle new model designed for express delivery, has a maximum volume of just 70 cubic meters, 55 m*4m. The dimensions of the truck bed are 9.76 m times 2.48 m times 2.81 m. A large truck measuring 12 meters in length and 4 meters in height. Just how much cargo, how many packages, could it hold? The thought alone was intimidating, yet its capacity was merely 70 cubic meters. Meanwhile, Jingya's personal space amounted to several hundred cubic meters, equivalent to the capacity of 10 Juka 4X single-axle new trucks. With such a vast space, how much rice, how much bottled water, how many supplies could it hold in one go? More importantly, this ability required no physical effort to move items, just a simple swipe, and the supplies would be stored in her personal space. How much manpower would that save? Lu Jianshu's breathing grew rapid, his gaze fixed on Jingya as if she were a rare treasure. Xiaoya, your ability is truly amazing, truly amazing. Lu Jianshu suppressed the excitement in his heart, trying his best to appear calm. I see that the two of you seem a bit lonely, and in these perilous times. How about this? I take you as my goddaughter, and from now on, you follow me? Lu Jianshu, afraid the two might refuse, patted his chest and assured, don't worry, from today on, as long as I, Lu Jianshu, have a bite to eat, I won't let you go hungry. Hearing this, Wang Hongyan's gaze turned cold, while Lu Jianshu's subordinates were filled with envy. They knew how powerful their boss was. Becoming the boss's goddaughter in this post-apocalyptic world was practically a free pass to do as one pleased. However, Jingya, the person in question, found it somewhat absurd and even felt like laughing. I know you're interested in me and want to recruit me, which I can understand, but you're using this method to recruit me? Who could possibly endure such a test? Uncle Lu, I'm doing just fine right now and don't need to rely on anyone. Jingya's expression was indifferent as she firmly refused. Lu Jianshu's face darkened slightly, and the fiery enthusiasm in his heart instantly cooled. Meanwhile, his subordinates behind him were in an uproar. What the hell? She actually refused? Is this woman out of her mind? Rejecting such a heaven-sent opportunity, she's completely foolish. If the boss could take me as his godson, I'd be willing to work like a horse or an ox for him. The boss is destined to be a king in the apocalypse. Being his goddaughter is a blessing she must have earned over 8 lifetimes, and yet she dares to refuse? What's going on here? Your name is Jingya, right? Wang Hongyan was secretly delighted, but her expression turned grim. My husband is willing to take you as his goddaughter because he thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. Jingya chuckled twice. Lu Jianshu looked at her back, still unwilling to give up. Xiaoya, are you sure you want to refuse? Sorry, Uncle Lu. Jingya replied indifferently, I am not Lu Bu, the servant of 3 families, and I don't have the habit of randomly acknowledging fathers. Very good. Excellent. Lu Jianshu laughed in anger, completely tearing off his disguise. Since temptation didn't work, then coercion it is. He refused to believe he couldn't handle a weak woman. Xiaoya, I'll give you one more chance. Join us obediently, or you won't leave this warehouse alive. Jingya turned around, looking at Lu Jianshu with mockery on her face. Uncle Lu, you've finally shown your true colors. However, spare me the pointless threats. We've all survived the apocalypse. To make it this far, who hasn't relied on their own skills? After speaking, she couldn't be bothered with Lu Jianshu and turned to Zhang Fan, saying, we still need to collect seeds later. I'll leave this to you. I need to quickly gather the mineral water. Don't worry. Zhang Fan made an okay gesture. Got it. Jingya nodded and continued collecting the mineral water. Zhang Fan turned around and looked at Lu Jianshu. As expected of a girl from the Jingtian family, gutsy. Lu Jianshu burst into laughter, his entire body seemingly emitting smoke as streams of black mist surged out. Witnessing this, Wang Hongyan and the lackeys behind Lu Jianshu looked as if they'd seen a ghost and fled into the distance in terror. Zhang Fan's sense of alertness heightened. At this moment, Lu Jianshu gave him an overwhelming sense of danger. Boom, boom, boom. The black mist from Lu Jianshu's body spread rapidly, soon reaching the walls of mineral water on both sides. These walls were made of stacked boxes of mineral water, standing a full 5 to 6 meters high, neatly arranged. As soon as the black mist touched the walls of mineral water, they vanished silently. The neatly stacked walls of mineral water were instantly corroded into 2 gaps. To call it corrosion wasn't entirely accurate, it was more like they disappeared into thin air. Throughout the process, there was no smoke, no sizzling sound, everything happened in complete silence. Looking again at the 2 gaps, whether it was the outermost cardboard boxes, the plastic bottles, or the water inside the bottles, all of it seemed to have evaporated, leaving no trace behind. What's going on? Some mineral water bottles were corroded to the point where only half remained, with water gurgling out and sliding down the mineral water wall to the ground. This ability. Zhang Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Jingya also stopped what she was doing in shock, staring intently at the eerie black mist surrounding Lu Jianshu. I call this ability the Annihilation ability. Lu Jianshu stepped toward Zhang Fan, his expression cold, like a god looking down from above. It can annihilate any substance in the world into the purest form of energy. I've conducted experiments, he continued, whether it's osmium steel, diamonds, alloy glass, some of the hardest materials in the world, or water, ethanol, milk, mercury, non-Newtonian fluids, soft liquid substances, or even electrical currents, flames, flying knives, stones, and other ability-based attacks, all of them can be completely annihilated into the purest energy, which is then absorbed into my body, helping me grow stronger. As for zombies, Lu Jianshu revealed a disdainful expression. Under my black mist, no matter how many zombies there are, they cannot resist. This ability is truly remarkable, incredibly powerful. Zhang Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. To annihilate any substance in the world into the purest energy and absorb it into oneself was simply overbearing. This was far stronger than the energy absorption ability he had obtained from the Siberian tiger. After all, energy absorption was at best a passive skill, only converting various attacks into energy stored within the body when under assault. But this ability was active. Once the black mist was released, any substance could be annihilated into the purest energy to replenish oneself. It was like a combination of lifesteal and mana regeneration skills in a game absolutely incredible. With this ability, Lu Jianshu would not only avoid fatigue during battle but would grow stronger the longer he fought. It was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Lu Jianshu did not take Zhang Fan seriously. Despite Zhang Fan's praise for his supernatural abilities, he did not regard Zhang Fan as important. His eyes were fixed solely on Jingya. Xiaoya, as an elder, I am willing to give you one last chance. As long as you are willing to join our company, I guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity, enjoying endless riches. If you still remain stubborn, a trace of menace flashed in Lu Jianshu's eyes, I would rather ruthlessly destroy you. He was well aware that Jingya, with her supernatural ability to carry a portable space, had a terrifying capacity to collect resources. If she were allowed to live, wouldn't the resources of Demon Sea be completely gathered by her? How would others survive? Such a person, if not used by him, must naturally be destroyed early to prevent her from becoming an enemy in the future. Jingya appeared very calm, showing no fear of Lu Jianshu's threats. Uncle Lu, as a junior, I also want to tell you something. There's always a higher mountain, and there's always a higher sky. Lu Jianshu raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that there are people stronger than me in this apocalypse? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible, he said confidently. Your Uncle Lu has been dominating the apocalypse for over 10 days. Now, ever since I awakened my abilities, I've encountered countless zombies and ability users, all of whom I've easily defeated. Uncle Lu may be exaggerating, but there might be ability users stronger than me. However, they definitely aren't in Demon Sea. Alright, everything you say is correct. Jingya was amused. For someone with such an inflated sense of confidence, saying more was far less satisfying than giving him a good lesson. However, Lu Jianshu was still unwilling to give up. He stared at Jingya and said, Xiaoya, I'll ask you one last time. So, enough. How many last times have you had already? A grown man acting like a simp? Zhang Fan interrupted Lu Jianshu impatiently. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Jianshu's eyes. Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to speak here? As soon as the words fell, Lu Jianshu pointed into the void, and a large mass of annihilating black mist immediately surged toward Zhang Fan. Is that really necessary? Zhang Fan flicked his finger. Buzz, a strange wave rapidly spread out, enveloping Zhang Fan entirely. It was none other than time freeze. Something Lu Jianshu had never anticipated happened. The annihilating black mist stopped eerily 3 meters away from Zhang Fan, unable to advance any further. It was as if an invisible shield surrounded Zhang Fan, blocking the black mist. Time freeze could not only be used to trap enemies but also for defense. Any form of attack, from initiation to hitting the target, required time. Just like traveling from point A to point B, no matter the mode of transportation, time was necessary. Once time was frozen, it would be impossible to move from point A to point B. So, as long as the time around oneself was frozen, no attack could ever land. What's going on? Lu Jianshu's pupils contracted sharply. Since awakening his ability, he had never encountered such a situation. Behind him, Wang Hongyan and a group of his subordinates began to stir, each of them visibly shaken. All along, the boss's ability had been invincible. Whether it was zombies or survivors, anyone who dared to provoke him would meet a catastrophic end. The current situation was truly unprecedented. I admit, your annihilation ability is indeed impressive, but there are plenty of abilities that can counter it, Zhang Fan said calmly. For example, mental attacks, spatial attacks, time attacks, gravitational attacks, and so on. Any one of these abilities could suppress your annihilation power completely, he added mercilessly. Alright, I've said enough to you. Zhang Fan waved his hand. I'll take your ability now. As a token of gratitude, I'll leave you a whole corpse. As he finished speaking, 2 silver flashes appeared in Zhang Fan's eyes. Boom! Lu Jianshu was struck as if by lightning, collapsing stiffly to the ground, his life or death uncertain. Mental attack, super hypnosis ability. Husband, boss, are you okay? Seeing Lu Jianshu fall, Wang Hongyan and his subordinates instantly erupted in chaos, shouting loudly. If you don't want to die, shut up. Zhang Fan roared, his voice like a thunderclap. Lu Jianshu's subordinates trembled in fear, staring at Zhang Fan in terror. In their eyes, their boss was invincible, yet Zhang Fan had defeated him effortlessly. Just how strong was Zhang Fan? Lu Jianshu is Lu Jianshu, and you are you. Zhang Fan waved his hand. You were merely bystanders throughout this. I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave now. Lu Jianshu's subordinates exchanged glances and, without hesitation, turned and left. Not leaving? Staying would mean accompanying Lu Jianshu in death, wouldn't it? After all, Lu Jianshu was just their boss, not their father. Even if he were their father, he wouldn't drag them to their deaths. Leave. Leave quickly. Wang Hongyan was the fastest to flee. Despite wearing high heels, her speed left the others in awe. Who would have thought that just moments ago, she was affectionately calling him husband, and now she was running faster than a monkey? It could only be said, you can know a person's face but not their heart. However, for a woman like her, relying on her beauty to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, tragedy was inevitable. What she would would face next was known only to the heavens. Jingya, continue collecting supplies. Understood. Zhang Fan walked up to Lu Jianshu and activated his alchemy ability, turning him into a metallic statue. Swish, 3 light orbs dropped. Zhang Fan picked them up one by one. Constitution plus 295. Spirit plus 94. Acquired Annihilation Black Mist ability. Zhang Fan checked his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Constitution, level 4, 2598/10,000. Spirit, level 3, 108/1000. Abilities, Infinite Pickup Ability, Metal Manipulation, Transmutation, Clone Creation, Alloying, Self-Healing, Lightning Control, Teleportation, Earth Manipulation, Super Strength, Super Hypnosis, Time Freeze, Super Vibration, Energy Absorption, Speed Ability, Enslavement Ability, Gravity Manipulation, Annihilation Black Mist. 19 abilities now. Zhang Fan thought smugly. Close combat abilities include Alloying, Super Strength, Energy Absorption, Speed Ability, Teleportation. Long-range attack abilities include Metal Manipulation, Lightning Control, Earth Manipulation, Super Vibration, Annihilation Black Mist. Support type abilities include Turning Stone into Gold, Creating Clones, Self-Healing, Time Freeze, Super Hypnosis, and Gravity Manipulation. Now, I am flawless. Zhang Fan felt a surge of unbridled confidence. He believed that even if he stopped acquiring new abilities from this moment on, as long as he kept upgrading, he could easily dominate everything. Zhang Fan was elated. The 19 powerful abilities he possessed granted him absolute combat strength, ensuring his victory in this post-apocalyptic world. Let's test the new ability. He quickly adjusted his mindset and carefully sensed the newly acquired Annihilating Black Mist ability. This ability was extremely powerful, and if used properly, it would undoubtedly be an excellent weapon for hunting zombies. Moments later, Zhang Fan slowly raised his right hand, and a wisp of pitch black mist, as dark as ink, emerged from his fingertips, spreading toward the Lu Jianshu statue on the ground. The black mist enveloped the statue, as if a red-hot iron rod had been placed on styrofoam, or aqua regia had been poured onto a sheet of metal. The statue vanished without a trace in complete silence, with no smoke, corrosion, or other phenomena occurring. The annihilation process was completed quietly and imperceptibly. Immediately after, Zhang Fan clearly felt a massive surge of energy flowing back into his body through the black mist. The physical strength he had expended earlier in the morning using super strength and metal manipulation abilities was instantly half restored. What an incredible recovery ability! Zhang Fan thought to himself with delight. With this ability, he could quickly regain his strength and fight tirelessly like a machine. His endurance and survival capabilities would be greatly enhanced, making it an extraordinary ability. After more than an hour of hard work, Jingya finally finished organizing all the bottled water in the warehouse. Due to the continuous use of her abilities, she had expended a great deal of energy, and her body was almost too weak to stand. However, her spirits remained high. Zhang Fan, we've struck gold, Jingya said excitedly. This batch of bottled water is even more than I estimated, enough to last us for over 100 years. How many bottles are there in total? Zhang Fan asked curiously. 380 milliliters, 24 bottles per box, a total of 170,000 boxes, approximately 1.92 million bottles. Jingya immediately replied. 550 milliliters, 24 bottles per box, a total of 196,000 boxes, approximately 2.03 million bottles. There aren't many 12L barrels, but there are still 5,000 barrels. Adding up all this mineral water, the total is 1,550,400 L plus 2,587,200 L plus 60,000 L is equal to 4,197,600 L. Based on our team's daily consumption of 100 liters, this mineral water is enough for us to drink for 41,976 days. Jingya's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face showing a look of pride. 41,976 days, that's equivalent to 115 years. That's amazing. Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Life is but a fleeting 100 years. Who could live to 115? This mineral water was enough to last them a lifetime. However, if they had children or the team expanded again, the water might not be sufficient. But for now, they wouldn't have to worry about water shortages for a long time. Jingya, let's go. Jingya had just responded when she suddenly felt her vision go dark, and her body staggered uncontrollably as if she were about to collapse. Zhang Fan reacted quickly, catching her in time. Jingya, are you okay? I'm fine. Jingya shook her head. It's just that I've overused my abilities and feel a bit drained. Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief and, without hesitation, held her horizontally in his arms. Jingya's cheeks instantly turned as red as an apple. What are you doing? Put me down quickly. It's not good if others see. Don't move. Zhang Fan glared at her, his tone firm. Jingya stopped struggling and looked at Zhang Fan in confusion. Zhang Fan admired her perfect yet slightly pale cheeks, slowly leaned down, and gently kissed her smooth, jade-like forehead. Jingya's body instantly stiffened, her eyes wide widened in shock and she stared at Zhang Fan with a mix of embarrassment and anger. If you're tired, take a break and rest. Don't push yourself too hard, I worry about you, Zhang Fan said softly, seeing the tender look in his eyes. Jingya's heart melted in an instant. Unable to resist, she reached out her arms to wrap around his neck and gently offered her alluring red lips. The kiss ended. Jingya buried her head in Zhang Fan's chest like a frightened ostrich, not daring to lift her head again. Does this count as a kiss sealing our love? Zhang Fan licked his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness at the corner of his mouth, and asked with a cheeky smile. Ugh, Jingya groaned softly, burying her head without saying a word, leaving it unclear whether she was refuting or agreeing. You're not saying anything? Then I'll take it as agreement. Zhang Fan felt delighted, showing a satisfied smile as he held Jingya and strode out of the warehouse. The armored MPV was still outside, but Wang Hongyan and Lu Jianshu's subordinates were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Fan didn't care about this, opened the car door, and placed Jingya in the front passenger seat. Zhang Fan, what's wrong with Jingya? Wang Yani asked with concern. She overused her abilities and is just a bit fatigued. She'll be fine after some rest. Zhang Fan explained briefly, then walked to the driver's seat, started the car, and headed to the nearest seed store. Since he wasn't familiar with the area, it was fortunate to have Jingya, the magic sea navigator, guiding him, and they quickly found a seed store. Although this seed shop is not large, it has a complete variety of seeds, including vegetable seeds, corn seeds, wheat seeds, rice seeds, and flower seeds. They didn't say much and packed everything to take away. These items would never be too many, as they would be frequently used in the future. After finishing this, it was already 10:30 in the morning, and it was time to return to Changhang Island. Zhang Fan immediately drove back, but not long after setting off, a bizarre scene unfolded before their eyes. In the void about a dozen meters ahead, there was a slight ripple, resembling the ripples on a lake's surface. Then, the ripples began to rotate clockwise, forming a rapidly spinning vortex. The vortex grew increasingly intense, and a strange black hole faintly appeared at its center. The sight before them was eerie and terrifying. Wang Yani and Jingya instinctively sat up, their eyes filled with fear of the unknown. Zhang Fan, what is going on? Jingya stared intently at the black hole, her heart filled with unease and struggling to comprehend the scene. Let's observe first. Zhang Fan kept his eyes fixed ahead, his foot already on the gas pedal, ready to flee at any moment. If the situation turned dangerous, he would not hesitate to step on the accelerator and leave quickly. Plop! Under the tense gaze of the three, a zombie over 2 meters tall emerged from the black hole. It was dressed in a traffic police uniform, wearing a police cap, with a walkie-talkie hanging from its waist. This was a traffic police zombie. What made it even more horrifying was that its shoulders, elbows, and knees each had a terrifying bone spike and a row of menacing 20-centimeter long bone spikes grew along its spine. The white, ghastly spikes were stained with blood, making it look especially sinister. A zombie? Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged glances, both understanding the truth of the situation. That scared me to death. I thought we had encountered aliens or some supernatural event. Jingya patted her ample chest. I didn't expect it to be the work of a zombie. If my guess is correct, this black hole should be some kind of spatial portal. Zhang Fan stared intently at the emerging zombie, his eyes gleaming with greed. And this zombie's special ability is likely the creation of spatial portals. So, what you mean is? Jingya looked at Zhang Fan. Of course. Zhang Fan opened the car door without hesitation and resolutely stepped out. Roar! The traffic police zombie became instantly restless and agitated upon seeing Zhang Fan, letting out a deafening roar toward the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. Visible, tangible sound waves erupted from its mouth, surging toward Zhang Fan like a raging storm. The air trembled instantly, and the car windows on the street and the windows of residential buildings shattered in unison, scattering shards of glass everywhere. Although the armored MPV's windows were made of special alloy and perfectly withstood the terrifying sound waves, Jingya and Wang Yani inside the car still covered their ears, feeling a buzzing resonance in their heads. Damn it! Zhang Fan instantly transformed into his alloy form and simultaneously activated teleportation, appearing behind the zombie traffic cop. Time stop. Buzz! A strange ripple spread out, freezing the zombie traffic cop in place, unable to move. Die! Zhang Fan then unleashed his annihilation black mist ability. A wisp of black mist surged out from his body, enveloping the zombie traffic cop. Without a sound, the zombie traffic cop vanished into thin air, as if evaporating from the world without a trace. Swish! 4 light clusters fell, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 2 white. Seeing the 4 light clusters on the ground, Zhang Fan fell into deep thought. 2 white light clusters meant 2 abilities. Could it be that this zombie had awakened 2 abilities? This was the first time Zhang Fan had encountered a dual ability zombie. In the past, whether it was zombies or survivors, they usually only had 1 ability. Why was this one so special? The silver light cluster represented the mind. Could it be that this zombie had also gained intelligence? This is already the second zombie to develop intelligence. It seems that the intelligence of zombies is increasing on a large scale. Zhang Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart. The stronger and smarter the zombies became, the more precarious humanity's situation would be. The intellectual evolution of zombies was definitely not good news. Tonight, we need to hold a meeting to thoroughly discuss the upcoming response strategy, Zhang Fan said in a low voice, picking up 4 light orbs. Constitution plus 203, Spirit plus 0.3, acquired Sonic ability, acquired Portal ability. As expected, it's these 2 abilities, Zhang Fan thought with delight. The power of the Sonic ability had just been demonstrated, clearly proving to be a very useful ability. However, Zhang Fan valued the Portal ability even more. While Changhang Island was undoubtedly safe as a base, it was ultimately somewhat far from the Demon Sea. If he could freely travel between the 2 locations, it would greatly save time and improve the efficiency of resource collection. The Portal ability was perfect for achieving this. After some research, Zhang Fan discovered that the usage of the Portal ability was actually quite simple. As long as he visualized the appearance of a certain place in his mind, he could create a portal leading to that location, enabling teleportation. What does this mean? It means that as long as Zhang Fan has been to a place, he can remember these locations and ignore space and distance to achieve precise long-distance teleportation. Of course, the flaw of this ability is also quite obvious. If Zhang Fan has not been to a certain place, he cannot teleport there. In short, this ability only allows him to travel to familiar places but cannot reach unfamiliar ones. This ability is practically a bug. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly. If instant teleportation is short-distance movement, then the ability of the portal belongs to long-distance crossing. One is short, the other is long, each has its advantages and uses. Let's give it a try. Zhang Fan immediately visualized the image of the holiday hotel at Changhan Island Resort in his mind. Then, he activated the ability. Buzz, the void in front of him rippled slightly, quickly forming a clockwise rotating vortex. At the center of the vortex, a black hole appeared. This black hole was the portal. The portal created by Zhang Fan had a diameter of 4 meters, far larger than the portal created by the zombie traffic officer. From the start of creating the portal to its full stabilization, it took a total of 4 seconds. Zhang Fan stared at the portal and thought, 4 seconds isn't a long time, but in an emergency, creating a portal would definitely be too late. Therefore, this ability is not suitable for escaping in critical moments or avoiding danger and attacks. Zhang Fan remarked, in this regard, instant teleportation is far superior. The advantages and disadvantages of this superpower are extremely obvious. After some thought, Zhang Fan immediately teleported back to the car, slammed on the gas pedal, and rushed into the portal. When the car emerged again, it was already back in front of the Holiday Hotel. In front of him stood the 7-story Holiday Hotel, surrounded by lush bamboo groves and verdant vegetable gardens. At this moment, Chao Jia and the others were standing at the hotel entrance, staring in astonishment at the suddenly appearing armored MPV. The resort was surrounded by vegetable fields and fruit trees, with most of the vegetables in the fields being edible. Some vegetables had grown so well that if they weren't harvested soon, they would become overripe, such as amaranth, lettuce, and sweet potato leaves. This morning, Chao Jia, along with Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, and Yang Miao, came to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. They worked for half an hour and filled 3 large baskets with vegetables, including chives, lettuce, amaranth, cucumbers, tomatoes, romaine lettuce, and a dozen other types. Despite picking so many vegetables, they weren't worried, as the garden was so large that it was impossible to finish everything. Afterward, the young women sat in the small courtyard in front of the hotel, peeling and washing vegetables. They chatted and laughed, feeling relaxed and happy. Their current life made them very satisfied, no longer having to face zombies, with plenty of supplies. Moreover, the environment was safe. Each day, they only needed to cook, tend to the garden, clean, and do household chores. Although it wasn't entirely easy, it was far better than living in constant fear and hunger. Sister Chao, can I ask you a question? Were you married before the apocalypse? Wang Yuan suddenly asked. Chao Jia looked a bit puzzled. No, Xiao Yuan, why are you asking this? You're so curvy, with such a big chest, I thought you were married. Wang Yuan stuck out her tongue and chuckled. Chao Jia blushed instantly, and replied irritably, I've been like this since I was young, so I was always annoyed during school and ended up dropping out early. Is that so? Wang Yuan nodded, then giggled and asked, Chao Jia, have you ever had a boyfriend? No, I haven't. Chao Jia shook her head. Wow, you've never had a boyfriend? Wang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Why haven't you dated anyone? Is it because you don't want to or because you haven't found the right person? Before the apocalypse, I did think about dating, but unfortunately, I never met the right person. After the apocalypse, I couldn't even think about it. Those days I was almost starving to death. Who had the energy to consider such things? Chao Jia replied with a smile. What's past is past. Life is different now. Wang Yuan gave a sly smile. Now that we've settled down, we can start thinking about personal matters. As she said this, Wang Yuan glanced around and lowered her voice. Sister Chao, I suggest you find someone soon, or all the good men will be taken. Chao Jia, while picking clicking chives, asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Zhou Ling was washing cucumbers at the faucet, the sound of running water masking their conversation. Yang Miao, who was only 6 years old, was playing on the slide nearby. In front of the holiday hotel, there were children's play facilities, including swings, slides, and a sandbox, all designed for kids. Yang Miao was having the time of his life playing there all day. There are currently 30 people on the island, 18 women, and only 12 men, Wang Yuan said in a low voice. The gender ratio is seriously unbalanced. Based on a 1-to-1 pairing, 6 women will end up alone. So, Sister Chow, if there's a man you fancy, act quickly. If you wait until everyone else has chosen, it'll be too late. Chow Jia is a relatively simple person. Although she is older than everyone else, she has never thought about these things. Now, hearing Wang Yuan say this, she suddenly felt it was a bit strange. Women being left behind? Is that even possible? Chow Jia couldn't help but laugh. This kind of thing isn't like an old cow looking for a calf, where you can just grab any bull. The key is still about fate. When the time is right, it will naturally happen. What fate? If you don't take the initiative, even if a hunk falls from the sky, it won't be your turn. Wang Yuan snorted, then suddenly asked mysteriously, Chow Jia, tell me, do you have someone you fancy? If you do, I'll help you play matchmaker. Someone she fancies? Chow Jia was stunned for a moment, and a figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. That person was very handsome, sunny, strong, and gave a sense of security. With an excellent character, practically the ideal partner. Thinking of him, Chow Jia's face turned red uncontrollably, and a hint of springtime affection appeared between her brows. Seeing Chow Jia like this, Wang Yuan's eyes instantly lit up, her face full of gossip. Chow Jia, you're actually blushing. Are you thinking about a man? Chow Jia snapped out of her daze and quickly denied it. No, don't talk nonsense. Who's talking nonsense? Wang Yuan chuckled. Look at you, all love-struck, and still saying you haven't been thinking about a man. Who would believe that? At this point, Wang Yuan suddenly leaned in closer. Chow Jia, is it Zheng Fan? Caught off guard by the direct question, Chow Jia became flustered, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Xiao Yuan, stop talking nonsense. Zheng Fan and Jingya are the real couple. How could I ever be worthy of him? You're this flustered and still saying you haven't been thinking about Zheng Fan? Wang Yuan snorted twice, then sighed with some frustration. Yeah, Zheng Fan and Jingya are the real couple. People like us don't stand a chance. Just thinking about it is annoying, so annoying. Chow Jia widened her eyes, looking at Wang Yuan in disbelief. Xiao Yuan, you wouldn't also? Wang Yuan admitted without hesitation. I'm not like you, clearly liking Zheng Fan but still hiding it. Speaking of this, Wang Yuan's face turned dreamy. I just like him. He's handsome, strong, gentle, and considerate. Most importantly, he makes me feel safe. If I had to choose a man, I would definitely choose Zheng Fan. I don't care for anyone else. Chow Jia opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she sighed deeply. Xiao Yuan, give it up. It's hopeless. Nothing in the world is difficult if you set your heart to it. Wang Yuan clenched her little pink fist, fully displaying the boldness of a Sichuan Chongqing girl. Besides, it's the apocalypse now. Who says a man can only marry one wife? Chow Jia was a bit stunned. A man not marrying one wife but several? Wouldn't that be a mess? Chow Jia, you're thinking about this all wrong. It's the end of the world now, and 90% of humanity is gone. Wang Yuan said with a playful laugh. As survivors, we bear the great mission of reviving human civilization. The responsibility on our shoulders is immense, Sister Chow. Wang Yuan said passionately, her face full of fervor. So, we must dare to break conventions and make full use of all available resources, including high-quality men like Zheng Fan. In order to achieve the revival of human civilization, even if it means sacrificing ourselves, we won't hesitate. So what? Sister Chow asked blankly. After saying so many high-sounding words, actually Xiao Yuan just wants to express one thing. Zhou Ling appeared out of nowhere, a teasing expression on her face. Now that it's the apocalypse, you can openly become a mistress. Xiao Yuan, am I right? What mistress? That's such an unpleasant way to put it. Wang Yuan retorted loudly, I believe this is a necessary sacrifice for the continuation of humanity, great, heroic, worthy of respect and praise. And someone as outstanding as Brother Fan shouldn't marry just one woman. That would be a waste of resources. Actually, there's no need for you to go on about all this useless stuff. Zhou Ling shook her head with a laugh. It's the apocalypse now, laws are gone, morals are corrupt. As long as both parties are willing, no one can interfere in this kind of thing, not even Jesus. So, Zhou Ling got to the point, if you really want to pursue Zheng Fan, just confess boldly. As long as he accepts you and Jingya doesn't mind you, no one can say anything about how many people Zheng Fan marries. You make such a good point that I have nothing to say in response. Wang Yuan blinked her big eyes. Level 4 ability user. Of course, Zhou Ling was speaking when she suddenly caught sight of a black hole appearing not far away. Moments later, a car burst out of it. Startled, Zhou Ling immediately stood up. She saw a sleek armored vehicle come to a stop not far away, and the black hole behind the car slowly disappeared. Chow Jia and Wang Yuan also stood up in shock. Where did this car come from? It seems like it came out of a hole. A hole? The three three women looked at each other, their faces showing expressions of terror. The door of the armored MPV opened, and Zhang Fan, Jingya, De Huang, and Wang Yani stepped out. Seeing Zhang Fan and Jingya, the three women couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly came forward. "Brother Fan, how did you get back?" Wang Yuan shouted. "You just appeared out of nowhere. By the way, what was that black hole just now?" "A portal," Zhang Fan explained with a smile. "It's a new ability I just acquired, directly teleporting back from the Demon Sea." "A portal." Zhang Fan gave a simple explanation, and the three women quickly understood, instantly stunned with amazement. "There's such a superpower? That's incredible!" Chao Jia exclaimed. "Traveling back and forth between the Demon Sea and Changhan Island will be so much more convenient in the future. This superpower is so much like Dr. Strange's magic of drawing circles in the air to create portals." Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's truly an amazing ability." Zhou Ling also exclaimed, "It'll make collecting supplies during trips so much easier in the future." The women's praise filled Zhang Fan with joy. Pointing to Wang Yani, he introduced, "This is teacher Wang Yani. From now on, she'll also be a member of our team and live with us." Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, and Zhou Ling all turned to look at Wang Yani. "Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me in the future." Wang Yani greeted politely. "Hello, welcome aboard." After a brief exchange of greetings, Zhang Fan gave a quick word and helped Jingya into the hotel. Meanwhile, De Huang played with Yang Miao. Children always love cats and dogs, and they were having a great time together. Upstairs, Zhang Fan settled Jingya in and told her to rest well. He then went to Fat Tiger's room. However, Fat Tiger was nowhere to be seen in the room, it seemed to have gone out hunting. Fat Tiger now had to feed 3 cubs, which made its need for food very urgent, requiring daily meals. Zhang Fan couldn't help but wonder what it was eating. Could it be zombies? In the room, there were only the 3 tiger cubs, fluffy and irresistibly cute. When they saw Zhang Fan, they eagerly crawled toward him. Stroking their heads, Zhang Fan's face softened with a gentle smile. Baby animals are always the most adorable, easily stirring up affection and warming people's hearts. These 3 tiger cubs had just opened their eyes. Although their looks hadn't reached their peak yet, they were enough to make Zhang Fan feel tender affection. He played with the 3 cubs for quite a while until Fat Tiger finally returned, but it was injured. Fat Tiger's injuries were mainly concentrated on his abdomen, which seemed to have been slashed open by a sharp weapon, with blood gushing out. Zhang Fan immediately called Wang Yuan over to treat Fat Tiger. Wang Yuan's healing ability was incredibly powerful, and in no time, the wound on Fat Tiger's belly was completely healed. "Fat Tiger, who hurt you?" Zhang Fan asked in a deep voice. Fat Tiger let out a low growl, gestured toward the window, growled again, and glanced at his belly. Zhang Fan was puzzled, and everyone else looked equally confused. "It said it was injured by a zombie," Wang Yani suddenly said. Everyone turned to look at Wang Yani, and Zhang Fan asked in surprise, "Teacher Wang, you can understand what Fat Tiger is saying?" "It seems like I can." Wang Yani was also a bit puzzled. "I don't know how, but after hearing its growl, the meaning just naturally appeared in my mind." Everyone looked at each other. Zhang Fan turned to Fat Tiger and quickly asked, "Fat Tiger, is this what you mean?" Fat Tiger nodded. Everyone was even more surprised. Wang Yuan exclaimed, "Mr. Wang, you can actually understand what the tiger is saying. That's amazing." Wang Yani was also very surprised. "This is really strange. I can't explain why. This might be your superpower." Zhang Fan said with a smile, "You haven't encountered animals before, so you didn't realize you've awakened a superpower. Is that so?" Wang Yani could indeed understand what Pang Hu was saying, and she could also understand what De Huang was saying. After some confirmation, everyone could basically conclude that Wang Yani also possessed a special ability, an ability to understand animal language. Although this was a rather useless ability in the post-apocalyptic world, given that Zhang Fan's team had adorable pets like Pang Hu and De Huang, this ability at least had some practical value. Zhang Fan immediately decided that Wang Yani would henceforth be the dedicated translator for Pang Hu and De Huang, conveying their messages to everyone. "Pang Hu, what's the deal with the zombie that hurt you?" Zhang Fan asked, looking at Pang Hu. Pang Hu let out a low growl, and everyone turned to Wang Yani, waiting for her translation. It said that it was a very powerful zombie. Wang Yani quickly conveyed Pang Hu's meaning. Not only was it as fast as lightning, but its strength was also incredibly astonishing. The most crucial thing is, that zombie even brought a group of little zombie underlings and surrounded it. Wang Yani added, "This isn't exactly what Fat Tiger said, but that's roughly the meaning." Brought a group of little zombie underlings? Everyone seemed a bit stunned. Is that even possible? Although the zombies gather in groups, they are actually independent individuals. Simply put, they are an unorganized mob. Leading a group of zombie underlings and facing a chaotic horde of zombies are two completely different concepts. Fat Tiger growled a few more times. Fat Tiger says that zombie feels completely different from the others. Wang Yani continued translating, "It is very intelligent, not only cunning but also insidious. It let the smaller ones attack from the front while it hid in the back to launch a sneak attack." Fat Tiger got injured precisely because of that zombie zombies ambush. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces showing confusion. Are zombies really that smart? Wang Yuan seemed a bit skeptical. Yeah, aren't zombies always dull and brainless? How could they be so smart? Zhou Ling also found it hard to believe. They had been staying in the rear, handling logistics, and hadn't encountered zombies for several days. Their understanding of them was still stuck a few days ago. No, zombies are constantly evolving, changing almost every day. Zhang Fan shook his head. So far, I've encountered 2 zombies with intelligence, and they're all level 3 zombies. These 2 level 3 zombies are indeed smart, but they don't seem as intelligent as the one fat tiger mentioned. Level 3 zombies. The faces of several girls instantly changed dramatically. The current situation is vastly different from before. When the apocalypse first broke out, people knew nothing about zombies, only that they were the living dead. Now they understand that both zombies and survivors are divided into levels. The zombies encountered at the beginning were all ordinary. Zombies, slow-moving, stiff-bodied, dull-witted, and with severely decayed flesh. These were the ordinary zombies. Over time, zombies gradually evolved into level 1 zombies, with flexible joints, no longer stiff bodies, faster speed, and movements that were no less agile than those of ordinary humans. By the time they reached level 2, zombies became agile, their strength greatly increased, and their physical fitness was comparable to that of Olympic athletes. Level 2 zombies possessed extremely strong combat capabilities, and, when combined with special abilities, could easily defeat level 1 ability users. Coupled with their tireless and fearless nature, they still held a significant advantage even when facing level 2 ability users. In the understanding of people like Chao Jie and Wang Yuan, level 2 zombies were already terrifying. Now, level 3 zombies had appeared, and the key issue was that these level 3 zombies were incredibly intelligent. How could they possibly deal with such a situation? The zombies are evolving way too fast. Wang Yuan's face showed fear. At this rate, do we still have a way to survive? Chao Jie and Zhou Ling were also deeply worried. All of this was caused by that bloody rain on the night of the 10th. Zhang Fan said, after that bloody rain, in just one night, all the zombies evolved into level 1 zombies. Among the zombies, those who stood out have even evolved into 2nd level, or even 3rd level zombies. Zhang Fan's voice was low. Of course, 2nd and 3rd level zombies are not terrifying. What I am most worried about now is another blood rain. Another blood rain. Several girls couldn't help but shudder. The scene of the blood rain on the night of the 10th was still vivid in their minds, and thinking about it sent a chill through their hearts. Another blood rain? What would they do then? Xiao Fan, will it rain blood again? Chao Jia looked at Zhang Fan with eyes full of hope. I'm not sure either. Zhang Fan slowly shook his head. On the night of May 31st, a rain of blood fell, and the zombie outbreak followed. 10 days later, another rain of blood fell, and the zombies evolved significantly. Now, no one can guarantee whether there will be another rain of blood in the future, or when it might happen. There are only 2 things we can do. First, become stronger as quickly as possible. Only by being strong enough can we protect ourselves. Second, clear out the zombies on Changhan Island as soon as possible. Changhan Island is surrounded by rivers on all sides, making it a secluded and isolated island. As long as we eliminate all the zombies on the island, even if it rains blood again, we will have a place to stay. Chao Jia and the others nodded repeatedly. Let's have a meeting together this afternoon when everyone is back to properly discuss this matter. At 11:30 a.m., the team members and replicas who went out to hunt zombies all returned. Zhang Fan gained 3 replicas, and his physique increased by 2150. Calculating at 5 points of physique per zombie, the 2,150 points of physique came from the contribution of 430 zombies. The 3 replicas hunted 430 zombies during the morning. Although the number doesn't seem high, it is actually quite normal. The island's population was already small, and this time, with a carpet-style search that left no neighborhood or shop untouched, the efficiency of hunting zombies naturally decreased significantly. It couldn't compare to places like subway stations where zombies were densely gathered. After lunch, everyone took a short rest. At 2 p.m., the members of the hunting team set off on time, still led by Zhang Fan's 3 replicas. Zhang Fan left 1 replica at the hotel to guard the base camp while he took Jingya, De Huang, and Peng Hu with him. Instead of heading straight to the Demon Sea, they followed Peng Hu to the place where he had encountered that intelligent zombie. Zhang Fan's intention was to first eliminate that intelligent zombie to prevent future troubles. Alternatively, he considered enslaving the zombie to make it serve him. Under Peng Hu's guidance, the armored MPV quickly arrived at Mingyue Community, the place where Peng Hu had encountered the zombie. Mingyue Community was an old residential area with over 100 buildings, mostly inhabited by elderly people and renters, making the community messy and dirty, with no shortage of zombies. When Zhang Fan drove the armored MPV to the community, there were already a few zombies wandering at the entrance, including 3 elderly zombies and 2 security guard zombies. Roar! As soon as Zhang Fan stopped the car, 5 zombies lunged at him. Logically speaking, the elderly zombies should have been slow due to their limited mobility before turning, but the reality was quite quite unexpected. The speed of the 3 elderly zombies was incredibly fast, no slower than the 2 security guard zombies. In just a few quick strides, they closed the distance. Zhang Fan instantly teleported out of the driver's seat and activated his annihilation black mist ability, reducing them to nothing in an instant. The 5 zombies provided a substantial amount of energy, not only replenishing the stamina consumed by using the annihilation ability but even leaving some surplus. Zhang Fan was delighted. This ability was truly useful, and he no longer had to worry about running out of stamina. However, Zhang Fan had no intention of continuing to use this ability, at least not while his stamina was still sufficient. Why? Because the annihilation black mist ability not only destroyed the zombies' bodies but also obliterated the white crystals inside their heads. This meant that when Zhang Fan used the annihilation black mist to hunt zombies, he couldn't obtain the white crystals. White crystals were extremely important. They could not only enhance physical fitness but also boost mental strength. However, once annihilated, apart from gaining some stamina, the white crystals were lost forever. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Fan decided to minimize the use of the annihilation ability. Sacrificing white crystals just to conserve some stamina was simply not worth it. He teleported back into the car and drove the armored MPV into the Manhwa residential complex. Once inside, Zhang Fan deliberately honked the horn to create noise and attract the surrounding zombies. Beep beep beep, the piercing sound of the horn echoed all around. Sure enough, the nearby zombies began to stir. Zombies in the courtyard charged toward him, while those in the buildings poured out of the hallways. Zombies trapped in rooms frantically slammed against windows, eventually shattering the glass and leaping down. Fortunately, the buildings in Manhwa were generally not tall, only 6 stories high, otherwise, they would have been smashed to pieces upon landing. In an instant, zombies swarmed from the lawns, buildings, and roads. Zhang Fan drew a short blade from his waist, cracked his neck, and charged toward the oncoming zombies. Although he possessed various area of effect abilities, Zhang Fan still preferred one-on-one combat. The sensation of each strike hitting flesh, the thrill of decapitating with a single slash, it was indescribable. In short, it could be summed up in 2 words: pure exhilaration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a physique reaching level 4, 4748/10,000, Zhang Fan's physical fitness was now 5,859 times that of his initial state. He was practically a superhuman. Even a heavy tank could be smashed with a single punch, let alone the flesh and blood of these zombies. Zhang Fan moved so fast he was almost a blur, and Jingya, inside the armored MPV, couldn't catch a glimpse of him with her naked eyes. All she could see were heads rolling off zombie necks one after another, falling to the ground. This wasn't the first time Jingya had witnessed such a scene, yet every time she saw it, she was deeply shaken. Was this hunting? No, it was clearly a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. Zombies poured in endlessly, only to fall one after another under Zhang Fan's blade. Despite their fearless advance, they were no match for him. In less than 10 minutes, a mountain of corpses had piled up in front of the armored MPV, and rivers of foul blood flowed into the sewers. The stench of blood filled the air, turning the area within a few hundred meters into a living hell. Yet, even so, the zombies kept coming. Zhang Fan released 10 clones, assigning them to collect light orbs and white crystals, while he focused solely on slaughtering the zombies. In this manner, Zhang Fan advanced along the central avenue of Manhwa community, delving deeper into the area. An hour later, Zhang Fan had fought his way from the east gate to the west gate of Manhwa community, completely traversing the entire area. A massive number of zombies had been slain by Zhang Fan, with only a few lucky ones managing to survive. Zhang Fan sheathed his blade, and waves of black mist surged from his body, instantly dissolving. The blood and grime splattered on him. Using the annihilation black mist to clean himself was a little trick Zhang Fan had discovered. The annihilation black mist could obliterate all matter, including sweat, blood, and dirt on his body, even his clothing. After being cleansed by the black mist, his body was cleaner than if he had scrubbed it for half an hour, saving water, effort, and time, and sparing him a lot of hassle. The only downside was that his clothes, shoes, and belt would also be affected. Each time he used this ability, Zhang Fan had to change into a new set of clothes, shoes, and a belt. So, this superpower really wears out clothes and shoes. Fortunately, there's Jingya, a walking little warehouse, with plenty of clothes and shoes to spare, so changing them casually doesn't feel wasteful. Zhang Fan changed into clean clothes, walked to the armored MPV, and lightly knocked on the window. Jingya rolled down the window, her face full of disdain. When you're changing clothes, can you at least find a small grove or some other cover to shield yourself? Is it really appropriate for you to change clothes in broad daylight like this? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Zhang Fan shrugged, completely unconcerned. There's no one around anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Am I not a person? Jingya said irritably. You're not an outsider. Zhang Fan chuckled. Besides, this way you can get a sneak peek at my assets. Bah! Shameless. Jingya spat lightly, a blush spreading across her face. She had just sneaked a couple of glances and, well, was very satisfied. But this was something she absolutely couldn't tell Zhang Fan. Fat Tiger, are you sure you you encountered that zombie in this neighborhood? Zhang Fan asked. Fat Tiger let out a low growl and nodded. Strange. I've basically taken out all the zombies in this neighborhood, but I haven't seen any particularly smart ones. Zhang Fan frowned. He had just fought his way through the entire neighborhood but hadn't found any particularly intelligent zombies. Fat Tiger's furry tiger face was also full of confusion. Could it be that you were too aggressive just now, and that zombie got scared and hid? Jingya thought of a possibility. We can't rule out this possibility. Zhang Fan nodded. If that zombie really possesses extremely high intelligence, it might indeed hide. If it hides, what should we do next? Jingya asked. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and said, leave one duplicate here to continue searching, and we'll return to the Demon Sea. His and Jingya's task was to collect supplies. In the morning, they collected food and water, and in the afternoon, other supplies. This was the principle and could not be changed. An hour had already been wasted this afternoon, and they couldn't afford further delays. Therefore, they could only leave one duplicate to search slowly while the two of them hurried back to the Demon Sea to gather supplies. Your call. Jingya had no objections. At this moment, the 10 replicas returned. They had picked up all the light clusters and collected all the crystals. The number of zombies just hunted was considerable, and Zhang Fan couldn't wait to merge with the 10 replicas. Boom! An unprecedented surge of warm energy flooded into his body, washing through every corner of Zhang Fan's being. Zhang Fan could clearly feel his body strengthening at an astonishing speed. Looking again at the attribute panel, the physique stat was skyrocketing at an incredible rate, growing as if it were a stopwatch. 4750, 4780, 4800. In the blink of an eye, the physique attribute broke through the 5000 mark and continued to soar. It only began to slow down at 8800, finally stopping at 8932. Physique, level 4, 8932/10000. Compared to the previous level 4, 4748/10000, it increased by a total of 4184 points, an astonishing growth. Calculating based on each zombie providing 5 physique points, Zhang Fan killed 836 zombies in just 1 hour, an absolutely insane efficiency. His spirit attribute increased by 48 points, indicating that he had killed several zombies that had developed intelligence. In addition, he obtained 21 new abilities, though many were duplicates of ones he already had. Only 5 of them were new. These were Rapid Finger Tremor, Self-Destruct, X-Ray Vision, Summon Breeze, and Phase Through Objects. Looking at the 5 new abilities on the attribute panel, Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. 4 of these new abilities were practically useless. Rapid Finger Tremor? He wasn't some kind of adult film star. What use could this possibly have? Self-Destruct? What kind of ridiculous ability was this, treating people like fireworks? X-Ray Vision? Zhang Fan was initially intrigued by this one, but after reviewing its details, he immediately lost interest. While the X-Ray Vision ability was indeed powerful, allowing him to see through objects and discern their internal structure, the cost of using this ability was permanent blindness. In other words, after using X-Ray Vision, his eyes would go blind, leaving him a lifelong blind man. What the hell? Zhang Fan almost cursed it out loud. Summon Breeze? Not even worth looking at. Another utterly useless ability. Only the last ability, Phase Through Objects, brought Zhang Fan a slight sense of comfort. This ability was similar to the powers of Shadowcat from the X-Men, allowing Zhang Fan's body to pass through any object. For example, he could phase through walls or the ground. This is indeed a good auxiliary ability, and it should come in handy in the future. Subsequently, Zhang Fan created a portal, first returning to the Holiday Inn to leave Fat Tiger there. Then he teleported back to Demon Sea. The goal for this afternoon was to collect equipment related to the solar power generation system. Diesel would eventually run out, and it was too noisy. Solar power generation was the long-term solution. The equipment required for a solar power generation system includes solar panels, solar controllers, inverters, and so on. Only with a complete set of equipment can a full solar power generation system be established, enabling the use of solar energy to generate electricity and continuously supply alternating current. These pieces of equipment were not hard to find. Jingya had identified several targets, the first being Demon Sea Hongda Optoelectronics Company, Limited. This company specialized in the design, installation, and key equipment development and manufacturing for photovoltaic power generation, wind power generation, and integrated machine room systems. Having been established for over 20 years, it was one of the largest optoelectronics companies in Demon Sea. Clearly, this company had all the equipment needed for solar power generation, making it an excellent choice. Moreover, I chose this company for another reason. It's very close to Huoding Yayuan, where we used to live, just 5 or 6 traffic lights away. Jingya suggested. We can first teleport to Huoding Yayuan and then drive to Hongda Optoelectronics. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, picturing Huoding Yayuan in his mind, and then activated his portal ability. Buzz ripples spread through the void, and a 4-meter diameter portal appeared appeared a few meters away. "Let's go." Zhang Fan stepped on the gas, and the armored MPV surged into the portal, disappearing from the small courtyard of the Holiday Inn. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Villa Number 9 at Huadingyayuan. The villa before them was in complete disarray. Rotting corpses and severed limbs were scattered everywhere, emitting a nauseating stench. Flies and mosquitoes swarmed the air, and white maggots wriggled in the decaying flesh, making it sickening to even look at. On the night of the 10th, during the bloody rain, Zhang Fan and the others had fled in the rain, leaving behind a large number of corpses. In just 2 days, these bodies had rotted away, and the once clean and tidy Villa Number 9 had become a scene of utter chaos. Zhang Fan had initially intended to revisit the place and take a look, but upon seeing this scene, he immediately decided to leave. 7 or 8 minutes later, the armored MPV arrived smoothly in front of Hongda Optoelectronics Company, Limited. The company was located in a remote area with simple surrounding facilities, few residents, and hardly any zombies in sight. Zhang Fan stepped on the gas, crashing through the electric retractable gate at the company's entrance and driving into the courtyard. He honked the horn to gather the zombies. Beep beep beep, a few honks sounded, and sure enough, zombies began pouring out from all corners of the company. Some emerged from the factory buildings, others from the warehouses, and still others rushed out from the office building. The zombies surged toward the armored MPV like a tide, roaring and howling as if they wanted to engulf the vehicle. Among these zombies, 2/3 were level 1 zombies, while the remaining third were level 2 zombies. Level 1 zombies moved nimbly, comparable to normal humans, while level 2 zombies moved swiftly, akin to athletes. They swarmed forward, creating an extremely shocking scene. 8th floor of the office building, room 808. Lu Hang is an employee of Hongda Optoelectronics, primarily responsible for the installation and maintenance of solar power systems, and occasionally handling some after-sales repair services. At 39 years old, he has been in this line of work for 15 years and is a seasoned technician. On the night of May 31st, just before the apocalypse broke out, he worked overtime until 2 a.m. due to the late hour in a quarrel with his wife earlier that day. He didn't go home that night and instead slept in the office. When he woke up, the apocalypse had arrived, turning the world upside down, and all his colleagues had become zombies. Lu Hong witnessed with his own eyes his intern, Xiao Wang, being pounced on by several zombies and torn to pieces. He also saw surviving colleagues upstairs, unable to endure the hunger and despair, jumping out of windows and smashing into pulp. He saw, in just a few days after the apocalypse, Lu Hang experienced too many moments of life and death. Now, his heart feels somewhat numb. Fear? In the first few days, he indeed felt fear, but after going through so much, the fear gradually subsided. Only despair remains. The entire building is surrounded by zombies, leaving no hope. And hunger. In the past few days, his food came from snacks in the vending machine, such as a treasure porridge, chips, and cola. 3 days ago, the food in the vending machine was completely consumed, leaving nothing to eat. Fortunately, Lu Hong found a 5-pound bag of dog food in a colleague's locker. It wasn't for a dog but for the colleague himself, who claimed to love the taste of dog food and had even invited Lu Hong to try it. Of course, Lu Hong refused. He's not a dog, so how could he eat dog food? However, for the past 3 days, Lu Hong has been surviving on dog food. The taste of dog food is hard to describe. In 8 words: fishy but not greasy, fragrant but flavorless. Lu Hong has always hated fishy smells, and when he first ate the dog food, he was filled with resistance. Yet, in the end, he couldn't fight the protests of his stomach and ate the dog food with tears in his eyes. For these 3 days, he has barely survived on dog food. However, the dog food is too dry, and with the water supply upstairs cut off, Lu Hong hasn't had any water for nearly 2 days. His body is severely dehydrated, and he is now dizzy, with double vision starting to appear. The most tormenting part is the splitting headache, as if his head is being struck by a heavy hammer. He knows these are symptoms of severe dehydration. He longs for water, but there isn't even any urine left. Am I about to die? Lu Hong collapsed to the ground, completely powerless, with only a faint rise and fall in his chest. Die then. Death would be a release. It's just a pity that I won't get to see little Raindrop one last time. I wonder if she's doing okay. Despair and hunger ravaged Lu Hang's willpower. The only thing he couldn't let go of at this moment was his 3-year-old daughter, Little Raindrop, Lu Yu. Lu Hong and his wife had been married for over a decade but were unable to conceive. A hospital checkup revealed that his wife's fallopian tubes were blocked, making pregnancy impossible. Left with no other option, they decided to try in vitro fertilization. However, as his wife aged, the success rate of IVF became extremely low. After numerous setbacks and 8 rounds of IVF, they finally welcomed the birth of Little Raindrop. By then, Lu Hong was already 46 years old. Because of this, Lu Hong cherished Little Raindrop deeply, wishing he could keep her in his mouth for fear she'd melt, or hold her in his hands for fear she'd fall. Now, trapped in this apocalypse, if it weren't for his concern for Little Raindrop, he would have jumped off a building long ago. Little Raindrop was his sole reason to keep living, but now, he could no longer hold on. Little raindrop. Lu Hang's heart was filled with endless longing and worry for his daughter as he slowly closed his eyes. A single tear silently slid down his face. Beep beep beep. Just then, a loud horn suddenly blared, breaking the silence of the office. What was that sound? What sound is that? Lu Hong opened his eyes. Since the apocalypse descended, this world had become eerily silent. The only sounds that could be heard were the roars and howls of zombies, along with the occasional explosion. Explosions were rare. It was mostly the howls of zombies, like the wails of demons from hell, assaulting people's ears, tormenting their souls, breaking their will, and plunging them into utter despair. Lu Hong had already resigned himself to waiting for death, but he never expected to hear the sound of a car horn. Could it be the military? Or a rescue operation organized by the government? Lu Hong was instantly overjoyed. Enduring the piercing headache, he struggled to crawl to the window. Then, he witnessed an astonishing scene: zombies. Countless zombies were surging in from all directions, like a tide, rushing toward an armored vehicle downstairs. During his time trapped in the office, Lu Hong had not been idle. He had meticulously observed every tree, every car, and every detail in the courtyard. But he had never seen this armored vehicle before. It must have arrived today. Lu Hong was puzzled. The vehicle kept honking, actually attracting the zombies in the courtyard. What on earth is the person in the car trying to do? Lu Hong was baffled by the driver's actions. Knowing full well that the courtyard was teeming with zombies, they still deliberately made noise. To provoke them, wasn't this courting death? Just as Lu Hong stared in confusion, a handsome young man suddenly appeared at the front of the vehicle. Lu Hong froze. How did he get out? Am I so dehydrated that I'm hallucinating? Lu Hong rubbed his eyes, and the double vision gradually cleared, allowing him to see a bit more clearly. Then, he saw the young man draw a short knife from his waist, leap off the front of the vehicle, and charge toward the zombies. What is he trying to do? Lu Hong was utterly stunned. By this time, the zombies in the courtyard had swarmed in, their numbers reaching an astonishing level, definitely no fewer than 300. They formed a dense sea of zombies, roaring and howling as they tightly surrounded the armored MPV. Faced with such a terrifying scene, the young man downstairs surprisingly did not choose to flee or hide inside the vehicle but instead actively charged toward the zombies. This was practically courting death. However, in the next second, Lu Hong was utterly stunned. That handsome young man had vanished. He had completely disappeared from Lu Heng's line of sight. All he could see were zombie heads being flung into the air and blood spraying everywhere. Headless zombies fell like harvested wheat, collapsing into silence. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 zombies had been decapitated and lay lifeless on the ground. What is going on? Lu Hong was so shocked that he could hardly react. The scene before him completely defied his understanding. The slaughter downstairs continued. Despite the relentless massacre, the remaining zombies charged forward, without regard for their lives. 10 minutes later, no new zombies appeared, and not a single one was left standing. All the zombies had been decapitated, lying haphazardly in the courtyard, with the stench of blood permeating the air. Having witnessed the entire slaughter, Lu Hong was left numb with shock. After observing for some time, he fully understood one thing: all the zombies lying in the courtyard had been killed by that handsome young man. He didn't know who the man was, but he knew that this person was no ordinary human. He was a superhuman. Hundreds of zombies had been wiped out in just a few minutes, something no ordinary person could achieve. Lu Hong was curious about the man's identity, but now was clearly not the time to investigate. The most important thing at the moment was to get the man's attention and seek his help. As for whether the man was a bad person or had ulterior motives, Lu Hang could no longer afford to care. He was severely dehydrated and extremely weak. Without help, he would surely die. Could things get any worse than death? Tap tap tap. Lu Hong wanted to call out, but his throat was dry and hoarse, unable to produce any sound. Helpless, he could only tap on the glass, hoping to attract the man's attention. However, his strength was too feeble, and even tapping on the glass failed to make any noise. Anxious, he realized this was his only chance and that he had to seize it. If the man left, he would be doomed. Thinking of this, Lu Hong leaned back onto the table and retrieved a work wrench from the drawer. Crawling back to the window, he mustered the last bit of his strength and smashed the glass with all his might. Crash! The glass shattered instantly. After doing this, Lu Hang could no longer hold on and collapsed straight to the ground, passing out. Zhang Fan, who was downstairs, heard the commotion and turned to look in that direction. After a brief search, he locked onto the 8th floor. Could there still be zombies in this building? Zhang Fan instructed Jingya to stay in the car and not come out, then adjusted his gravity and flew straight up. Soon, he reached the 8th floor and arrived at the shattered window, where he saw Lu Hang lying on the ground. A survivor? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. On their way to Hongda Optoelectronics, Jingya had mentioned something important: installing solar power equipment required professional personnel. Therefore, upon reaching Hongda Optoelectronics, Zhang Fan was to keep an eye out for any survivors in the company, as they might be the relevant professionals. Such individuals were crucial for installing, maintaining, and repairing solar power equipment and were exactly what the team team needed. Zhang Fan had kept this in mind, and after finishing off the zombies, he had planned to search thoroughly. He hadn't expected to find someone so soon. However, this guy doesn't look like he's in good shape. Zhang Fan immediately noticed that Lu Hong was still alive because he could hear his heartbeat. It was incredible but true. With Zhang Fan's superhuman physique, his hearing, vision, and sense of smell had all reached astonishing levels. Any tiny sound or subtle clue, he could detect it. Hiding was simply impossible. Although Lu Heng's heartbeat was not strong, it continued to beat stubbornly. So, he wasn't dead, just unconscious. Zhang Fan waved his hand, and a wisp of black mist spread out, obliterating the office window completely. After retracting the black mist, he gestured to Lu Hong, who slowly floated up and flew out of the window. Zhang Fan descended to the ground with him and said to Jingya, "Jingya, give me a bottle of water." Jingya retrieved a bottle of water from reportable space and handed it to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan unscrewed the cap and poured it onto Lu Heng's face. Though the method was somewhat rough, it was the only way Zhang Fan could think of to wake Lu Hong. Sure enough, Lu Hong gradually regained consciousness, weakly murmuring, "Water, water." Zhang Fan heard him clearly, picked up the bottle of mineral water, and brought it to Lu Heng's mouth. Lu Hong immediately began drinking. Because he drank too quickly, Lu Hong choked and coughed violently for a while before continuing to drink. After finishing the entire bottle in one go, he let out a satisfied burp and then fainted again. Half an hour later, he woke up again, his complexion much rosier, and his cracked lips had become moist, showing clear signs of improvement. Lu Hong struggled to sit up, looking at Zhang Fan with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome." Zhang Fan waved his hand. "You're an employee of this photovoltaic company, right? Do you know how to install solar power generation equipment?" "Yes." Lu Hong, although he didn't understand why Zhang Fan was asking this, still answered truthfully, "I've been doing this for many years, it's my old profession, and my technical skills are absolutely reliable." "That's great." Zhang Fan was overjoyed. "We really need someone like you. Join us from now on. I'm willing to follow you." Lu Hang immediately nodded. "But you have to let me know who you are and where we're going." "Of course." Zhang Fan gave a brief self-introduction and roughly explained the situation of the entire team. After listening, Lu Hong felt a mix of disappointment and happiness. The disappointment came from the fact that Zhang Fan was neither from the military nor a government rescue team, which meant that the military and government still hadn't responded, or perhaps they were already finished. The happiness came from the fact that Zhang Fan and the other survivors had formed a team, and their current situation was very stable. By joining them, he could gain a secure and safe life, no longer having to live in fear, hunger, and hardship. "The main reason I came here today is to collect solar power generation equipment." Zhang Fan continued, "Tell me where I can find this equipment, and I'll go get it right now." "I know where it is." As a company employee, Lu Hang naturally knew the location of the solar power generation equipment, so he told Zhang Fan all the information. Zhang Fan left behind 10 replicas, instructing them to pick up light clusters, collect crystals, and keep an eye on Lu Hang. He then took Jingya and Di Huang to the warehouse to search for the solar power generation equipment. Lu Hong sat in the back seat, holding a bottle of electrolyte drink, sipping it slowly. Due to severe dehydration, he couldn't fully recover in a short time, but he was clearly feeling much better now. Through the car window, he saw 10 Zhang Fans continuously cracking open the heads of zombies and picking things out from inside. His mind was filled with doubts, and his curiosity grew stronger. How did these 10 Zhang Fans appear? Multiple shadow clones? External incarnations? Or some kind of immortal magic? What were they looking for inside the zombies' heads? Driven by his curiosity, Lu Hong decided to ask directly, "Brother Zhang Fan, what exactly are you looking for?" The nearest replica answered with a smile, "Looking for white crystals." "White crystals?" Lu Hong looked confused. The replica briefly explained the current situation and the purpose of the white crystals. Lu Hong was dumbfounded. Superpowers? Cultivation? Oh my god, have I traveled to another world, or am I dreaming? Zombies appearing was one thing, but now even superpowered individuals are showing up? What on earth is happening? Lu Hong himself hadn't awakened any superpowers, and being stuck in the office all the time, he was completely unaware of the outside world. Hearing this information for the first time, he felt as if his entire worldview had been turned upside down. Zhang Fan and Jingya found a large amount of solar power equipment in the warehouse of Hongda Optoelectronics. No hesitation, move it. An hour later, several warehouses had been emptied. Zhang Fan drove the armored MPV to the second destination. According to Lu Hong, the equipment they had just collected was enough to generate electricity for 20 years. But Zhang Fan felt it still wasn't enough. Since they were collecting, they might as well collect as much as possible. Who knows what the world will be like in 20 years? Will humanity successfully eliminate the zombies and rebuild civilization? Or will they be squeezed into a shrinking living space by the zombies, barely surviving and reverting to a primitive state? The future is uncertain, and the only thing they can do now is collect as much as possible and prepare for the worst. Busy times always fly by, and before they knew it, the the afternoon had passed. Today's haul is great. We can head home now. Zhang Fan and Jingya returned to the car, chatting and laughing, ready to head back to Chunhung Island. Today, they had collected a large amount of equipment, roughly estimated to be enough to generate electricity for 100 years. As long as the photovoltaic panels are laid out and fully installed, there will be electricity available for the next 100 years. Naturally, the two were in high spirits. Are we heading back now? Lu Hong stared at the two of them, his condition much improved. It's time to go back. Zhang Fan nodded and smiled. Brother Lu, sit tight, you'll be home soon. Lu Hong hesitated for a moment and pleaded, Zhang Fan, can we stop by my house first? I want to see my wife and daughter. I don't know how they're doing now. Zhang Fan was taken aback for a moment. Brother Lu, where is your house? Not far. It's in the Hongda optoelectronics community near the company. Just a few traffic lights away. Lu Hong said hurriedly. Alright. Zhang Fan did not refuse. After all, the distance wasn't far, and taking a look wouldn't delay much time. However, he didn't hold out much hope in his heart. With the apocalypse upon them, 90% of the population was already gone. The remaining 10% not only had to face zombies but also endure hunger, thirst, despair, and fear. Some starved to death, some died of thirst, some were scared to death, others succumbed to illness, and there were even those who couldn't bear the despair and committed suicide. The chances of survival for Lu Heng's family of 3, a woman and a 3-year-old daughter, were almost negligible. In less than 10 minutes, the three of them arrived at the Hongda community. This was the residential area for the families of Hongda optoelectronics employees, and all the residents were relatives of company staff. Brother Lu, which building do you live in? Building 9, Unit 1, Apartment 503. Following Lu Heng's directions, Zhang Fan drove to the base of building number 9. Leaving a duplicate to stand guard, Zhang Fan went up to the 5th floor, alone, and found Lu Heng's home. Using his ability to pass through objects, Zhang Fan silently phased through the wall and entered Lu Heng's house. The apartment wasn't large, just a standard 2-bedroom unit, simply yet elegantly decorated, with furniture arranged in a warm and comfortable manner. The living room was filled with small toys, scooters, bicycles, rocking cars. Yet the place was impeccably tidy, with not a speck of dust on the floor and the toys neatly organized. Seeing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. The room was so clean, it must have been tidied up in the past few days, which meant Lu Heng's wife and daughter were likely still alive. But why was the house so quiet? And why was the air so thick with the smell of blood? Following the scent of blood, Zhang Fan found a trash bag stuffed with blood-stained tissues and bandages, the red still vivid. So many bloodied tissues? Could someone have been injured? He quietly exited the room and gently knocked on the door. Since Lu Heng's wife and child might still be alive, Zhang Fan decided not to barge in but to knock politely instead. However, there was no response. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Zhang Fan patiently continued knocking, even alerting the zombie in the neighboring apartment, but there was still no reaction. From inside, Sister-in-law Lu, my name is Zhang Fan. I'm a friend of brother Lu Hong. He asked me to take you away. Zhang Fan called out from outside the door. Still, there was no response. Sister-in-law Lu. He continued knocking. Could something have happened? Zhang Fan hesitated, then finally decided to use his ability to phase through the wall again, re-entering the living room. There was still no one in the living room. Zhang Fan had no choice but to head to the bedroom, where he immediately discovered two people lying on the large bed. One adult and one child, a mother and daughter. The woman was wearing pajamas, lying quietly on the bed, motionless. Her face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Zhang Fan could sense that she no longer had a heartbeat or breath. She was dead. Moreover, her left arm was missing, and her shoulder was wrapped in a bedsheet, with blood staining it red. In the crook of her right arm, she was holding a 3-year-old girl who looked like a doll. The little girl lay in her mother's embrace, breathing steadily, her complexion rosy, sleeping peacefully and healthily. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fan was filled with doubt. The mother was already dead, yet the 3-year-old daughter was not only alive but appeared to be in perfect health. This was truly illogical. Under normal circumstances, an adult's constitution would surely be stronger than a child's. How could the adult die first? Could it be that Sister Lu had died from excessive blood loss? At this moment, Zhang Fan noticed a piece of paper placed beside the woman's pillow, covered in writing. He walked over and picked it up. Dear husband, if you come back alive, you should be able to see this piece of paper. By then, I should already be dead. The apocalypse has arrived, and Xiao Yudian and I are trapped at home. Outside, there are the roars of zombies and the screams of people everywhere. Xiao Yudian is so scared that she can't sleep through the night. I am terrified and don't know what to do. There isn't much food at home, and after just 5 days, we ran out of supplies. There's nothing left to eat. I'm starving, and Xiao Yudian is barely holding on. If this continues, both the child and I will die. Husband, please come back soon. I'm really scared. Husband, I have no other options. Xiao Yudian is so hungry that she doesn't even have the strength to cry anymore. I truly feel powerless powerless. I can die, but nothing must happen to Xiaoyudian. Husband, I'm sorry. I had no choice but to take this extreme measure. If there were any other way, I would never let Xiaoyudian eat something like this. Please forgive me. After Xiaoyudian ate, she stopped crying and gradually regained her health. I felt an immense sense of relief in my heart. As long as Xiaoyudian can grow up healthy, I am willing to give up everything. Husband, the wound on my arm has become infected. Xiaoyudian is still so young. I can't let her eat anything unhealthy. Husband, I lost my right leg. When you come back and see me as a cripple, will you despise me? I understand that I have been a burden to you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have only Xiaoyudian as your child. I'm sorry. No matter what, I must protect Xiaoyudian and safeguard your only child. Husband, I am growing weaker and weaker. I am so scared. If I leave, what will happen to Xiaoyudian? Please come back soon. Xiaoyudian needs you. Husband, Xiaoyudian is very healthy, but I am becoming increasingly frail. The wounds on my left arm and right leg are both infected. I can only use iodine to clean them, but it has little effect. Husband, I can't hold on much longer. I don't even have the strength to write anymore. I'm sorry. I love you. The handwriting that followed was so messy it looked like scribbles. Zhang Fan stood frozen in place after reading it, speechless for a long time. Although Sister Lu didn't explicitly say what she fed the child, looking at her missing left arm, there was no need to ask. The child must have eaten Sister Lu's own flesh and blood. She had forcibly cut off her own left arm and right leg. How much pain must that have caused? How much courage must it have taken? Women are inherently gentle, but a mother becomes strong for her child. To save her child, this frail woman, Sister Lu, did something that countless men could never do. It was deeply shocking and commanded immense respect. What a truly great mother. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Sister Lu, who lay quietly on the bed. Then, he crafted a metal coffin and placed Sister Lu inside before gently picking up Xiaoyudian. Xiaoyudian was sleeping soundly. When Zhang Fan lifted her, she smacked her lips a few times, her chubby little mouth looking incredibly adorable. Xiaoyudian, you had a great mother. You are both unfortunate and fortunate, Zhang Fan said softly. Carrying Xiaoyudian and the coffin containing Sister Lu, he walked out of the bedroom. 2 minutes later, Zhang Fan returned to the surface. Jingya, Lu Hong, and De Huang were waiting outside the vehicle. When they saw Zhang Fan come up, Lu Hong hurried over, his eyes filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Zhang Fan, how did it go? The adult is gone, the child is fine. Zhang Fan handed the sleeping Xiaoyudian to Lu Hong. Lu Hong carefully cradled the child in his arms, confirming that the child was merely asleep, and let out a sigh of relief. Then, he glanced at the coffin behind Zhang Fan, his voice trembling slightly. My wife is inside? Yes. Zhang Fan nodded. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Hong shook his head like a rattle drum. Xiaoyudian is fine. How could anything happen to my wife? You're lying to me, aren't you? You're joking, right? Take a look at this. Zhang Fan handed over the piece of paper. Lu Hong took it and immediately began reading. As he read, his entire body started trembling, and tears burst forth like a broken dam. Thud. Lu Hong knelt before the metal coffin, crying bitterly, his voice filled with grief. Those who heard felt heartache, and those who saw were moved to tears. Zhang Fan let out a faint sigh. Men don't easily shed tears, but only when deeply hurt. He hadn't understood this before, but now, he did. Lu Hong was like an abandoned orphan, kneeling on the ground and wailing for a long time before fainting again. Zhang Fan carried him into the car, asked Jingya to secure the metal coffin, and then activated his portal ability to return to the holiday hotel on Chanhan Island. Zhang Fan asked Chao Jie to find a room to settle Lu Hong, and then called Zhou Ling to examine him. Although Zhou Ling was a pediatrician, she was able to handle Lu Hong's dehydration. She administered saline and glucose drips to him. Lu Hong was severely dehydrated, and simply drinking water would not suffice for recovery. Intravenous infusion was the fastest way to correct dehydration. In room 201, Zhang Fan played with the 3 little tiger cubs, gradually lifting his spirits. The 3 little ones seemed to change every day, adorably fierce and capable of easily healing a person's heart. Besides Zhang Fan, Jingya was also in the room. Zhang Fan, what exactly happened? Jingya asked. Why is the child fine, but the adult is gone? It doesn't make sense. She had refrained from asking earlier when Lu Hong was present, but now that he was resting, she decided to bring it up. Zhang Fan told her everything written on that piece of paper. Jingya was so shocked that she was speechless, unable to react for a long time. What an extraordinary mother. After a while, Jingya sighed softly. If it were me, I might not have been able to go to such lengths. Try not to spread this matter around. Too many people knowing about it would be bad for the child, Zhang Fan said. I know. Jingya nodded repeatedly, then suddenly said, I don't know why, but I suddenly have the urge to become a mother? Zhang Fan was taken aback. How could you have such a thought? Could it be that Sister Lu influenced you? Maybe. Jingya nodded slowly. If you want to be a mother, then you need to find a man. Only he can give you the seed. Zhang Zhang Fan said seriously. If you don't mind, I'm willing to offer my family's premium seed. Jingya couldn't help but laugh, her delicate face slightly flushed as she teased, your so-called premium family seed. Who knows if you're just like the old woman selling melons, praising your own goods? What's there to brag about? Zhang Fan snorted lightly. How about this? Leave your door open tonight, and I'll send you a bag of seeds for you to inspect yourself. Keep dreaming. Jingya glared at Zhang Fan and fled from room 201 as if escaping. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Fan's previously low spirits gradually improved. The hunting team that had gone out to clear zombies had not yet returned, and Xiao Jia and a few other women were sitting in front of the hotel sorting vegetables. In the small courtyard in front of the hotel, there were several piles of various vegetables, including amaranth, lettuce, chives, magic sea greens, string beans, cucumbers, tomatoes, lettuce, and romaine. A large amount of vegetables had been harvested, piled up like small mountains. There was no way to finish eating so much in one meal, nor was it the plan. Instead, they intended to store them. These vegetables were already edible, and if left to grow further, they would either rot or become overripe. Harvesting them now and storing them was the only option. Qiao Jia knew that Jingya's personal space was a perfect preservation chamber. So this afternoon, she led the 13 members of the logistics team to harvest the ripe vegetables. The resort was very large, and the vegetable fields were quite extensive. Even though the 13 of them had been busy all afternoon, they had only managed to harvest a portion. In the coming days, they would continue gathering vegetables, aiming to harvest all the fully grown ones. Jingya went downstairs and, following Qiao Jia's instructions, stored piles of vegetables into her portable space storage. After dinner in the evening, once the pots and pans were cleaned up, everyone gathered in the meeting room. Except for Lu Hong and his daughter Xiao Yudian, everyone else was present, including Wang Yani. Lu Hong had already woken up, but his mental state was somewhat unstable, so no one disturbed him as he needed time to adjust on his own. Yang Linger's younger sister, Yang Miao, was playing with De Huang nearby, and the two of them, along with the dog, were having a great time. Today is June 12th, the 12th day since the apocalypse began, and also our second day on Changhan Island. Zhang Fan looked around at everyone. Let's start by reporting our respective levels. Level 4. Zhang Fan first stated his level. Jingya sat beside Zhang Fan, operating a laptop, and was responsible for recording the meeting content. Zhang Wenxi, Level 2. Yang Linger, Level 2. Wang Yuan, Level 2. Yang Guan, Level 2. Everyone reported their levels one by one. Except for Zhang Fan, the others were all Level 2. After listening, Zhang Fan slowly said, let's take another look at the zombies' levels. As of now, I encountered a total of 2 Level 3 zombies, 2 Level 3 Siberian tigers, and 1 Level 3 human. As for Level 2 zombies, among the zombies encountered today, at least 1/3 were Level 2 zombies. Now let's look at the situation of zombies encountered by the hunting team. As of now, Team 1 encountered 3 Level 3 zombies. Team 2 encountered 2 Level 3 zombies. Team 3 also encountered 3 Level 3 zombies. The Level 2 zombies are about the same as what I encountered, making up 1/3 of the total zombies. The hunting team was led by 3 clones of Zhang Fan. Before the meeting, Zhang Fan had already merged with these 3 clones. Not only did he integrate the light spheres and abilities they had collected, but he also absorbed their experiences and memories. Zhang Fan was fully aware of the zombie situations the hunting team had encountered over the past 2 days, as well as the details of their hunts. Looking at everyone, he said, the apocalypse has only been here for a mere 12 days, yet so many zombies have already evolved to Level 3 and Level 2. The speed of evolution is beyond our imagination. Everyone's mood was heavy, especially the 15 members of the hunting team. Over the past 2 days, they had been out clearing zombies and had the deepest understanding of the zombies' strength. It was no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for Zhang Fan's clones leading the team, they might have been wiped out multiple times. Although they were reluctant to admit it, the fact remained that their strength was indeed inferior to that of the zombies. This was an undeniable truth. Zombies are evolving at a terrifying pace. Zhang Fan's voice was low. Not only is their strength continuously increasing, but they are also gradually showing signs of intelligence. It is foreseeable that zombies will become increasingly powerful and terrifying. Coupled with the number of zombies, our situation will become increasingly dangerous. To ensure our safety, we need to train harder and become stronger. We cannot become complacent just because we are on par with or slightly stronger than the zombies. After all, the number of zombies far exceeds ours, and we cannot compete with them in terms of quantity. We can only surpass them in strength and level. Zhang Fan continued, we not only need to be stronger than the zombies, but much stronger. Only if we can consistently maintain at least 2 levels above the zombies can we offset their numerical advantage. So, I suggest, Zhang Fan proposed, try to minimize unnecessary entertainment and leisure activities, and use this time for cultivation. For example, start cultivating after 7 p.m. and rest at 11 p.m. What does everyone think? As soon as Zhang Fan finished speaking, Zhang Wenxi was the first to raise his right hand in support. The process of hunting zombies today was too passive. Every time, we had to rely on the boss's clone to take action. If it weren't for the boss's clone, we would have died several times already. Right now, our strength is indeed severely lacking, so I fully agree with the boss's suggestion. I agree too, Yang Guang echoed. We are only at level 2, and a third of the zombies are also at level 2. The number of zombies far exceeds ours, and compared to them, we are far too weak. It should have been like this long ago. We can't rely on the boss for everything. We have to work hard ourselves too. The others all expressed their agreement. They couldn't disagree. The zombies were getting stronger, and they no longer had any advantage in the fight against them. If they didn't work hard to cultivate, they would be doomed sooner or later. Since everyone agrees, then it's settled. Zhang Fan nodded and said, after 7 p.m., everyone should return to their rooms to cultivate. Rest at 11 p.m. Ensure at least 4 hours of stable cultivation time every day. Not only the members of the hunting team, but also the auxiliary personnel in the logistics department and ordinary members without abilities must train. Ordinary people can also absorb white crystals. Although the absorption rate is very slow, it is indeed possible. This conclusion was reached through the team's experiments. After ordinary people absorb white crystals, while it doesn't enhance abilities, it can improve physical fitness. Currently, the ordinary members of the team have much better physical fitness than before the apocalypse. They are stronger, run faster, and react more agilely. What used to be a struggle to run 100 meters in 13 seconds is now something even female members can easily achieve. This is the improvement in physical fitness and the significant benefit white crystals bring to ordinary people. Every evening after dinner, Sister Chow, you should place the cleaned white crystals in the dining hall. Everyone can take them themselves. Take only as much as you can handle and absorb. Don't monopolize too much for yourself. The number of crystals is limited. If you take too much, others won't have any left. I hope everyone will consciously follow the rules. Finally, I must emphasize once again the importance of cultivation. There is an old saying that makes a lot of sense. Relying on the mountain may collapse. Relying on people, they may run away. Only oneself is truly reliable. Strength belongs to oneself, not others. In this apocalyptic world, relying on anyone is not as good as relying on yourself. By the time the meeting ended, it was already close to 6:40. Team members gradually gathered in the dining hall. On one of the tables in the dining hall, there was a plastic basin filled with a large amount of white crystals. Each white crystal resembled mutton fat jade or the cooked egg white of a chicken egg, lying quietly in the plastic basin and emitting a soft, glistening glow. These crystals varied in size, with the smaller ones slightly larger than peanuts and the larger ones comparable to hawthorn fruits. About 1/3 of the crystals were the size of hawthorn fruits, which were formed in the brains of second-level zombies. It was hard to imagine that such filthy and dirty zombies could produce something so clean. It was truly incredible. Next to the plastic basin was a box neatly stacked with over 30 small porcelain bowls. Everyone walked up to the table, each taking a small porcelain bowl and scooping out a small half-bowl of crystals. Then, they left the restaurant. Next, before going to bed at 11 o'clock, they all practiced with the white crystal in hand. Even if Zhang Fan didn't emphasize it during the meeting, no one in the team would slack off in their training. The cruelty of the apocalypse was well understood by everyone. No one wanted to hold others back, and even less dared to entrust their own safety to someone else. Therefore, any opportunity to train was utilized as much as possible, and they aimed to improve their strength as much as they could. After all, training wasn't particularly tiring. They only needed to hold the crystal in their palm, which didn't interfere with listening to audiobooks or watching shows. By 7 o'clock, the Holiday Inn had become quiet, with only the light from the windows dispelling the darkness, serving as the sole source of illumination on the ground. Zhang Fan walked out of Lu Heng's room and saw that Lu Heng's condition was still poor, but he forced a smile in front of his daughter, Little Raindrop. Zhang Fan understood his dire state but was powerless to help, leaving time as the only remedy for his emotional wounds. Zhang Fan went to room 201, where Fat Tiger had returned from foraging, full and seemingly unaware of what he had eaten. After playing with the 3 little tigers for a while, Zhang Fan returned to room 202 next door. Fat Tiger's family lived in room 201, while Zhang Fan stayed in room 202, and Jingya lived across the hall in room 214. It was still early, and Zhang Fan initially planned to chat with Jingya, but upon discovering Lu Mu in her room, he decided not to go in. Back in his room, Zhang Fan casually grabbed a few white crystals and lazily collapsed onto the sofa. He opened the attribute panel. Level 5 ability user. Physique, level 5, 275/100000. Spirit, level 3, 198/1000. Superpower, infinite pickup ability. Level 5 superpower. Zhang Fan proudly admired his own stats. Whenever he had free time, he would carefully study his attributes, as they were a major source of his confidence. At noon today, he was still at level 4, but by evening, 3 of his clones returned, bringing back over 1,000 physique points. Zhang Fan successfully broke through and became a level 5 superhuman. Once his physique reached level 5, Zhang Fan felt his physical capabilities had reached a terrifying level. His muscles were as firm as has steel springs, capable of unleashing astonishing power. His bones were even harder, strong enough to support his muscles and body, showcasing an even more terrifying, explosive force. His physical defense had also reached an exaggerated level. When Zhang Fan used an ordinary kitchen knife to chop his arm, it felt like cutting into a rubber tire, completely unscathed, while the knife was instead sent flying by the immense elasticity. A level 5 physique was simply inhuman. Whether it was strength, speed, defense, explosive power, agility, or neural response, all had reached their peak. Zhang Fan could feel that even without using any superpowers, just the strength of his body alone was enough to crush a heavy tank. With a single leap, he could jump dozens of meters high, and even glide through the air for a long distance like the Hulk. The gap between level 4 and level 5 is really huge. Zhang Fan marveled. The explosive increase in power thrilled him, but at the same time, he realized that breaking through to level 6 would be extremely difficult. The attribute cap for level 5 was 100,000. If he relied solely on hunting level 1 zombies, Zhang Fan would need to kill 20,000 of them to break through to level 6. 20,000 zombies. Even if he killed 1,000 a day, it would still take 20 days. Moreover, as a rule, the higher the level, the greater the difficulty, and the number of zombies required would continue to increase. The good news was that zombies were also constantly leveling up, and the points they provided were steadily increasing, so the leveling process should be easier than he initially imagined. Closing the attribute panel, Zhang Fan took out Huawei's latest foldable phone and started watching a movie. Since the internet was no longer accessible, the phone could only be used to watch movies, novels, and anime. Because the apocalypse had truly broken out in reality, Zhang Fan had developed a strong interest in post-apocalyptic films. Some of these movies portrayed human nature with remarkable depth, and Zhang Fan believed he could learn a lot from them. Big Yellow lay on Zhang Fan's shoulder, its pair of dog eyes intently focused on the phone, looking very serious. Zhang Fan knew it could understand these movies because whenever the plot got exciting, Big Yellow would also become very excited, and when he pressed pause, Big Yellow would growl softly in dissatisfaction, expressing its protest. At that moment, the intercom on the table buzzed, and Zhang Fan instinctively pressed pause and reached out to grab the intercom. Woof woof woof. Big Yellow was clearly unhappy and began growling softly. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with this seemingly sentient dog, and picked up the intercom. Xiao Fan, I broke through. Jingya's excited voice came through the intercom. Broke through? Zhang Fan immediately sat up straight. Level 3? Yes, level 3. Jingya was overjoyed. Has your portable space changed? Zhang Fan quickly asked. The change is quite significant. Jingya replied, when I was at level 1, my portable space was 10 by 10 by 10. At level 2, it was 100 by 100 by 100. Now it's 1000 times 1000 times 1000 is equal to 1 billion cubic meters. 1 billion cubic meters. Zhang Fan gasped. How big is 1 billion cubic meters? The answer is 1 cubic kilometer. It's equivalent to the capacity of a warehouse 10 kilometers long, 10 kilometers wide, and 10 meters high. If used to store water, it could hold 1 billion tons of water, while the water capacity of Westlake is about 14.29 million tons. Such an enormous portable space could actually hold 70 Westlakes. In a certain region of the country, mountains were leveled and valleys filled, and the total earthwork from dozens of mountain peaks barely reached 1 billion cubic meters. One can imagine just how massive 1 billion cubic meters truly is. With such a large space, how much material can it store? Zhang Fan muttered excitedly to himself. I'm not entirely sure, but the materials it can hold are enough to feed our entire team for thousands of years. Jingya chuckled. What makes me happiest is that after upgrading to level 3, my physical fitness has improved significantly. That's to be expected. Zhang Fan responded with a smile. Whether it's combat ability users or support ability users, the higher the level, the stronger the physical body becomes. Everyone understands that. The two continued chatting, and the night passed uneventfully. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone set out on their respective tasks. The 3 clones, along with 15 members of the hunting team, continued clearing zombies on Changhan Island. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, took Jingya and De Huang to the Demon Sea. Today was June 13th, and the morning's task was still to collect food. The food previously gathered was originally enough to feed Zhang Fan and the other 13 people for 100 years, but with the addition of Lu Mu and the others, the existing food was clearly insufficient. Therefore, Zhang Fan and Jingya set out again today, heading to the Puyao granary they had visited last time. The Puyao granary stored hundreds of thousands of tons of grain, but they had only taken 1,250 tons. Last time, not even a fraction of the total. When the two arrived at the granary, they found it had been occupied by a group of survivors. There was no need for words. Action was taken immediately. Zhang Fan, who had surpassed level 5, displayed a terrifying power that crushed everything in his path. The survivors were utterly powerless to resist and were completely overwhelmed by Zhang Fan. However, Zhang Fan did not act ruthlessly Unfortunately, he only allowed Jingya to take 2/3 of the grain before they left. The remaining 1/3, still tens of thousands of tons, was enough to feed the group of survivors for hundreds of years. The afternoon's goal was to collect other supplies. Their target for the afternoon remained various electrical appliances. Although they had raided the Gwaha Mall last time, it was clearly not enough and more appliances needed to be gathered. Jingya selected several electronics stores, with their first stop being Suning Electronics City in the Puyao district. Suning Electronics City was one of the largest electronics markets in Puyao, offering a wide variety of appliances, including air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions, kitchen and bathroom appliances, and various household electronics. If they could loot Suning Electronics City, the appliances inside would be enough to sustain the team for a long time. The only problem was that Suning Electronics City was located in a bustling area with a high population density. This meant there were bound to be many zombies nearby, making it relatively dangerous. Zhang Fan felt this danger as he drove the armored MPV toward the electronics market. The number of zombies on the streets increased, as did the number of abandoned vehicles, scattered everywhere, making it increasingly difficult to proceed. Eventually, at a crossroads, the vehicle was completely blocked and could go no further. The road is impassable, Zhang Fan said as he stopped the car. Let's take to the skies. Alright, Jingya nodded. Da Huang, get out. The two of them and the dog got out of the car. Jingya gently waved her hand over the armored MPV, and the vehicle disappeared. After breaking through level 3, Jingya's ability to store items had significantly increased, allowing her to store even the armored MPV. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies that had been following them swarmed forward, roaring as they lunged. Zhang Fan glanced at them, then swung his hands forcefully. The downward gravitational force instantly shifted to an outward repelling force. Shinra Tensei. Boom, the swarming zombies were instantly flung away, along with the surrounding vehicles. Zhang Fan grabbed Jingya with one hand and held her close with the other, adjusted the gravity around them, and shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two of them and the dog were soaring through the air, stopping at a height of over 20 meters. The zombies on the ground roared and howled at the trio, with some even attempting to leap upward. Unfortunately, their levels were too low, and they couldn't jump high enough to reach Zhang Fan, Jingya, and Da Huang in the sky. Da Huang, give them a few rounds, Zhang Fan said, pointing at the zombies below. Woof woof. Da Huang barked twice, and from its mouth, like a mortar, it spat out several fireballs in succession. The fireballs, each the size of a grapefruit, crashed into the zombie horde, igniting them like sparks falling into gasoline. With a loud boom, the ground was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames, and black fire shot skyward. The raging black flames spread at an astonishing speed, engulfing the zombies within a range of several hundred meters. These zombies felt no pain at all. Despite the raging fire, they continued to act as they pleased, roaring at the three people in the sky. Then, amidst the roars, they were swallowed by the black sea of fire and instantly turned to ashes. Intense heat waves surged upward, prompting Zhang Fan, along with Jingya and Da Huang, to continue ascending. It wasn't until they reached an altitude of over 50 meters that they no longer felt the scorching airflow. Let's go, fly to Suning Appliance City.